In a distant and majestic world where dragons rule the heavens, my parents hold a place among the most revered. They are golden dragons, the embodiment of strength and wisdom. My father, known for his feats and power, is one of the 5 greatest golden dragons, whose names are shrouded in legend. My mother is not inferior to him. Together they make a radiant pair that inspires admiration and respect. But in this world where every color of scales has a different meaning, I was born not as a golden successor, but as a little green dragonborn. This fact plunged my father into a deep anger, causing him to search for answers, for by tradition, the union of the 2 golds was supposed to give rise to another golden legend. There is a strict hierarchy in our dragon society, where the golden dragons are the pinnacle of power and the greens, the symbol of earth and nature, are at the very bottom. My position was a cause of not only family frustration, but also ridicule from my older brothers, who had reached high ranks and controlled vast lands. My efforts to prove myself in the eyes of my family and clan went unnoticed, emphasizing my isolation. As the day of my 16th birthday approached, which in our dragon society marked not just adulthood, but an opportunity to prove my worth to the entire clan, my heart filled with anxiety. The becoming a dragon ceremony was not only a rite of passage, but also a time when each young dragon had to choose a life partner from the maidens presented. For many, it was a time of pride and joy, but for me, a green dragon born into a family of golds, it only heralded a new round of ridicule and rejection. My reluctance to participate in the ceremony was so strong that I took the extreme step of asking my father to cancel the event. But even his influence and authority could not change the ancient traditions and laws, which were adamant. "Our clan's traditions are as strong as our scales," he said, and I realized that I would have to face this challenge head-on. When the day of the ceremony arrived, I found myself alone among the many with their backs turned to me. The elder, noticing my loneliness, suggested that I choose a bride myself. But a choice without a willing dragoness seemed impossible. Then, to everyone's surprise, one of the elders, whose branch of the clan had long been disgraced, proposed an alliance with his granddaughter. This moment broke the silence and caused a wave of whispering among those present. As I stepped forward to look at the maiden offered to me, something incredible happened. The world around me disappeared, and I found myself face to face with a giant green dragon, the messenger of my true heritage. He spoke of me being a descendant of the 2-headed dragons, long forgotten but possessing the power to change the course of history. Your path is unique, and you were born to do great things. His words filled my heart with new meaning and purpose. When I came back to reality, I looked at those gathered with different eyes. My decision to refuse to marry the Black Dragon's granddaughter and follow my own path had caused controversy, but also admiration. Some of my relatives, seeing me not as a renegade but as a seeker of my own path, supported my decision. This moment was the beginning of a new path for me, a path of self-discovery, of exploring the world and finding my place in it, a place where every creature can find its greatness, regardless of its origin or the color of its scales. My story is just beginning, and I am ready to confront anything I encounter along the way, guided by the knowledge of my unique heritage and the power my ancestors instilled in me.
It was the dead of winter, and after the heavy snowfall, the entire Yanjing city was covered in a layer of silver. Yanjing city was huge, with a population of millions, and the residents of Qin De, the Zhendong king who controlled 3 counties in the eastern region, was in Yanjing city. Zhendong king's residence covers an extremely wide area. The main door is greatly open during the day and night. The main door of the residence is wide enough for 6 or 7 people to enter. In the gate on both sides of the 2 stood about 2 meters tall, bare stacked on the upper body of the brave big man. These 2 big men, as if the rock-carving general, cold eyes scanning passing crowd, that wide, thick tiger back hanging giant blood, red war knife. The blood, red sword is 1.5 meters long at a glance. In the depths of winter, snowflakes filled the ground, but these 2 big men were stacked on top of each other, and next to each of these 2 big men was a ferocious tiger. The tiger's whole body is flame red, body length is about 2 meters long, that is like an iron whip-like tail swept violently making the air a vibration. Tiger eyes issued a cold aura. This tiger is the so-called fiery tiger. Suddenly, 2 other big men came out of the Zhendong king's mansion. These two big men were also bare stacked on their upper body, each of them hauling a ferocious fiery tiger. They came to change shifts. Outside of the residence, all of the Yanjing city's powerful nobles and commoners consciously walked away from the Zhendong king's residence. In a small quiet courtyard within the Zhendong king's residence, a green-clothed middle-aged man is sitting on top of a stone bench. On his lap sits a cute little boy. And in front of the middle-aged man is exactly standing 12 people. These 12 people are old man, or beautiful woman, or youth, but one thing is the same. These 12 people are all in purple clothes. Father, what are you letting all these teachers come for? Qin Yu, who was only just 6 years old, sat on his own father's lap, messily pinching a snowball in his hand as he looked at his father, Qin De, in confusion. Qin De lovingly stroked Qin Yu's head before looking up at the 12 and blandly said, "You guys have been teaching Yu for quite some time. Well, don't take anything into consideration. Just speak up if you have any judgments." These 12 people looked at each other, and then a white, bearded old man stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Highness, we have observed from all aspects that His Third Highness is only slightly interested in Kai Men's dexterity. However, there is not the slightest bit of interest at all in the way of the superior's command, and so on. According to our judgment, it is impossible for the Third Highness to become a perfect superior. It seemed slightly arbitrary to make such an assertion based only on a period of contact with the boy." However, Qin De had no doubt. Qin De sighed a long sigh, looked at the ignorant Qin Yu, smiled bitterly. "I can see that Yu's like his mother, for the mundane world power is not interested in the slightest, but he is in cultivation of the road is." Qin De said this gratefully, and then waved his hand, saying, "I've troubled you all during this period of time. You can now leave the royal residence. Your Highness, we take our leave." The 12 people in purple bowed at the same time, and then went out of the small, secluded manor house in turn. At the moment, only Qin De and his son Qin Yu in the manor house. Qin De is silent and does not say a word, and from time to time also look at Qin Yu on his lap, the meaning in his eyes. At least 6-year-old Qin Yu is still unable to understand. "Father, what's wrong with him? Why doesn't he talk anymore?" Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. But Qin Yu's very good behavior did not disturb his father, since childhood without mother in Qin Yu's heart. The most important is his father, and the other two brothers. For a long, long time, Qin De had been sitting, and Qin Yu had been sitting quietly on his dad's lap. Suddenly, a crane sounded. I saw a white crane flying in the air, and on top of the crane was sitting a handsome middle-aged man with an immortal style. And in a moment the crane landed in the courtyard. "Brother Feng, the problem of Yuer's Danshan, can you think of a way to?" Qin De, as soon as he saw this middle-aged man, he immediately stood up eagerly and inquired. Feng Yu Zai saw Qin De like this. He naturally knew about his good friend Qin De. He could only sigh and said, "Your Highness, I have said it long ago. Yuer, he has no hope at all in the way of cultivation. His Danshan is very strange. He can't accumulate internal energy. Naturally, he can't cultivate. Such a Danshan is simply born. Hundreds of millions of people simply cannot find a case. Feng Yuzi is also not the slightest way." Hearing this result, Qin De sat down slowly and pondered for a long time. "Father, what is internal power, and what's wrong with my Danshan not being able to continue internal power? Just now, those teachers said something about a higher power again. What does that mean, 6-year-old Qin Yu's eyes widened as he inquired suspiciously. He remembers what he just said clearly. Qin De laughed bitterly in his heart, but in his mouth he comforted, "Yuer, don't ask so many questions. Don't you dislike learning this and that, and like to go to the Cloud Mist Villa?" Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up, as if the night sky was bright with stars. Can I not have to learn those boring books? Cloudy Mountain Resort. I like that hot spring, and I also like to look at the stars, and I also like to watch the sunrise. Qin De laughed. Good, Yuer, since you like it, I'll give you the Cloud Mist Villa, and 1,000 elite soldiers will be under your control from now on. If you want anything, you can directly talk to your grandpa lion. Good, great, wow, Cloud Mist Villa is mine, la. I can soak in that hot spring every day. It's so comfortable. Qin Yu's face was red with excitement. The smile on Qin De's face was completely faked, yet Qin Yu was unable to discover it. Just as long as you like it, Yuer, you go back to sleep first, and when you want to go to Cloud Mist Villa, talk to your grandpa lion. Qin De smiled and patted Qin Yu's head. Bye, father, bye, Uncle Wind. Qin Yu waved his hand and ran directly towards his room. Qin De smiled as he watched Qin Yu enter the room, and then Qin De's face steeply turned cold as he directly flickered into a green smoke and disappeared into the compound, while Feng Yu's eye also followed as if she was floating. In the secret room of the royal palace, there were only 3 people at the moment: Qin De, Feng Yu's eye, and a black-robed scholar with a folding fan in his hand. Your Highness, have you really decided? The black-robed scholar looked at Qin De and said doubtfully. Qin De nodded his head and said, he can neither become a chief figure nor an innate level expert. It's better for him to stay out of it. His weird danchin, alas, what I can give him is perhaps only a decade or so of happy and peaceful days. And by the time we begin our final plans, he won't be able to live a peaceful life either. Feng Yuzai thought for a moment and decided to speak up. Your Highness, do you really want to implement your plan? You should know what will result once that plan is implemented. Feng Yuzai once again inquired. Qin De's face instantly turned cold as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Whether it is for my Qin family ancestors or for Jingyi, this plan must be implemented. The 3 sons Jingyi left behind for me, although Yuer has problems with his danchin. But Fenger and Genger are martial artists and scholars, enough to achieve great things. Zhu Yuan has the first dark chess begun to be cast. The black-robed scholar Zhu Yuan fanned twice, closed his folding fan and smiled. Don't worry, Your Majesty, everything is under control. Good, very good. Qin De's eyes flashed with a shocking killing chance. The world where Zhendong King Qin was located was the subterranean dragon continent, and the size of the subterranean dragon continent was so large that no one had been able to figure it out so far. The main reason was that the extreme east of the subterranean dragon continent was the boundless floodplains. Within the floodplains were lofty mountains and jungles, which had countless demonic beasts, and the deeper one went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became, because it was the upper immortals on the subterranean dragon continent that were not able to explore the entire boundless floodplains. To the west of the boundless flood, there are 3 major countries: Chu Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, Han Dynasty. The 3 King dynasties' population adds up to nearly 10 billion. The land area is even more appalling. The 3 King dynasties in the Chu Dynasty is the most powerful, and in the Chu Dynasty, there is a very good family, Qin family. The Qin family, occupying the Chu Dynasty, 12 counties of the eastern region of the 3 counties. The eastern region of the 3 counties, close to the boundless flood. The Qin family has been passed down for hundreds of years, and its roots in the 3 eastern counties are extremely deep, and it is very difficult for the emperor of the Chu Dynasty to deal with it. Moreover, the Qin family has a special type of soldier, the Fiery Tiger Army. The Fiery Tiger, reddish in color and relatively huge in stature, was a branch of the tiger. The method of large-scale breeding of the Fiery Tiger. This was one of the Qin family's most important secrets. The Qin family controls 600 troops, of which 50 is the Martyr Tiger Army. The entire Martyr Tiger Army, every warrior is riding a Martyr Tiger. The Martyr Tiger's own attack power is appalling, plus the warriors, that is even more invincible. The tiger roar of 50 fierce tigers alone was able to demoralize the enemy. An army of 50 Lai tigers could easily annihilate an army of over 100 ordinary cavalry. Subterranean Dragon Continent, the highest force. The 3 major countries have the town of Immortal Cultivator. Each immortal cultivator, in the eyes of mortals, is an immortal existence. Flying swords, thousands of miles away can cut people's heads, flying swords soaring in the 9 heavens, which is not the means of the immortals. Cloud Mist Villa built on top of Donglan Mountain, which was more than 3,000 meters high and was considered a high mountain. 2 years later. At this moment, Qin Yu is 8 years old and taller, with a wise light flashing in his eyes from time to time. However, in the depths of his eyes there is a hint of faint melancholy. At this moment, Qin Yu is walking alone on top of the mountain road, with a black eagle chick on his shoulder. Little Black, it's been 2 years, 2 whole years, and father has only visited me once. Qin Yu bit his lip and said to the fledgling eagle on his shoulder. This fledgling eagle was found by Qin Yu a year ago when he was touring the Donglan Mountain. So he brought this fledgling eagle with him, with the companionship of the fledgling eagle. Qin Yu would not be too lonely. Before the age of 6, he often had his father's companionship. But after the age of 6, he was only seen his father once for the whole 2 years. The black eagle flapped its wings and stroked Qin Yu's tender face, and Qin Yu burst into laughter. After walking for a moment, Qin Yu suddenly saw a pregnant woman in front, but carrying broken wood walking hard. Immediately said to the black eagle, "Blackie, let's go help this auntie, okay?" The black eagle suddenly flapped its wings and waved twice on Qin Yu's shoulder, who then smiled and flew towards the pregnant woman. "Auntie, let me help you carry the wood," Qin Yu said as he looked at the pregnant woman. Hearing the voice, the pregnant woman put down the bundle of wood on her body, wiped the sweat on her head, looked at Qin Yu, who was obviously still a child, and laughed. "Little waifu, thank you ah. Auntie can carry it by herself. There is still a mile to our small village." Saying that, he is going to carry the wood again and continue to move forward. "Little child, am not small anymore, am 8 years old this year. Am definitely able to carry this timber." Qin Yu looked at the sweat on the pregnant woman's face and surprisingly snatched the timber and violently carried it on his back. A bundle of wood for ordinary people naturally not heavy, but for the 8-year-old child is very heavy. But Qin Yu in the Cloud Mist Mountain village that natural hot springs often soak body the average 8-year-old child to be much stronger, surprisingly hard back up. "Auntie, look, didn't I memorize it?" "HMPH, you still call me a little waif," Qin Yu said smugly. At the moment his tender little face was dusty and dirty. Pregnant woman was dumbfounded, then laughed and said, "The strength is really not small, but a milet. Why, you certainly cannot hold on or let the auntie come on." "Who said it wouldn't last?" When Qin Yu saw the pregnant woman stretching out her hand, he panicked and ran forward before turning back. "Auntie, I've run this Donglan Mountain many times. I know that there's a small village about a mile away from here. It must be you guys. Go fast. You're not as fast as me yet." The pregnant woman's face opened up with a smile. This baby, I don't know whose child it is, with a child like this. His parents must be very happy. Qin Yu was carrying this bundle of wood. At first it was not difficult, but after walking for a while, Qin Yu felt that his 2 legs started to get soft. After all, he was going up the mountain and carrying wood on his back. And even though Qin Yu was physically strong, he was only 8 years old. After a moment, Qin Yu's legs steeply trembled. While the pregnant woman said with a start, "It's fine, it's a simple matter." Qin Yu turned back and tried to squeeze out a smile and said, in that tone of voice he was as if he was a Hercules, but the mountain road was uneven, and Qin Yu couldn't help but wobble as his feet hit a stone. Peng! Qin Yu's entire body couldn't help but fall down. The pregnant woman immediately rushed up, took the wood, and helped up Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face is completely dusty at the moment. A small face is dirty. Qin Yu is very stifled to look at the pregnant woman. "Auntie, in fact. I can still carry it. Just now a stone was knocked." "Well, Auntie knows you can carry it, but the village is just ahead. Thank you." Pregnant women back up wood. See, Qin Yu did not hurt. After helping Qin Yu's face wiped clean, then carefully urged to ask a number of. To be able to Qin Yu nodded yes. "This is back to the village." Yu looked at the village that was just about 100 meters in front of him and frowned. Little Blackie, it's that close. Whirling around, Yu was smiling, but Auntie is much more relaxed now. Shiz at the village in a flash. Yu smiled brightly, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. The three figures in the shadows glanced at each other. They were the experts who were secretly protecting Yu. Yu was the son of the king of Zhendong, the third highness of the hall. How could he be allowed to run around alone in the mountains? The third highness is still a child. The heart is so good. The king, how can he be willing to throw the third highness in the cloud and mist mountain villa? 2 years also come to see once it. Every time I see the third highness late at night in the mountain top, a sit is all night. That little body in the mountain top night cold wind, I will be difficult in my heart. A silhouette sighed in a low voice. Another figure also nodded and said, every time the third highness looks up at the night sky, that look makes my heart sour. The king he alas. Forget it. It's not for us to know what his majesty wants to do. Well, just protect third highness. Suddenly under the mountain path, a big black man with a tiger's back and eyes the size of copper bells riding a very ferocious crimson tiger rushed in at great speed, and seeing Yu, he loudly said from afar, Third Highness, the great hall master and the second hall master have come. Big brother and second brother are here. Yu's eyes glowed with excitement, and he immediately flew towards the big black man, climbed onto the tiger's back. His face reddened with excitement, and eagerly urged, Uncle Wang, go. Quickly, go back to Cloud Mist Villa. That big man hugged Yu, while harnessing the fiery tiger. He ran towards the mountain at great speed, leaving behind a trail of dust. Cloud and Mist Villa, in the East Lashan mountainside, on the surface is on a team of brave soldiers patrolling to protect secret masters outsiders simply cannot know. And this Cloud and Mist Villa is the king of Zhendong's villa, who is too long to dare to infringe. Outside the gate of Cloud Mist Villa, there were 2 huge stone lions, while 2 warriors in black battle armor were on both sides of the gate, scanning the outside. They stood proudly as if they were lone pines, and a murderous aura was naturally emanating from their burly bodies. A murderous aura that only true warriors who had experienced bloody sands were able to possess. Third Highness. The 2 black-armored warriors snapped to one knee and respectfully said. Yu quickly jumped down from the top of the tiger's back. The black eagle went very stable on Yu's shoulder. Yu was obviously very excited and happy at the moment and flew within the gate. While smiling at the 2 warriors, 2 uncles, get up quickly. The 2 black-armored warriors also stood up, looking at Yu's tiny figure rushing into the manor courtyard with a hint of care in their eyes. He, big brother and second brother, and the 2 of them must be soaking in the hot springs. Yu didn't even need to think about it much. He directly ran towards the hot springs in the west court of Cloud Mist Villa and muttered in his mouth, HMPH, these 2 guys don't go through my hallowed Cloud Mist Villa owner's permission, so they dare to come and enter the hot springs at will. In a few moments, Yu had already rushed to the west garden of the mountain villa. Yu hands crossed his waist, steep right hand of finger. The wind of anger glaring at the hot springs in the 2, said, Tai, the 2 of you have the guts, without the permission of the master of the manor private into the hot springs. Yu only had the time to shout, and suddenly outstretched his hand, fierce a pull, immediately unsteady body shape, towards the hot springs fell. I haven't taken off my clothes yet. With Yu's shout, he fell into the hot springs with a pong sound, splashing countless flowers. The black eagle on Yu's shoulder panicked and flapped its wings, and only then did it luckily not fall into the hot spring, or else it, the future eagle, would have turned into a chicken in. Zoop. Hey, small feather, you even with your second brother's big brother are still arrogant, really too much. Your second brother and big brother die bitterly every day bitter death. Small feather you but every day have this hot spring soak, and still Cloud Mist Mountain Resort hot spring. A teenager is very indignant, but there is a trace of laughter in the depths of his eyes. Yu violently spat out the water in his mouth. His entire body was completely soaked. Qin Yu looked at the teenager in front of him with a puff of air. Second brother, it's really you. I knew it was you. You're the only one who would pull me into the water. Big brother, he's not. Qin Yu took off his top and pants in 3 tries, and soaked in the hot spring with only his pants on, looking at his second brother, Qin Zheng, with dissatisfaction. Qin Zheng is still only a 12-year-old teenager at the moment, but his face always has a cordial smile. Treating people is always like a spring breeze. Only when facing his own brothers, Qin Zheng will have the playfulness of a teenager. You mean big brother, haha, he's fast asleep. Qin Zheng said with a loud laugh. Second brother, do you think your big brother is a pig, falling asleep so quickly? On the other side of the hot springs was lying quietly with his eyes closed. Cold Youth opened his eyes and said to Qin Zheng, and then smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Little Yu, this cloud mist village. Hot springs is really a divine effect. Last time I soaked here once, the scars on my body turned out to be a lot shallower. You can only see the faint traces of them. If I soak for a few more days, I guess my whole body will be just the same as yours. This is precisely Qin Yu's big brother Qin Feng. This year has been 16 years old because of the cultivation of martial arts, as if an 18 or 19-year-old model. Big brother Qin Feng is Qin Yu extremely worship people. The last time he saw his big brother a fist will be a thigh. Thick steak into the broken powder. Qin Yu is envious of very much. Hearing his elder brother talking about the divine effect of the hot springs, Qin Yu stood up in a very smelly manner, standing up with his small chest, holding his small head high, and said proudly, "That's right. There's no need to say more about the divine effect of the hot springs of this cloud, Mist Villa, Humph. And don't take a look at who the owner of the cloud Mist Villa is. But your younger brother is me, you boy." Big brother Qin Feng and second brother Qin Zheng both laughed. Qin Yu and his big brother and 2 brothers have not seen for a long time, playful with each other. But Qin Feng and Qin Zheng is slightly let a little Qin Yu to treat their own brother. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng are very favored. They do not have a mother, naturally more concerned about the younger brother. After frolicking for a long time, Qin Yu also comfortably lay down quietly in the hot spring, and Qin Feng and Qin Zheng also lay down. Big brother and second brother, aren't you both busy? Why did you have the chance to come to my place? Qin Yu inquired. Father, Qin Feng seemed to have realized that he had said something wrong, and immediately said, in fact, there is nothing going on. Just that there is nothing going on for the time being on the army's side. So I came back, and father also allowed it, and I found the second brother, so I brought him along. Qin Zheng also nodded his head and smiled at Qin Yu. Yes, you don't know. I've made an effort to squeeze in time this time around, but even so, there's only half a day of rest, and when it's half a day, I'll still have to rush back. Me too, in half a day's time. I'm also going to leave with my second brother. Qin Feng apologized. Oh, just half a day. Qin Yu responded, looking a bit forlorn. The excitement and mischief he had just experienced completely disappeared. Qin Yu has just 3 relatives, his father, and 2 of his own brother. His father is very busy, 2 years, but only come once. It is not easy to see 2 brothers, but after half a day, he will be alone again, and perhaps that little black by the hot springs. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng looked at each other, both helpless in their hearts. Big brother, Father King, he went to the boundless flood side. Did he teach you many ways of leading troops? Qin Yu suddenly smiled again and immediately asked, I know that Father King is very good at leading troops. Even Grandpa often said so. Yes, Father King is indeed very powerful in leading troops. And when I had a military chess drill with Father King, I practiced for half a year before I barely met Father King's requirements. Qin Feng seemed to recall the days when he unconsciously said, Father King is really very powerful in leading troops. Big brother, Qin Zheng glanced at Qin Feng, who steeped his heart and couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart, knowing that he had slipped up. Qin Yu didn't seem to care at all, but the expression on his face was excited, and he began to talk to Qin Zheng and Qin Feng constantly about the things that had happened to each other over the past few days, And the three brothers then talked for a long time in the hot springs. And only after they had eaten their dinner did Qin Feng and Qin Zheng then want to leave. Outside the cloud mist villa, wearing a black brocade robe, Qin Yu looked at the distant duo of Qin Feng and Qin Zheng and waved his hand repeatedly. Good bye, big brother and second brother. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with reluctance. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng turned around and smiled at Qin Yu, and then the two of them mounted the two fiery tigers, and behind them, nearly 100 elite soldiers also rode the fiery tigers, and in a few moments they had already disappeared above the mountain path without a trace. Underneath the mountain path, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng were riding the giant tiger, side by side. Big brother, this time you've said the wrong thing. Little Yu, he doesn't like intrigue and other power tactics, and because of the Danshan problem, he also can't cultivate to become a military general. In this way, neither the civil nor the military will be able to do so. Father spends all his energy on us, but Little Feather rarely sees Father once in a lifetime and is alone by himself. How do you think Little Feather would feel if Father and you practiced military chess for half a year? Qin Zheng said to Qin Feng, looking annoyed. Qin Feng laughed bitterly and said, Second brother, I didn't pay attention for a moment and I regret saying it. Steeply, Qin Feng's face turned cold. Second brother, Xiao Yu. He was born with a problem with his Danshan. He is not able to do anything in literature or martial arts, and he does not have much self-protection. We must protect Xiao Yu, and we absolutely cannot let him be bullied by anyone. Whoever dares to bully little Yu, I will make him regret coming to this world. A cold light flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. These two brothers, with their guards behind them, had already left Donglan Mountain in a moment, and were rushing towards Yanjing City. Late at night, above the summit of Donglan Mountain, in the silky cold wind, a skinny body was sitting on top of a mountain, and on his shoulder a black hawk stayed quietly. Qin Yu just looked at the stars in the sky, but in his eyes there was a maturity that far exceeded that of his peers. The daily doctor being alone in his study, reading a book, or being alone with his thoughts, made Qin Yu far exceed the thinking of an 8-year-old child. Little black, Qin Yu suddenly spoke out, but his eyes were still looking at the stars in the sky. The black eagle on Qin Yu's shoulder moved. Those black eyes turned around twice, but he didn't know why his little master called out to him. Qin Yu suddenly had a smile on his face, a bright and happy smile. Xiao, do you know? When I was very, very young, Father, he was often by my side, and he was very caring to me. Then those 12 teachers came. Father let me follow the 12 teachers to learn, although those things I didn't like to learn, but still tried to make myself learn, so as to make Father he was happy. Those words I learned very quickly, and my father even praised me as a prodigy, but then Qin Yu went silent. When I was 6 years old, I remember clearly that in the quiet little courtyard of the royal palace, those 12 teachers said that I could not become a superior, and then Uncle Feng also said that I had a problem with my Danshan, and that I was unable to build up my internal energy and cultivate. And then I came to the Cloud Mist Villa, and then Father stopped paying attention to me and caring about me. At first I didn't know the meaning of Danshan, I didn't know the meaning of superior. I also thought that Father King was really letting me come here to play, but Qin Yu lowered his head and bit his lip, melancholy in his eyes, in these 2 years. I have also curiously asked those king's uncles what they, the Danshan, and the higher-ups mean, and I think I should have understood the reason why my father no longer attaches importance to me. Qin Yu fell silent once again, tilting his head to look at the stars in the sky. I really don't like those books of power and intrigue. Really, I have forced myself. I really, really want to see my father's smile, want to hear my father's affirmation of my praise, but those intrigues, those poisonous books of mind. I forced myself to read them. I know all about those mind schemes and power tactics, but I can't do it. I can't do it, Father. I really can't do it. Qin Yu cried out in a low, painful voice, his thin body trembling. On the side, Xiao stared at Qin Yu with her dark eyes, and wiped Qin Yu's face with her small wings. Qin Yu looked sideways at the black eagle on his shoulder, and fiercely hugged the black eagle in his arms. The black eagle was very quiet in Qin Yu's arms, and seemed to know the little master's mood. At this moment, Xiao, I really want to hear my father's praise. I want to see my father's happy smile. I really want to. Qin Yu murmured in a low voice. At the top of the mountain in the dark, the 3 experts who were secretly protecting Qin Yu were sighing. Steep, a shooting star cut through the starry sky with a dazzling light, and for a time, the light of the shooting star surpassed any other star in the starry sky. Shooting star. Qin Yu's eyes snapped open, immediately released Xiao in his arms, stood up and closed his eyes tightly, hands closed in front of his body. Just let Father King. He cares about me, just like he treats his big brother and second brother. Beat me, punish me, I'm not afraid. Just don't ignore me, and that's enough. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the shooting star that had reached the end of the sky and earth. Father said back then that making a wish in front of a shooting star will make it come true. Father won't lie to me. It will definitely come true. Looking at the stars in the sky, what Qin Yu had on his tender face was determination. Suddenly, an aura of light lit up in Qin Yu's heart. Qin Yu's eyes steeply brightened up, slammed his head. Ah, I'm so stupid. When can't be. I can't do martial arts. Uncle Wang said that there are countless more internal arts in the world. There might be one that suits my Danshin. Even if there isn't, does practicing martial arts necessarily require internal arts? After all, Qin Yu was still only an 8-year-old child. Although his mind had matured a lot because he had read many books alone, he was still just a child. In the past, because Feng Yuzai had said that there was a problem with the Danshin and that it was impossible to cultivate, this had made Qin Yu form a stereotype of his thinking, and it was only at this moment that he came to his senses. If the Danshin is weird, is it really impossible to cultivate? And, as long as the effort is deep and the iron pestle is sharpened into a needle, this truth is still what Father said, as long as I work hard, I will definitely succeed. Qin Yu nodded his head heavily and mumbled to himself. What was in his eyes was incomparable self-confidence, as well as firm and incomparable determination. Little Blackie, let's go back to the mountain villa. Qin Yu did as he said with a goal in mind. Everything would become different. The black eagle seems to be very happy on Qin Yu's shoulder at the moment, fluttering its wings repeatedly. Qin Yu jumped and ran towards the cloud mist villa, and a moment later, 3 black figures flashed, as if they were 3 blue smoke chasing towards Qin Yu. Who is it? A black-armored warrior from Cloud Mist Villa let out a cold cry. Another black-armored warrior also looked at the distant figure. Only in a moment did these 2 black-armored warriors see that person coming was actually the Third Highness, Qin Yu, and couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. But they still kneeled down on one knee and respectfully said, Third Highness. Qin Yu's forehead was beaded with silk sweat as he ran, but his eyes were bright and his face was red. You guys get up quickly. Saying this, he also smiled at the 2 black-armored warriors, and then jumped and rushed into the Cloud Mist Villa. These 2 black-armored warriors looked at Qin Yu's back suspiciously. When the 3rd hall goes to the top of the mountain to look at the starry sky, it usually waits until the next day's dawn to come back, right? So why did you come back so early this time? The black-armored warrior on the left said suspiciously. The black-armored warrior on his right also shook his head in confusion, clearly not knowing why. Lion Yan, also known as Qin Yu's grandpa Lion, Lion Yan is the old man of the Qin family. Today's Zhendong King Qindu is Lion Yan brought up. Lion Yan in the Qin family is still very influential. 2 years ago, Qinda asked Lion Yan to come to Cloud Mist Villa to take care of Qin Yu. Qin Yu was like a gust of wind, directly rushing to the outside of Lion Yan's room, and right after that, he immediately swung his small fist and violently knocked on the door. Bang, 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 Grandpa Lion, open the door quickly, I am Xiao Yu. I have something to say to you, open the door quickly. Qin Yu shouted eagerly. A moment later, the lights in the room were on. Little Yua. Grandpa just fell asleep not long before you woke him up. With a cordial voice, the door of the room opens. A kindly flower, armored old man appeared in front of Qin Yu with his coat on. Geez, Feather, what's wrong? Sweaty. Lion Yan surprised to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu just want to say something, but just now intense running led him a burst of gasping out. See Qin Yu gasping out so rapid. Lion Yan busy said, come first. The house, what is the matter, come in to say. Said will hold Qin Yu's, said walk into the house. The two then sat down at the square table. Rest, don't be in a hurry. Wait until the Kai calms down. Lion Yan saw that Qin Yu wanted to say something and said busily. Qin Yu took a sharp breath, then stared at Lion Yan and said very firmly, Grandpa Lion, I want to cultivate. Lion Yan was slightly stunned, then smiled and asked rhetorically, Little Yu how did you think of practicing cultivation? Qin Yu gave a slight lurch, but then laughed playfully, nothing. It's just that when I see those uncles in the mountain villa who are all powerful, I want to cultivate martial arts. Grandpa Lion, I can practice martial arts, right? The desire for a father's love, which was buried in the deepest recesses of Qin Yu's mind, he only wanted to bury it in his heart, and then keep working hard and struggling hard towards his goal. Little Feather, do you know what martial arts means? Lion Yan, however, did not answer and inquired in turn. Qin Yu shook his head and said, I only know that practicing martial arts is very powerful, but I don't know much about anything else. It seems like there's also internal arts or something. An 8-year-old child, although he had read a lot of books, he still didn't know many things. Then I'll carefully recount it to you first. Lion Yan laughed. Qin Yu's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately stared at Lion Yan and began to listen intently. First, let's talk about the experts. The experts are divided into the Haoshan experts, the innate experts, and the Shanxians who surpass the innate experts. Lion Yan smiled and said, This Haoshan masters, the subterranean dragon continent is like the carp of the river, countless, however, the innate masters. The entire Chu dynasty is estimated to be almost 100 people. Qin Yu was shocked. Doesn't the Chu dynasty have almost 4 billion people? How come there are so few innate experts? Tens of millions of them only produce one. Lion Yan sighed. A Haoshan expert can become one as long as one has the method of cultivation. But to become an innate level expert is tough. To become an innate level expert, there are 2 requirements. 1. One must reach the Haoshan Great Perfection realm. 2. One must have a sense of the heavenly Tao of nature. Qin Yu was instantly puzzled. Heavenly Tao nature, what is that? Lion Yan laughed at once. Heavenly Tao nature, that is not a thing, but a state of mind that can only be comprehended on one's own, but is difficult to teach orally. Some people have reached Haoshan Great Perfection for decades, but they are unable to comprehend it and break through the final step, and they will not be able to become an innate master for the rest of their lives, and once they become an innate master, they will have a life expectancy of about 500-ish years. 500 years old. Qin Yu's little mouth grew wide. Lion Yan smiled when he saw Qin Yu's cute expression, wanting to become an innate expert, so tough. Once you become an innate expert, naturally there are many benefits. 500 years old is just the lifespan. The innate expert's own innate true Kai is also inherently different from that of an innate expert. It's completely 2 levels. Ah, Grandpa Lion, aren't there upper immortals above the innate experts? How powerful are they? Qin Yu's eyes glowed. Even the innate masters are so powerful. What's more to the immortals? Upper immortal, is it not that easy to become one? Lion Yan sighed. A supreme immortal, that is, when the emperors of various countries see a supreme immortal, they all have to salute and address them as supreme immortal, with great respect and honor. These emperors are afraid that the upper immortal will kill them. The upper immortal can ride a flying sword and soar through the 9 heavens, so he is not considered a mortal at all. Soaring through the 9 heavens, Qin Yu's heart naturally appeared in a picture, feet on the flying sword, soaring in the sky above. That kind of smooth, that kind of wanton, cannot help but let the small Qin Yu heart be very fascinated. Unconsciously, Qin Yu heart will want to become a fairy. The entire Chu dynasty has nearly 100 innate experts, but it is difficult for the entire Chu dynasty to produce an upper immortal for 100 years. And now the entire Chu dynasty has only 3 upper immortals. 2 of the 3 great upper immortals still became upper immortals more than 300 years ago, and it's only your Uncle Feng who has become an upper immortal in these 300 years. Uncle Wind, Qin Yu recalled his Uncle Wind, the one who was dressed in white and often sat on top of a white crane, was actually an upper immortal. Lion Yan continued, however, if one wants to become an upper immortal, the best way is to travel to an overseas immortal island and learn from a master. However, who knows about the overseas immortal islands other than the upper immortals of each country? Can the average person see the face of an upper immortal? And are they qualified to ask an upper immortal about the route to the overseas immortal islands? Even though I know the overseas immortal island is just too far away from the subterranean continent, every year, tens of thousands of people in the subterranean continent go in search of overseas immortal island wanting to learn from a master. To make a name for themselves, however, crises lurk in the sea, and only 1 in 1,000 can reach the overseas immortal island alive. Lion Yan sighed. Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up and said, Grandpa Lion, aren't there 10 to the overseas immortal islands in a year? Then how come there are still so few Shanxian in the subterranean dragon continent? According to Qin Yu's understanding, if there were 10 upper immortals in just 1 year, wouldn't there be many upper immortals in the subterranean dragon continent? But the entire subterranean dragon continent is immortal, but very few. Hundreds of years, thousands of cumulative, less than 10. To the sea, can one become an upper immortal from the outer immortal islands? Lion Yan shook his head and said, how extraordinary is an upper immortal, and how can everyone be able to cultivate into one? Even if I tell you the way to cultivate, only 1 in 1,000 will have the qualifications to do so. Doesn't that mean that of those who go to the overseas immortal islands, only 10 of them arrive alive in a year, and it takes almost 100 years for one to come out that can cultivate to become an upper immortal? Qin Yu immediately felt how difficult it was to become an upper immortal. Lion Yan suddenly stood up and looked out the window. Supreme Immortal, what a dazzling name. Countless experts throughout the continent are crazy about it, and countless experts want to become an upper immortal. A flying sword that kills 1,000 miles away. What kind of divine ability is that? There was a hint of longing in Lion Yan's eyes, while then he sighed, it is your father, who also wants to be helped by an upper immortal at all times. If another upper immortal were to help your father, your father's goal might be able to be realized. Qin Yu steeply trembled in his heart, father's goal. At the same time, a warm current flowed through Qin Yu's entire body. Qin Yu's entire body was instantly filled with energy. If I cultivate and become an upper immortal, I guess father will be very happy, and at that time, he'll be able to help father as well. Thinking of becoming an immortal and being able to help his father, as well as receiving that praise as well as attention from his father, Qin Yu's lonely heart that longed for his father's love heated up. For the sake of father, I must become an upper immortal. Qin Yu bit his lip as a determined light flashed in his eyes. The night was already late. The cold wind was howling outside the house, while in the house Qin Yu's whole body was rolling hot with excitement. Grandpa Lion, tell me how to cultivate. I want to cultivate. I will definitely cultivate to become an upper immortal. Even if I can't become an upper immortal, I will still cultivate to become an innate expert. Qin Yu's eyes emitted an extremely determined light. Qin Yu had already begun to sketch the future scene in his mind. He could even imagine his father looking at him with an approving gaze. What he needs is not other than his father's love. Father's approval, father's smile, even father's criticism or punishment, will make Qin Yu's heart feel the existence of father's love. He needs just father's love. Now he had found the way to regain his father's love. That is to work hard to cultivate, and like his big brother Qin Feng, to become a brave martial artist, a strong martial artist, or even an upper immortal who surpasses the existence of mortals. Qin Yu looked at Lion Yan expectantly. Little feather. Lion Yan was helpless in his heart, but he had to say it, so he only said truthfully, if you want to become an innate expert, you must cultivate internal energy, and internal energy breaks through from the Haoshan realm to the innate realm. But you were born with a Danshan that is unable to accumulate internal energy. How can you cultivate internal energy? And how can you become an innate expert? There is a problem with my Danshan, but Uncle Wang and the others once said that there are a frightening number of internal techniques under the sky, so there might be one that I can cultivate. Even if I can't cultivate internal martial arts, aren't there still external martial arts? I can still become an innate expert. Qin Yu said in a hurry. He absolutely could not tolerate himself not becoming an expert, because, in the pure heart of him, an 8-year-old child, this is the only way to get back his father's love. Outer work. External power is just constantly using various methods to exercise the body just to make the body stronger and the body faster. This is just a small way, from ancient times to the present day. Even if a character who is born with godly power, even if the body is exercised even more, there has never been a person who can rely on the external power to reach the innate realm. It is impossible to become an innate expert by practicing the external power to exercise the body. Lion Yan did not want Qin Yu to do useless things, and said directly, not a single one, not the slightest hope. Qin Yu's heart was stunned and his face turned pale. In the end, hope was gone, and Qin Yu felt a burst of coldness in his heart. Looking at the pale Qin Yu, Lion Yan felt a pang of heartache in himself. He's still a child. Lion Yan immediately said in a hurry, Xiao Yu, in fact, external power is also very powerful. External power is muscle power for one thing, and has a long-lasting power. Unlike internal power that quickly consumes all. There is also Lion Yan in order to comfort Qin Yu, his mind constantly thinking about the benefits of external power. Hearing what Lion Yan said, Qin Yu's eyes have a glimmer in his eyes again. Also, although external gong is difficult to exercise, the body is after all also the most fundamental of a person. There was a big man in the Li Hu army who was born with divine strength, and was able to lift a stone pier of 800 pounds with one hand just by relying on external horizontal training techniques alone. 800 pounds, one-handed. Qin Yu's hope rekindled in his heart. He could imagine that with such strong strength, lifting a large axe to chop people would not be as simple as cutting wheat. Yes, 800 pounds, one hand is able to lift 800 pounds of stone piers. His weapon is a one-legged bronze man in the battlefield. It is the pre-advanced innate masters, but also not as brave as him. That one-legged bronze man's swing smashed the ground. The enemy fell down a large number of Lion Yan kept on talking about the benefits of external power. Finally, Lion Yan made a conclusion. Although no one can cultivate this external power to become an innate expert, but when cultivated to the extreme of the Haoshan, the body reaches its limit, and the power is terrifyingly powerful, not weaker than a pre-innate expert. Lion Yan saw that Qin Yu's face looked good again. Then he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had watched Qin Yu grow up and knew Qin Yu's temperament. Is it possible to be able to compete with pre-advanced heavenly masters when one cultivates one's external skills to the Haoshan extreme? Qin Yu once again inquired. Lion Yan nodded his head repeatedly. At this time, how could he dare to deny it? It was estimated that once he shook his head, Qin Yu would be even more upset in his heart. Grandpa Lion, you said that no one has ever cultivated external skills to the innate realm in the past. Qin Yu inquired. Lion Yan nodded apprehensively, while Qin Yu was excited and waved his fist. Good. No one has ever cultivated to the innate realm in the past. Then I must. Lion Yan was stunned. Just because no one could in the past doesn't mean they can't. I believe in myself. Qin Yu's eyes radiated a burning light. Lion Yan smiled bitterly. Outer work. That cultivation, but then the cultivation of internal strength, can be countless times more bitter. External strength is to exercise the body in order to achieve the ultimate body. A variety of exercise methods absolutely let the body go through countless times of metamorphosis. That kind of pain is not the average person can withstand. How could Lion Yan let Qin Yu suffer that kind of pain? Little feather, the external horizontal practice of kung fu, but it is much more bitter. It is more painful than 100 lashes a day. You are also the son of the Zhendong king. There are people to protect you. You don't need to suffer so much. Lion Yan persuaded. He really couldn't bear to see such a young child suffer. Qin Yu slowly shook his head. No, the word came out of his mouth, but there was no room for negotiation. Lion Yan was helpless in his heart. How is it that all the people in this Qin family are like this? No matter how they look on the outside, the most fundamental nature of their heart is unwavering. One by one, they all recognize their goal and will never turn back. His father was like this, and now he is like this as well. Qin Yu suddenly spread a smile. He knew that his Grandpa Lion was concerned about him. Grandpa Lion, don't worry. Maybe there are still internal techniques that I can cultivate. You find some more internal techniques for me to try. If I really can't cultivate internal techniques, it's not too late for me to cultivate external techniques. Ah. Qin Yu walked to Lion Yan's side and hugged Lion Yan's shoulder. Grandpa Lion, don't worry. There are the best doctors, all kinds of experts, and magical hot springs within the mountain villa. What are you worried about? Lion Yan touched Qin Yu's head with a kind smile on his face. He naturally knew that Qin Yu did not want him to worry. All right, little feather, go back to bed. Leave this to me, Lion Yan said. Qin Yu, however, suddenly raised his head and said, Grandpa Lion, and you help me find some more experts in cultivating external martial arts. It should be better to have someone to guide me. Don't worry, this Grandpa knows. Lion Yan laughed. Qin Yu instantly laughed. Bar kissed Lion Yan's face affectionately, and then jumped and ran towards the door and called out, Grandpa Lion, go to sleep. I'll go back to sleep too. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man was already out of the room. Lion Yan immediately took out a brush and paper and wrote a letter. In Yanjing City, in Qin De's study in the royal residence, Qin De was standing in his study, tilting his head and looking out the window. It was dawn at the moment. A black-clothed scholar Zuyuan walked in. His hand was holding a letter, walked over to Qin De and smiled. Your Highness, this is Lion Bo. He flew a pigeon to send as a letter. It's about this child. Xiao Yu, take a look at it. Qin De received the letter, just so have been looking at the contents of which, eyes emanating a complex light. For a long time, unexpectedly, do not put down the hands of the letter. The King Zuyuan quietly shouted. Qin De instantly came to his senses, immediately a flame Kai energy from the hands of the emergence, but also directly to the letter to burn into ashes, and then, still cold look, calmly said, Zuyuan will be the king's residence within the various secret collections of internal martial arts as well as the secret books of external martial arts. I'll take a backup and send it to the Cloud Mist Villa. Zuyuan was taken aback, but he knew that Qin Yu was unable to cultivate internal energy, and he also knew how precious these secret collections of internal energy were, even when compared to the secret collections within the imperial palace of the Chu dynasty. The Zhendong king's secret collections of internal energy were much more precious. Wouldn't it be a waste to give so many secret treasures to a Qin Yu who couldn't cultivate internal energy? Your Majesty, all of them, even the ancestral dragons skill together. Xiao Yu, he can't cultivate internal martial arts again. Zhu Yuan inquired again. Didn't you hear what I just said? Qin De said coldly. Zhu Yuan then nodded and said no more. He was able to realize that Qin De had something on his mind at the moment, and he was also able to guess the mood of Qin De at the moment. And Qin De exhaled slightly. Doesn't you want to cultivate external energy masters? Bring over the 3 major external energy masters in the Li Hu army, and also look for external energy masters In the 3 counties in the eastern region, and bring them all over. Yes, Zhu Yuan answered the order. Qin paused and suddenly said, Zhu Yuan, send an order to Boundless Flood. Let General Zhao Yunxing go to Cloud Mist Villa as well, and if Fire chooses him to be your teacher, he'll stay at Cloud Mist Villa for a year. General Zhao Yunxing. Zhu Yuan was taken aback. Qin nodded, and then he was about to walk out of the study. Zhu Yuan suddenly voiced out, Your Highness, this time when we go back to Yanjing City, want we go to Cloud Mist Villa to take a look at Little Feather? The last time we saw Little Feather was more than a year ago. Are we squeezing out a day to make a trip? Qin's body lurched as he calmly said, No need. And then he went straight out of the study. Zhu Yuan looked at Qin's back and shook his head and sighed. Could it be that all the people in the Qin family are like this? One by one, they are all so stubborn. For the sake of the original oath, do they even disregard the love between father and son? Zhu Yuan sighed and went out of the study with him, leaving only the ashes of the letters that had been burned on the ground floor of the study. The sky was clear at the West Garden hot spring of Cloud Villa. Ah, that's so cozy. Qin Yu wearing a pants then lying in the hot springs. No matter it is winter or summer, in the hot springs do not need to worry about the temperature. The hot springs of the Cloud Mist Villa is different from other hot springs, has a magical efficacy, according to the research of some experts in medical Taoism. There are a number of substances in the hot springs that are good for the body. Little Blackie, just come down. Qin Yu fiercely reached out, grabbed Little Blackie, and got it into the hot spring. There was a sharp flap of wings from Blackie, but unfortunately by the time it escaped, it was wet with feathers and truly transformed into a drenched chicken. Little Blackie was dripping with water, and grudgingly looked at Qin Yu, seemingly blaming the little master for teasing it. Seeing the appearance of Little Blackie, Qin Yu immediately threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha, Little Blackie, you're so adorable. Come, take a dip in the hot spring with me. It's very comfortable. You'll be an eagle soaring through the 9 heavens in the future. If you can go up to the sky, you should also be able to go down to the water. Otherwise, it's too useless, right? Qin Yu joked about Zhao, but Zhao was flapping his wings, fanning the water droplets off his body, and staring at Qin Yu, seemingly very dissatisfied. Little Yu, Lion Yan smiled as he walked over from the corridor of the West Garden, bypassing the rockery to appear in front of Qin Yu, who dropped his head and instantly smiled brightly. Grandpa Lion, I'm going to tell you a good news, Lion Yan mysteriously said. Qin Yu immediately had a burst of surprise in his heart. Good news. Could it be that Father King he has come? Thinking so in his heart, but Qin Yu did not say it. He eagerly looked at Lion Yan. Lion Yan laughed. The various secret books you asked for have arrived. Qin Yu was slightly disappointed in his heart, but as soon as his mood recovered from the disappointment, Qin Yu jumped out of the hot spring violently and put on his clothes in 3 or 2 strokes, his eyes filled with excitement. Grandpa Lion, quickly take me away. Where is the secret book? No one can help you. Only you can work hard. Follow me. Lion Yan smiled and led the way in front. Qin Yu followed behind Lion Yan with excitement in his heart, but in his heart he had made up his mind. In the past, Qin Yu lived a muddled life, doing nothing but reading books in his study, or watching the starry sky late at night, or soaking in hot springs and playing with Little Black. But at this moment, Qin Yu had a goal in his heart, and his entire body was energized, and even his temperament had become different. Cloud Mist Villa, in the North Court Underground Chamber Group. There were dozens of secret chambers in the Underground Chamber Group. Lion Yan led Qin Yu into one of the chambers, and in this chamber there was only a bed, a long table, a chair, and other daily necessities only, which appeared to be very brief. At this moment, on top of the long table, there was a delicate black box. Little Yu, those secret books are in this box. Lion Yan pointed at the black box and said, when Qin Yu heard this, his eyes lit up and he rushed forward to open the black box. This action was what startled Lion Yan. Little Yu, don't open. Lion Yan's right hand steeply flashed like a phantom, and even grabbed Qin Yu and picked him up, and then put it behind him and said very seriously, "Little Yu, this box is not an ordinary box. You can't open it like this." Qin Yu looked at Lion Yan suspiciously. "Little Feather, you are too young to understand the preciousness of these secret books." Lion Yan shook his head and laughed. "Do you know that the preciousness of these secret books is even more than the secret collections of the Chu dynasty's imperial palace? That's why this box is also constructed in a peculiar way. Forcing it open or opening it at will destroy the secret books in it." Saying that, Lion Yan's hand was like a phantom, pointing the box 12 times one after another in an instant, each time in a different location. Peng, with a sound, a keyhole unexpectedly appeared on the box. Qin Yu stared wide-eyed. He can remember clearly. Just now the box cannot have a keyhole. He also thought that this box and the surface, just ordinary box, is the type of closure. Did not think that the construction of which is very peculiar. Even if someone else takes it, they won't be able to find the keyhole, and there's no key. Lion Yan said as he took out a golden key and stuck it into the keyhole, and with a click, the chest opened automatically. Qin Yu immediately stretched his head to look. At a glance, there was an extremely thin book in the black box. Each book was almost only a dozen or so pages. The lesser ones were only a few pages, and the thickest ones were only more than 20 pages, but the whole box was surprisingly full of such thin books. All the internal secret techniques in here are top-notch. There are 60, 8 secret books, and 8 secret books of external techniques. A little Feather, in the future, if you want to read these secret books, you must come to the secret room and never take them out. Understand? Lion Yan's face was serious as he said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. "Well, you were able to read before you were 6 years old, and you have also read many books over the past 2 years. You are able to read these secret books yourself. Take your time and read them. Grandpa will leave first," Lion Yan said with a smile, and then left the secret room. When Lion Yu left, Qin Yu alone took one secret book and placed them all on the table, a total of 96 secret books filling up the long table. Looking at the secret book in front of him, Qin Yu's eyes radiated an unprecedented light. The Yellow Crane Fugue, the 100 Sentences chapter, the Song of the Golden Tripod, the Song of the Catching of Gold, the Water Yuan Note. A book of internal secret books, each one taken out is a secret book that makes martial artists go crazy. The Qin family has a long history, that is, the secret books of the 3 great royal dynasties are taken out, but also cannot be compared to the Qin family. The Qin family, many of these secret books, have been lost for hundreds of years. The ancestral dragon's secrets, it seems like my father let me read it when I was a child. Qin Yu looked at the last, originally the thinnest secret book. The same material, but the most precious, ancestral dragon no. How written in gold paper, even the 3 big words ancestral dragon. No, how give a sense of oppression. After looking at the 68 top-notch internal martial arts, Qin Yu then looked at the 28 external martial arts secret books. Iron Sand Palm, Powerful Vajra Palm, Dragon Claw Hands, Iron Cloth Shirt, Vajra Shield, 13 Tapo Cross Training, Fighter's Fist. 28 external secret techniques were placed one by one in front of Qin Yu's eyes. When the first, Qin Yu will casually pick up a start slowly flipping up in the secret room. Qin Yu full attention began to look through the Qin family through an unknown number of generations to collect a variety of precious cultivation secret books. In the secret room, Qin Yu walks hoarse to see a line at a glance to casually browse. 28 external secret Qin Yu just 1 hour will completely browse all over. Grandpa Lion is right. This external power cultivation seems to be really hard. Qin Yu had a frown on that small face. After reading the 28 secret books, Qin Yu, he has a certain understanding of external cultivation. External cultivation is to use various methods to try to make the prostate body strength stronger, that is a constant exercise, more than fatigue pull, constantly beyond the limit. Internal cultivation, but is to absorb the heaven and earth aura only. Cultivation time is not what injury, but after cultivation, refreshing. While the external power is to dig the limits of the body, so that the body undergoes the maximum degree of refinement, the pain is extremely difficult. These are simply two opposite methods of cultivation. Outer work, bitter, tiring, and also unable to become an innate master. Usually only commoners, poor people without any background, would choose to practice external kung fu. And the children of real families usually practiced internal kung fu. But what about Qin Yu? There were 8 top-notch internal martial arts techniques, each of which was extremely remarkable, but could he practice them? Let's take a look at the internal heart techniques first. Although my danshin is rather peculiar, there might be some internal heart techniques that I can cultivate. With a hint of luck, Qin Yu opens the secret book with hope, and at a glance he is dumbfounded. Shenting point, Beihui point, Fengchi point, Ximen point Sanjie. Ao hand Sheryong vein hand Te. Yin, kidney foot Sheryong vein. This Qin Yu was dumbfounded. He has read a lot of books and heard these terms, but the key is that he knows the wind pool point, but he does not know where the wind pool point is in the human body. Although there are images in those books, they are only rough images, only a few lines. This inner strength cannot be practiced indiscriminately. Gas into the fork in the road, it is fatal. It seems that we first need to find our way to the study room to carefully study the books about meridians, or at least figure out the meridian points. All that was on Qin Yu's small face was helplessness. And then he put these books away and went out of the secret room. 6 days later, Qin Yu once again entered the secret room. This time I am very confident. 8 books first, a book to test, to see which one can be cultivated. Qin Yu's face is full of excitement, after all. Qin Yu is also just an 8-year-old child, often dreaming of masters. Research meridian points of 6 days, in order to completely understand to understand. Qin Yu also let the underlings of the Cloud Mist Villa specially get a wooden man, but also let the Cloud Mist Villa specially equipped with a medical expert, Mr. Wang Zion Old, will be the meridian points, and so on are marked clearly, combining books, wooden people, and frequently asking old Mr. Wang Zion. Qin Yu was finally confident and ready to start cultivating his inner strength. Which one is the first book to practice? Let's go with this one, the Water Scripture Commentary. Qin Yu muttered to himself as he randomly chose a secret book. This Water Scripture Commentary was very famous hundreds of years ago, but not many people knew about this top-notch cultivation technique anymore. Qin Yu followed the cultivation method, sat down with his knees crossed, and began to cultivate. The first step in practicing internal martial arts is to have a sense of Kai. To be able to feel the tiny trace of heaven and earth aura that one absorbs. In fact, people have been unconsciously absorbing heaven and earth aura since they live in the world, but because the amount is so small, they can't feel it at all. To cultivate is to consciously absorb as much as possible. After an hour, Qin Yu's heart was also in turmoil, and he could not hold on. Kai sense, Kai sense. Even Grandpa said that those with good natural talent will have Kai sense once they cultivate. I've been cultivating for an hour now. How come I don't have any Kai sense? Qin Yu's face is filled with helplessness. His legs are numb after sitting on his knees for such a long time. After getting up and moving around for a while, Qin Yu once again meditated and practiced the Water Classic. 2 days later, Qin Yu had breakfast and continued to come to practice. Qin Yu is very stubborn. He has been practicing the first of the Water Scripture note. In fact, just feel the sense of Kai, with which one of the secret books of internal martial arts does not make much difference at all. Stubborn. Qin Yu once again sat down on his knees. The brain began to fantasize about the flow of air in the meridian flow. And then Qin Yu will not want to do everything. The brain of an empty netherworld. So, continue. Steep Qin Yu felt an extremely weak air current slowly flowing in the body, more than 2 days of persistence. At this moment finally succeeded. Instantly Qin Yu heart a burst of excitement. Suddenly, that kind of peace in the heart, the state of empty meditation in the brain, disappeared. At the same time, Kinyu cannot feel the air current. Come, come. Kinyu muttered to himself before once again entering the state he was in just now, according to the method described in the water scripture note. And after a few moments, Kinyu indeed once again felt a faint stream of Kai within his body. Immediately, Kinyu followed the method of the water scripture note and began to let the Kai flow run through the meridians for a small circumference. As it flowed, Kinyu felt the Kai flow more clearly. After running for a small circumference, Kinyu was going to control this aura to be integrated into the Danshin. According to what was told in the secret book, the Kai flow entered the Danshin and would quietly build up in the Danshin. But what's going on? Is my Danshin really unable to accumulate internal energy? Kinyu was dumbfounded. He realized that the aura that had gone through the small circumference operation in the Danshin had scattered and leaked away, returning to nature from the body once again. The Danshin was still empty. It seems that what Uncle Feng said in the beginning was right. My Danshin is different, and I can't store internal energy at all. When one cultivates internal martial arts, the internal energy is stored within the Danshin. What's the use of cultivating again when my Danshin cannot store it? Kinyu finally understood at this moment. Although there are countless methods of internal martial arts cultivation in the world, each of them is different. But one thing is the same. The internal energy that was absorbed and transformed by this cultivation was stored in the Ki-high point, which was also the Danshin. Even the Danshin could not store internal energy. So what was the use of practicing again? Suddenly, Kinyu carelessly found the golden ancestral dragon secrets among these internal martial arts books. The only secret book written on gold paper appeared to be very conspicuous, so Kinyu reached out and took over this ancestral dragon secrets. The ancestral dragon technique was very thin, only 3 pages, but the words on top of the golden paper were very small, and there was quite a lot of content on the 3 pages of golden paper. Kinyu tried to cultivate according to the mnemonic of ancestral dragon technique. In a moment, Kinyu felt a flow of Kai in his body. This ancestral dragon technique was really powerful, absorbing much more spiritual Kai of the heaven and earth than just now, and the circumference of the sky ran at a very fast speed, and by the time when Kinyu was about to store his internal energy to the Danshin, the same thing happened. The Danshin was like a funnel that leaked out as much internal energy as it had, and there was no way to accumulate it. Kinyu's face seemed to be smiling bitterly and helplessly, and then laughed. Alas, it seems that I can't be lazy anymore. I still want to not suffer, want to find a way to cultivate internal energy. This Danshin is just like a funnel. How much internal energy is dispersed when there is much? How can I cultivate internal energy? However, Kinyu's face seemed unconcerned. In fact, Kinyu's heart had long been prepared for failure. After all, the person who said that he was unable to cultivate internal energy was Feng Yuzai, one of the 3 great supreme immortals of the Chu dynasty. The assertion made by such a character, the possibility of being wrong, was too low. Outer work, from today onwards, I'll cultivate outer work with all my might. Kinyu's eyes flickered with a silky light as he looked at the 28 secret books of external Gong. Kinyu smiled. No one in the past in the subterranean dragon continent has ever reached the innate realm with external Gong. Let me be the first person to reach the innate realm with external Gong. After all, Kinyu was only an 8-year-old child, and still had a child's heart. Relying on external power to reach the innate realm is indeed unprecedented. So how powerful is an external power expert in the innate realm? This is a mystery. 2 mornings later, in Kinyu's study, Kinyu was holding a book and was quietly looking at it beside Kinyu. There were 2 huge bookshelves at a glance. There were at least thousands of various books on these 2 major bookshelves. And little Blackie was also hanging around in the study, not disturbing its little master. Third Highness, there are 8 external energy masters coming, and the one leading the group is Lord Deputy Chief of the Royal House. saying that they are sent to pick an external energy teacher. For Third Highness, a servant walked to the door of the study and said respectfully, "Can you?" Immediately eyes light up, then immediately put down the book in his hand, a burst of excitement in his heart. At first he and Lion Yan said this matter. Lion Yan also sent a letter to tell the people in the royal family. Zhendong King Kinda knows this matter, especially arranged for a few experts in the barracks, as well as a few external experts from the 3 counties of the eastern region to come over together. After waiting for 2 days, it's finally here. Kang An, quick, lead the way in front. Qin Yu excitedly ordered his servant at once. Yes, Kang An immediately respectfully leads the way in front, while Qin Yu exits the study and heads towards the west garden. Not far from the Ziyuan hot spring, there was a practicing ground where quite a few people were gathering at the moment. Uncle Lion, this time each of the 8 external energy masters can be first class. There are 4 from the army, and the other 4 are also exceptionally powerful external energy masters from 3 counties in the eastern region. Look, that silver-haired old man is the Eagle Claw King, and this time the deputy chief of the royal household, Mr. Lai, who is leading the team, said to Lion Yan slightly curtly. Lion Yan nodded carelessly and swept a glance towards the 8 external experts, the so-called Eagle Claw King, and a few others. Lion Boss Gaze didn't even stay for a second. Practice external power, or practice fingers, practice claws, or practice legs, even feet. Practice what place that part is different from the normal people. For example, practice claw power people. Fingers are thicker and calluses are more. Lion Bow to these people is not the slightest look. Oh, Lion Boss eyes steeply lit up, staring at the last of the 8, which was a cold man in black. The man wasn't considered strong, his muscles weren't as developed as the others, and there weren't any calluses on his hands and so on, so he didn't look like an expert in external martial arts at all. But Lion Boss gaze rested on the black, clothed man for a full 3 seconds. That black, clothed cold man steeply raised his head, and Lion Bo glanced at each other, and the gaze in that man's eyes steeply erupted as if a lightning bolt had erupted. Zhao, Yunxing. So it's General Zhao, the king. He even spared to invite you, General Zhao. If Xiao Yu is able to worship you as his teacher, it won't be difficult for him to become an expert in the future. Lion Bo smiled and said, for this Zhao Yunxing, Lion Bo also knew very well. Zhao Yunxing's face was still cold. His Majesty said that the Third Highness will choose whoever he chooses as his teacher, depending on His Highness' vision. Senior Lion still don't secretly remind His Highness, or else, even if he chooses Yunxing, Yunxing won't accept him as a disciple. This I naturally know. Everything depends on Little Feather's own choice. Lion Yan nodded with a smile. This time, the 8 external energy masters were all extremely powerful, and to be able to cultivate external energy in these 8 people's realm. They were also considered external energy masters. Which one Qin Yu chooses is good, but Lion Yan is secretly expecting in his heart, expecting Qin Yu to choose Zhao Yunxing, because Lion Yan knows how powerful this Zhao Yunxing is. In a moment, the sound of footsteps outside rang out. With a trace of excitement on his face, Qin Yu rushed in at once, and as soon as he saw the 8 masters in front of him, Qin Yu's eyes instantly glowed. Little Feather, you can choose one of these 8 external energy masters to be your teacher. Lion Yan said with a smile. Qin Yu but one by one carefully look at the past 8 experts. The most conspicuous should be that as if the bear-like big man, that huge arm is enough to compare to Qin Yu's waist thick. That punch down, Qin Yu has no doubt about that power. At that moment, Qin Yu's heart became even more excited. Pick one, can't you pick all 8? Qin Yu looked towards Lion Yan and asked with a puzzled little frown. Lion Yan was stunned for a moment, and the 8 experts were all stunned, including that cold Zhao Yunxing whose eyebrows lifted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but have a hint of a smile, cough. Lion Yan coughed before he said to Qin Yu in a serious tone, Little Yua, this practicing kung fu is not reading. You can hire several teachers for reading, but you can't learn martial arts. For example, If you learn several types of internal kung fu at the same time, then you will go off the deep end. But am learning external martial arts, Qin Yu asked back. External power is even more not. External power is to exercise the body, so that the body constantly break through the limit. Each external power experts have their own set of methods, that is, practiced by countless people, can guarantee that you will not be therefore the body practiced down. But if you learn from several teachers at the same time, those several methods blended together, that Lion Yan shook his head and sighed. That meaning is obviously very clear. And in addition to that reason, there is an even more important reason. The 8 of us don't think any of us would be willing to share discipleship with others. A stout, bald man laughed as the others smiled and nodded. These 8 people are all external power master level experts, each heart lonely and proud, and how willing to share a disciple with others. But here Qin Yu so say, these 8 people no one care after all, just an 8. Your old child, I see. Qin Yu nodded. Suddenly, Qin Yu eyes flashed a trace of cunning. Lion Yan suddenly heart a sudden burst. He knew that Qin Yu, although the heart is good, but also liked to joke pranks. The cloud mist mountain. Village of those guards, those servants have not been few, have been fooled. 8 uncles and uncles, I heard Grandpa Lion say that you guys are external energy masters and asked me to choose you as my teachers. But you guys should also perform a little bit so that I can choose right. Qin Yu blinked his big eyes and looked at the 8 external energy masters. Isn't it? How do you choose without demonstrating it? Haha, that's a good point, so I'll perform first. What should I perform? I, Barbarian Dong, have a lot of stunts. The biggest of the 8, the big man who was as strong as a bear, walked out, and he was holding a one-legged bronze man in his hand. This Barbarian Dong thought for a moment, and then laughed. Okay, let's perform strength. Barbarian Dong placed the one-legged bronze man on the ground, and with one glance, he took a fancy to the huge lapis lazuli used for decoration in the West Garden, which was nearly half a man high and looked like it weighed 1,000 pounds. That Barbarian Dong just walked over and grabbed both sides with one hand. HMPH. Barbarian Dong let out a cold snort. Qin Yu surprisingly saw this Barbarian Dong nose out of a visible breath, only to see the Barbarian Dong that the arm's muscle grave up, a strip of as if earthworms like tangled, that muscle lines as if the rock carving, which contains the divine power, let a person feel horror. Up, Barbarian Dong let out a loud shout, and that huge piece of green stone was unexpectedly thrown by his hands and flew up. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. 1,000 kilograms of boulder. It is difficult to lift alone is appalling. This brute Dong even threw this boulder up. Between the hands of the force is definitely more than 1,000 kilograms. That boulder flew 1 or 2 meters high, and then fell down heavily. The Barbarian Dong stabilized his horse and stretched out his hands, dragging down the green stone with both hands as soon as he could. This green stone fell. The force that acted on the hands of Barbarian Dong was more than its own weight, but Barbarian Dong still steadily dragged it. The strength of the force can be seen in General Awesome. Qin Yu's eyes widened. Barbarian Dong laughed, not caring. My Barbarian Dong has 800 pounds of strength in one hand, and with both hands added up, over 1,000 pounds is not like playing with it. Barbarian Dong was born with divine strength, precisely one of the 3 major external experts of the Li Hu army, nicknamed Barbarian Bear. Awesome. Awesome, who else? Qin Yu was excited at the moment, seeing such a performance. How could he not be excited? The thought that he would have such strength in the future, he was even more excited. But Qin Yu did not know that Barbarian Dong was born with godly strength, and it was difficult for Qin Yu to work out to that extent. A lean, hawk-nosed man walked out and said, "What I cultivate is the iron sand palm." Qin Yu took a look at the man's palm. It was really different from normal people, much rougher and even greenish in color. That eagle, hooked-nosed man said, and walked directly to the green stone and slammed his palm down. The lapis lazuli shook violently, and then it even shattered into dozens of chunks. Such a palm force was simply appalling to death. Qin Yu's small mouth grew long and shocked as he looked at the cold eagle. Hooked nose man, such a palm force, if it slapped on a person's body, who would be able to stand it? Qin Yu, however, did not know. The 8 people who came this time, each one of them had reached the level of a grandmaster of their respective external martial arts schools, and each one of them was strong as hell, and was able to win against the average Haoshan Peak expert. Perhaps only an innate master would be able to suppress them. External skills to such a degree, hands and feet have been as strong as steel. Even more than the strength of the weapon, shoot broken green stone is also very normal. However, to cultivate external energy to such a level, not only need to work hard, but also need natural talent. After all, there are more than 1 billion people in the 3 counties of the eastern region, and only a few dozen of them are able to cultivate their external strength to such a level. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he watched carefully, as each of the external energy experts came forward to perform their own stunts. Pum! The silver-haired old man single-handedly grabbed as if brick-sized pieces of lapis lazuli, only to see that 5 fingers exerted force, and then that piece of lapis lazuli was pinched into a crushed powder, and then the silver-haired old man walked back to his own position coldly and proudly, and faintly said, "Eagle Claw Gong." This is the 6th external kung fu master to perform. The bald, lean man stepped out, the upper half of his bare stack seeming to have a silky golden light in general. "Iron leg kung fu," the bald man said with a slight smile, while then he swung his leg with ease, The air was instantly cut through, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound. A visible air current impacted away in a straight line, just above a shattered green stone, which was instantly rolled far away by the impact. Just by virtue of the airflow generated by the speed of the horrible leg, will be a shattered lapis lazuli impact rolled far away. That if that leg solidly smashed in the human body, and what is the result? Awesome. Qin Yu secretly sighed in his heart, and then cast his eyes towards the last external energy expert, the cold black-clothed man. From the beginning to the end, this cold black-clothed man just indifferently watched the other several external energy experts perform. His eyes were always calm. "Why don't you perform?" Qin Yu couldn't help but curiously inquire after waiting for a few moments, and not seeing this cold man make a move. Yao Yunxing shook his head and said blandly, "My claw strength is not as good as Eagle Claw King. My strength is not as good as Barbarian Dong, and my leg strength is not as good as this brother. So why am I still disgraced?" Qin Yu was dumbfounded. "Then you should always have some kind of master stroke." Qin Yu looked carefully at the black-clothed cold man in front of him, trying to judge his masterstroke from him. But Qin Yu failed. He simply couldn't find anything special about this black-clothed man. "Stunts," Zhao Yunxing laughed, then converged his face to look at Qin Yu. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he said icily, "My stance will only be shown when I kill someone, but even if I were to be your teacher, I wouldn't be able to teach you the stance of killing someone." Qin Yu, however, was not intimidated by this Zhao Yunxing's aura. Instead, he was puzzled. "You don't teach me your best moves, so what are you teaching me?" "Exercise," Zhao Yunxing said flatly. Qin Yu smiled steeply. "Fine, I'll pick you." Zhao Yunxing's face, which had always been cold and stern, was a trace of surprise at this moment. Even the other 7 external energy experts were all looking at Qin Yu in surprise one by one. They were unable to understand why Qin Yu did not choose them, but instead chose someone who only passed on the exercise body. "Good, Third Highness has chosen. From today, Zhao Yunxing is Third Highness teacher." Deputy Governor Lai immediately announced in a loud voice. One by one, the other 7 external strength masters walked towards Qin Yu in amazement, and Barbarian Dong's coarse voice rang out, "Third Highness, why don't you pick me? I can definitely teach you to be as strong as an ox, and with a big axe, that's one chop off." Looking at the curious 7 external experts in front of him, a thieving smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. "Hey, this one a secret." At this time, Zhao Yunxing also walked over and looked at Qin Yu. a faint smile on his face as he also asked, "I'm also curious. How did you choose me as your teacher? Third Highness, can you tell us why?" Qin Yu slightly raised his head and said smugly, "Stupid. Is there any need to say that? What a bunch of fools." Saying this, he turned around to leave, and Lion Yan, who had also walked over, followed beside Qin Yu, and then asked, "Little Yu, how did you choose this Zhao Yangxing?" Qin Yu immediately mysteriously whispered in Lion Yan, "Grandpa Lion, still need to say. Look at their demeanor will know, 8 people, that Zhao Yangxing stood at the end. No one dared to approach him. Also that Zhao Yangxing saw the others performing and didn't seem to care. This cannot be judged, and even Grandpa, you look at that Zhao Yangxing gaze is also different from the others. Oh he. Saying that, Qin Yu walked out of the Western Garden, while the 8 external experts were all astonished in their eyes. They were all experts and their hearing was much more sensitive. They all heard Qin Yu's words. The Third Highness mind is really meticulous. Maybe he can really receive a good disciple, but I don't know how his perseverance is. There was a hint of a smile in Zhao Yangxing's eyes. The other 7 experts were all aware in their hearts, and they all marveled at the cleverness of this Third Highness. "General Zhao, we will return to the military camp first." Barbarian Dong and the other 3 major external energy experts in the Li, who army, immediately arched their hands and said, their demeanor was respectful, that came from the bottom of their hearts. For this General Zhao, even an innate expert was inferior to General Zhao in the eyes of these army experts. "Brother Zhao, congratulations on receiving such a high-ranking disciple. We'll take our leave as well." The Eagle Claw King and the others also arched their hands in a slightly respectful manner and said, "The internal power experts, that is a circle, and the external power experts also have a circle, the entire submerged dragon continent, so many external power experts in this circle, Zhao Yangxing, belongs to the emperor-level characters, respected by all external power experts, and Zhao Yangxing is also very powerful in leading the army." Zhendong King Qindu was willing to let Zhao Yangxing come and teach for 1 year, which also amazed Zhu Yuan for a long time in the beginning. On the second day, on the huge practicing field of Cloud Mist Villa, Zhao Yangxing stood alone and motionless in his black practicing clothes. Teacher Qin Yu, who was wearing a practicing uniform, excitedly ran in front of Zhao Yangxing and respectfully said. Zhao Yangxing nodded slightly, then said in the future, "You must arrive at the practice field at 6 o'clock in the morning. At this moment it's already 8 o'clock in the morning. You're a whole hour late. First, y'all be punished for running from the Cloud Mist Villa to the foot of the mountain, and then running from the foot of the mountain to the Cloud Mist Villa. In order to let everyone see clearly understand, will be the subterranean dragon continent time as a day of 24 hours, January 30, a year of 360 days. Actually, it's also tomato being lazy." Qin Yu was slightly stunned and immediately said in exasperation, "Teacher, this is the first time I wasn't told to come at 6 before. For my orders, don't have any doubts, all you need to do is execute them." Zhao Yangxing's cold eyes stared at Qin Yu without the slightest compromise. Qin Yu bit his lip and immediately said, "Yes, teacher." After saying that, he started to run down. Cloud and Mist Villa is on the waist of Donglan Mountain. From Cloud and Mist Villa to the foot of the mountain, there are about 2,000 meters. Round trip is 4,000 meters, and when you come back, you are still climbing upwards. The difficulty is so great that it is not at all something that an 8-year-old child can withstand. Zhao Yangxing watched as Qin Yu started to run, and the corners of his mouth had a hint of a smile as he nodded slightly, and then he returned to his cold appearance. Zhao Yangxing also ran after Qin Yu. Zhao Yangxing ran as if he was taking a walk. The whole person was like the wind. A step was several meters. Zhao Yangxing then followed Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a little light as he pursed his lips and started to run. In the past, he often climbed mountains and often ran from Cloud Mist Villa to the top of the mountain. each time more than 1,000 meters, which made Qin Yu's endurance is very good, coupled with the hot springs in Cloud Mist Villa to soak. The body is far stronger than his age. Running to the foot of the mountain of 2,000 meters because it is downhill, Qin Yu did not have too much effort after running 2,000 meters, just gasping for breath, turn around. Qin Yu will run upwards. Downhill is easy, uphill is hard. Just run a few hundred meters. Qin Yu felt on the breath pain of the great. Every step are strained to the extreme. Qin Yu felt leg muscles sore. Every step are strained very, but Qin Yu can feel Zhao Yunxing on their side. Qin Yu was also stubborn and arrogant in his bones, so he immediately gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. Extreme, breathing difficulty, the whole chest as if a bellows sucking oxygen at extreme speed. I can't. Reaching the physiological limit, Qin Yu felt extremely painful. Father. As soon as he thought of his father, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and continued to hold on, becoming more and more painful, to the point that Qin Yu felt that he was going to die, but suddenly, as if he had rolled over a peak, Qin Yu's breathing was slightly easier again. After surviving this physiological limit, Qin Yu's running was maintained at that state close to the limit. When he had run more than 1,000 meters to see the gate of Cloud Mist Villa, Qin Yu reached his second physiological limit. It's time to arrive at the Cloud Mist Villa. Qin Yu's heart relaxed for a moment, and he was about to stop and rest. Run to the practice field. Behind him, Zhao Yunxing's icy cold voice rang out. Zhao Yunxing did not have the slightest gasp of breath, and even his voice did not have the slightest rise and fall, while regular people were panting from walking and hiking alone. He did not even have the slightest change in his breath. Qin Yu did not say anything, but a burst of rapid breathing. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and took a breath, and finally ran to the practice field. As soon as he arrived at the practice field, Qin Yu felt that his legs were soft and tired, so he wanted to sit down, standing, not allowed to sit down. With a flash of his figure, Zhao Yunxing arrived in front of Qin Yu, looking at him lightly. His face expression not the slightest bit different from before he went up and down the mountain. Qin Yu relied on that arrogance in his bones and hardened himself to stand and just look at Zhao Yunxing. Zhao Yunxing nodded and said, being able to run down, "You are also able to feel the physiological limit. Very good. Having run down in one go, from today onwards, you are my Zhao Yunxing's disciple." The meaning of Zhao Yunxing's words was obvious. If Qin Yu couldn't finish the run, it was estimated that Zhao Yunxing would directly leave and stop teaching Qin Yu. Qin Yu just looked at Zhao Yunxing, not that he did not want to speak, but at the moment he simply could not speak, the first time he ran so drastically. All external martial arts or iron sand palm or iron legs or any other are all methods of exercising a certain part of the body, making it stronger than steel with amazing attacking power, and they all belong to the method of attacking only. No matter what kind of external arts, the body is the root, the body is the foundation. A person who is as fast as lightning and has the strength to lift 1,000 pounds, cultivates any external martial art, or the overlord divine fist, or the iron legs martial art, is definitely much more powerful than a consumptive. Zhao Yunxing spoke eloquently. Qin Yu at the moment gas also panting slowed down, heard Zhao Yunxing so said, immediately said, "Teacher, this I understand, the body is fundamental. A good body is a piece of diamond, carving out, or much better, while the weak body is a piece of impurity jade. Even if the craftsmanship is high, cannot become a good jade carving." Zhao Yunxing had a rare smile on his face. Very well. It's good to understand. I will teach you for only 1 year. Within this year, I will train you in every aspect of your body, strength, speed, flexibility, explosiveness, resistance to blows, etc., so that your body will continue to transform. As for the method of attack, I won't teach you. I will only teach you methods to train your body to a perfect state. As for how to use this body to attack people and kill, you will realize it yourself. My training method is the limit training method. Just now when you ran, I think you felt the existence of the physiological limit, but compared to my training, that's just child's play. Of course, you can choose to give up. you choose to give up. I also easy. Those soldiers of mine can be much stronger than a child like you. Zhao Yongxing looked at Qin Yu and said indifferently. Qin Yu had determination in his eyes, extreme. Qin Yu, however, felt that he liked the feeling of going beyond the limits, yes, liked it. Teacher, let's begin. Qin Yu looked at Zhao Yongxing with an angsty look, and Zhao Yongxing lifted his eyebrows, marveling at the firmness of this disciple's heart, and a trace of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. But Qin Yu's suddenly bitter face, blinking eyes looking at Zhao Yongxing, pitiful Zixi said, Teacher, can you let me take a break, just now running really tired, First drink a mouthful of water and then soak in the hot springs, and then let Grandpa Wang to help massage. Muscles are very tired. Zhao Yongxing was stunned, and the expression on his face froze. At this time, Zhao Yongxing's expression was wonderful, and it can be described in one word, that is, crying and laughing. Before training you, I must make you understand the essence of my training method. After a year, even if I go back, you still have to continue training according to the essence of my training technique. Zhao Yongxing said with a cold face, staring at Qin Yu. Upon hearing the word essence, Qin Yu's eyes immediately glowed, and he concentrated on the god listens carefully. Looking at the world, there are countless ways of external energy, yet most of the training methods are on the wrong path. Zhao Yongxing said blandly. At the moment he seemed like an emperor pointing out the way, criticizing the other external martial arts training methods as worthless. Qin Yu, remember one thing, when practicing external martial arts, you must study through the medical path. Zhao Yongxing stared at Qin Yu and said emphatically, Healing Way. Although Qin Yu's heart was strange, he still kept it in his mind. Zhao Yongxing continued, Why do people cultivate? The first is to live a long and healthy life, and the second is to make their attacks stronger. Those who cultivate external martial arts want to make their fists, legs, and feet as hard as adamantine. And indeed, they do. But their fists are hard, but is it as hard as a battle sword made of basalt iron? Qin Yu's brows deepened as he listened. Chuan iron, more precious, refined weapons are also much sharper and harder than normal iron weapons. The sharpness of the Chuan iron battle knife is definitely more than the fists and feet of external experts. For example, that brute Dong has reached the peak of exercising strength. His strength is big, his muscles are strong, but his speed is slow compared to the experts. I only need a dagger that can slit his throat in a blink of an eye. Zhao Yongxing said coldly, his body naturally radiating a murderous aura. Qin Yu didn't doubt Zhao Yongxing's words at all at this moment. Instead, his eyes became even brighter as he stared at Zhao Yongxing, listening to every word. Studying the Tao of medicine, you may know that the human body has over 100 muscles, each with its own function, and if you train one place alone, it will result in a bad result, with great strength but slow speed. Or the hands and feet are strong, but the body is not sensitive enough. Speed is fast, but the body is not strong enough. Zhao Yongxing eloquently. Qin Yu completely understood Zhao Yongxing's meaning at this moment, and immediately said excitedly, Teacher, I see. Is it to exercise all the muscles? No, Zhao Yongxing shook his head. Even if you want to work all the muscles, do you know how? Qin Yu was stunned. There are so many muscles in the whole body. To exercise to each muscle that is not practice alone can do. That is to go through an unknown number of generations of research to achieve. What's more, even if there is this method, it's still not desirable, all the rigid and flexible, and the same is true for the external power course. One must not practice one place alone. Likewise, one must not swallow it whole, practicing everything, and in the end, instead, because of insufficient allocation of energy, it will lead to nothing. Zhao Yongxing shook his head. Qin Yu was confused. It's not right to work on one place alone, and it's not right to work on all of them. So what do you work on? A perfect body, strength must be strong. Flexibility must be good, explosive power must be strong, speed must be fast, reaction must be sensitive, and resistance to blows must be strong. Zhao Yongxing said so many requirements in a row. Qin Yu was dumbfounded for a moment. So many requirements. How should one cultivate? Zhao Yongxing saw Qin Yu's dumbfounded look and gave a rare smile. Don't worry. I have my own way to train you. Qin Yu's mind suddenly recalled that Eagle Claw King, or the Iron Leg expert, that one claw could easily crush the lapis lazuli. What a terrifying finger strength. But why didn't this Zhao Yongxing say anything about training localized exercises? Teacher, why don't you exercise your hands and feet like Eagle Claw, Kung Fu, or something? Qin Yu asked rhetorically. Zhao Yongxing heard Qin Yu's questioning. Instead, he was very happy and said, Qin Yu, it makes sense, for example, the Eagle Claw Kung Fu Iron Sand Palm Kung Fu. In order to cultivate it, one must exercise their finger strength. In addition to this, they need to often apply medicinal wine, so that the palms of their hands can absorb the medicinal power of medicinal wine, coupled with constant exercise, so that the palms of their hands, as if they were steel. Qin Yu nodded as he listened. He had also read about the cultivation methods of external martial arts, and indeed it was a constant exercise of strength, while applying medicinal wine externally to make the palms of his hand extremely hard and so on. Such a workout is simply what fools do. Zhao Yongxing cursed steeply, disdaining this training method. Teacher, Eagle Claw Kung Fu is very powerful. Why was it done by a fool? Although Qin Yu was much more mature than his peers, he was still just a child, but he had seen how powerful the Eagle Claw Kung Fu and Iron Sand Palm were, and he was unable to understand Zhao Yongxing's meaning. Zhao Yongxing proudly said, Eagle Claw Kung Fu, Iron Sand Palm. After using those even more toxic medicinal wines to apply it, it ended up making the skin completely stiffen, not even feeling the pain, and it simply became nothing more than a glove. Qin Yu, look at me. Zhao Yongxing stretched out his right hand. Zhao Yongxing's right hand is smooth, even with a tender feeling. Only to see a flash of white light, a nearly transparent glove appeared on top of Zhao Yongxing's hand. Zhao Yongxing blandly said, the heavenly silkworm silk set, although it is also considered to be more precious, but it also belongs to the mortal. And the shoe and iron is a level. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can get it. Qin Yu was born in the royal family, so he naturally knew. Many items, the more mundane ones were the common ones such as steel, while the heavenly silk as well as the metaphysical iron, although not many, were still not considered treasures. Treasures usually obtained from the boundless flood. For example, some extremely powerful demonic beasts in the boundless flood. Some of those demonic beasts are even more powerful than innate masters, even surpassing the upper immortals. Those demonic beasts' skins or claws, sharp horns, and so on, those are the top treasures. Although heavenly silkworm silk is of average toughness, it's still tougher than the palms of the Eagle Claw King and the others. Zhao Yongxing took a piece of lapis lazuli, and when he exerted force with his right hand, he easily crushed the lapis lazuli into crushed powder, even more thoroughly than the Eagle Claw King had crushed it. Zhao Yongxing looked at Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, am not weaker than the Eagle Claw King in terms of finger strength. I have to exercise my finger strength, but I can't let the skin on my hands become stiff. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Yu nodded, but in turn puzzled. Teacher, you mean to protect the palms from being practiced like those who practice iron sand palm, eagle claw, kung fu. But what are the benefits of practicing this way? Also, what about the body? Am I going to wear armor to fight with people? Zhao Yongxing's eyes glowed and nodded approvingly. Teaching an intelligent disciple was just so much easier. Many things were clear at a single point. Protecting the palms from total rigidity is for the purpose of attack. The palms can hold knives, swords, and use all kinds of weapons. Protect them well. Keeping the palms in perfect touch is a must for an expert. Even many experts use milk to soak their hands daily. Zhao Yongxing replied. Qin Yu was suddenly dazed. Attack, or to use weapons, swords, and so on are required to the hand. A sense of touch to achieve a perfect state of the hand. and a completely rigid are no pain, no sense of touch compared to the hand, naturally control up the sword more accurate. Killing, perhaps, is just a matter of a little bit, and there's no room for sloppiness. As for the legs, the explosive power must be strong, fast, and sensitive. Whether it's an expert fighting, or in the midst of 1,000 armies, if your legs are fast to the extreme, and your sensitivity reaches a terrifying point, even in the midst of 1,000 armies, you won't be injured in the slightest. Zhao Yangxing said, legs determining one's stance, speed, explosive power, and responsiveness are certainly important. Qin Yu is more and more excited at this moment. He seems to see himself as a phantom flashing between thousands of troops, killing just waving their hands. The enemy is not touching themselves in the slightest. This is the stance, this is the speed. The legs are important. The hands, flexible and fast, are not as strong as the legs, yet they can attack recklessly with weapons. And the legs itself muscle power is greater than the arm, attack extremely strong, and determines the stance movement. Both are the most important thing, and the body torso is the core body. On the first training day, Zhao Yangxing was however instilling in Qin Yu the most basic essence, the most primitive principles of her Zhao Yangxing's own training methods. Qin Yu listened carefully. Deep in the depths of his mind, every word of Zhao Yangxing. Episode 1 Meteor Chapter 10 Extreme Training Up. After talking for almost an hour, Qin Yu completely understood the principle of his teacher's training method. At the same time, Qin Yu's heart also admired Zhao Yangxing more and more. He was completely able to determine that if he followed Zhao Yangxing's workout method, he definitely worked out a perfect body. Perfect coordination of strength, speed, agility, flexibility, and more. If you want to do a good job, you have to make good use of your tools. Build a perfect body, and later train to attack, kill, and other means. With good steel, are you still worried about not being able to train a good sword? And then, the training began. Hundreds of meters away from the cloud mist villa in Donglan Mountain, beside a beautiful round lake, Zhao Yangxing stood beside the lake. Beside him, there was a mechanical pendulum clock. This mechanical pendulum clock was made by an expert who was skilled in the way of the mechanism. Because it was too tedious to manufacture, only aristocratic families would have it. The pendulum clock is divided into 4 hours, 12 hours of 60 minutes each. Quick, swim faster, Zhao Yangxing said coldly. In the round lake there was a figure swimming continuously. It was none other than Qin Yu. According to Zhao Yangxing, swimming, although ordinary, was a very good way to develop body coordination as well as flexibility, so Qin Yu was ordered to swim continuously in the round lake. So want to stop? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, constantly waving his arms, and his legs slapped the water in a coordinated manner. He had already swum 10 round trips. One round trip of this round lake was 200 meters, 10 round trips was 2,000 meters. Qin Yu used to soak in the hot springs in the West Garden. The center of the hot springs was also very deep. Qin Yu often swam in them, and his swimming skills were very high, but swimming so non-stop and within the stipulated time was too painful for Qin Yu. Legs are sore, arms are sore, mind is swollen. Father, the moment he thought of his father's smile, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and continued to hold on, even though he had already reached his limit, but he was still holding on. Faster, faster, Zhao Yangxing urged with cold indifference without the slightest bit of emotion. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Qin Yu's eyes as he stared dead ahead, hearing Zhao Yangxing's voice. Qin Yu's mind kept asking himself to speed up, and right at this moment. Qin Yu's swollen head steeped up in a slight burst of relaxation, and his arms and legs seemed to have strength once again. Qin Yu clearly felt that from within his body there was actually another surge of strength, which did not know where it came from, but naturally arose. There was this trace of excitement in Qin Yu's eyes. Beyond the limits. He enjoyed this feeling. Every time he exceeded his physical limit, his body, which had no more strength left, but a power was generated again from the depths of his body. He even went so far as to feel the changes in his body, the potential of his body hidden deep in the depths of his body. Good, 3 minutes slow. Zhao Yongxing looked at the mechanical pendulum clock and said blandly. Qin Yu went up to the shore with great difficulty. At this moment he could not move, especially his arms could not move at all. His legs were also sore. Qin Yu just gasped and extinguished, trying his best to breathe in the fresh air, trying to let himself recover quickly. You've been 3 minutes slow, now y'all be punished for running back to the West Garden from here, and then squatting 100 deep squats empty, handed in the West Garden's practice field. Zhao Yongxing directly uttered the order. From this run back to the West Garden. Also, Qin Yu, gasping for words, incredibly looked at Zhao Yongxing. At the moment his legs counted simply cannot walk. This Zhao Yongxing even let him run back, but also to 100 deep squat. You have an opinion? Zhao Yongxing asked flatly in return. I have a problem with it. Going beyond the limits of the human body is a good workout. But if I go too far over, my body will cross I feel that I've already reached my limit. I can't continue exercising now, teacher. When I was swimming just now, I've already felt that limit twice in a row. And I feel that I can't go through the limit once more on my own. Qin Yu looked straight at Zhao Yongxing and said directly. Zhao Yongxing said blandly, the teacher, you have to obey my orders. If you feel that there's something wrong with my training and don't want to do it, I can leave immediately. I don't care about lazy disciples like you. Qin Yu's face changed slightly. And then Qin Yu glanced at Zhao Yongxing, took a deep breath and pushed his legs hard to run, the first step to run when the legs rose up, acidic. But after running for a while, the legs instead have strength. What's going on? Qin Yu was shocked in his heart. Zhao Yongxing, who was watching from behind, had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. This kid, could it be that I still can't judge your true limits? When you swim, your arm exerts force, but it's mostly more than your legs. The leg muscles themselves are more developed than the arms. The arms are sticking around. The legs can at least do one more set of training. When he thought of the way Qin Yu had chided himself just now, Zhao Yongxing laughed in his heart. This brat. Smiling and shaking his head, Zhao Yongxing followed behind Qin Yu. In the evening, in the West Garden Spa. After a day of extreme training, at this moment, Qin Yu was lying in the hot spring, feeling the gusts of soreness and numbness in his muscles, to the point where he could feel the slow changes in his muscles. Qin Yu had an expression of enjoyment on his face, and with great affection, he spread his arms out and shouted loudly, "Ah, God! This is the real enjoyment." A little black also waved his wings and kept flapping them aside, seemingly very happy. The cold-faced Zhao Yongxing walked over and stood next to the hot springs, saying, "The hot springs of this cloud mist villa are extremely therapeutic. It's good for your body. Also, after you've soaked for 3 hours, you should go to old Mr. Wang's place and apply some medicinal wine there to absorb some of the medicinal wine's efficacy. It's very good for your body." And know it, Qin Yu was very quick at the moment, waving his hand casually. Zhao Yongxing didn't care and turned his head away. On the practice field, Zhao Yongxing stood straight there. Qin Yu also arrived early. This time Qin Yu was not late, it is strange to say, although yesterday's training reached its limit, but after the hot springs' healing effect, plus the efficacy of the medicinal wine, today it was alive and well. Those who are able to cultivate their external skills to the limit. It's no wonder that most of them are the sons of rich and powerful families with solid families. Zhao Yongxing sighed in his heart. Cultivate external power, constantly beyond the limits of trampling, but the body does not just produce power alone. It also needs to absorb energy. Rich children, you can eat big tonic, eat special medicinal food with precious medicinal wine, but also to ask the medical experts to help massage to lift the body fatigue. With such conditions, exercising up the external power is naturally different. Now, let's perform strength training, holding an iron bar. Perform deep squats, first 100. Zhao Yongxing casually pointed to an iron bar. That iron bar wasn't too thick. It was estimated to be around 10 pounds. It was naturally easy for adults, but for Qin Yu, who was only 8 years old, it was different. HMPH, Qin Yu arms of force, a breath of iron bar lifted to the chest, but also a cheeky smile. Teacher, very easy it. Finish 100 before you say anything, Zhao Yongxing said indifferently. At that moment, Qin Yu began to squat up, at first easy, not just stand up straight and then squat it. But after doing 30 in a row, Qin Yu felt his legs sore, and then insisted on 10, the soles of the feet on the muscle cramps. 100. It's only 40. Qin Yu is having a hard time. Phew. Taking a deep breath, a slight pause for a split second, the muscles of the footplate recovered. Qin Yu once again continued to squat deeply, but the more it came to the back, the more painful it was. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, constantly gritting his teeth and insisting. Holding on to 70 in one breath, Qin Yu even felt that his legs could no longer stand up. Drink, with a fierce low drink and a forceful waistline, he even stood up stiffly. Qin Yu's eyes actually had a trace of light burning in them. That was the light of excitement. Drink, with another loud shout, Qin Yu stood up once again. Again and again he bellowed. Again and again he tried to squeeze out every bit of strength hidden deep in his legs. His legs gradually heated up. A surge of strength came out from the depths of his muscles, and just like that, almost miraculously, with Qin Yu's last bellow, he actually completed his 100th deep squat. Although Qin Yu's legs were weak, as if he was about to fall down at all times, what he had in his eyes was excitement and burning madness. Zhao Yongxing, who was on the side, nodded secretly. Now for finger strength training. Zhao Yongxing still had a cold expression, not giving Qin Yu the slightest rest time at all, directly ordering. This Zhao Yongxing actually training program is also designed, at this moment. Qin Yu is most tired of the legs, but his hands are not yet at the limit. So Zhao Yongxing carries out finger strength training. Teacher, how do you train your finger strength? Qin Yu asked with a smile at Zhao Yongxing, even though he couldn't use any strength in his legs. Qin Yu was more and more fond of that wonderful feeling of transcending the limit. In the split second of transcending the limit, he felt a kind of passion of life. Yes, it was passion, the burning of passion, the madness of the limit. That kind of feeling is wonderful. Finger power, the best way is to practice one finger meditation upside down with one hand, but your finger power is still too weak now. First follow the method of iron sand palm, even exercise. This is the sky silk set. You first put it on. Exercising finger power, never destroy the muscle skin of your hand. Zhao Yongxing threw the heavenly silk sleeve that had been prepared earlier to Qin Yu. Qin Yu instantly received the heavenly silk sleeve with joy and carried it in his hand. This is beach white sand. You use both hands to shovel it with all your strength and keep shoveling. You can only stop when I tell you to stop, Zhao Yongxing said as he pointed to the white sand in an iron pot not far from the side. Yes, sensei. Instead, Qin Yu treats this training as a game, but his legs are indeed sore and painful, enduring the severe pain, gritting his teeth before walking to the iron pot 10 meters away. Qin Yu, the Tianji silk sleeve, will keep shoveling down. Each shovel is an effort to the end. Ah. Qin Yu's mouth could not help but groan yin a sound, although there is a silk set to protect the fingers, but the silk set just so that the sand cannot touch the fingers, but one-handed shoveling down, the force is a real roll in the hands. That extremely fast shovel, white sand, brought by the force, so that Qin Yu's fingers gradually painful to death. Qin Yu cannot help but secretly reduce the depth of the shovel, originally shoveling down to the bottom, but now shoveling to the general outstretched, so it is much easier. Shovel to the bottom, don't be lazy, Zhao Yongxing said indifferently. Qin Yu's heart snapped, and he could only grit his teeth and hold on once again. Although Qin Yu liked the feeling of surpassing the limits, but the 10 fingers were connected to the heart. A burst of pain in the 10 fingers made him really suffer. After all, he was only an 8-year-old child, and also the third son of the Zhendong king, the status of the noble in the past. How had he ever suffered so much? PFFD. Hand violently shoveled down to the bottom. Intense pain, so that Qin Yu tears cannot help but flow out. Zhao Yongxing indifference looked at the eyes of only 8-year Old child shed tears, you eyes glaring non. Stop shoveling sand look. Zhao Yongxing does not seem to have the slightest compassion, but also constantly demanded. Shedding tears, but still shoveling. It has also been half a year since the daily workout, coupled with the surge in daily meals, has made Qin Yu's body much stronger than it was in the past. Under a waterfall in Higashi, Arashiyama, drink. With a flying kick, Zhao Yongxing unexpectedly kicked several huge rocks under the waterfall, and in a few moments, a place formed by several rocks where people could stand appeared under the waterfall, and the waterfall poured down from a high place, smashing on the surface of the rocks and splashing white water countless times. Your legs are set like a mountain and move like electricity. This waterfall isn't that big of a waterfall. After squatting deeply for such a long time, with your leg strength, you should be able to stabilize your horse stance underneath this waterfall. Zhao Yongxing pointed at the green stone and said, "Stand on it. Make sure to stand firmly." Not really a big waterfall. Qin Yu looked at the waterfall that swooped down from a great height. The huge impact smashed on top of the rocks, emitting a monstrous rumbling sound. Such a waterfall was not considered a waterfall, so what waterfall was considered a big waterfall? After half a year of deep squatting training, at this moment, Qin Yu's leg muscles were already much stronger than in the past. Yes. Qin Yu immediately slowly stood to the edge of the green stone. The waterfall swooped down. The pressure on the green stone edge was not great. Qin Yu was on the edge of the green stone, stood in a horse stance, still able to resist that pressure with relative ease. Stand in the center. Zhao Yongxing said in a cold voice. Qin Yu's heart was helpless. He could only move his feet slowly, moving towards the center. The more towards the center, the water current impact was getting bigger and bigger. Qin Yu could already feel his body swaying, but he had to get to the central position. No good. Qin Yu felt his body sway, and when his feet couldn't support him, he was swept into the lake at once. Continue, Zhao Yongxing said blandly. Dark Qin Yu lying in the hot springs, comfortable eyes are squinting. Every day in the hot springs is Qin Yu's greatest enjoyment. In the past there is no such feeling, but now the daily exercise, the limit, and then into the hot springs. The whole body muscles have a burst of tingling sensation. It's very refreshing. Zhao only grew a little bit in half a year, only that golden feathers unexpectedly appeared above its head, and the other parts were still black. Zhao growth rate is much slower than the average eagle at the moment. Zhao is also beside the hot spring, wandering around haphazardly. Qin Yu fell asleep in the hot springs. Every day daytime he was training, and in the evening he had to soak in the hot springs for 6 hours. He specially fixed a recliner in the hot springs, in which he slept while soaking in the hot springs, and when he waited until the second half of the night, he let the medical expert Wang Xian help him massage as well as apply medicinal wine. And at that time, Qin Yu was able to read a book. Suffice it to say, he doesn't waste a minute of his time. Beside the hot spring, 2 figures suddenly appeared. It was Lion Yan and Zhao Yongxing. The 2 of them were looking at the soundly sleeping Qin Yu. Little Yu hasn't reached the age of 9 yet. He's still a child. Looking at the crystal saliva at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth, as well as that still tender little face, Lion Yan heart a burst of pain. From childhood with Qin Yu grew up. Lion Yan completely Qin Yu as his grandson view. Zhao Yongxing had a rare hint of a smile, looked at Qin Yu, nodded and said, "Little Yu, he is a very strong child. The training I gave him is definitely his true limit. If it exceeds this limit, his body is going to collapse." He was even able to hold out. When the king asked me to train the army, I carried out extreme training in a 100,000-man army, completely reaching the limit of a normal soldier, but only 1,000 people were truly able to hold out for a year. Zhao Yongxing practiced the army that time, mainly because it is also impossible for the average soldier to eat precious medicinal food, soak in hot springs to relieve fatigue, and there are also specialized medical experts to help with massages and so on, just like Qin Yu. But those soldiers were all adults, while Qin Yu was just a child. The fact that a child was able to persevere was indeed surprising and gratifying to Zhao Yongxing. Looking at Qin Yu's sleeping appearance, Lion Yan and Zhao Yongxing smiled and walked away, leaving Qin Yu still asleep, oblivious to the fact that someone had come, slightly open mouth, but the face has a happy sweet smile, the corners of the mouth that drooling threads of crystal clear. Perhaps, in a dream, he was with his father. Father, it's been almost 2 years since I've been here once. Weighted running training, weighted squat training, horse stance training under waterfalls, continuous explosive training under resistance, boxing underwater resistance in the water, moving with weights all day long, flexibility training, finger strength training, reflexivity training, speed training. Various training methods, according to certain laws. Zhao Yongxing trained Qin Yu in all aspects. Qin Yu was also in Zhao Yongxing's training, constantly breaking through the physiological limits, and his body's skills were improving by leaps and bounds. 1 year later, 9-year-old Qin Yu wore long pants and bare stacked his upper body. His entire body's muscles didn't bulge out, presenting an almost perfect streamlined shape, just like a cheetah. Qin Yu, your will is very strong. The limit training other is not important. The most important thing is the need for a strong will. Zhao Yongxing looked at Qin Yu, unprecedented smile looking at Qin Yu. Teacher is going back to the army. Remember, limit, challenge the limit, exceed the limit. As long as you keep working hard on it, you will succeed one day. Qin Yu looked at the teacher in front of him a year. Qin Yu even secretly angry at his teacher's ruthlessness. Every time Qin Yu is in tears constantly training, but today to see the teacher's face, pleased smile, he suddenly all understand. Teacher, I will definitely not let you down. Qin Yu looked at Zhao Yongxing and firmly said. Zhao Yongxing smiled and nodded, and then violently turned around, stride and walk, directly out of the cloud and mist mountain villa, with the sound of a fiery tiger's tiger whistle. Qin Yu's eyes also slightly red. Qin Yu understand, from today onwards, hell be alone with his self, training now. Boundless flood within the lofty mountains, jungles, boundless, demonic beasts deep in the middle. The area of the flood is so large that no one can know. The 3 counties of the eastern region declared to the outside world a total of 600,000 troops, of which 400,000 are stationed at the edge of the flood. There are also 200,000 troops outside the Blackwater mountain range. There are nearly 200,000 mountain thieves in the Blackwater mountain range, which is the #1 place for mountain thieves in the world because these mountain thieves are very familiar with the terrain of the Blackwater mountain range, and they possess the advantage of the terrain, so the 200,000 troops under the control of the Zhendong King have been stationed outside the Blackwater mountain range to deter the Blackwater mountain thieves. On the edge of the floodplain, in the Iron Front City, in the room of a morose mansion, at this moment, Zhendong King Qindu was holding a book and quietly looking at it. Your Highness. Zhao Yongxing stood outside the door and bowed. Yongxing, come in. Qindu didn't even look up and said directly. So Zhao Yongxing bowed and walked into the room, standing on the side of the room, quietly waiting for Qindu to give his word. For Zhendong, King Qindu, Zhao Yongxing had nothing but reverence in his heart. Qindu put down the book in his hand, looked up at Zhao Yongxing and said with a slight smile, Yongxing, you've been teaching Yuer for a year now. Tell me if Yuer, he has a future in the external martial arts together. Your Highness, Third Highness, he is very hardworking, very hardworking. The perseverance of many adults are not as strong as. Zhao Yongxing immediately said. Qindu's face slightly had a smile. Zhao Yongxing continued, however, Third Highness natural qualifications can only be considered middle to upper, historically, for external skills to be cultivated to the extreme. Most of them are people with extremely high natural qualifications. But with the Cloud Mist Villa's hot springs nourishing it, as well as taking precious medicinal food regularly, Third Highness still has hope to reach the extreme of external energy. The extreme of external energy is the extreme of Haoshan, close to the innate realm. If one's external strength is cultivated to such an extent, even if one is up against an internal strength advanced heavenly master, one will be able to put up a fight. How many years will it take? Kinda asked rhetorically. Zhao Yunxing thought for a moment and said, it is estimated to take 30 years. This is still something that Third Highness must always adhere to. The more one reaches the later stages of external power, the more difficult it is to progress. For example, strength, your Third Highness has no problem cultivating for a dozen years to 300 or 400 pounds in one hand, but the extreme of external power should reach 700 or 800 pounds in one hand. The further back it goes, the more difficult it becomes. 30 years, that's about right. Kinda shook his head and sighed. 30 years is too long, but a decade or so of being able to have the power of self-preservation is barely good enough. All right, Yunxing, you go back first, Kinda said with a smile. Zhao Yunxing immediately bowed and said, subordinate will leave. Zhao Yunxing then left the room, leaving Kinda alone in it. And after a long time, a low sigh resounded in the room. As the waterfall crashed down, Qin Yu stood in a horse stance and insisted on holding on to the green stone under the waterfall. Feeling the waterfall that impact, Qin Yu heart secretly thankful. Fortunately, at the beginning of the exercise, Zhao Yunxing focus on the body's ability to resist blows, but also often use medicinal wine coated all over the body, which makes Qin Yu resistance to blows is not small. Otherwise simply cannot stand the impact of the waterfall. Hold on. Qin Yu constantly demanded himself in his mind. Zhao Yunxing was no longer there. There was no one to demand him. Qin Yu had once had the thought of being lazy in his mind. After all, he was only one training alone, and there was no one to reprimand him for being lazy. And he was still a child. But that thought came together and was snuffed out by him. No older brother of his own, no second brother of his own, not even his own father, was lazy or weak. As a descendant of the Qin family, and as the son of Zhendong, King Kinda, he naturally would not be weak. Hold on. Feeling his legs go weak, Qin Yu continuously cheered for himself in his mind. He even went as far as to feel the tremors of his leg muscles. Every time he insisted for a long time, strength would surge out from the depths of his muscles once again. Steep with a numbness in his legs, Qin Yu was rushed into the lake with a pong sound. The practicing field, hanging upside down with a sandbag, a total of 6 sandbags. Qin Yu then stood quietly among them. Drink! Qin Yu let out a loud shout and violently slammed his fist on a sandbag, almost in a flash. Qin Yu slammed 3 or 4 sandbags at the same time. Those sandbags swayed and ran into other sandbags. And at once, the entire group of sandbags was in turmoil. Without any trajectory, a sandbag was originally rushing towards the front. But when it touched with another sandbag, it was on a different trajectory. Pum! Qin Yu's eyes emitted a refined aura. His hands quickly struck at each of the sandbags that came from the impact. This is to train the reaction speed. The reaction speed is related to the arm muscles, but also related to the personal reaction. The reaction can be improved after training. In a battle of masters between life and death, a quick reaction can take a person's life in a split second. With Qin Yu's rapid strikes, those sandbags swayed faster and faster. Qin Yu also felt the pressure for a while, steeply back a collision. Qin Yu will not be able to help the body's shape of a mess. Suddenly, at the same time, 3 or 4 sandbags smashed on him. Palm, Qin Yu fell to the ground at once, and with a bone jerk he climbed back up. Hiss tilde. Qin Yu drew a mouthful of cool air, then looked toward the knee. The knee at the moment has been completely proceeded to break, blood oozing out. While the ground is above, there are some sand and gravel. Obviously is to fall when the knee hit these sand and gravel. Surprisingly, it wasn't cleaned. Qin Yu was helpless. Before training, he had cleaned it himself. Who would have thought that it was not cleaned? Go on. Also disregarding this injury, Qin Yu swept these sandstones far away, and then rushed into the center of the sandbags, once again carrying out reaction training up. just wearing pants lying on a chair. Qin Yu whole body coated with medicinal wine in the center of the courtyard, holding a book in his hands. At the moment, there are several lanterns in. Courtyard is lit. Qin Yu in a lantern next to the books, clearly visible handwriting on the books. Although the teacher Zhao Yongxing went back, but Qin Yu did not lower the slightest requirement, even more severe, daily training all day. The evening to midnight is in the hot springs to absorb nourishment in the hot springs so that the body to recover, but also Qin Yu's sleep time. And at the moment just after applying the medicinal wine at Ong Idols, it was time to read the book. It's been a long time since I went to the top of the mountain to look at the stars. Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at the stars in the sky. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. But it's not bad to look at the stars in the courtyard, little Blackie, don't you think so? Hey, Zhao, I say you are still not an eagle. How come you grow so slowly and have golden hair on top of your head? Qin Yu said, and touched the little black beside him. Zhao 2 eyes appeared to be glowing, and he also continuously flapped his wings, as if he would not allow Qin Yu to touch his head, and then he also proudly held his head up, appearing to be very high and proud. Qin Yu burst out laughing. Forget it, I won't waste time with you, I'm going to read the book seriously. I have to continue training tomorrow. Qin Yu immediately read the thread, like book in his hand. It was a book on the medical path. Qin Yu could remember clearly when Zhao Yongxing said that if he wanted to become a true expert in external martial arts, he must be proficient in the medical path. Beside the door of the compound, Lion Yan was hiding in the shadows, looking at Qin Yu kindly. Especially when he heard Qin Yu say that he doesn't waste time playing around with Black Eagle, Lion Yan's heart surged with a wave of pain. Qin Yu is only 9 years old, yet he doesn't waste any time of the day, and every minute of his time Qin Yu has planned well. Everything is for the sake of bitter exercise, yet what is all this for? It had been a long, long time since Qin Yu had come to Cloudmist Villa. Looking at the books, unconsciously the day dawned. Some pastries and so on beside Qin Yu's chair were also eaten up by Qin Yu without realizing it. Qin Yu put down the books in his hands, looked up, stretched painfully, and said with a broad smile on his face, "A day is in the morning, a new day has arrived. Qin Yu, work hard. Work hard and you will succeed. A new day of training begins again." In the hot spring, Qin Yu was standing in it with firm eyes. Never think that Qin Yu is soaking in a hot spring. He is performing explosive training with resistance in water. The water has resistance explosive training, which is helpful for the body's explosive power. Instead of exercising in other lakes, it would be better to exercise right in the hot springs. The hot springs have the same resistance as the water on the one hand, and on the other hand, they can also constantly nourish the body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Throw a punch, close the fist, leg out, retract the leg. Qin Yu punches and kicks in the water at extreme speed. Every time Qin Yu bursts out the strongest power to make his speed the fastest. Qin Yu horse stance, and does not wobble in the water. This is also horse stance practice for a long time to have the power. Water rolling has its own unique trajectory. Qin Yu every time to make their fists, legs, and feet speed up more. It is very natural to start punching, or leg trajectory began to change. What trajectory should the punch be? Straight line, curve, all is not right. Everything cannot be absolute, straight line, curve blended with each other. Everything is in order to make the punch faster, more power, by the resistance is more small, all the pursuit of stronger power, faster speed, Qin Yu non-stop attack. At the moment, Qin Yu's arms and legs are still bound with tiny iron blocks. On the practice field, Qin Yu was wearing only his pants, tying with a horse stance. There is a guard on the side of the big man. The big man is in the hands of a wooden stick. At this moment, Qin Yu is carrying out anti-strike training. The body can only continue to row and fight, absorb the medicinal wine, in order to make the body more and more sturdy and strong, training to the extreme, and can even resist the knife and gun. Uncle Yang, be more powerful. Qin Yu was very dissatisfied and said to Yang Shan, the big man beside him. Yang Shan hurriedly persuaded, Third Highness, it's almost time. the platoon fight can end. Yang Shan looked at a red mark on Qin Yu's body, and then looked at Qin Yu's tender face full of care. He felt a burst of heartache. When Qin Yu was 6 years old, Yang Shan and they came to Cloud Mist Villa together. In these 3 years or so, they have all watched this child grow up. Who would want to beat this child? But Yang Shan was forced to have to fight because it was resistance training for external training. Hit it when I tell you to, forget it, I'll do it myself. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled, saying that he was going to take over the wooden stick. When Yang Shan saw it, he quickly flew back in a flying retreat, hard not to let Qin Yu take the wooden stick by himself, and panicked. Good, I will continue to fight with more power, right? No, Yang Shan cannot dare to give Qin Yu himself to fight. Qin Yu beat himself, that is completely towards the limit to fight. Yang Shan still remember that day, Qin Yu body even broken. Pop. The wooden stick slapped on Qin Yu's body again and again. Qin Yu stood in a horse stance, pursed his lips, hard to carry, not a sound. Stripes of red marks appeared on Qin Yu's body, which made Yang Shan feel a hard time in his heart, although he is now in the army. But at the age of 9 years old, he is still at home herding cows. But Qin Yu, who is the 3rd Royal Highness of the Zhendong King's royal family, is not wasting any time constantly exercising to reach the limits of the human body. Qin Yu's eyes were like stars, and Qin Yu's determination could be judged from his gaze, which was as unshakable as Tarzan. Little feather, today's training volume is a bit too much. Tomorrow, slightly reduce the training volume. Qin Yu is lying on where, full of white hair. Old man wants for Qin Yu massage. Once again to Qin Yu concerned said, this old man is Wang Idol, is a medical expert in the Zhendong King. Wang Fu also counted in the medical expert. Qin Du when Wang Idol sent to the Cloud and Mist Mountain village, but also once let the people in the king's house surprised how the king could not afford to send a medical expert to a mountain village. It's fine, Grandpa Wang, you've massaged me once with such a unique technique, along with the medicinal wine, the next day fine at all. Qin Yu skimmed his mouth, not caring in the slightest. Wang Idol hands do not move fast, but there is a pattern or patting or pressing and kneading or pointing or caressing. A variety of techniques are different, and Wang Idol's hands are still coated with medicinal wine, along with his unique massage secret method. The medicinal effect of these medicinal wines into Qin Yu's body very quickly. Seeing Qin Yu's unconcerned demeanor, Wang Zion smiled and shook his head while uncontrollably integrating his body's true Kai into the secret massage technique as well. So refreshing. Qin Yu felt a burst of warmth in his body and couldn't help but scream in relief. Wang Leisure smiled. If not, he is willing. Outsiders, even if the identity of the high, he will not be so do his best. Even the body of the internal force is not stingy in the slightest. And for Qin Yu, Wang Leisure but very concerned after all, to see a child every day so exercise, and how he is soft-hearted heartache it. Well, little Yua, don't be too desperate when training in the future, that Zhao Yunxing is also. What extreme training method, if not this Cloud Mist Villa's hot springs and my daily help to unclog your meridians into the medicinal wine, medicinal effect into your body. How can a child like you eat Wang Zion sighed, obviously very dissatisfied with Zhao Yunxing. Qin Yu smiled brightly at Wang Zion and said, I know, you're the best, Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang go to bed early, bye. Wang Zion instantly nodded with a smile and also instructed Qin Yu, who then left Wang Zion's residence. Tonight, the sky is bright with stars. Teacher is gone with daily training. My body will also become stronger and stronger. The amount of training must be increased and should also add some other training methods. Qin Yu looked at the sky stars and said in his heart. Afterwards, Qin Yu walked directly into the underground chamber group of the North Garden, and the various methods of opening the organs Qin Yu was well versed in. Entering the secret room with secret books stored in it, a secret book was being placed on top of the long table. All these secret books Qin Yu did not put away after all. This secret room opening method was only known to him and Lion Yan. Qin Yu immediately looked at the 28 secret books of external martial arts. There were various exercise methods on these external secret books, and Qin Yu wanted to find out some suitable methods for himself here. Suddenly, Qin Yu's gaze was unconsciously attracted by the only splash of gold color in the secret books, 96 secret books, only one of which was composed of gold paper, glittering with sparkling gold light, naturally eye-catching and incomparable. It was precisely the ancestral dragon technique. A thought abruptly appeared in Qin Yu's mind. At first, I failed to cultivate internal kung fu, but I have been exercising my body for more than a year now, and I am much stronger than in the past, so maybe the Danshin problem will disappear. Automatically, Qin Yu thought so in his heart. After all, the general body has a disease. After practicing kung fu, the general disease will automatically disappear. However, Qin Yu had forgotten that his Danshin was different from normal people, and that was not a disease. Rather, it was innate. But Qin Yu is still a child, and has also been hoping for a rapid increase in his strength. So it is normal to have this thought. No matter what, try it out first. It won't waste a few hours anyway. Qin Yu immediately sat on the bed with his knees crossed, took the ancestral dragon skill, and began to cultivate according to the content of the first. The mind a piece of ethereal into the underworld of the ethereal. In just a few moments, Qin Yu felt the heaven and earth aura being sucked into his body as a hot stream, and it was quite a bit larger than the one from more than a year ago. Sure enough, with a strong body, the absorption of heaven and earth aura is much faster. Start running the circumference. Qin Yu immediately intentionally controls the group of hot currents to run through his body, following the trajectory of the ancestral dragon technique's small perimeter. The hot current continuously transform before being integrated into the Danshin. Qin Yu's heart was agitated, and he carefully felt if this small strand of internal force would be dispersed. Must not scatter, must not. Qin Yu heart expectation, attention is more concentrated. All the spirit completely feel this small share of internal force. Extreme training, the most exercise people's spirit. Qin Yu so long exercise, spiritual power is much stronger than normal people. Also than when the first cultivation is not know how many times stronger. He clearly felt those internal forces slowly spread out in his Danshin, and then spread away in all directions along his limbs and bones. Alas, another failure. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Steep no. Qin Yu, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. All of his spirit was completely focused on those dispersed internal forces. Although most of those internal forces were dispersed into the space from the limbs and bones, but surprisingly, there were still some of them that were actually integrated into the muscles and bones of the body. To be precise, Qin Yu's muscles and bones are like sand and soil. Those internal energy is like water flow. The water flow away from the sand and soil, but still be absorbed part of the water. This is a reason, although the internal force flows away into the outside world, but there is still part of the internal energy is absorbed. Qin Yu's eyes glistened at once. Great, great, great. Qin Yu's whole body trembles with excitement, absorbing the medicinal wine's medicinal effect. Although it allows the body's muscles to be replenished, but how can it be compared to internal energy? I am unable to accumulate internal force, yet my muscles are able to absorb the internal energy, making them stronger and allowing the cultivation of external martial arts to speed up even more rapidly. Qin Yu was so excited at the moment that he even heard his heart beating fiercely. Father, I will definitely succeed. Qin Yu's eyes radiated a burning light. There had never been a moment when Qin Yu was so confident. Qin Yu cultivation of external power of the difficult and dim road path on the road. A dawn is lighting up. Episode 1 Meteorites Chapter 14 Extreme Metamorphosis up as the internal energy was integrated into the muscles. Qin Yu's muscles and bones suddenly continued to metamorphose, absorbing the internal energy. The muscle flexibility as well as the potential continued to increase, which allowed Qin Yu's physical exercise to increase at a speed that no one had ever thought of before. Time passes. Qin Yu's own strength has increased by leaps and bounds, most of the year later. It had also been a year since Zhao Yongxing went back, and Qin Yu was 10 years old. On top of the mountain path of Donglan Mountain, Qin Yu's eyes were like a falcon, completely staring ahead, his legs taking big strides and running at a fast pace. Outsiders could not even imagine that each of his arms still had a 5 Jin iron protector on top of them. Each of his legs also had a 10 Jin iron protector on top of them, and the iron undershirt on his body was almost 20 Jin. In weight, Qin Yu ran at breakneck speed, not stopping at all. The different parts of the load, the degree of difficulty in running, is also different. If it was only carried on the body, at least it would be easier for the legs to run, but when the weight was added to the arms and legs, it would require a great deal of strength for the legs to run. Similarly, this was also a way to exercise Qin Yu's explosive strength in his legs and arms. The top of the mountain was already in sight, and Qin Yu couldn't help but have a bright smile on his face. This half-year of strength progress exceeds the previous year or so of training. The potential of the muscles as well as their toughness has improved too much, and the absorption of internal energy is far more effective for the flexibility of the muscles than any other workout. Keep up the good work. Qin Yu's eyes are full of excitement. This half-year, every day late at night, he constantly cultivate internal energy. Although the Danshin cannot accumulate internal energy, but the muscles on his body absorbed a part of the emitted internal energy. At this moment, Qin Yu's muscle elasticity, as well as flexibility, and even his potential is much higher. The 3 major internal arts experts, who had been following Qin Yu in the shadows, were also astonished in their hearts. These 3 experts have been secretly protecting Qin Yu. They also worry that when Qin Yu was training alone, he couldn't take advantage of being injured or fainted, so they could come to his aid. But this half a year, see Qin Yu constantly increase the difficulty of training, increase the magnitude, even let the 3 big internal martial arts masters are shocked in the heart. But Qin Yu hard all over below the waterfall. Qin Yu was as weighted as he was just now, zipping under the waterfall and suffering from the impact of the waterfall's rapids. Drink under the impact of the waterfall, Qin Yu drank low, but also from time to hit the speed of the double fist shadow like wind like thunder. A fist punch hit the waterfall. So exercise the arm attack power that water is hit by splashing around. The sun shines, issued 7. Colored light is very eye-catching. Qin Yu's horse stance was certain, while he was moving like an ancient pine. With the increased load, the pressure on these legs is really much greater. Qin Yu bit his lips and tried to make his legs stand more steadily. At this moment, Qin Yu's legs were not only subjected to the impact of the waterfall, but also to the pressure of the weight on his body, so it was certainly difficult to hold on. However, the existence of the weight also allowed Qin Yu's gravity to increase, and his center of gravity to stabilize a lot. Under the constant impact of the waterfall, Qin Yu's legs were under increasing pressure. All it takes to reach that liminal state is persistence. At the peak of the physiological limit, Qin Yu clearly felt that a stream of heat gushed out right from the depths of his muscles, giving his legs strength once again, because his muscles absorbed the internal force. The power he felt every time he reached the limit of the breakthrough nowadays was quite a bit greater than it was in the past, and this also allowed Qin Yu to progress a lot faster. Night. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed, continuously absorbing the spiritual Kai of the heavens and earth, which was then transformed into internal energy and transferred into his Danshin. Subsequently, the internal force then dispersed in all directions, while the muscles that were constantly being tempered and quenched by Qin Yu were like hungry travelers, constantly absorbing the internal force. After a night, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Just as I thought, the more you work out, the more internal energy your muscles absorb. The internal energy absorbed today is almost more than 1/5 of the total amount. Qin Yu's face has as much excitement as he can muster. The internal force disperses very quickly. Most of it is dispersed into the space of heaven and earth. Only a very small portion of it is absorbed, and to be able to absorb 1/5 of it right now is already very high. Qin Yu got up violently and immediately felt his entire body filled with strength. The internal energy was drawn into the muscles, which made the hidden potential within the muscles much higher. A new day has arrived, continue training. With a smile, Qin Yu rushed out of the room. Day after day of training, Qin Yu's body also quietly undergoes a metamorphosis with the growth of age. Qin Yu to the age of puberty development. Adolescent development. This is a period of rapid improvement in human physiology. At once, Qin Yumiel's sword, the body's various functions more accelerated improvement. 10 years old to 11 years old, this whole year's time. Is Qin Yu exercise 3 years to the biggest? Progress in a year, this year, he is not only the body development, bone increase, muscle increase, and daily muscle absorption probability is also much higher on the internal force. At the age of 11 this year, Qin Yu reached a height of about 1 meter 6, and his entire strength could be said to have turned several folds. On the practicing field, Qin Yu sat casually in his black practicing clothes. It was very rare that he did not rest. Dressed in practice clothes, from the appearance alone cannot see, at this moment Qin Yu's hands have 10 pounds arm guards weight. Legs are each with 20 pounds leg guards weight, also wearing 40 pounds of iron undershirt. The whole person is like carrying 100 pounds. But this is for the limit of training for 3 years for Qin Yu is nothing at all. This amount of strength is still poor. As soon as Qin Yu thought of the 8 external experts at the beginning, he felt that he was very poor. That barbarian dong single, handedly 800 pounds, the whole body carrying 1,000 pounds is estimated to be a breeze. Qin Yu, and compared to it, it is indeed very poor. But Qin Yu forgot. He had only been practicing for 3 years, and if he hadn't discovered the wonders of cultivating internal energy after Zhao Yongxing left, it would have taken at least 6 or 7 years to reach such a level. Moreover, the path Qin Yu took was different from other external experts. A body that not only looks at strength, but also flexibility, speed, explosiveness, resistance to blows, and many more. Qin Yu's strength is not as good as that barbarian dong, but in terms of speed alone, barbarian dong, that barbarian is not even as good as Qin Yu. And his body flexibility is also very good, far beyond the general external experts. A barrel holds water not by the highest plank, but by the lowest. Balance is important. At a glance, the entire Qin Yu sitting on the chair was like a leopard full of power. 3 years of exercise, coupled with physical development, Qin Yu's height was also 1 meter 6. Qin Yu had also advanced from a child to a teenager, and it was still a teenager who was much more powerful than the average adult. And at the moment, this teenager was in deep thought. Teacher said that for external exercise, one must first work out a perfect body, and through that body one then learns the various methods of combat. But the methods of combat fighting cannot be learned in a day or 2. I should start learning them now. A wise light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. 3 years, the study of Chinese medicine books as well as many other books Qin Yu have finished reading. The more books to read, Qin Yu brain logic ability is higher. Consider the perspective of things also catch up with the essence of the words of the original Zhao Yongxing realization is also more deep. From today onwards, half of the daytime will be used to continue exercising my body, while the other half will be spent comprehending attack methods that are my own. Qin Yu fiercely stood up and directly walked out of the practicing ground towards the study room, still wearing 100 pounds of weights on his body. Qin Yu, he hardly took off his weights 24 hours a day, except for bathing. The beginnings of a perfect body have been formed. How can this body be utilized for attack? Zhao Yongxing had his own method. Qin Yu would of course also have a method that was exclusively his own. Only the attack method, created according to one's own body, is the best and most powerful attack method. What Qin Yu wanted to do now was to comprehend and create such an attack method. Time passed, Qin Yu spent most of his time other than exercising comprehending his attack methods, and he set what he had to do to comprehend his attack methods in 3 areas: stance, melee, attacks and weapons, body law. Body technique is related to dodging and defense, to close, quarters attacks, and to tracking and escaping. Qin Yu's requirements for body techniques are as fast as lightning, as sensitive as a cunning rabbit. The study of stances involves the study of the art of Kai men transported armor, as well as the study of various other stances. Melee attack. During the training process, Qin Yu realized that he likes to challenge the limit and likes to be hot-blooded, and when he chooses to attack, he chooses to practice. Close combat, a split second may decide life and death, the most dangerous. The same is also more full of life passion. Weapons. So far, Qin Yu has not decided what weapons to use: knives, guns, sticks, and other 18 weapons, each with their own special features. Qin Yu prefers to use their own fists, legs, and feet. At least for the time being has not decided to choose what weapons. In the study, Qin Yu was holding a book titled I Ching. The reasoning of this chapter seemed to be more similar to the stance on the 3rd sheet of the Ancestral Dragon Secrets. Cloud Dragon, 9 appearances, Qin Yu muttered in his mouth while closing the book in his hand. His mind naturally began to rationalize some of the knowledge he saw. An article saw a variety of body principles or other recluse art constantly floating through Qin Yu's mind. The 6 instruments, 3 oddities, 8 doors, 9 stars layout into the Kaimen recluse situation, 8 doors into Du, injury, Jing, Hu, life, death, shock, open. Kaimen Dun divided into heaven, door, earth, 3 plates, that is, the 3 talents. Some basic concepts of Kaimen Dun Jia took root in Qin Yu's brain. Although these are the most basic, but is the most basic, countless formations recluse are derived from some of these most basic reasoning. All sorts of arcane body techniques, more or less, had their influence. Qin Yu, because he was practicing external kung fu and did not have internal force in his body. The general light gong stances could not be practiced and could only be created as his own. The 68 secret books of internal kung fu are usually accompanied by some boxing techniques, sword techniques, body techniques, etc. that correspond to internal kung fu. Even the 28 external secret books contained various methods of attack. Qin Yu Haina Beichuan, View 90, 6 internal and external power, various attack methods, various body methods, and then combined with the Kaimen Dunjia Yi Jing general outline scene to find some of the body law latent supreme. These are very difficult, but Qin Yu day and night, as long as the end of the workout, the hard work of the research. If you want to cultivate the ultimate in external martial arts, you must study the medical path. This is what Zhao Yongxing taught Qin Yu on the first day, and at this moment Qin Yu is looking at the medical Tao books 3 years. Qin Yu has read many medical Tao books, and there are many experiences in his heart. Every bit of power, every bit of attack should make the enemy pay the maximum price. A palm chop on the opponent's stomach will at most cause some stomach pain, but the same palm can chop the opponent's throat and send them to their death. Qin Yu closed the books with a glint in his eyes. The human body's various vitals, Qin Yu remembered clearly in his head. The body bones and joints, meridian intersection, the circulation of blood and Kai. Attacking the vitals, attacking the important points, attacking the physiological weaknesses, or the capture method to break people's bones and joints, and so on. In short, the principle of Qin Yu's attack was to make every bit of power reach the maximum damage power and to absolutely not waste a single bit of power. One hand had the strength of 100 pounds, yet it was necessary to achieve the attack power of a one-handed 200-pound master, or even more impressive. To do this, one must work from various methods, body techniques, attacking key points, utilizing the surrounding heaven and earth, utilizing the opponent's psychological changes, and various other situations. Qin Yu is very confident. He has speed, explosive power, flexibility, and so on. All aspects of the body is very coordinated. There are also a variety of secret books for his reference. At noon, on the practice field. A mechanical wooden man placed on the practice field, forming a wooden man alley. This is the mechanical masters of the supreme achievements, to beat the wooden man alley. The difficulty is very great, never very human can break. Kinyu today is decided to use the wooden man alley to exercise their own close attack method. Kinyu stood in front of the wooden man alley, not moving at all steeply. Kinyu rushed into the wooden man alley, pulling one hair to move the whole body, touching the first wooden man. All the wooden men in the whole wooden man alley moved. All that was in Kinyu's eyes was calmness. Bang, 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 hands like lightning, extremely fast attack. Directly break the wooden man's joints. Both legs main defense, from time to time to come to a strong kick. A leg to break the wood. Kinyu's speed is very fast, just because at this moment he took off the weight, because Kinyu understand that he put on that 100 pounds of weight. It is simply impossible to break this wooden man alley. Take off 100 pounds of weight. Kinyu's speed is surprisingly fast, but woodman alley woodman is too much. Kinyu is still surrounded by a woodman hit the head, was hit a bit, followed by a continuous attack on a number of times. Kinyu can only be a continuous roll, and immediately escaped. Not bad. Every single wooden man joint is similar to the human bone joints, so the cultivation effect is much better. Kinyu's eyes glowed as he rushed into the wooden man alley once again. Wooden man alley in Kinyu's plan is but an easier training method. Wooden man alley above the copper man alley, of course, is not casting a copper man with copper, but in the wooden man on the surface of a layer of copper and iron skin, so that the copper attack as well as defense to be significantly stronger on a level. In the end, with what weapons, Kinyu has not been able to make up his mind, this day late at night. Kinyu, and in the secret room to carefully observe each book of secret books attached to the attack method, which are mostly swords. There are also a few peculiar weapons. Kinyu suddenly flipped open a secret book of internal martial arts. And in one of the chapters that talked about sword techniques, there was a hint of such a passage. Although this sect's residual shadow sword is the sword of assassination, however, if we talk about the sword of assassination and melee combat, the first still has to talk about Yu's sword. No matter what kind of person is killed, the assassin Yu's never fails, and back then, it was the assassin organization, Skynet legendary first killer. Kinyu was taken aback. Skynet Kinyu has also heard of. This is a very old, even with a history of more than 1,000 years of killer organizations. The forces are spread throughout the entire subterranean dragon continent. The history of the 3 countries in the subterranean dragon continent is not as long as that of the Skynet. This killer Yu's even claimed to be the legendary first killer. Then its killing methods must be remarkable. Suddenly, Kinyu's eyes rolled back in surprise. Use one sword, what the reverse side of the 3rd sheet of Ancestral Dragon Secrets seems to say. Kinyu had carefully looked at the Ancestral Dragon Secrets at first. Almost half of the 3 golden papers of the Ancestral Dragon Secrets were internal secret, and half of them were the body technique Cloud Dragon 9 appearances, the boxing technique Inflammable Dragon Fist, and the swordsmanship 9 Suns Splitting Heavenly Sword, and the so-called Use One Sword was just a final description of it, and Kinyu didn't care to look at it too much at first. Only at this moment did Kinyu realize that the inconspicuous Use One Sword in the Ancestral Dragon technique was actually is the so-called legendary first assassin swordsmanship. The Ancestral Dragon Secret, the internal martial art, absorbs the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth at an extremely fast speed, and is absolutely number 1 amongst all kinds of internal martial arts. Body method Cloud Dragon 9 appear, boxing inflammatory Dragon Fist, sword method 9 Yang Crack Heavenly Sword are extremely horrible powerful, but this needs Ancestral Dragon Secret internal work with practice. Kinyu can only dry look, but cannot practice. Turning over the last piece of paper, Qin Yu finally saw that there was some information about the thigh one sword. There is even a method to cultivate use one sword. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, a burst of ecstasy in his heart. No one would have thought that there was even a method to cultivate use one sword in the ancestral dragon secrets. Qin Yu immediately started to read it carefully, but the more he read it, the paler his face became, and at the back of it, even his face turned a little green. Use one sword, a very brutal method of cultivation, was a family heirloom method of the Yu clan, and it had somehow appeared on the ancestral dragon secrets. The male babies of each generation of the Yu clan serve as candidates for the heir to the one sword of the Yu clan. And when these babies are first born, the appearance of these babies is destroyed. However, the Yu clan secretly sends their servants to take one of the babies to the slums respectively. This baby was tortured by the servants, coupled with being discriminated against by people because of his disfigurement, and suffered from the coldness of the world. His heart will become extremely resentful of the world, and when he grows up, the Yu clan will bring him back to be imparted with specialized internal martial arts, as well as special training in the Yu clan's one sword. Special training is very simple, is to train to kill. First of all, the dead body training, so that these candidates constantly with short swords to attack the vitals of the dead body. Each dead body should be sword-stabbed rot before throwing away. To be able to close their eyes can easily attack the enemy's vitals. Is to continue to carry out the task. Use one sword, a single strike that kills, has only 2 steps in total. Hide the sword, come out of the sword. Use sword will kill if it doesn't come out. Simple, very simple, simple as hell, yet it is called the first sword in assassination. Being disfigured in infancy, they are tortured. They are discriminated against all the time. They have no affection and no help. And when they grow up, they are again spending their days with dead bodies, constantly stabbing and rotting them until they decay. Such training is just too perverted and disgusting. Qin Yu's face was ugly. The thought of destroying a baby's appearance and training with dead bodies, this so-called use one sword made Qin Yu feel disgusted. Cultivating killers like this was just too perverted. Killing aura, use air is the most bizarre and appalling. The final verdict on this use one sword on the ancestral dragon technique made Qin Yu's heart startled. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu completely understood the terrifying nature of the use one sword and why the use one sword is known as the number 1 sword in assassination. Qin Yu's face was filled with shock. Terrible, terrible. This person who designed the use one sword training method is just too terrible. Those babies were disfigured and discriminated against from a young age without any affection. Their psyches were completely distorted, and when they grew up, they were trained to stab and rot dead corpses and spent their days with dead corpses. The last thing is to constantly carry out missions. Such babies have extremely deep hostility in their hearts from a young age. And then after spending all their days with dead corpses, hostility will be even more horrifying. And once they kill someone, the hostility that erupts in a blink of an eye alone will make the opponent's heart and mind go into a frenzy. Qin Yu slowly took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. Because he was often alone, Qin Yu was also often used to thinking about things. There are 2 aspects to this use one sword being able to claim to be the first sword of assassination, the first being the cultivation of an appalling aura, and the second being the simplest way to strike this sword. Qin Yu secretly summarized in his heart, the hostility that is deeply hidden in the heart that is cultivated from infancy is very terrifying when it comes to the moment of adulthood. When killing someone, it is estimated that that hostile aura will be able to disrupt the opponent's state of mind, and when the time comes, he will be able to strike the sword at extreme speed and kill the enemy with a single stroke of the sword. Use one sword, 2 steps hide the sword, come out of the sword. This is very delicate. Hide the sword hidden so that people cannot feel the existence of this sword. Out of the sword is to make people simply cannot react. At the same time to kill the enemy with a sword, not allow the slightest mistake. Cultivating that terrifying aura is to make the outgoing sword more assured, in fact without the terrifying aura. Yu's sword is still a powerful assassination method. Qin Yu sighed in admiration in his heart. This hide sword, discharge sword, although simple, was refined beyond measure. However, Qin Yu understood one thing: without that terrifying hostility, Yu's one sword was at most a relatively powerful assassination sword technique, but could not be called the first sword of assassination. I don't want to be that perverted, but Yu's one sword, so-called hide sword, exit sword, is very much to my liking. Qin Yu was very happy in his heart. Normally, I will hide my sword, use close combat, and when I have no choice, I will use my sword. Good, I'll use the short sword as my weapon. Fighting with his fists and using his legs and feet was Qin Yu's favorite. The reason why I chose this short sword is because the short sword is also close to killing. In the blink of an eye, the sword will directly cut off a person's life. In the blink of an eye, life and death are decided, and Qin Yu likes this kind of passionate way of fighting, which makes the blood in the body boil. In close combat, split the bones and attack the enemy's vitals directly with punches and kicks. Hands, which can become fists, claws, palms, and knives. Legs that can be made into whips, knives, sticks, and axes. Close combat is the most exciting. Qin Yu looked at the wooden man in front of him, which was made completely according to the human body's bones, and immediately probed his hand into a claw and crushed the wooden man's joints with one hand. At the same time, his hands were even more like a phantom, and in just a split second, all the joints of a wooden man were completely pinched and crushed. In the Ziyuan hot springs, Qin Yu's speed was too fast as he swayed in the water like a swimming dragon, while his hands kept punching, even to the point of letting people see a fist shadow underwater. The whole nearly 3 years of training, which let Qin Yu almost mastered the characteristics of water. In the water, he can use the water momentum. The water cannot become his resistance at all. In the water, Qin Yu is a fish, slippery. Little Yu ah. Lion Yan smiled and walked into the western garden. Palm, Qin Yu abruptly sprang up from the water, surprisingly jumping directly out of the water. And with both hands supporting the ground, he landed beautifully in a cartwheel. Grandpa Lion, Qin Yu smiled and walked toward Lion Yan. Suddenly, a wind rose. The wind blew to Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu unconsciously shifted his body shape and even reached Lion Yan's body in a flash. The speed was frightening. Lion Yan couldn't help but be surprised. And Qin Yu's eyes steeply erupted with an astonishingly bright light, and his entire body moved as if he had been struck by lightning. Just now. Qin Yu was surprised at what just happened. In the water, Qin Yu tried to find ways to use the water momentum to make their speed faster, and just now, once out of the water, the wind blew. Qin Yu's mind thinking of Lion Yan, even unconsciously, and the same in the water, once again trying to rely on the water momentum, which in fact is the wind. The resistance of water, the resistance of wind, the resistance of air, are actually all resistance, just that the resistance of water is even greater. I am able to use the water momentum. Why can't I use the wind momentum, so that the strong wind when moving quickly is no longer resistance? Qin Yu's heart grew more and more excited. Xiao Yu. Lion Yan was surprised to see this scene. Qin Yu didn't look up at all and waved his hand. Grandpa Lion, there are things to talk about later. Said then, completely immersed in his own senses. Qin Yu completely closed his eyes. Feel the wind resistance more and more clearly with your body. Speed. How fast a person's speed in the end when one walks normally. One can hardly feel the resistance of the air. But when flying at the limit of flashing, the faster the speed, the greater the resistance, and when the speed reaches the limit, the resistance of that air will reach an appalling point. When these resistances are no longer resistances, and are even then aids, then how fast will I be? Thinking of this question, Qin Yu had a goal in his mind. During this period of time, he had been searching for his own stance. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly realized that this might be the path of his stance. Eyes closed, he walked slowly, feeling the resistance of the wind as if he had felt the resistance of the water when he was in it. Only, The resistance of the air wind is obviously less than the resistance of the water. Want to follow the wind trend more and more difficult. Qin Yu has the experience of the water. At the moment, the speed of perception is much faster. At the same time, the art of Kai Men Dun Jia is also Qin Yu consciously fused in it. Day by day, resisting water pressure under waterfalls, running long distance with weights, exercising finger strength, practicing reflexes in sandbag formations, exercising physical strength in wooden rods, exercising strength in close combat in Wooden Man Alley, exercising use one sword against mannequins, and sensing the stance of using the wind power of the air, absorbs internal energy, and increases muscle toughness, as well as potential. Surge in the amount of meals, bones, and muscles, also rapid metamorphosis, is in the stage of physical development of Qin Yu, in accordance with the near-perfect limit training. Constantly let their bodies tend to harmonize and perfect. Their own strength is also increased by leaps and bounds. The stance, too, gradually tended to be completed, and when Qin Yu moved at extreme speeds, the resistance from the air winds became smaller and smaller. In the mansion, where the Eastern King of Iron Front Town was located, Qin Du is looking at the military map on the wall. That map has marks of various colors. The 3 counties of the eastern region are black, while the other territories of the Chu dynasty are red. Qin Du is looking at this military map. His eyes are flashing with murderous intent. Every day he has almost 2 hours of motionless looking at this map. Your Majesty, a message has come from Cloud Mist Villa. Zhu Yuan, who was dressed in black, walked in. Upon hearing the term Cloud Mist Villa, Qin Du's attention finally shifted from the map and turned his head to faintly say, "What kind of information?" Zhu Yuan immediately replied, "Your Highness, the letter said that the 3 internal experts that the king had arranged at the beginning to specifically protect Little Feather in secret had decided to return to the army." Qin Du couldn't help but be very puzzled. Those 3 people Qin Du was very clear, although only Haoshan experts, but the joint attack is still very strong and very loyal to him, absolutely not dare to arbitrarily disobey his orders. "Say, what's the reason?" Qin Du inquired in a cold voice. Zhu Yuan read the letter in his hand again. His face was a little strange. The letter said that the king originally sent these 3 internal strength experts to secretly protect Xiao Yu, but, said Zhu Yuan seemed a little unable to go on. "What exactly is the reason? Tell us," Qin Du inquired as he stared at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan's face looked strange, and he could only say, "Your Highness, this letter says that the 3 internal kung fu masters selected by Your Highness, but they cannot keep up with Little Feather's movement speed right now, so they will not be able to protect Little Feather in secret." "What, can't keep up? How is it possible?" As calm as Qin Du was, his eyes widened at this moment. This year, Qin Yu had just turned 12 only. Qin Du couldn't believe this result, and Zhu Yuan had an equally hard time believing it. But how could the people from Cloud Mist Villa dare to deceive Qin Du? "Your Majesty," Zhu Yuan looked at Qin Du. Qin Du calmed down and pondered a little for a moment before staring at Zhu Yuan. "Those 3 internal kung fu masters who secretly protected Ur can come back. From today onwards, there is no need for anyone to secretly protect Ur." Qin Du looked at the sky through the window with a hint of a smile on his face and murmured, "Ur, he has grown up. He no longer needs to be under my wings. He needs to. It's about weathering the storm and eventually lifting your wings and soaring through the 9 heavens. Your Majesty, is it a good idea to involve Little Feather in the plan?" Zhu Yuan suddenly said. Qin Du's face turned cold and directly said without the slightest hesitation, "No. Although Ur's strength is not bad, but in the midst of hundreds of thousands of armies or even millions of armies, fighting once surrounded, the individual is not the least bit useful. Unless one's personal strength reaches the innate realm, one can save one's life in the midst of thousands of troops. Moreover, Ur, he hasn't led an army, so unless he reaches the innate realm, he absolutely cannot be allowed to participate in the plan." "Yes," Zhu Yuan answered the order. Zhu Yuan, there are still a few days is the anniversary of Jing Yi's death, right? Qin De suddenly despondent. Aside, Zhu Yuan nodded and did not speak. Qin Yu is constantly training hard, running the ancestral dragon technique late at night, letting the internal force integrate into the depths of the muscles and bones, so that the muscles and skin of the whole body become tougher and tougher. During the daytime is hard workout, at the same time training close attack, constantly perfecting the body technique, as well as practicing use one sword, the only daily soak in the hot springs. Almost 3 hours is the time for Qin Yu to sleep and rest. With such a strenuous workout, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was 13 years old. Late at night, the sky is full of stars. Qin Yu at this moment is rare not to cultivate internal energy to absorb internal energy, but to look at the stars in the sky. Beside Qin Yu is a very scary black eagle. This black eagle is not like the general eagle. The aura is even more severe. Whether it was the golden hair on top of his head that was like a crown, or the black shiny fur, and the sharp beak and claws that emitted a cold light that easily shattered rocks, all of this made Qin Yu amazed at Xiao-Hi's greatness. But how could he not find out to which kind of flying bird Xiao-Hi belonged? Little Blackie, I took you in when I was 7 years old. It's been 6 years now. But for 6 years I haven't been able to figure out what kind of bird you are. Are you an eagle? Qin Yu touched Xiao-Hi's head and said affectionately. Xiao-Hi was enjoying Qin Yu's touch, and the sharp eyes looked at Qin Yu, exuding a strong attachment. Extreme training, 5 whole years. Qin Yu's body has undergone a radical change. If Zhao Yongxing came over, he would also be incredulous. After all, the internal force is integrated into the muscles, which makes Qin Yu's body metamorphosis even faster. 5 years of extreme training, but it is to catch up with the 10 years of extreme training of ordinary people. Together with the unique hot springs of Cloud Mist Villa, the massage techniques of medical expert Wang Xian, plus the application of medicinal wine, as well as the various precious medicinal dishes obtained under the powerful influence of Zhen Dongwang, of course. The most important thing is still Qin Yu's own hard training. Regardless of the environment, though, it's the individual's efforts that matter most. Qin Yu's determined training in his heart, 5 years as 1 day, made the 13-year-old Qin Yu become a master of external martial arts. At this moment, Qin Yu's height is nearly about 1 meter. 7. His whole body muscles are very coordinated and streamlined. As long as one sees Qin Yu's body, one can't help but think of 2 words: explosive power, speed. Little Black, it's been a total of 7 years since I came to Cloud Mist Villa, and Father has come 4 times. Qin Yu looked at the starry sky with calmness in his eyes. 5 years of extreme training. Qin Yu's heart has also been honed, so the environment is that ordinary people will be mentally mature, a lot of it. With the growth of age, Qin Yu also slowly understand his father, see some things. Father, he cares about me, I can feel it. For so many years, Father has been painstakingly working on that plan. That's why he didn't have time to accompany me, and Big Brother and Second Brother are also involved in that plan. Only I am the only one who is carefree and enjoying happiness in Cloud Mist Villa. Qin Yu had a hint of helplessness in his eyes. What is that plan? I don't know. Father, he doesn't tell me either, and I can't help a bit when I watch Father laboring so much. Qin Yu shook his head and said with a bitter smile, how could he help when he didn't even know what the plan was? Qin Yu. What's more, his father, Qin De, doesn't even tell him half of it. Father is in the army over in the Floodlands, and Big Brother is there, and Second Brother has gone there as well. They are all working on that mysterious plan, and I can't help at all. Qin Yu still remembers what Qin De said the last time he came here. Don't ask. When you become an innate expert, Father will let join in the program. Innate awe. Qin Yu looked up to the sky and sighed. Then Qin Yu laughed again. Forget it. No matter that much. If you don't participate, you don't participate. Cultivating hard is the most important thing. Qin Yu's face looked like he didn't care in the slightest. But what did he think in his heart? Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at the stars in the sky. while Zao-hai on the side also looked. The long night was long. A man and an eagle watched quietly. Steeply the sky lit up, only to see one meteor after another crossing the sky. A glance at the past. There were at least dozens of meteors. It was the rare meteor shower. It's a meteor shower. Qin Yu shouted in surprise. His face was full of excitement. Meteor shower, very rare to appear once. At least Qin Yu had never seen a meteor shower in the past. Only Lion Yan had once talked to Qin Yu about the charm, splendor of the meteor shower. Sure enough, a meteor was so eye-catching and brilliant. Their light completely obscured the other stars, and each meteor was bursting with the last light of its life, burning the last of its energy, radiating a brilliance that made people's hearts tremble. Qin Yu watched quietly with a mysterious color in his eyes. Meteor, although brief, but burst out the strongest light, dazzling. Life in the world, even innate experts, but only a few hundred years, rather than mediocre life. It is better to learn the shooting star, in the limited life, burning life's passion, surging blood, the bloodline of the hot blood, so that life emits the most dazzling light. In this way, only then will one die without regret. Qin Yu looked at a meteor that was fading away and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Extreme training made that passion burn in Qin Yu's heart, and he liked the feeling of boiling blood even more. This is also the reason why Qin Yu chose close combat, and at this moment, seeing the meteor shower, Qin Yu's heart became more and more enlightened. Little Blackie, I haven't been to Yanjing City for most of the year as well, so let's take a trip to Yanjing City tomorrow. Go for a stroll around the city, and bring the short sword in the royal residence, the fish intestine sword. Qin Yu said as he stroked Zao-hai's head. Zao-hai looked at Qin Yu and let out an eagle chirp that resounded through the sky, obviously very happy. Fishgut sword is a short sword made out of heavenly meteorite iron. After Qin Yu cultivated this use one sword, he is most suitable to use this type of short sword. After hearing Lion Yan speak about the fishgut sword, Qin Yu decides to go to the royal residence to fetch that fishgut sword. Day, gradually more and more dark. This is the darkness before the dawn, to be bright. Qin Yu will go to the Yanjing City. Haya, dressed in a black power suit, Qin Yu rode a black high horse and galloped down the avenue alone, directly towards Yanjing City. In the sky above Qin Yu, there was a black eagle spreading its wings. It was Qin Yu's pet little Black. Feeling the strong wind blowing, Qin Yu's face was filled with enjoyment. Haha, this feels really cool. Taking off that 200 pounds of weight, my entire body seems to be floating lightly. Qin Yu excitedly propped up his hands and did a high-altitude flip on the horse, opened his arms to feel the strong wind, and then accurately landed on top of the horse's back. Cultivation at the age of 8, limit training for 5 whole years. Hardly wasting any time, coupled with the constant absorption of internal force metamorphosis of the muscles of the whole body. Qin Yu's 5 years of cultivation, at the very least, against the average person's 10 years of extreme training. Qin Yu has become a veritable master of external martial arts. His stance was light and ethereal. His speed was as fast as a cunning rabbit. And his explosive power, strength, and so on were not within the reach of ordinary experts. Giddy up, giddy up! Qin Yu excitedly accelerated. The horse ran even more joyfully, instantly leaving only a string of smoke and dust above the avenue, but the silhouette had already disappeared at the end of avenue. Horse galloped, roadside scenery extremely fast was thrown away. Qin Yu steeply decelerated to a stop, and then jumped off the horse directly towards the roadside, a village run. Qin Yu will have 1 or 2 times a year to go to the city to shop. When the first time from the cloud and mist mountain village into the city, in this village drank water, and some of the children of the village formed a good friend, Dashan Zio Lu. Qin Yu shouted just as he reached the entrance of the village, "Little Feather." A robust youth runs out happily with a shovel in his hand. This youth's bare upper body reveals a block of muscle, which contains explosive strength. This is precisely Qin Yu's good friend, Tai Shan, who just turned 16 this year. Brother Yu. A little girl with a ponytail also ran out and violently hugged Qin Yu. This little girl was Tai Shan's younger sister Tai Zayolu, who was only 8 years old this year. A little Yu came ah. Some of the surrounding villagers also greeted warmly. They are all familiar with Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu has come several times. Qin Yu is not dressed like an ordinary person, but he treats people extremely well, and this is also the reason why the villagers like Qin Yu. Zayolu Dashan, I haven't been here for most of the year. Are you guys all right? Lovingly stroking Zayola's head, Qin Yu smiled and inquired, all okay. Tai Shan smiled and said, on the side of Zayola's eyes, big oozy eyes light up. Suddenly said, Brother Yu, you're thirsty, I'll go and pour water. Said without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, he directly ran towards his house. When Qin Yu first came to this village, it was because he was thirsty and asked for water. Dashan, I'm going to the city soon. What do you want to buy? I'll help you get it. Qin Yu inquired. When Tai Shan heard this, he thought for a moment and said with an embarrassed smile, I want to buy a better battle sword. The money I saved for myself is almost enough to buy one. Returning the money you saved, what a thing to say. I'll go buy one. Count it as my gift to you. Qin Yu patted Tai Shan's shoulder and laughed. Tai Shan was slightly stunned, then hurriedly said, How can this be? A good battle sword is very expensive. How can? Brother Yu, drink water. Zayolu ran over holding a bowl of water. Qin Yu received the water and looked at Zayolu with a smile. Nothing to offer, there must be something, say it. What is there to let your brother Fei I do? Qin Yu, however, saw through this Zayolu ghost girl's mind at a glance. Was broken down. Zayolu's big eyes blinked twice, blushing, and then embarrassedly said, Brother Fei, I want a cloth doll, the kind with a big red flower embroidered on its head. Oh. Qin Yu smiled and pinched Zayolu's nose, saying, I know, a cloth doll with a big red flower embroidered on its head, right. Don't worry, I will definitely help you buy it. Qin Yu liked Zayolu as a girl. When Qin Yu came for the first time, Zayolu was only 4 or 5 years old. After drinking the water, Qin Yu returned the bowl to Zayolu and said to Taishan and Zayolu, Dashan, Zayolu, I'm going to the city first. I'll bring back what you guys want when I come back. Little feather, this money. Tai Shan took 1 copper money in his hand, but did not know what to say. And Qin Yu is running towards the horse. A jump is 2 or 3 meters. Hard to jump directly on the back of the horse. And then with the horse screamed, Qin Yu disappeared in front of their eyes. Brother Feather, bye. Zayolu also waved her little hand in a hurry. Entering Yanjing City, Qin Yu directly rushed towards the royal residence. Uncle Lai helped collect the horse. With a direct brace from the horse, Qin Yu jumped into the air and landed on the ground with a flip. Extremely fast. Air, it was the Black Eagle that swooped down and landed directly on Qin Yu's shoulder. When those 2 guards of the Zhendong King's royal mansion saw Qin Yu, they immediately kneeled down on 1 knee and respectfully said, Greetings to the 3rd Highness. Qin Yu, every time he comes to Yanjing City, he goes back to the royal residence. The people in the royal residence also know Qin Yu, the reason why he comes to the royal residence. Perhaps Qin Yu wants to see if his father is there. Ji Min, the chief steward of the royal residence, immediately smiled and walked over. Little Yua, the king, he hasn't come back yet. Ji Min said it directly because Ji Min knew that every time Qin Yu returned to the royal residence, he would have to ask about the king, so he said it beforehand. Oh. Qin Yu was slightly frustrated before he smiled and said, Grandpa Ji, take me to the hidden armory. Then you come with me. Ji Min smiled. The hidden troop vault was not something that ordinary people could enter, and there were several confidential places in the royal residence, such as the hidden troop vault and the secret book hiding cabinet. However, there were a few people who could just enter these places. Prince Qinde, the 3 Highnesses, as well as Zhu Yuan, Lion Yan, and the chief steward of the royal mansion. Even the deputy chief executive of the royal mansion was not qualified to go in. Pavilions and pavilions, painted buildings and carved beams, winding corridors and courtyards. Wang Fu covers a wide area, Qin Yu and Ji Min behind the walk for a long time, before entering an underground secret vault. This underground secret vault is the so-called hidden arsenal, which every weapon is considered a remarkable weapon. Little Yu, feel free to pick whatever weapon you want, I'll leave first. Ji Min smiled. Grandpa Ji, have someone prepare a war knife, a basalt iron war knife. Also, prepare another cloth doll. Remember one thing. The head of the cloth doll must be embroidered with a big red flower. Qin Yu was busy instructing Ji Min. Yanjing City was huge. Qin Yu knew where to buy a war knife, but he didn't know where to buy a cloth doll. It was easiest to let the people in the royal family do it. Ji Min was dumbfounded, a rag doll, and embroidered with big red flowers. Ji Min carefully looked at Qin Yu several times. How to look at Ji Min could not imagine that Qin Yu, who was already the same height as him, even liked cloth dolls. But since Qin Yu had this request, he would not refuse. Good, since you like cloth dolls, little Yu, and you also like the ones embroidered with big red flowers. I will immediately send someone to buy one. Ji Min smiled and finished speaking before walking straight out of the secret armory. This. Qin Yu froze for a moment. I like cloth dolls, but also like embroidered with big red flowers. Qin Yu, for a while before reacting, immediately turned around and eagerly said, Grandpa Ji. But at this moment Ji Min has long gone. Qin Yu was helpless. What was this called? He himself was actually misunderstood for liking rag dolls, and rag dolls with big red flowers. Forget it. Qin Yu smiled carelessly before starting to carefully search for that fish in test and sword. There were a total of dozens of weapons in this secret arsenal of weapons, all of which belonged to the so-called immortal grade. Most of them were refined from some good minerals and such found from the flood. Weapons were roughly categorized into mortal and immortal items. Mortal goods were those that were refined from some mineral materials that were easy to find on the subterranean dragon continent. An immortal grade is the weapon that is extremely hard to come by, and is refined from materials found in the flood or on the flood demon beasts, of course. There is an upper, middle, and lower division for mortal grade, and there is an upper, middle, and lower division for immortal grade as well. The fish-gut sword, then, belonged to a short sword of the lower immortal grade. However, there was only one such short sword in the short sword category in the entire arsenal. Fish intestine sword. Qin Yu looks at the short sword in front of him. This short sword is 1 inch wide and just over 7 inches long. It looks black and unremarkable. Such a black short sword is rare. I guess it's that special material of terrestrial meteorite iron. Qin Yu was holding a short sword, and this blackened fishbowl sword was not reflective at all. Killing someone in the dark definitely made it difficult for others to notice. Shoo, the fish-gut sword completely disappeared and vanished into Qin Yu's hand as soon as his hand was illusory. Yu's one sword has the saying of hiding the sword and getting out of the sword. Qin Yu has been practicing for almost 2 years. This hiding the sword is already as pure as fire. The short sword is hidden, outsiders cannot find it at all, and this fish-gut sword is only 7 inches or so. It does not have the slightest effect on Qin Yu's close combat. Steeply, Qin Yu's right hand moved, and 2 sharp sounds rang out in the air. Qin Yu's right hand was still the same as it was at the beginning. If there is an expert can see clearly in just a moment, the fish-gut sword appeared in Qin Yu's hand, and then very quickly rode twice, and then the fish-gut sword instantly disappeared in hand. The speed is very fast. From this can be seen hidden sword speed. The use one sword method of hiding the sword is truly outstanding. But the hidden sword method described in the Ancestral Dragon's Secrets would take 10 years to practice to reach the hidden sword realm like mine, but I reached it in 2 years. It seems that what is described in the Ancestral Dragon's Secrets is not entirely accurate. Qin Yu sighed. Qin Yu was wrong, for the general expert indeed need 10 years, but Qin Yu body muscle absorption internal force, flexibility is very strong. And Qin Yu often exercise finger sensitivity as well as speed, which makes him for muscle control ability is also very high. Good muscle flexibility, coupled with strong muscle control, which makes Qin Yu can easily through the muscles will fish intestinal sword hidden, and the average expert how can the body cultivation. To such a realm, it was also extremely normal for him to catch up with a regular person for 10 years after 2 years of hidden sword cultivation. From this, it could be seen how Zhao Yongxing's so-called principle of first exercising a perfectly coordinated body, and then training the method of attack was correct. Sharpening the knife is what it's all about. There are other weapons in the arsenal, swords, guns, clubs, and so on, which Qin Yu is not even looking at. It would be good if there was a fist glove that enhances the attack power of the knuckles. Qin Yu took a closer look. Although Qin Yu's knuckle attack power was strong and extremely hard, he was unable to fight with divine weapons empty-handed. It would be fine if there were good gloves to protect his knuckles. After searching for a moment, Qin Yu regretfully gave up. There was only one glove in the hidden arsenal, or one that completely wrapped around the palm of the hand. That kind of glove Qin Yu didn't like at all. Once he wore that kind of glove, some of Qin Yu's attacks would not be able to be performed. Forget it, we'll refine it later, when we get good mineral materials. Qin Yu could only comfort himself before exiting the hidden armory. Horses' hooves flying, more than 100 people riding a healthy horse extremely fast Mercedes in the avenue above. The leader is a height of nearly 2 meters of extremely developed muscle savage. Big man, this big man is wearing a black robe. The whole person is covered by the black robe. The eyes flashed with a trace of cold light, appearing eerie very much. Stop, the leading savage Hulk steeply waved one hand with a cold shout, and immediately the cavalry troop of over 100 people steeply stopped. Old 3, bring a team of men and take that village's money as well as the women completely, and give you 5 minutes. Old 2 and I will go first. Wait for you over at Luoting Mountain. The leading savage big man gave a direct order. It's just a small village, 5 minutes. Too much time, big brother, don't worry, brothers, go. A lean one-eyed man hung a narrow scimitar on his back along with a loud shout. He led 50 people to rush towards the village not far away. The strong savage big man, on the other hand, took away the remaining 2 groups of people, and rushed directly towards Luoting Mountain. Barely stacked on his lean upper body, Taishan was digging the land with a spade at the head of the village. Beads of sweat penetrated on his lean back, while Zayolu was on the side looking at the flowers on the roadside, her eyes dribbling and whimsical. Brother, when will brother Yu he come back? Zayolu looked at the sky. The sky had a layer of dark clouds. Obviously the weather wasn't very good. Taishan smiled and said, Zayolu, don't worry. Zayoyu he won't forget. At this moment, Iron Mountain can't help but think of the Qin Yu bought a sword. Iron Mountain usually liked to dance guns and sticks. The most dream is a sharp sword. Ah, it's a horse, brother Yu is here. Zayolu looked into the distance and got excited. Taishan felt the violent vibration of the ground. No, it's not a person. Taishan looked carefully, only to see dozens of people in the distance were riding horses and rushing at a fast pace. A thought surged in Taishan's mind. He couldn't help but be scared to death. Zayolu, quickly go. Taishan picked up Zayolu and dashed towards the village. Looking back at this moment, dozens of horse thieves had rushed closer, one by one. The horse thieves raised their war knives. Taishan immediately yelled at the village, "The horse thieves are coming. The horse thieves are coming." Horse thieves, more powerful than normal bandits, they own horses, come and go without a trace, but also more bloodthirsty. General robbers also for the sake of fine water. To the surrounding villages just slightly looting. Whereas horse thieves slaughtering a village was also a regular occurrence. The horse thieves are coming. The whole village panicked, and every strong adult man grabbed a weapon from his room, either a shovel or a machete, with small children, old men, and women hiding behind them. Heave! The one-eyed man fiercely urged the horse to accelerate. His eyes glittered with an icy cold light. The horse's speed flew fast, and soon it was going to catch up with Taishan, while the rest of village was worried for the Tai Shan's siblings, but one and all of them didn't dare to go forward. Tai Shan was still 100 meters away from the village, while the one-eyed man riding a fast horse behind him was only 10 meters away from him with a light the narrow scimitar appeared in. One-eyed man's hand, and the one-eyed man's eyes flashed with a trace of bloodthirsty light. Stop. Steeply, a strong man rushed up, and it was none other than Tai Shan's father. One-eyed man has a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. His wrist steeply moved, the hand of the narrow scimitar into a lightning directly rotating and splitting to Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain, always pay attention to the back. See this scene, immediately a flying donkey rolled on the ground. Thanks to the usual regular exercise themselves, Iron Mountain even dodged this blow. The one-eyed man's face changed. Humph! With a cold snort, even a little bit of toe, directly from the horseback high flying. That rotating machete even reversed back. That one-eyed man easily a hand to catch. Shoo, with a bright light, Tai Shan panicked and rolled, narrowly dodging the knife. But Xiao Lu let out a scream. Tai Shan looked down. Xiao Lu's right arm had been chopped off. The broken arm was lying aside. Xiao Lu's face was white with pain. Just now Tai Shan dodged, but Xiao Lu's arm in his arms was outside and just happened to be chopped off. And until this moment Tai Shan's father rushed up. Seeing this scene, naturally, he was jealous. PFFD, with a flash of the scimitar, Tai Shan's father's head flew up, and he was killed in an instant. How could a farmer compare to a number 3 in a team of horse thieves? Listen to me, hand over all the money and the young women, and I will spare your little village otherwise. Slaughter it clean. The one-eyed man sneered, holding the blood-dripping scimitar in his hand. One by one, the other horse thieves rode up and looked down on the villagers below. Go to hell. A strong wind flashed. A shovel carrying an extremely strong force ruthlessly smashed in the head of a horse thief. Boom. That sound resounded incomparably. On the spot that horse thief's head was smashed and cracked. Blood flowed all over the place. A hideous and twisted face of Tai Shan's arm muscles tangled. Holding the shovel in his hand and looking hatefully at the horse thief in front of him. Oh, to have killed one of our brothers, directly exterminate this village. Just leave the women behind. The one-eyed man said indifferently. At this moment, he was already enraged. The other horse thieves were equally angry, and in their eyes an ordinary of the village is simply fish and meat, who thought that a brother still died here. Father, Xiao Lu, the father who had already been killed, and his sister who had already fainted with her broken arm. Tai Shan's mind was completely feverish, and all he had in his heart was anger. All he wanted now was to take revenge, and stared at the one-eyed man in front of him with a vengeance. Broken arms flew up and blood splattered. The one-eyed man killed one villager after another with ease. The dying blows of those villagers had no threatening power to him. How could an ordinary person compare to an internal kung fu master? One by one, the familiar villagers in the past, their own great uncles and aunts, were killed just like that, and Tai Shan's eyes turned red, staring so hard that the corners of his eyes cracked. Come on, kill me. Tai Shan picked up the war knife on the horse thief he killed and rushed towards the one-eyed man. But the one-eyed man seemed to tease him and just didn't kill him, killing the others easily with his skillful lightness, making Tai Shan keep chasing after him. Watching a familiar person being killed, Iron Mountain was going crazy with pain. Stop! Steeply a loud shout, like a thunderous tremor, resounded throughout the entire compound. And in an instant, surprisingly, everyone was frozen in shock. With a basalt iron battle sword in one hand and a rag doll in the other, Qin Yu just appeared on the field. The one-eyed man glanced at Qin Yu. His eyes narrowed slightly before he laughed. This friend. I am the oldest third of the Black Wind Horse Thieves, Bai San, known as Scimitar San. I wonder what my friend calls himself. This Bai San was also an internal expert, and he could tell at a glance that the teenager in front of him was not an ordinary person. Xiao Lu. Qin Yu saw Xiao Lu, who had broken off her right arm with a pale face, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Yu was proficient in the medical path, and immediately stopped the bleeding of the broken arm by pointing. Xiao Lu slowly opened her eyes and saw Qin Yu. A slight smile appeared on her pale little face. Brother Yu. As soon as Xiao Lu saw her dead father next to her, as well as the other familiar people in the village, she couldn't help but shed tears. Father, uncle, uncle. Xiao Lu's tears kept flowing down, while she couldn't help but have a convulsion. The pain of a broken arm was just too horrible for a little girl. Qin Yu saw those half a day ago, and he warmly greeted the villagers at the moment is a lot of dead. The body of the Qin family blood contained in the bloodline of murderous iron blood began to boil. Eyes also began to ignite a silk flame. Qin Yu carefully placed the rag doll beside Xiao Lu, and then violently stood up and threw the Chuan iron battle knife in his hand directly to Tai Shan. Dashan, receive the knife. Tai Shan immediately took over the Chuan iron battle knife. At this moment, killing Chuan iron battle knife is still very useful. Qin Yu saw the tiny broken arm on the side. He knew that it was Xiao Lu's broken arm, and from now on, Xiao Lu would be a disabled person forever. The one-eyed man, Bai San, at this moment smiled and said, "Friend, you are at least an expert. How can you fight for a group of ordinary people and our Black Wind? If not, which one of these women you want to choose? How about it?" Bai San can see that Qin Yu is an expert. Usually experts have a master. Bai San does not want to offend people casually. Moreover, in his opinion, the strength of the young man in front of him should not be weak. To kill the young man, the horse thieves will have to die a lot. It is not worth it. Qin Yu coldly looked at the dozens of horse thieves in front of him. All deserve to die. Qin Yu squeezed out these words among his teeth. Steep Qin Yu appeared beside a horse thief. His palm was an eagle's claw grabbed a horse thief's throat. Qin Yu coldly looked at the horse thief. The horse thief's eyes were all horrified and appalled. With Qin Yu eagle claw force, a click sound, the horse thief instantly gashed. At the same time, Qin Yu's figure flashed and rushed towards another horse thief as if it was lightning. Legs like running thunder, a vicious leg cuts through the air, piercing through the air, heavily smashed on the horse thief's head. Boom. The head of the horse thief cracked. Another horse thief died. Brothers, don't show mercy, kill. At this moment, Bai San was also enraged, and at once all the horse thieves killed towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's figure was quick, and the person flashed into the distance. Peng. Qin Yu flew one person away with a heavy leg kick, and then a hype. Resher split leg directly cracked the other person's head. Ka-ching! Qin Yu flew up and kicked his toes directly into the throat, breaking his life with a single kick. Drink! Qin Yu bellowed. The most penetrating fist and finger struck the opponent's abdomen. The liver immediately ruptured. The horse thief's eyes were glazed over, but he was already dead. Peng! Qin Yu turned back to be a leg. The tip of the foot directly kicked in the back of the horse thief's spinal vitals. That horse thief immediately paralyzed on the ground, motionless. Qin Yu's stance is subtle. The person is like a whirlwind, leg shadow and fist shadow attacking at a fast speed. Every horse thief can't resist Qin Yu's attack. Usually Qin Yu kills the other party with one move, or at most two moves. Vital attacks are extremely powerful. Qin Yu original training program, everything is perfect. Now Qin Yu one hand can lift more than 100 pounds of weight in the air. Usually when the body weight is 200 pounds can jump freely. Fist and foot power has been extremely powerful. Absolutely can easily check people to death. There was also Qin Yu's stance, the wind no longer becoming a resistance. The fusion of the art of Kai Men's transported armor, coupled with his own explosive speed. Qin Yu's stance was far beyond the reach of these people. How is it possible? How is it possible? The one-eyed man gripped his scimitar and stared dumbfounded at everything in front of him. A figure moving with terrifying speed. The fist is as fast as electricity, and the leg is as heavy as a mountain. Punch out and people fall, kick out and people fly. Every horse thief was killed in a blink of an eye, and in just half a minute, half of the nearly 50 horse thieves were dead. Stop, fight me. The one-eyed man chased after him with light energy at great speed. However, Qin Yu's stance was too subtle. It was very bizarre, yet seemed to contain arcane reasoning with a shake. It was out a few meters away. It was not something he could catch up with at all. The one-eyed man, Bai San, held up his scimitar and frantically chased after him, but he couldn't even catch up with the corner of Qin Yu's clothes. He kept chasing, but watched as one horse thief after another was killed. "You fight me, don't run away if you can, don't run away," Bai San hissed madly, but it was useless for him to shout any more, one by one. The horse thieves were killed just like that. Even if some of them tried to escape on their horses, it was useless, because Qin Yu's speed is far beyond the horse. Qin Yu, an airborne whirlwind sweeping kick, kicked a panicked horse thief in the side of the head where, it is the temple position, on the spot the horse thief's head cracked. People fell to the ground, died on the spot. Qin Yu drifted to the ground, coldly looked at the last horse thief White 3. In just a minute, there was only one person left out of the 50 horse thieves, Bai San, the oldest of the Black Wind horse thieves. Holding the scimitar in his hand, Bai San's one eye kept flickering, and a low roar came out from between his throats. In just 1 minute, all of his men were dead, and the entire Black Wind horse thieves group had lost 1/3 of their strength. So how could Bai San not be terrified in his heart? Suffer death, Bai San utilized his light skill and rushed towards Qin Yu at great speed, and the curved sword in his hand was glowing with an icy light. Qin Yu stood motionless, looking at Bai San killed. Bai San's red eyes, his body's internal force completely exploded, his hand's scimitar was flashing with light. His figure also reached the extreme, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Qin Yu. Surrounding surviving villagers saw that Qin Yu was still motionless, and one by one they all worried, and in that instant surprisingly, Qin Yu's body swayed to the side of Bai San, and he kicked directly at the bend of the knee from the side. Ka-ching, the side of the knee has the weakest resistance, and is instantly shattered by the kick. Ah! Bai San instantly let out a miserable scream. His human body swayed, Qin Yu at the same time. His right hand became a claw, grabbed Bai San's wrist. Strong finger force was violently applied. With the sound of bone cracking, Bai San's right wrist was finished. Bang! Fist pointed out, directly hitting the vitals of Bai San's throat. Qin Yu's whole body strength completely struck at that point of the fist and finger, bursting out the strongest penetrating force. A clear and crisp sound rang out, and the Y died. Bai San collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, no longer able to climb back up. The Black Wind Horse Thief Regiment's team of 50 men were all killed in a little over a minute. A burst of horse sounds continued to ring. Horse thieves died. Those horses are in chaos, spread 4 hooves and flew away, so that the original battlefield set off a tumbling smoke and dust. Will be the center of the battlefield, Qin Yu wrapped up. Surviving people in the village, one by one, shocked to look at the blurred Qin Yu in the smoke and dust. Originally in their eyes, Qin Yu is just a kind and polite young man, who would like to think of this young man just now, but in just a moment in their view of the terrifying horse thieves were all killed. The horse thieves do not even have the slightest power of resistance. The gazes of all the people were condensed on Qin Yu, who was at the moment lowering his head and gasping out. No one knows what Qin Yu is thinking. Qin Yu just lowered his head and gasped and extinguished. No one can see his eyes. They can't imagine the agitation in Qin Yu's heart at this moment. Although killing people is decisive and incomparable, but this is after all his first time to kill people. For the first time, Qin Yu treats everyone with sincerity. It's hard to start a killing heart towards a person. It's also just now when he saw that the lovely Xiao Lu even had her arm chopped off, and the pure villagers were killed dozens of times, which made Qin Yu's killing heart skyrocketed, and in a fit of rage, he completely killed everyone cleanly. Did I do the right thing? Qin Yu was a bit terrified in his heart. Although he was tough-minded, but no matter what, he was only a 13-year-old teenager, just a teenager, when a teenager who normally treated people with sincerity and kindness killed 50 people at once, even if he was tough. minded he would be terrified. Uncontrollably, Qin Yu's figure trembled a little. Little Yu. Tai Shan walked over and stroked Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu raised his head with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Little feather, I know what you feel in your heart because it's my first time to kill someone too. But you have to understand that they are evil. They deserve to be killed, and if you don't kill them, everyone in our village will die. Kill one evil person, but you can live 100. Such evil people should be killed, and killed in a big way. Tai Shan stared at Qin Yu and said. Tai Shan's heart was still filled with hatred. His father's death and his sister's broken arm, which made Tai Shan more and more angry at those horse thieves. Qin Yu's figure shook slightly. Killing one evil person will allow 100 people to live. Qin Yu muttered with his mouth still lowered. Tai Shan could not see the expression on the face of Qin Yu, who had his head lowered, and did not know how Qin Yu really thought at this moment. After a moment, Qin Yu finally raised his head. His eyes flashed with a burning light, and he looked to the side of Tai Shan and said, Thank you, Dashan, I think. I understand. Suddenly, there was a hint of a smile on Qin Yu's face. Dashan, why don't you go and help save the others? Ah, right. Tai Shan was also completely blinded by hatred, and after Qin Yu's reminder, he immediately began to join the other villagers in rescuing some seriously injured villagers. Xiao Lu's home. Xiao Lu was lying on the bed with a pale face. Qin Yu just quietly looked at Xiao Lu from the side with a complicated look. Xiao Lu, I'm sorry, I'm late, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Qin Yu took the Chuan iron battle knife and the cloth doll with him in the royal mansion, so he took a good stroll around Yanjing City before coming back. If he had been faster, maybe Xiao Lu wouldn't have gotten her arm cut off. I'm sorry. As soon as Qin Yu recalled the scene in the morning, when Xiao Lu held a bowl and gave him tea, he was so saddened by the news that his eyes were filled with mourning. Steep Qin Yu stood up, his eyes erupted with an appalling cold light, staring out of the window. Qin Yu's resolute face exuded an inexplicable light. Father and big brother and second brother, they are right, there are 10,000 people in the subterranean dragon continent. What kind of people there are, you can't abuse the goodness of heart to anyone. Sincerity is good to the people. But some of them who have a malicious heart are the ones that should be killed cleanly. A flame burned in Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Zheng Qin Feng as well as Zhendong King Qin Do were not at ease with Qin Yu because they knew that Qin Yu's heart was too kind, and such a mentality would suffer a great loss in subterranean dragon continent where the strongest are honored. However, Qin De and the others also believed that Qin Yu would comprehend how to deal with the world. Because the people of the Qin family, there hadn't been such a kind person in history, and the people of the Qin family, deep in their bloodline, all had a thirst for killing and iron blood. But the battle just now was so heated. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with Dao light, and his mind was filled with every scene of the battle just now using the least amount of strength, attacking the most vital parts, letting every bit of strength explode into the strongest attack, using the fastest speed, directly breaking people's lives. In a close battle, life and death are decided in a blink of an eye. These people on that one-eyed man slightly difficult, others are too weak, only, and their own level of experts fighting, can experience the passion of fighting, in the edge of life and death burst out the strongest fighting force, burning life's passion, is the same as the meteor. Qin Yu recalled the landscape of the meteor shower, and at this moment Tai Shan walked into the room, directly walked to Xiao Lu's body, and then looked at Xiao Lu's small face. Their mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to Xiao Lu, and now the father is also dead. Tai Shan also only has Xiao Lu's only relative. Xiao Lu, I'm sorry, big brother is sorry. Tai Shan stroked Xiao Lu's face. His eyes were mournful. Dashan. Qin Yu walked to Tai Shan's side and patted Dashan's shoulder comfortingly. Both of them looked lovingly at Xiao Lu, who was still in a coma. They couldn't imagine how Xiao Lu would accept all this after waking up. The Black Wind Horse thieves, at the moment, were resting at Luo Ting Mountain, not far from the village. Big brother, it doesn't seem right. Why hasn't that Bai San kid come yet? Time has already passed a long time. A middle-aged man wrapped in black robes walked up to that savage big man and said with a frown, this middle-aged man was precisely the Black Wind Horse Thief's second Jia Ming. His internal strength was extremely profound, and was said to have reached the late Haoshan stage, far more than the Black Wind Horse Pirate's oldest three. The savage big man's body was extremely stout, and his muscles were also extremely developed, and it was logical that he was a person with a developed limbs and a simple mind. However, even the Black Wind Horse Thieves group's second oldest, Jia Ming, was in awe of this boss, not only because of his own strength, but also because of his vicious heart. Wu Tuan, the leader of the Black Wind Horse Pirates, has reached the ultimate strength of the Haoshan, and his inner strength is terrifying. The oldest three, Bai San, couldn't even take a single move from Wu Tuan. HMPH. Wu Tuan stood up with a cold snort, slammed the boulder beside him. The boulder was vibrating for a moment, and then boom, completely shattered. Countless debris sprinkled all over the ground. Strength of this Wu Tuan and the 8 external masters selected by Qin Yu is also a difference of incomparable, far more than the Qin Yu at the moment. The reputation of the Black Wind Horse Pirates can be regarded as the reputation of Wu Tuan alone. Wu Tuan, who was covered by a black robe, had a cold light in his eyes. Waste by sand, that waste even wasted such a long time. All of you go with me to take a look and see what's going on. A black-robed Wu Tuan mounted the horse immediately gave an order. His voice was incomparably chilling, and the 100 horse thieves, including the oldest 2 Jia Ming, all immediately followed the order to mount the horse. Go. Wu Tuan gave an order, and at once 100 horse thieves immediately urged their horses to accelerate, speeding toward the village that had just suffered a disaster. Qin Yu wrapped his hands around his chest as front. His eyes looked through the window to the endless sky. On his shoulder, the Black Eagle was standing quietly. Just on the way back from Yanjing City, the Black Eagle went somewhere else, and at the moment it was also just coming back. Qin Yu understood that the Black Eagle had gone out to forage for food. When he was at Cloud Mist Villa, most of the day the Black Eagle was out foraging for food. The horse thieves are at it again. A burst of frightened voices rang out from outside the village. Qin Yu could not help but frown, as his feet could clearly feel the subtle vibrations of the ground. The horse thieves are here again. Tai Shan, who was beside Xiao Lu, stood up violently when he heard this, grabbing the Xuan iron war sword that was placed aside, while Qin Yu had already walked out of the room at this moment. Dashan, there are a lot of people coming. It is estimated to be around 100 people. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu had already disappeared, while the Black Eagle on his shoulder shot up into the sky and flew high into the air. Tai Shan immediately gripped his Xuan iron war sword and charged towards the outside of the village in a murderous manner. Outside the village, the savage Hulk, like Yu Tuan, shrouded in black robes, walked over to Bai San's corpse and took a closer look. Yo, I didn't see it. A small place even has external strength experts. The corner of Wu Tuan's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked out of the corner of his eye at those villagers in front of him. And some of those villagers were afraid, and their hands holding axe and machete were also trembling. Wu Tuan smiled disdainfully, and then scanned away. Steeply, Wu Tuan's gaze completely gathered on Qin Yu, who had just appeared, carefully looking at Qin Yu's body clothing. Wu Tuan smiled. This friend, it seems that he is not a person from this village. Although the style of Qin Yu's body is ordinary, but Wu Tuan still has a vision, a glance to see that Qin Yu's body clothing material is extremely precious. Not ordinary people can afford to wear. Right? Qin Yu asked rhetorically. You're the leader of some Black Wind Horse thief, right? Smart. You killed Bai San, right? Wu Tuan pointed at the man at his feet and inquired carelessly. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Seeing Qin Yu nodding, a smile bloomed on Wu Tuan's face, but the gaze in his eyes turned eerily cold. Knowing that it's us, the Black Wind Horse thieves, you still dare to make a move. Wu Tuan's body Kai was still surging, and all of a sudden, the black robes on his body flew up, revealing the terrifying muscles on Wu Tuan's body. Brothers, What do you think should be done? Wu Tuan looked at the people behind him. Kill. All the horse thieves were already furious at the sight of those 50 corpses, and at this moment, one by one, they picked up their war swords. Wu Tuan looked at Qin Yu, little brother. Let's both of us play a couple hands. Whoever loses will die. Qin Yu's body slightly moved. The whole body crackled quite a bit. The 10 fingers of his hand slightly clenched. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with a silky light, staring at the Wu Tuan in front of him. You should be stronger than that, Bai San. Don't let me down. Eldest, slaughter the village. Ill play with this kid. Wu Tuan gave the order very casually. Yes, big brother. Jia Ming's eyes immediately glowed as he excitedly said, Brothers, slaughter the village. Remember, keep a few more women. Haha, do it. A soft sword appeared in Jia Ming's hand. He stood aside and looked at Wu Tuan and Qin Yu. He was surprisingly not prepared to participate in the massacre. In his opinion, those ordinary people in the village were not worthy of his late Haoshan stage expert's hand. What? Slaughtering the village? Qin Yu's heart was shaken, and he was suddenly in a great hurry. No matter what, absolutely cannot let them slaughter the village. Capture the thief first, kill that boss first. Qin Yu flashed as if he were a soft wind drifting, and his body followed a marvelous trajectory to Wu Tuan's body. What a fast speed, what a subtle stance. Wu Tuan was taken aback in his heart, but his body did not move. PFFD. A lightning, like stick-to-the-ground sweep, Qin Yu often under the waterfall to exercise leg strength, coupled with weighted deep squatting or weighted long distance running for the leg strength, have reached the maximum exercise. Qin Yu's whole body is the strongest part of the attack, is the leg. Once he came, Qin Yu was the one who used his strongest attack. Palm. Qin Yu's right leg viciously kicked on Wu Tuan's foot. What? Qin Yu's face abruptly changed. A terrifying Kai energy even came directly from Wu Tuan's foot, not only easily resisting Qin Yu's attack, but also continuing to attack Qin Yu. Seek death. Wu Tuan made a high pressure chopping leg as if it was a big chopping knife. Qin Yu immediately propped up his hands, and the whole person rose up to the sky as if he was a bird. Then he escaped with a tumble. Wu Tuan's leg ruthlessly split on the ground above. A huge roar sounded. Smoke and dust flew up, and so the smoke and dust subsided. A huge pit appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. A single leg to achieve such power. Wu Tuan's strength is really horrible. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do it all in one place. Damnable brat. Wu Tuan was steeply furious. Ka-ching. Probing hand into a claw, directly grabbed a horse thief's spinal vitals. Qin Yu's body shape even flashed, such as the willow's soft wind-like agile, such as the lightning-like speed. Qin Yu's workout of the flexibility of the body, perfect performance of his body style. Weaving in and out of the horse thief between one after another. A move to kill, not wasting a bit of time at all. Wherever Qin Yu's figure arrived, the horse thief there was going to die. That guy is so terrifying, internal strength cultivated to that realm. He should be the expert that Grandpa Lion said that internal strength is cultivated to the extreme. It is estimated that he is on the same level as the 8 external strength experts at the beginning. He is really too strong. My attacks cannot break his defense at all. Qin Yu is shocked in his heart. Let's settle these ordinary horse thieves first. Qin Yu had originally planned to capture the thief first, but then failed and worried that too many people in the village would be killed. So he killed the ordinary horse thieves first. All of the horse thieves were scared to death. This young man is too scary. A move is able to destroy them. They are not internal experts. These ordinary horse thieves are not as strong as Bai San. Bai San was killed by Qin Yu easily. Those people which still have the power to fight back. Brothers, let's all kill him together. A horse thief shouted loudly, and the other horse thieves all drifted off, and one by one, they were not busy killing the villagers. The group attacked. So many people surrounded towards Qin Yu. Be careful. Tai Shan shouted eagerly as the other villagers watching were worried about Qin Yu. Qin Yu, however, did not care to smile. Group attack. With speed and stance at its limit, one can be amongst thousands of troops without a single scratch. Now, but there are still big dozens of horse thieves left. What is it? Qin Yu's figure was like lightning as he rushed into the horse thieves. Although these horse thieves were eagerly hacking away, Qin Yu's figure easily dodged away, and every time he threw a kick, every time he threw a punch, he was able to easily kill a horse thief. Kid, don't hide if you can. Wu Tuan flew in. That fellow is too strong, it's better to avoid it first. Qin Yu's figure unfolded, his range of movement increased, and he attacked one horse thief from the periphery. Although that Wu Tuan was extremely strong in his own strength, it seemed that he was inferior to Qin Yu in terms of his stance. Eldest, get on. Wu Tuan bellowed. That Jia Ming also immediately rushed up. Jia Ming's light body skills than Wu Tuan slightly better, but still in front of Qin Yu's strange body skills not the slightest way. See in front of the body. But the next moment to the side of a few meters away, a horse thief stared with wide eyes, a miserable scream, but the head flew up. Qin Yu's a very fast knife leg. Even a leg directly kicked off the head. This is the last ordinary horse thief, just 5 minutes or so. Close to 100 horse thieves all killed. It was mainly because the two great experts, Wu Tuan and Jia Ming, were on the sidelines, which slowed down Qin Yu's attack speed. Shu, feet a little, Qin Yu figure rushed to the sky, even jumped on a tree branch outside the village above. Standing on top of the tree branch, Qin Yu coldly looked at the following two experts. This bastard actually killed all my brothers. Must tear him apart. Wu Tuan was extremely furious. His whole body exploded with power. His black robe unexpectedly exploded into rags and floated away in the air. An invisible Kai energy was encircling Wu Tuan's body, and his whole body's muscles were still vibrating. Although Mangniu Jin was an internal martial arts technique, it was a combination of muscular strength and internal martial arts. Wu Tuan was born with great strength, and with the cultivation of Mangniu Jin, the combination of internal and external strength had unexpectedly reached the limit of the Haoshan, and his strength was horribly strong. Boss, let me cut him alive. A cold light flashed in Jia Ming's eyes as his internal strength rolled around in his body. In terms of internal strength alone, he was on the same level as Wu Tuan. Wu Tuan was stronger than him because of the fusion of his inner strength and power. These two great masters were not comparable to an ordinary person like Bai San. Looking at the two major experts in front of him, Qin Yu secretly screams in his heart that horse thief boss has already reached the limit of the Haoshan and can be compared to the original 8 external experts. This horse thief second with a soft sword is not far behind, and the weapon is still a partial soft sword. Once instilled with internal force, the attack will definitely be weird and incomparable. No matter which one he fights head-on, the chances of winning are not great. Qin Yu judged the strength comparison at once. For a while he was also at a loss as to what to do, no matter what he was only 13 years old, although he was also considered a master of external martial arts, but it was still far inferior to external martial arts masters such as Zhao Yongxing. The only thing Qin Yu could rely on was his stance as well as the melee attacks he had researched on his own. Kid, suffer death. That Jia Ming let out a furious cry, his eyes emitting an icy cold light. His soft sword tensed up and pointed at Qin Yu. His entire person was like an arrow off the string, rushing up into the sky, directly flying towards the tree branch where Qin Yu was. Qin Yu immediately moved his body, as agile as an ape, and landed on the ground around the tree in one go. Don't run away. Jia Ming immediately rushed down from the branches of the tree, but Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, the leader of the horse thieves, but he also sneak attacked. With those words in his mouth, Qin Yu had already arrived 10 meters away, while the place he was originally standing was smashed out of a large pit by Wu Tuan's leg. To know that I sneak attacked from behind, a bit of skill. Wu Tuan's eyebrows lifted. Qin Yu was confident in his heart, But what was the principle of the body technique he practiced? It is to sense the wind and turn the resistance of the wind into a helping hand. It can be said that the wind around Qin Yu, closed his eyes, are able to rely on the body to easily perceive. Every move of the people around them would definitely cause the wind to change, and would naturally be discovered by Qin Yu. This was also the mystery behind Qin Yu's ability to easily dodge and kill people with a wave of his hand, even when he was surrounded by people. Want to sneak attack me, dream on. Qin Yu stared at these two great enemies, but in his heart he was furious. Elder 2, this kid's stance is strange together. Wu Tuan gave an order. At once Jia Ming and Wu Tuan together mobilized their internal energy to perform their stances to rush towards Qin Yu at great speed. Jia Ming and Wu Tuan's great speed brought strong winds, but Qin Yu was the opposite. Only to see Qin Yu's body swaying, as if butchering a cow with ease, although the speed was fast. The wind sound produced was so small that it could only be heard as long as it was close. The stance is not yet a great accomplishment, if it's a great accomplishment, the speed is like lightning, but it can't attract a single wind. Qin Yu sighed in his heart, but at this moment, the two behind him were chasing towards him with sharp wind sounds. Qin Yu smiled disdainfully, and in a moment, he was hundreds of meters away. Leaving the two far behind, don't run. Wu Tuan and Jia Ming were furious in their hearts, but there was not a single thing they could do. Qin Yu's entire person in front of them was as powerful as a cheetah and as ethereal as a cunning rabbit, and they could not even hear the sound of the wind that was brought about by the entire person's extremely fast movement. You two old guys have the ability to chase after them. Qin Yu laughed playfully. 1 against 2, he had no hope at all. He could only rely on his stance. Qin Yu flew to escape, the two people behind the rush to chase, but the more they chase Wu Tuan, two people are more and more angry and more annoyed. They simply cannot catch up with Qin Yu, and the more they chase each other, the gap will be more and more. Qin Yu is constantly teasing with words, steeply kid, run again, and ill slaughter the entire village. Wu Tuan steeply bellowed, and Qin Yu stopped as if he was struck by lightning. What the hell are you doing? Qin Yu slowly turned around and looked at the duo not far away with a cold face. Haha, you finally stopped running away. Wu Tuan threw his head back and laughed loudly before staring at Qin Yu as if he were a poisonous scorpion. And you're still asking me what I'm going to do. You've killed over 100 of my brothers. And you're still asking me what I'm going to do. Ha ha ha, what a big joke. Jia Ming also looked at Qin Yu with a cold smile. Keep escaping, you can escape yourself, but those villagers can't. This small village also has a few hundred people. Killing these people is just too easy. Kid, why don't you escape? Wu Tuan seemed puzzled as he looked at Qin Yu and asked rhetorically. Seeing the expression on Wu Tuan's face, Qin Yu had only one word in his mind to describe Wu Tuan, psychopath. Little feather, go, don't mind us, go. Tai Shan shouted as his face turned red in anxiety. Just now, seeing Wu Tuan smashing out a large deep pit with a single leg, as well as Qin Yu not wanting to deal with normal horse thieves killing with one move, instead he kept fleeing, it was obvious that Qin Yu was not a match for these two horse thief leaders. Qin Yu did not have the slightest expression on his face, and just stared at Wu Tuan and Jia Ming in front of him. Not bad, very chivalrous. For the sake of these useless people, surprisingly not fleeing. Wu Tuan clenched both his fists. There was a crackling and popping sound. He looked at Qin Yu with a cold smile. Kid, I'm still very honorable. I don't want you to tie your hands. I just need you not to run away and fight with me. If you want to fight, fight. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yu's face remained expressionless. Wu Tuan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed out loud, admirable. Such a backbone and chivalrous heart at such a young age. Unfortunately, people with a chivalrous heart end up dying. Saying this, Wu Tuan took a step towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's mind was tranquil. All his attention was on Wu Tuan. He understood that Wu Tuan's strength far exceeded his. All he had to be calm. He had to catch his enemy's breaks. He could only wait for his opponent to reveal his breaks and then deliver a fatal blow. "Haha, eat my fist." Wu Tuan walked over, steep figure as if a bison to charge over. The body reached the limit of the Haoshan Mang Niu Jin completely erupted. The body muscles completely grave up. The veins are protruding, the right fist on the road of Kai energy around it. No one doubts that this fist power. Qin Yu's eyes steeply narrowed, and his figure steeply floated up as if he were a butterfly while probing his hand into a claw, ruthlessly grabbing at Wu Tuan's right wrist joint. "Break it for me." Qin Yu's eyes stormed open with a furious shout. At the same time, his right claw finger power completely exploded. Limit exercise 5 years of horrifying finger power. Is the brick can easily grab crack. Qin Yu's finger power is strong, there is no doubt at all. At this moment, Qin Yu grabbed the position. It is the right wrist joint. HMPH, Wu Tuan let out a cold laugh. What? Qin Yu felt his 5 fingers being impacted by a round and powerful Kai. As if he was electrocuted, his 5 fingers were numb. Not good. Qin Yu simply did not have time to continue his attack. He hurriedly crouched down at great speed and slapped the ground behind his left. The whole person dipped and escaped to the side. Phew! Wu Tuan's heavy leg whistled past where Qin Yu had just been. And if Qin Yu was a little slower, he would have been hit by Wu Tuan's leg. Qin Yu's face abruptly changed. Immediately his body flashed again, and immediately a sharp pain came from his left shoulder. Qin Yu's body flashed twice, and he reached 10 meters away, turning back to coldly look at Jia Ming, who had just sneak attacked him. So close. Qin Yu stared at Jia Ming, but his left shoulder was in excruciating pain and was still seeping blood. He just escaped from the attack of the Wu Tuan when that Jia Ming was ready to sneak attack. Qin Yu just stood still. Jia Ming's soft sword has arrived behind Qin Yu, pointing straight to the heart of Qin Yu's vitals. Fortunately, Qin Yu's body shape a horizontal shift, crouched down to fly away, which makes this must. Kill sword just pierced through the left shoulder. The reaction is really quite fast. This is not even dead. Jia Ming stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on the soft sword. Jia Ming suddenly widened his eyes and said excitedly, "The taste of blood is really good. It's very refreshing and doesn't have the slightest odor. You should still be a boy. Qin Yu's mind was thinking about how to deal with these two. Although his own strength was good, it was no match for Wu Tuan, who had cultivated the Mangniu strength to the extreme of the Haoshan, and was born with divine strength. And that Jia Ming was even more as if he was a viper, with that soft sword that would sneak up on him at all times. Don't try to escape, it'll kill the village if you do. Wu Tuan smiled grimly and walked over. Qin Yu looked at the Wu Tuan in front of him, and then looked at those poor and almost no resistance power of those poor and pure villagers in the distance. His fists could not help but clench. His own left shoulder is still coming from a burst of hot and spicy, at least. His own left-hand attack is going to be affected. Speed, that Wu Tuan is not as fast as me. Use speed. Qin Yu secretly decided in his heart. Kid, go to hell. Wu Tuan smiled coldly, his large hand, which was like a bushel fan, lifted down violently. Qin Yu's entire body seemed as agile as an ape, reaching the side in a flash. A fist smashed into his armpit. With all his might, Wu Tuan easily blocked this move with just a single arm. Peng! Qin Yu's right fist smashed into Wu Tuan's shoulder, but it was as if it had smashed into a rock. Your attack is too weak. Wu Tuan said disdainfully, indeed, the Mang Niu Jin of the fusion of muscles of a kind of internal strength. Defense is extremely strong. Equivalent to the 13 Tao Bao horizontal practice method of cultivation of the extreme in effect. Qin Yu's attack simply cannot break his defense. Boom, 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 boom. Qin Yu, the whole person, moves at great speed, hands sometimes into a fist, sometimes into a palm knife, sometimes a fist finger, a variety of attacks constantly attacked to a variety of vitals. The Wu Tuan defense is too horrible, the real vitals, Wu Tuan dead protection, general joints, and so on. Qin Yu simply cannot break the defense. Die. Qin Yu was on the front of Wu Tuan. Steeply, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu's killer finally came out. He had been waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the chance to be able to attack the vitals. Yu's sword must kill the enemy with a single stroke. Once the first time fails, the second time the enemy must be prepared. What? Yu Tuan only felt a flash of black light use one sword. Hidden sword out of sword. On Qin Yu's right hand, which was originally turned into a palm blade attack, a short black sword appeared abruptly, and even without allowing Wu Tuan to react, the fishgut sword transformed into a black light and directly cut towards Wu Tuan's throat. Wu Tuan's internal Mangniu strength automatically exploded, but unfortunately, the fish intestine sword is not an ordinary sword. It is a sword that belongs to the immortal product, although it is only the lower level of the immortal product. The fish intestine sword easily pierced Wu Tuan's Mangniu strength and cut his throat. Blood sprayed flying. Wu Tuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. Originally, this kid he could easily kill. He was just teasing Qin Yu. In his opinion, this kid couldn't break the slightest bit of his defense, but teasing Qin Yu in the end. It was his own life that he lost, killed by a teenager. Die! Jia Ming, who had been waiting for the right moment, let out a loud shout when Qin Yu's fish gut sword had just slit his throat. Jia Ming's soft sword had already arrived behind Qin Yu, who was simply too late to dodge in the slightest and was about to lose his life. Jia Ming's eyes are ferocious, bloodthirsty. The villagers are all stunned. Qin Yu at this moment, even in the brain, cannot think of what. Jia Ming's eyes even have excitement. He knows the young man in front of him to die in his hands. Steeply, a pair of sharp claws descended from the sky, ruthlessly grasping and cracking Jia Ming's entire head. Jia Ming's entire person was even grabbed and flew away, dying tragically on the spot, while a resounding eagle's song rang out in the sky. At this moment, Qin Yu looked at the throat slit and killed in front of him, waiting for the eyes of the Wu Tuan corpse, and then look at that was scratched, cracked head of the Jia Ming, the heart of a burst of fear. Looking up, Xiao Hai's sharp eyes were looking at Qin Yu. Blackie, thanks. Qin Yu exhaled a long breath, his back only now breaking out in a cold sweat, his heart stirring. Just a little bit close to being killed himself. That feeling of struggling on the edge of life and death is something that can't be described in words anymore. Qin Yu's heart has gradually changed. Perhaps I should change my method of cultivation. Qin Yu looked at the boundless sky and secretly made a decision in his heart. In this battle, Qin Yu had killed 150 people and had almost died. Outsiders could not even imagine the impact that this battle had on Qin Yu. Qin Yu, after 8 years up time passes, from the village of that one person alone battle over 100 horse thieves of the war has been the past 3 years. Qin Yu also from the beginning of gnashing of teeth and hard repair of the 8-year-old boy into a 16-year-old real master of external energy, 16 years old. The continent of the submerged dragon is the provisions of the age of adulthood. Xiao Lu was seriously injured and was brought to the Cloud Mist Villa by Qin Yu to convalesce, while Tai Shan was also brought to the Cloud Mist Villa to start cultivating with the experts in Cloud Mist Villa, and the two of them, whose parents were both dead, were relieved to live in the Cloud Mist Villa, only returning to the village often to look around. The breeze gusted, the wind rolled the fallen leaves, and at the gate of Cloud Mist Villa, the two guards were talking and laughing easily with each other. Xiao Tian, it seems like it's been half a month since Third Highness returned from this outing, right? An older guard said with a smile to the guard in his 20s on the other side. The young guard nodded his head and smiled. Ever since the Third Highness came back 3 years ago, he has often gone out. Going out for 10 days and half a month at a time is also frequent. But the Third Highness really cultivates hard enough. That is, every time he comes back from outside for a few days within the mountain villa, he is desperately cultivating all day long. Speaking of this, the young guard sighed. The older guard shook his head and said, Xiao Tian, that's something you don't know. You've only been here for a few years. You don't know how hard Third Highness trains. When Third Highness was only 8 years old, the horror of his training at that time was already too much for us elite soldiers to watch. 8 years old, you can't imagine, while other people's 8-year-olds are having fun, Third Highness is training from morning to night. That kind of training is much more bitter than the training of the Flaming Tiger Army. The young guard nodded. Cloud Mist Villa's elite guard's servants at first is the little Qin you care and cherish. But with Qin Yu's limit of training, those elite guards as well as the servants are more and more admire Qin Yu in their hearts, and the last 3 years, Zhendong King Qin only came to Cloud Mist Villa once. Little Tian, look, Third Highness is back. The older guard's eyes steeply lit up and pointed high in the sky, and at that moment, the younger guard also looked up. High in the sky, a huge black eagle spread its wings and fly. This black eagle than the general eagle on the whole big one is more than that. That eagle head of golden hair as if the crown, the sharp as electricity like eyes sweeping below everywhere, the domineering gas appalling incomparable, the pair of sharp claws flashing cold light. No one doubts the sharpness of the degree. Such a huge black eagle, it is estimated to fall on the ground upright are people tall. In this black eagle above is sitting on his knees there is a black youth. Just black eagle flying too high. A time cannot see the youth appearance. Steeply the huge black eagle swooped down. The youth also stood up on top of the eagle's back. At this moment, the guards below were able to see the youth's appearance clearly. The youth was about 1 meter 8 with a clear, cut angular face, and always had a smile that made people friendly. He was wearing a special black undershirt and black pants, and the black undershirt highlighted the youth's muscles. Little black, go forage for food by yourself. The youth affectionately patted the black eagle's back and said, at a height of about 100 meters, the youth even directly rushed down from above the eagle's back at breakneck speeds. His body shape was like lightning, and he landed on the ground in a few moments, and the dive at that extreme speed didn't even cause the slightest sound of wind. Greetings, Third Highness. The 2 guards immediately kneeled down on one knee respectfully. Uncle Lan, Tian, you're on duty today. Well, I'm going in first. Talk to you later. Qin Yu smiled at the 2 guards and said, not forcing these familiar guards to not kneel down, he also understood that this was the rule of the royal palace. Qin Yu walked directly towards the western garden, and the servants he encountered along the way all looked very surprised to see Qin Yu. Cultivating hard outside, but it's not as comfortable as in the mountain villa. Qin Yu will body black undershirt off, peng. Thrown on the ground above, this undershirt smashed on the ground above the sound surprisingly large, as if the steel smashed down. This undershirt is black gold silk woven, strangely heavy and incomparable. Black gold is precious and incomparable, 100 times more precious than gold. Ask a refining expert to pull the black gold into silk and then weave it into an undershirt. Such a 100 kilograms black gold undershirt is priceless. This is Qin De's last visit to Cloud Mist Villa to give Qin Yu. The black gold undershirt not only protects the body, but is also a very good piece of weight-bearing training equipment, which Qin Yu is naturally happy to accept. Taking off the arm guards on both hands, as well as the leg guards on his legs, Qin Yu's entire body was completely relaxed. A pair of Chuan iron arm guards, a pair of Chuan iron leg guards, plus a black gold undershirt weighing 300 pounds, even when he was out for hard training or sleeping, Qin Yu was not taking it off at this moment, but to enter the hot springs to wash the whole body properly. Take off the 300 pounds of weight. Qin Yu is comfortable and incomparable. Hot springs. I've missed you. Qin Yu laughed out loud and jumped into the hot springs in his pants, revealing his lean upper body. Phew. Cool, really cool. Qin Yu comfortably exhaled a long breath. This Yunwu Mountain Resort hot springs, although magical, can change the physique. But Qin Yu, as a child often soak, has not been able to continue to improve the physique, but the effect of lifting the fatigue is still good. After lying comfortably in the water for half an hour, Lion Yan walked to the west garden. Little Yu I knew you'd come here as soon as you got back. Almost full body comfort. Still not come up. Lion Yan had waited for half an hour, and estimated that Qin Yu had almost soaked his whole body before coming over. Grandpa Lion, wait a moment. Qin Yu washed and cleaned the black gold undershirt and leg and arm guards on the bank of the hot spring, and directly rushed to a room next to the hot spring, which was the room for changing clothes, and in a moment, Qin Yu changed into clean clothes and walked out. Lion Yan looked at Qin Yu. His eyes were full of kindness, watching a child grow into a human being. Lion Yan's heart was also full of gratification. Little Yua, there are still 3 months to go before your 16th birthday, and at that time, your father will also hold a bar mitzvah for you with a big invitation for guests at the royal residence. You must remember, don't go out and roam around too much and not even go back for the bar mitzvah. Lion Yan laughed. Don't worry, how could I forget my own birthday, bar mitzvah? The royal residence will definitely be frighteningly crowded by then. Qin Yu sighed. He remembered his second brother Qin Zheng's bar mitzvah 4 years ago, when the same number of people were scary. This point, since there is no need to say more, Zhendong Wang Shizi bar mitzvah, that is, the emperor has to send people to come. The entire Chu dynasty's power and nobility are mostly going to come. Lion Yan said with a smile, but there is a trace of arrogance after all. Zhendong Wang in the Chu dynasty status is high, can be said to be second only to the emperor of the Chu dynasty. Well, Xiao Yu, I won't disturb you. By the way, Xiaoshan and Xiaolu have returned to the village to visit. It's unfortunate that you came back. Oh, I was just wondering in the past as soon as I came back. Xiaolu immediately came to look for me, and today she hasn't come until now, so that's how it is. Qin Yu nodded his head and laughed, Lion Yan, and then left, while Qin Yu walked to the familiar training ground. Training ground aside, there is a piece of green stone. These green stone weight in order to increase. The smallest is only 100 pounds. The heaviest is over 1,000 pounds. Drink. Qin Yu steeply eyes bright. A low drink. Toes a pick. Surprisingly, will a 300 pounds of green stone pick fly 7 or 8 meters high? Qin Yu stretched out his right hand. Just by virtue of a hand will be 300 pounds of green stone completely to support. Insisted on nearly 10 seconds. Qin Yu right hand, a vibration, will be thrown to the side of the green stone. Wearing a load and 300 pounds in one hand is pretty much the limit right now. Qin Yu secretly assessed in his heart. One hand can lift 300 pounds of weight, then a fist smashed down the power can be horrible. Over 1,000 pounds are there, after all. One hand lifting multiple and a fist attack power is completely different. If Qin Yu were to face that Wu Tuan again today, he could definitely kill him without relying on the fish-gut sword. Qin Yu, wearing weights, walked to the side of the center of the group of sandbags. Qin Yu, around the whole hanging sandbags, a move all move, on the person's sensitivity requirements, but is very big. Pum! Qin Yu steeply threw a punch, and immediately the sandbags moved. And when they all moved, all the sandbags around Qin Yu crashed into each other. But Qin Yu smiled and closed his eyes, and his double fists easily slammed into every sandbag that came close. To be honest, Qin Yu's speed was not fast at the moment, but he had resisted all the sandbag attacks. This is the wonders of bodywork. Every sandbag attack can cause the wind to change. Qin Yu rely on sensing the wind changes, easily resist every sandbag attack. In fact, at this moment, Qin Yu can't be much faster if he wants to, carrying 300 pounds, and then let him move like lightning. It would be too scary. Boom, 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 boom. Steeply, a series of explosions rang out. Every sandbag was smashed by Qin Yu's fist and burst open. Qin Yu finally opened his eyes at this moment, a trace of a satisfied smile on his face. This body technique that I created myself, the Dipper's 7-star moonshine dance. The efficacy of it is really not bad after it has come to fruition. Qin Yu still remembers the battle that night. He used the fish-gut sword to kill his opponent under the moonlight, because this stance fusion to Kai-Men Dunjia 7 stars as the base, under the moonlight night, so named Dipper 7 stars moonlight dance. This stance is accomplished. Not only Kai-Men Dunjia confused the opponent efficacy, but also cannot be subjected to the slightest wind resistance. The movement does not cause the slightest wind noise. The movements do not cause the slightest sound of wind. A month later, a city on the streets, at the moment is already late at night. The streets above no one, such as the knife-cold wind, so that standing in the center of wearing fancy clothes, how greedy, cannot help but eyes narrowed. His full attention in front of a man with a silver mask on the body. This silver-masked man was about 1.70 meters, 5 in height, and stood above the street with his hands tied. The silver-colored mask only revealed his mouth and nose and eyes. How covet, prepare yourself well, I'm going to strike soon. The silver-masked man's voice was cold and indifferent. Oh, when did Skynet's silver killer become bright? How greed sneered, silver assassins. Only assassins who have killed Haushan limit experts are qualified to get silver masks, unfortunately. Assassins are hiding in the dark and sneak attacking. If you sneak attacked me, maybe you were able to succeed, but you intercepted me in the street. How greed heart have certainty, his power to reach the limit of the latter day. The silver metal killer is generally the limit of the latter day experts. The two are equivalent. In front of this killer, do not know what drugs, even openly and honestly intercept. How greed which has confidence. Things aren't good. What kind of person even has a grudge against me and has a mission to kill me in Skynet? If it's really like this, then it's bad. How greed's forehead couldn't help but ooze cold sweat. Skynet, the absolute number one assassin group, with a history of over 1,000 years. Its power spreads throughout the entire subterranean continent. The roots are not even as deep as the three great kingdoms. The depth of the foundation was not even as deep as the three great kingdoms, and the three great kingdoms could not really figure out what the leader of this Skynet really was. The strength of Skynet's strength, however, was something that no one had ever suspected. Skynet is divided into an intranet and an extranet. The inner network were the killers that Skynet itself had trained, and were absolutely loyal to Skynet. The outer network were other experts who wanted to make money, and these experts did not want to be loyal and join Skynet, so they became part of the outer network. The members of the outer network were incredibly complex, and perhaps a certain patriarch was one of them. But no matter who it was, no one knew the identity of the outer network members. Even Skynet never looked into the true identities of the outer network members. Slayers are categorized into gold, silver, and bronze. Bronze metal assassins were assassins that could kill mid-Haushan experts. Silver metal assassins were assassins that could kill experts at the limit of the Haushan. And gold metal assassins were assassins that could kill innate experts. Skynet's inner net and outer net were two major systems, which made them an extremely terrifying existence. The largest Chu dynasty in the subterranean dragon continent was only close to 100 innate experts, while the Skynet outer network had more than 20 gold metal assassins. And how many gold metal assassins were in the inner network, no one knew. But no one doubted the terror of the experts in the inner net. This was Skynet, an underground super assassin group that had been passed down for over 1,000 years, and had influence over the three major kingdoms of the subterranean dragon continent. How Greed was worried when his name was on the Skynet mission list. Get ready. The man with the silver mask faintly said. How Greed immediately focused all of his attention on the silver assassin in front of him, and his internal energy began to run at breakneck speed, always ready to send out the strongest attack. The corners of the silver-masked man's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. It was a smile. Stigmata. The silver-masked man's entire figure even appeared two residual shadow, a front and a back, a left and a right, in a blink of an eye. A force of air in front of How Greed was blown and fluttered. How Greed could not help but squint his eyes. Amazing speed. How Greed was horrified. He could only gather his eyes to barely see a little figure, not caring about anything else. How Greed started a crazy attack on the little figure in front of his body. Leg shadows spread all over the air, attacking the silver-masked man's whole body. Ah! How Covet felt a sharp pain in his right foot. and couldn't help staring and letting out a scream, while a bone-click sound rang out, and at the same time, How Covet's whole person was thrown away and ruthlessly smashed on the wall on the side of the street. The silver-masked man's cold voice also rang out, "The speed is okay, but unfortunately, the explosive power is too poor." In a short blink of an eye, the silver-masked man directly unloaded the ankle joint of this How Cove, its right leg. How Greed stood up with one hand on the wall, his eyes looking resentfully at the silver-masked man in front of him. The finger power is really strong and fast. Unfortunately, it's not enough to kill me. How Greed was able to feel the strength of the other party's finger power, and even grabbed through his true Kai defense at once. Really, the corners of the silver-masked man's mouth curled up once again, while his figure was illusory, forming a residual shadow once again. How Greed's eyes immediately glared round, his whole body's Kai completely bulged, gathering all his attention to stare at the silver-masked man's figure. Even if his lifespan is greatly damaged, he will still have to make that move. There was a hint of ruthlessness in How Greed's eyes, and at once, his face began to turn green. The silver-masked man also seemed to have noticed How Greed's change, but continued to attack. Soul-destroying claw. How Greed violently let out a loud cry. The whole face's hideous, double claws extremely fast attack to the silver-masked man in front of him. The speed reaches a horrifying degree, even between the double claws. There is also a road between the black True Kai interconnections. The two claws are good, but it seems that How Greed's soul-destroying claws are even more bizarre. On the speed, he is not as good as the silver-masked man, and even the other hand cannot touch. Strike, a black air force even bound the silver-masked man's hands in front of How Greed's chest. How Greed was so excited. "Haha, I see you are fast. Are you as fast as my soul-destroying silkworm? Your hands are bound, just wait for your death. Haha, hee, how come you don't have any internal power to resist?" How Greed looked at the silver-masked man in front of him suspiciously. "You're rejoicing too soon." A black light flashed. "How possible?" How Greedy's eyes widened, but then he fell down with a powerless thud. This claw skill is truly marvelous. It even produces Kai energy as if it were silk. The silver mask removed by the silver-masked man was an unfamiliar man. This man's figure steeply crackled and rattled. His body unexpectedly began to grow taller, and his face slowly began to change. A moment later, the silver-masked killer, who was around 1.75 meters, unexpectedly turned into Qin Yu, who was 1.8 meters tall. If anyone saw this scene, they would be surprised as hell. What Qin Yu had performed just now was the technique of changing shape and bones, which could be considered the ultimate in disguise techniques. Changing bones is to change the shape of the face by controlling the muscles and sinews. Controlling the muscles and tendons of the entire body controls the height. Generally, only innate experts could barely use innate True Kai to change their appearance, which meant that it seemed to outsiders that only innate experts were able to use changing shape and changing bones. But Qin Yu from childhood exercise is to try to control the whole body muscle and sinew, cultivation for 8 years, but also often absorb the internal force into the muscle and sinew. The whole body muscle and sinew toughness has reached an amazing point. Relying on the muscle and sinew alone, Qin Yu will be able to do to change the shape of the bone. Doing more than justified will kill itself. Qin Yu took this How Greed head, and then the figure rushed up, in the side as if above. It is small black in that. Small black body is a small box. Qin Yu will be placed in the box head, and then will sit on the small black body. "Little Blackie, let's go." Qin Yu affectionately patted Xiao-Hai's neck. At once, Blackie let out a joyful eagle's cry, and shot up into the sky. Sitting on top of the little black eagle's back, Qin Yu looked down on the boundless earth below, before raising his head to feel the strong wind of the late night. Since that day of the great battle, Qin Yu after decided to fight and cultivate outside. The target is mostly some evil people. After a while, Qin Yu joined the outer network of the Skynet. Killer named Meteor. Qin Yu chose the mission targets are all the evil people who have caused the wrath of the heavens and the people. In this way, 1 could kill some scum, and 2, one could practice the art of real close combat. Little Black, turn in your quest and go straight back to Cloud Mist Villa. Let's go, Qin Yu said with a smile, and the Black Eagle suddenly let out an eagle's cry, its speed surging as it turned into a stream of light and flew towards the east. Yanjing City, Zhendong King's royal mansion, is decorated with lights and colors today. It's only early in the morning now, while outside the royal mansion is already full of cars and horses. The rich merchants and magnates of the entire Chu dynasty, the nobles and kings and grandchildren, are all warmly greeted one by one, and enter the royal mansion with congratulatory gifts and invitations. Today is the bar mitzvah of the Zhendong King's third son, Qin Yu. Bar mitzvah, wedding in the subterranean dragon continent degree of importance, is not much difference compared to it, but instead of the birthday, but do not pay attention to it. When Qin Yu's 10th birthday is just some people in the royal family to celebrate a little bit, while the bar mitzvah is widely sent invitations. Even the emperor of the Chu dynasty may have to come. 8 years ago, Qin Yu's big brother Qin Feng bar mitzvah, the emperor of the Chu dynasty Zhang Guang personally congratulate. Early in the morning, the three brothers Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, and Qin Yu then walked together outside Qin Des' room to greet their father. The three brothers' elder brother Qin Feng is the tallest, almost 1 meter 9 or so, always has a cold aura on his body. His face rarely smiles, and only smiles at his own brothers. Qin Zheng and Qin Yu, on the other hand, were about the same size, average height. My son pays his respects to his father. When the three brothers saw Qin De, they immediately knelt down on one knee to greet him. Qin De looked at the three sons in front of him, a burst of relief in his heart. His three sons are all talented. The eldest son, Qin Feng, into the martial arts, not only the army general, and in the last year has become an innate master, is also famous. The entire Chu dynasty innate masters but 100, can 20, 3 years old to become an innate master, is considered extremely outstanding. The second son, Qin political management, politics, and so on than Qin De himself are more proficient. And now the 3 counties of the eastern region of the large and small affairs are almost all have the second son in charge. As for the third son, Qin Yu, Qin De cast his gaze towards Qin Yu. Seeing Qin Yu, Qin De couldn't help but have a trace of guilt in his heart. How much more external skills can be cultivated will at most reach the Haoshan extreme only. Can't become an innate expert in the end. It's just the end of the road. Qin De sighed in his heart, in Qin De's opinion. His third son, Qin Yu, can't have much achievement even if he works hard. If one can reach Yunzing's level, even though he is not an innate, his attack power will be able to stand up to a preantile master. Unfortunately, it takes 30 years to reach that realm. Nowadays, he has only been cultivating for 8 years, and he still needs to pass 20 years. Unfortunately, Qin De didn't know that Qin Yu's muscles absorbed the internal force and progressed much faster than Zhao Yunxing estimated at first. You guys get up first. Qin De laughed, then looked at Qin Yu and said, today is your bar mitzvah. It's the big day of your life. After today, you'll be an adult, and you'll have to work hard to face everything on your own. Father, don't worry. Qin Yu nodded and smiled. Facing life on your own. As early as 3 years ago, Qin Yu had soared around alone with the Black Eagle, relying on the Black Eagle's speed. The Chu dynasty was almost strolled around. Having experienced many things, Qin Yu already had his own understanding of life. Good. There are already a lot of guests outside now. You guys follow me to greet the guests. Qin De said, and led the way out, and the 3 brothers, Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, and Qin Yu, followed behind and went out as well. On that day, the Zhendong King's mansion was noisy, one by one, the king's grandchildren and nobles, and what rich and powerful people came to congratulate, of course. These people face the Zhendong King that is absolutely respectful. And the Zhendong King and a level of power in the king, there are 2 people. One is the Zhenin King, one is the Zhenbei King. The Zhenin King of the 3 southern counties, Mulan, personally congratulated him, and the Zhenbei king of the two northern counties, Shangyu and Hong, also personally congratulated him, while the 4 western counties were under the complete control of the imperial Xiang family. And this time, Emperor Xiang Guang didn't come in person, and allowed his own brother Xiang Shuo to come and congratulate him. The banquet did not know how many tables were set up, and how many guests actually came. Qin Yu did not know. But he knows one thing: the received congratulatory gifts filled up 2 rooms. One can imagine the number of guests. After all, the bar mitzvah was held by the son of the Zhendong king. A day of noise, until late at night. The guests are gone. The king's residence is quiet. The secret room. This secret room Qin Yu had never come to in the past, and at the moment it was already after midnight, and there were only 5 people in the secret room: Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, Qin Feng, and Zhu Yuan among the 5, except for Qin Yu, who was puzzled. The others seemed to have knowledge in their hearts. Everyone sit down first. Qin Du was the first to walk on the eunuch chair, and waved his hand to the other few people. Qin Yu and the other 4 also sat down one by one around that long table, Zhu Yuan still holding a fan, smiling faintly at Qin Yu. "Father, you asked me to come here. What exactly is the matter?" Qin Yu inquired. To this day he was still confused. Qin De calmly nodded and said, "Yuer, haven't you been wondering what father is up to, and what plans he is working on? Indeed, there are quite a few things that I have been hiding from you. And today, you have come of age at the age of 16. I will tell you some of the secrets." Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He had known for a long time that his father was making some plans, and he had wondered about it. But as soon as Qin had strayed away, he didn't tell him. Now, listening to what his father said, it seemed that there were still a lot of things that he didn't know. And today, his father finally decided to tell him. "Yuer, do you know if there was ever a dynasty in the history of the subterranean dragon continent that unified the entire subterranean dragon continent?" Qin De inquired to Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and said, "That goes without saying. A long time ago, the submerged dragon continent had been a scattered situation. It was not until 1,000 years ago that the entire submerged dragon continent was unified like never before, and it was the Qin dynasty that unified the entire submerged dragon continent. The great name of Qin Shi Huang Wenjiang is still ringing in our ears now, but it's a pity that the Qin dynasty was too short, and after 100 years of unification, it fell apart, and the Wen clan of the Qin dynasty was wiped out clean." Qin De nodded slightly and said, "The first secret I'm going to tell you today is that our Qin family is a direct descendant of Qin Shi Huang." Qin Yu only felt that he was struck in the head by a bolt of thunder and was dumbfounded for a moment. After a long time, Qin Yu was only slightly awake, incredibly looked at his father, and then looked at his elder brother and second brother as well as Uncle Zhu Yuan. But all of them looked at Qin Yu, the meaning in their eyes Qin Yu completely understand. "Isn't Qin Shi Huang's direct lineage surnamed Wen?" Qin Yu asked despite having a feeling in his heart. Qin De shook his head and sighed. When the Qin dynasty was destroyed, and the world hunted down the Wen clan, do we still dare to take the surname of Wen? Changing our surname to Qin is also so that we don't forget that our ancestor was Qin Shi Huang. Fire, do you know that my Qin family's family heirloom technique wasn't originally called the ancestral dragon technique, but rather the first emperor's ancestral dragon technique? Yuer, remember that the blood flowing in the bloodline of our Qin family's sons and daughters is the same blood as Qin Shi Huang. A sharp light emanated from Qin De's eyes. Qin Yu could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. Qin Shi Huang, in the heart of every person in the subterranean dragon continent, that represents a supreme position. Qin Shi Huang not only unified the world, but also his own cultivation is extremely high. Power and cultivation, Qin Shi Huang have reached the ultimate that no one can compare. He is actually Qin Shi Huang descendants. How not to let Qin Yu heart shock. Yuer, as a descendant of the first emperor, do not forget the splendor of the Qin dynasty. Yuer, do you know how the first emperor died? Qin De stared at Qin Yu and inquired. Qin Yu recalled what he had read from the book and said, Qin Shi Huang's power was extremely high and was said to have reached the realm of the upper immortal. So it was reasonable that it would be normal to live for thousands of years, but then he was decapitated by the supremely powerful West Chu hegemony King Xiang Yu, who was also the first emperor of our Chu dynasty. Yes, it's Xiang Yu, the Western Chu hegemon. A piercing light emitted from Qin De's eyes. The 4 counties of the western region is the Xiang family's home base, operating for thousands of years, relying on the 4 counties of the western region to make a fortune, and began to conquer the world. At the time, when the upper immortal level expert, the one who claimed to be number 1, was Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu, killed our ancestors, and if Shi Huang didn't die, how could our Qin dynasty be destroyed? But Qin De laughed coldly, but that Western Chu hegemony king was also killed by the combined efforts of the Qin dynasty's 2 great upper immortal experts a year later. His jinden shattered, and he fell into the river and died. Although the Chu dynasty was started by Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu, yet Xiang Yu himself did not enjoy the glory and wealth of a peaceful emperor. We, the descendants of the first emperor, want to restore the glory of the first emperor. But we must not be too hasty. We must pick a target. When the Qin dynasty destroyed the first was because of the Xiang family. So the first thing we do is to destroy the Xiang family first and seize the entire Chu dynasty. A terrifying light emanated from Qin De's eyes. Destroy the Xiang family and seize the entire Chu dynasty. Qin Yu tried to calm down at the moment. What Qin De said today was too much of a shock for Qin Yu. Xiang Yu killed Qin Shi Huang and destroyed the Qin dynasty. However, the Qin dynasty's top experts also teamed up to kill Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu. Otherwise, with Xiang Yu's horrific strength and the strength of the Xiang family's army, it is not impossible to exterminate the other 2 powers and unify the entire Qianlong continent. This is the cause of the present submerged dragon continent. 3 points. Qin Zheng put one hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu turned his head to look at his second brother. Qin Zheng gazed at Qin Yu and solemnly said, "Third brother, my elder brother and I and my father have been working hard for this goal for so many years as well. Third brother, remember, we are the descendants of the first emperor of Qin, and we must bring back the glory of the first emperor." Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, and Zhu Yuan, who was on the side, all looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at his loved one's gazes and thought for a moment before finally nodding. After 5 years, everything will be ready. That time will be when our Qin family will take action. At that time, we will definitely want the Xiang family to be extinguished and unify the entire Chu dynasty. Qin De's body naturally exudes a silky murderous aura at this moment, and the light in his eyes is appalling. Qin Yu listened but frowned. Qin Yu also knew the pattern of the entire Chu dynasty. Chu dynasty, mainly divided into 4 major families. 1 for the royal family Xiang family, complete control of the 4 counties in the western region, control of the army of 800,000, Xiang family Iron Horsemen 200,000 is the reputation of far-flung. The second is the Qin family of the 3 counties in the eastern region, which controls an army of 600,000, of which the 50,000 strong tiger army is even more intimidating to all forces. However, the Qin family has 200,000 troops in the Blackwater mountain range to deter the world's first mountain bandits base camp. The actual available army is only 400,000 troops only. The third family, the Wood family of the 3 counties in the southern region, also had 600,000 troops. The fourth family was the Shangyuan family from the 2 counties in the western region, with a total of 400,000 troops. This was the rule of the royal family Xiang family at the time. Each county could only recruit 200,000 soldiers. The entire 12 counties of the Chu dynasty were precisely divided by the 4 major clans. However, the other 2 major clans were neighboring the Xiang family and had a good relationship with the Xiang family. Father, if we want to exterminate the Xiang family, want the other two great clans obstruct. What's more, even if they don't, if we destroy the Xiang family, if the other two great clans take advantage of our greatly reduced strength to exterminate us instead, how would that be? Qin Yu thought of the problem at once. Qin De smiled slightly. Qin Zheng, however, said to Qin Yu, third brother, don't worry about that. Those two big families, the Mu family is loyal to the Xiang family. However, the Shangyuan family in the two northern counties is a wallflower that should be easy to pull together. What's more, our Qin family for so many years, and how can it be just a superficial 600,000 troops? Qin Yu, however, shook his head and said, no, second brother, since the Xiang family is a royal family, they must have an intelligence department that monitors the world. Our Qin family's 600,000 strong army wants to call for more troops if we call for just 100,000 more. Food, armor, weapons, and so on for 100,000 people is a huge amount, and it would be too difficult to escape the detection of the Xiang family's intelligence department. Also, the Mu family is loyal to the Xiang family, and the two together are 7 counties. That Shangyuan family is a wallflower, but this wallflower may not necessarily defect to us. After all, we are not as strong as the Xiang family. Qin Yu is a bit unconvinced about his family's unification of the Chu dynasty. Also, the Blackwater Mountain Range is the first mountain bandits' base camp, and those mountain bandits claim to be 200,000, yet the actual number of outsiders is unknown. We have an army of 200,000 that must be deterred. Otherwise, once so many mountain bandits rush in like locusts, the 3 counties in the eastern region will be in chaos. That's why we only have 400,000 troops that can make a move. Even if we have 100,000 in the dark, it's still only 500,000 people. How can we fight the Xiang family? Our fiery tiger army is formidable, but 50,000 fiery tiger army can at most stand up to 230,000 troops, right? The Xiang family's 200,000 iron horsemen are not vegetarians, Qin Yu added. Qin Yu identified many problems at once. Also, if we have a great war within the Chu King's dynasty, will that Han dynasty and Ming dynasty definitely be honest? Once these 2 dynasties strike, it would be a real mess. Qin Yu added, saying this, Qin Yu himself was unable to imagine how his family would unify the entire Chu dynasty. Qin De, Qin Zheng, and Qin Feng, as well as Zhu Yuan, all smiled and looked at Qin Yu approvingly. Not bad, Yuer. I didn't expect you to have a very good view of the big picture, thinking of so many things in such a short time. But the war is not as simple as you think. It's not just a simple comparison of strengths. Grain and grass combat, and so on are all very complicated. And the 4 great families of the Chu dynasty are not like the surface, don't worry. Our Qin family has been preparing for hundreds of years. All kinds of plans have been designated long ago. Wait until 5 years later, you see how we can destroy that Xiang family, Qin De firmly said. Qin Yu, however, looked at his father in confusion. He didn't understand the 4 great families, the Mu family and the Xiang family, were together. The Shangyuan family hadn't necessarily defected to the Qin family yet. So what on earth made father have such great confidence? So what if we prepare for hundreds of years? If you prepare for hundreds of years, can 600,000 troops become 800,000? And the Blackwater Mountain Range side of the army cannot be moved. Otherwise, the 3 counties of the eastern region, a chaos that can be bad, after all, is where their own roots. Don't worry, your father has already calculated everything. Qin De smiled. Qin Yu didn't know what was in his father's mind, but in his own opinion, it was really hard for his Qin family to unify the entire Chu dynasty. After all, the Han dynasty and the Ming dynasty are not a dry meal. But seeing his father's gaze, Qin Yu's heart is much more solid. The Qin family, as vassals of the Chu dynasty for hundreds of years, had never made a move, so why had they waited until hundreds of years later to decide to do so? When Qin Yu thought of this, he looked at Qin and inquired doubtfully, "Father, my Qin family has not made a move in these hundreds of years, so why must we make a move in 5 years? Could it be that destroying the Xiang family requires hundreds of years of preparation? If we were to make a move, we should have done it a long time ago." Qin Yu naturally would not believe this. Qin De's face suddenly had a hint of frustration. "Since you asked, I'll tell you another secret as well." At this moment, elder brother Qin Feng's face had grown even colder. Second brother Qin Zheng did not have the slightest smile on his face, and Zhu Yuan's fan was no longer fanning. As for Qin Yu, he also felt that the atmosphere in the entire secret room was different, and he understood in his heart that what his father was about to say was definitely very important. Qin De gaze as if able to travel through time and space, voice ethereal. "Fire, 14 years ago, your big brother over 10 years old. That time your mother she died. That day there was a big fire. I used to say to you that your mother died because of the fire, but the truth is, your mother was killed." The muscles on Qin De's face were all trembling, and all that was in his eyes was hurt and hatred. Boom! Qin Yu's head exploded as his face abruptly turned white. Mother, she was killed. Qin Yu's mind was completely messed up for a while. When he was 2 years old, he didn't have his mother. At 2 years old, Qin Yu was too young at that time to remember the image of his mother. Think of mother. The first thing that surfaced in Qin Yu's mind was that image, the portrait that he had asked the painter to draw when he was born shortly after the full moon. The portrait of a young woman holding a baby, the young woman smiling and looking at the baby in her arms, the loving gaze emanating the light of motherly love. When young Qin Yu did not know how many times he stood stupidly looking at that image, saying to himself, "This is my mother." In his mind, he tried to memorize his mother's appearance. Many times his dreams were haunted by his mother's appearance. Every time he saw other children with their own mothers in Yanjing City, Qin Yu wanted his own mother. How much he wanted to have his own mother. When he was young, he even cried by his father's side time and time again, wanting his own mother. Gradually grew up, the little Qin Yu has no longer cry for mother every time you want to think of their mother. The little Qin Yu will look at the stars because Lion Grandfather once said, "People will die in the sky to become a star," which is also Qin Yu like to look at the stars of a reason. Now, when that little Qin Yu has become an adult, and at this moment he was unexpectedly told that his own mother did not die because of the fire, but was killed. "Who killed my mother?" Qin Yu shouted as he stared at Qin De, his eyes reddening. The only mother, the emotion that throbs in the soul, the image of the mother in the mind as if it were fluffed up like glass shattered. A wave of anger that erupted from the depths of his soul instantly filled Qin Yu's entire chest. It was hatred. It was absolute anger. Who is it who on earth killed my mother? The muscles of Qin Yu's hands were all trembling, and his entire body was completely agitated. Hatred was also emanating from the eyes of Qin Feng and Qin Zheng. Could it be that? A bright light suddenly flashed in Qin Yu's heart, guessing a possibility at once. Qin Yu stared at his father. Could it be that the person who killed mother was someone from the Xiang family? Yes, it must be so. Yes, it's the Xiang family, and the murderer is Xiang Guang, the current emperor of the Chu dynasty. It was he who killed your mother, and this scene was also witnessed by your big brother. Qin De's voice was cold and indifferent. The entire secret room was devoid of the slightest sound for an instant. Xiang Guang, he thought that if he forced Jingyi to die, and then made a fire, then God would not know, and he thought that I would never find out about the golden cicada. But he didn't know that the 10-year-old Feng was hiding in Jingyi's room in the first place. Qin De's killing intent ran. That time, if it wasn't for Uncle Wind, I would probably be dead, and no one would know the truth about my mother's death. Qin Feng said in a cold voice, "The truth of it all comes out. All is clear." Although the descendants of the Qin family were the bloodline of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, however, for hundreds of years, the Qin family had been sitting in the 3 counties of the eastern region, living a life of ease and comfort, and many of the Qin family's ancestors advocated for a life of peace. After all, it would be too difficult to seize the Chu dynasty, and perhaps the Qin family would be doomed instead. For hundreds of years, the Qin family had not made up its mind to give up its current life to seize the Chu dynasty. However, the death of the contemporary head of the family, Qin De's wife, made Qin De make up his mind, so from 14 years ago, Qin De began to set up, even to the point of initiating arrangements made hundreds of years ago. Father, I want to lead the army. I must avenge my mother. Qin Yu looked at Qin De and said firmly, there are only 2 ways to take revenge. The first one is assassination. The second one is to directly use the army to exterminate the Xiang family, and then easily kill Xiang Guang. Assassinate Xiang Guang. Qin Yu thought about it for a moment and then discarded it. Xiang Guang is the emperor of the Chu dynasty, and he doesn't know how many experts are around him. Even the innate experts are estimated to have no hope, not to mention him, a cultivator of external energy. So only join in Qin De's plan. Nonsense. Qin De glared at Qin Yu and reprimanded, you're a brat, and you haven't learned the art of leading an army, or the art of the imperial court, and you lead an army, then you'll be a vanguard and a junior soldier. Qin Yu immediately said he understood that he indeed knew nothing about leading soldiers in war, but Qin Yu really could not tolerate himself doing nothing on the sidelines. After all, it was the killing of his mother, pioneers, a small army. Qin De shook his head and said, when marching and fighting to destroy the Xiang family, that troop deployment is definitely in the order of 100 men. When fighting, one can't even see the head of the line. With so many people fighting together, what role can you play? Without the strength of an innate expert, you won't even be able to save your life in the midst of thousands of troops. Qin Yu was dumbfounded, but Qin Yu wanted to argue. Qin De walked to Qin Yu's side, stroked Qin Yu's shoulder, said in a serious tone, you have to understand you are my Qin family's descendant. My Qin family's bloodline absolutely cannot afford to lose your elder brother. He is a general, and himself has reached the innate realm. Of course, I feel relieved. Your second brother sits in the rear to deal with the political affairs and so on. I feel relieved as well. You want to be the vanguard if you die. How can I explain to my ancestors? How can I explain to your dead mother? Don't be capricious. You going into the middle of the army will only make father worry about you even more. You're already an adult. You need to learn to consider the big picture, Qin De said as he gazed at Qin Yu. Qin Yu thought for a moment in his mind. He realized that by letting himself handle the political affairs, he might be helping. By going to be the vanguard of the skirmishers himself, perhaps his own father's marching of the army was instead affected by the fact that he had to think about it because he was in one of the armies, and the power of one's own attack is negligible in the midst of an army of thousands. Qin Yu had the assertion in his mind that if he were to join in, it wouldn't be useful at all and would be counterproductive instead. Father, I know. I won't affect you guys. Qin Yu nodded his head and then turned around and directly left. Qin De could not help but feel a hard feeling in his heart when he saw Qin Yu say so. And Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, as well as Zhu Yuan all stood up to look at Qin Yu's back. Qin Yu walked to the door and suddenly stopped, turning to look at several people. Father, elder brother, and second brother, Uncle Zhu. I'm counting on you for my mother's revenge. Third brother, don't worry. We will definitely exterminate the Xiang family. Second brother, Qin Zheng firmly said. Qin Feng also nodded solemnly to Qin Yu, and the gazes of Zhu Yuan and Qin De looking at Qin Yu made Qin Yu completely understand the meaning of the two. Thank you. Qin Yu finished his speech and directly left the secret room without dropping his head, and came above the corridor. At this moment, it was already late at night. The sky had many stars, and the cold wind of the late night blew Qin Yu couldn't help but have some trembling all over his body. Qin Yu steeply turned around and looked at that room beside the corridor. Below that room was where the secret room was. Perhaps father and the others are discussing some important plans, and I can't help at all. Qin Yu laughed slightly bitterly, and then directly turned around and left. Early in the morning of the second day, Qin Yu left the royal residence alone to return to the Cloud Mist Villa, accompanied only by Black Eagle. Back in the days of Cloud Mist Villa, Qin Yu trained even harder. Even the time Qin Yu planned to go out and take on assassin missions was drastically reduced, and most of the time was spent on constantly improving himself, and Qin Du only smiled bitterly when he learned of this news and did not say anything. Late night, half a month later, Qin Yu walked out of the room and stood in the center of the courtyard. Steeply, his feet powered up, and the whole person had already reached above the roof with a swing and a flash. Sitting on top of the roof, Qin Yu looked at the boundless starry sky in silence. Beside him, the Black Eagle was also staying quietly at one side. Cloud Villa is in the mountainside. Qin Yu and the roof above even see the cliffs not far away. Deep cliffs in a burst of cold wind blowing. Qin Yu is no sense. Little Blackie, I feel redundant, very redundant. Qin Yu whispered to Black Eagle next to him. The Black Eagle's dark eyes stared at Qin Yu, and opened those huge wings to rest on Qin Yu's back, as if comforting him. Looking up at the starry sky, Qin Yu's voice was a bit ethereal and tinged with a hint of bitterness. When I was small, I thought that my father didn't care about me, so I worked hard to cultivate, just to let my father spend more time with me. However, when I got older, I realized that Father King cares about me in his heart. It's just that. He has his own things to do, and Dosen T have time to waste on me. It is indeed difficult to destroy the royal family, the Zhang family, and avenge my mother's death. Father, elder brother, second brother, they have been working hard, and am no use at all. Am not proficient in government, and I can't lead an army. This point of merit in itself is simply of no use at all in 1,000 armies. Qin Yu cannot help but clench his fists. In fact, I also want to help father. In fact, I also want to make myself a little use. Well, at least a little use is also good. Hate it. Qin Yu hated himself for being useless. Since he was a child, Qin Yu felt that he was all alone, although he could feel that his father cared about him. But Qin Yu was from the age of 6 to 16, and in the whole 10 years the time that father and son got together was not more than a month. He doesn't hate his own father, he just hates himself for being useless. He now knew what his father was doing. Qin Yu also wanted to do something. He also wanted to help his father, but he really couldn't help at all. To father, I am perhaps a liability, the innate realm. When will I be able to reach it, with my current rate of progress and my power? It will take at least 5 or 6 years to reach the limit of external power. Qin Yu sighed. After a long time, Qin Yu stood up violently, took a deep breath, and a decisive light flashed in his eyes. Big brother, second brother, father, you are constantly working hard to prepare for the great battle in 5 years. Then I will also work hard to cultivate in these 5 years, at least within 5 years. I want to reach teacher Zhao Yongxing's realm and reach the Haoshan extreme. Qin Yu set a goal for himself. Value. People have to have value to live in the world. At least in the eyes of the parents, a little value. Otherwise, life is also life. Qin Yu does not like to rely on his father's position as a playboy. He wants to achieve something, at least. Can help his father, or not. The submerged dragon continent is extremely vast, however. The ocean outside the submerged dragon continent is 10 times larger than the submerged dragon continent hundreds of times. Steeply the boundless ocean even violently undulating up. No hurricane, without any reason, so out of thin air violently undulating up. At the same time, the entire heaven and earth's aura in an instant are shaken. Up, the waves lifted up 100 feet high, and then crashed down. All the cultivators feel the heaven and earth's aura chaotic. A time cannot be absorbed at all. Zhu! In the sky, an extremely bright meteor appeared out of nowhere in midair, flying in a straight line diagonally towards the submerged dragon continent at breakneck speeds, even emitting a sharp, whistling sound, and a moment later, the meteor disappeared. The aura of heaven and earth also instantly restored stability. The boundless ocean also returned to its usual appearance. A meteor. Kinyu saw a meteor flying from an extremely high altitude from afar, and immediately watched carefully from above the roof. The meteor even flew directly towards Kinyu's direction. Kinyu's eyes lit up and laughed, "No way, this meteor won't fly directly to Cloud Mist Villa. Kinyu is aware of some heavenly meteorite iron, mostly meteors what fall however formed. Maybe we can even find a large chunk of heavenly meteorite iron," Kinyu secretly said in his heart. But what made Kinyu slightly disappointed was that when the meteor flew to midair, it disappeared when it was still far away from Kinyu. Never mind, but it's not bad luck to be able to see a shooting star. Kinyu smiled faintly before leaping up from the roof wanting to jump down, but as he did so, Kinyu's eyes steeply lit up. What is that? Kinyu vaguely saw a faint bright light lit up in the west garden, and could not help but wonder in his heart. Kinyu immediately ran towards the west court, and when he walked into the middle of the west court, Kinyu carefully looked around, but he did not see anything peculiar. Kinyu took a few steps beside the hot spring, when he suddenly felt a reflection on the ground. What is that? Kinyu vaguely saw a crystal-like thing on the ground. Kinyu squatted down to take a closer look. It was a red crystal, as if it was a pendant. Picking it up and placing it on his hand, the crystal was in the shape of tears, a blood-red tear. Like crystal, it should be a crystal. Kinyu looked at this crystal in his hand and unconsciously fell in love with this crystal in his heart. It's not bad to set this crystal and make a pendant for Xiao Lu. She'll love it. What to call it if it's done well? Kinyu frowned and thought about it. Then his eyes lit up. Hey, since it's seen after seeing a shooting star, and it's in the shape of tears, let's call it Tears of a Shooting Star. Meteor Tears. Kinyu was satisfied with this name. Kinyu also in the chest as front slightly tried. Satisfied nodded. But steeply Kinyu felt a lightness in the palm of his hand. Just now that piece of crystal surprisingly, even bizarrely disappeared. Right in the heart of Kinyu's hand, just disappeared out of thin air. Kinyu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Have you seen a ghost? Kinyu's heart was shaken. He had never encountered anything so bizarre. The thing in his hand disappeared into thin air, as if it had never existed. But Kinyu was all but certain that just now he had indeed found a blood-red tear, star-shaped crystal, which he also named Meteor Tears. How could it be gone? Could it be that there is an innate expert or an upper immortal who used the method of taking in objects through space to directly get rid of it? Kinyu pondered in his mind, no, I'm holding it in the palm of my hand. Even if I were to take in the object through space, my hand should have felt the crystal move. Could it be that it disappeared out of thin air? Kinyu couldn't imagine anymore what kind of magical ability it was to transfer an object away out of thin air. Even an immortal doesn't necessarily have such magical abilities, right? And would such a super expert come to tease me in the middle of the night? Kinyu was in a state of confusion. In the middle of the west garden, the confused Kinyu just pondered for a long time, and then couldn't find the slightest reason. Kinyu could only leave the west garden with this confusion. Helplessly, refreshed, feeling in an unprecedented state Kinyu stretches his waist and takes a deep breath of fresh air. Suddenly a glint of stern light flashes through Kinyu's eyes. Good, start working hard. Within 5 years we must reach the Haoshan Peak. Kinyu's heart was full of vigor, and he immediately started his morning exercise. Kinyu had been carrying 300 pounds of weight on his body, so he just ran out of the Cloud Mist Villa and ran directly towards the foot of the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and then from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, Kinyu just ran back and forth. According to the usual practice, Kinyu would not stop until he was unable to run anymore. Kinyu constantly gasping extinguished, a drop of sweat dripping from Kinyu's chin. At this moment he has completely reached the limit. Every day so run. Kinyu has long known the limit, but who would have thought that today even more than yesterday to run a round trip? And he has not really run out of strength. Although he is extremely tired at the moment, Qin Yu is very happy. Today's state is really good. If I make such progress every day to reach the realm of 800 pounds in one hand, where swords and spears are invulnerable, is probably not far away. It seems that the heavens are also helping me. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth can't help but have a hint of a smile. Qin Yu could clearly feel the reaction of the muscles throughout his body, and he also knew that this moment was the first physiological limit. Steep and extremely comfortable stream of clear water began to flow in every part of the body, as if a thirsty traveler in the desert suddenly drank fresh water. Qin Yu felt that the whole body reached the limit of the muscles scrambling to absorb this clear stream. Qin Yu was completely dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the muscles that had already reached the physiological limit and were already fatigued and sore were actually recovering rapidly, and he could completely feel that the strength of the muscles was recovering and even increasing. What's going on? Qin Yu jerked to a halt. Where did this clear stream of mysterious power come from? What the hell is going on? Too strange. Training 8 years has never been. Every time to reach the physiological limit, Qin Yu will need to work to overcome the past. Who would like to think that today there is a mysterious energy? Qin Yu simply cannot feel the meridians in its existence. As if this clear stream is ignoring the meridians, directly radiate the whole body. The muscles absorbed this clear stream is also more powerful. Qin Yu's brows were deeply locked as he pondered in his mind about this steeply appearing clear stream. But after thinking for a long time, he still didn't understand why it was so. Keep exercising and see what it would be like to reach the physiological limit again. Qin Yu immediately ran again. This time Qin Yu ran a surprisingly longer distance than the first time. Today's morning exercise, Qin Yu ran an unprecedentedly long distance. Finally, Qin Yu felt that he had once again reached his physiological limit, and although his legs were running at breakneck speed, most of his spirit was completely focused on his body. An energy begins to be born. It's the chest. Qin Yu's eyes light up. The source of the mysterious energy is in the chest. Qin Yu clearly feels how comfortable it is to have this energy flowing all over his body. This feeling is more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring, more comfortable than a massage by old Mr. Wang Zion. Qin Yu violently pulled back the black and gold undershirt on his chest as front, his eyes staring at his chest faint a mark. If you do not look closely, almost invisible. The appearance of this mark is precisely the meteor tear's appearance. Qin Yu chest front, but never this mark. He himself can be very clear. Yesterday soak in the hot springs have not found, but now there is. Meteor tears, last night's meteor tears. Qin Yu's eyes were wide open. The shock in his heart simply could not be expressed. Yesterday's sudden disappearance of the meteor tears made Qin Yu surprised and doubtful for a long time. But now, meteor tears mark that appeared on his chest was something that Qin Yu had to associate with a thing. Could it be that the mysterious power of the clear stream that just appeared has something to do with this mark, and that this mark is related to the mysterious meteor tears from yesterday? Qin Yu simply could not understand what was going on with all of this. However, Qin Yu was not a silly countryside boy. He was the son of the Zhendong king, and knew that there were some treasures of heaven and earth that would be integrated into the body. Those were weapons that were more than mortal and more than immortal. And generally, the weapons of the upper immortals could be integrated into the body. And a crystal into the body, Qin Yu did not hear, but Qin Yu thought of what just happened. Qin Yu knew. He earned it, extreme training. It is to break through the human body limit over and over again, but each breakthrough is a great pressure on the body muscles and bones, and requires various methods to recover. Qin Yu in the past, after insisting on the limit when he could not hold on, he needed to soak in the hot springs, rubbing medicinal wine and so on to recover. But with that magical clear stream, there was no need to waste time recovering. One could break through the limits over and over again, and that clear spring integrated into the muscles and seemed to increase the muscle capacity. The heavens have helped me. The heavens have helped me. Qin Yu clenched his fists. The light in his eyes was overpowering and frightening. The heavens are helping me. Originally, I thought that it would take 5 or 6 years to reach Mr. Zhao Yongxing's level, but now with this tears of meteor, 2 years is estimated to be enough. The glint in Qin Yu's eyes was all excitement. Since childhood, in the eyes of his father, Qin Yu has always been inferior to his elder brother and second brother. The elder brother led the army to fight and is still an innate master. The second brother is proficient in political affairs. Only he, the third, was born with a dantian, unable to accumulate internal energy, the most useless. Yet, that meteor tear is an opportunity to change your destiny. Father, I'm not useless. I don't want to hide behind you guys and live on. I want to let you know that I'm just as outstanding as big brother and second brother. The loudest voice resounded in Qin Yu's heart. At this moment, he was ambitious. Okay, start training. Qin Yu immediately began to continue training again. Crazy training, even crazier than in the past. That is Zhao Yongxing personally came. It is estimated that watching Qin Yu's training will also be scared silly. Because nowadays, Qin Yu's training does not even consider the body's tolerance level. It is completely torturing the body. But outsiders simply didn't know. Every time Qin Yu reached his physiological limit, that mysterious clear stream would penetrate into his muscles, allowing them to eliminate fatigue. And the muscle strength that breaks through the limit is even stronger. Breaking through the limit over and over again, this made Qin Yu's progress skyrocket. In the evening, Qin Yu walked back to the Cloud Mist Villa with all the confidence on his face. After a day of the craziest training, the amount of training was more than 10 times that of the past. Yet at this moment, the muscles of the whole body were surprisingly full of vigor again. That night, Qin Yu sat cross-legged in his room. Every time at night, Qin Yu would run the ancestral dragon skill mind method to transform the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into internal energy, and then let it emanate while allowing the muscles of his entire body to start absorbing this internal energy. And this night likewise, Qin Yu was running the ancestral dragon skill again. See only. A majestic heaven and earth aura swirled rapidly towards Qin Yu's side. The quantity was frighteningly large, because the amount was too much. These heaven and earth auras even formed a greenish mist, as if a layer of hazy green mist wrapped around Qin Yu's entire person. Qin Yu's figure appeared to be misty in the green mist. Aura materializes. The legendary materialization of aura. If this scene was seen by any internal expert or innate expert, they would be stunned. The speed of absorbing aura naturally also represented the speed of one's cultivation progress. And to reach aura materialization, this cultivation speed reaches a terrifying point. Legend had it that the speed at which the upper immortals absorbed Reiki reached Reiki substantiation, while even innate masters were unable to reach such a point. Now it was happening to a youth who practiced external martial arts and was only 16 years old. At this moment, Qin Yu's face was red. His body was slightly trembling as if he had been greatly stimulated. His forehead was even oozing beads of sweat, and the expression on his face appeared to be both pained and shocked, while the surging spiritual Kai was still continuously pouring into Qin Yu's body. How could this be so much aura? The shock in Qin Yu's heart could not be expressed. When he operated the ancestral dragon skill, the spiritual Kai of the heavens and the earth turned out to be very obedient to be absorbed by him at the speed of fire. But these spiritual Kai of heavens and the earth are really too obedient, too easy to mobilize, so Qin Yu turned out to be absorbing more than 10 times the usual spiritual Kai of the heavens and the earth all at once. Could it be that meteor tears again? Qin Yu naturally thought of this in his heart, but then he smiled bitterly. Heavens, you're trying to kill me. At this moment, Qin Yu body surging heaven and earth spiritual Kai surging into Qin Yu's meridians, as if a sidewalk usual limit is just side by side 3 people and walk, but at the moment is 10 people in parallel, and it is a steady stream of constant influx. Can imagine it's crowded. And the meridians in Qin Yu's body were very crowded right now, with far more heaven and earth spiritual Kai completely clogging up the meridians. Absorbing too much heaven and earth spiritual Kai isn't a good thing. What's the best thing to do now? Qin Yu felt a tearing pain in his meridians. He tried hard to make these heaven and earth spiritual Kai work in his meridians. But there was too much heaven and earth spiritual Kai, and it was difficult for him to control it. It's like an instructor controlling the actions of 100 people is quite easy, but if he is asked to control the actions of 1,000 people by himself, then he can't direct them. It hurts. Am I going to die with all my meridians shattered? Qin Yu laughed bitterly in his heart originally. I thought that mysterious meteor tear was a treasure, but now it seems to be a disaster for me instead. So much heaven and earth aura is enough to squeeze my meridians apart. Qin Yu could clearly feel a burst of pain emanating from every meridian in his body. Qin Yu meridians in the past adapted to those amounts of heaven and earth spiritual Kai. Now a steep increase of 10 times. Meridians how to withstand. The meridians are completely full, but also to be squeezed open general. Qin Yu can only watch this happen, but not anyway. Sizzle ... one of the meridians finally couldn't withstand the squeeze and tore open. Not good. Qin Yu's face turned pale. Sizzle ... in a moment one of the meridians around his body tore open one after another. Father? I originally thought that I was still a bit useful and could still help my father, but now it seems that I am still useless. Qin Yu's heart was gloomy, however, in the face of death. Qin Yu didn't have how fearful or mournful he was. Maybe if I die, father will be sad for me. Qin Yu didn't know how, but he somehow thought of this. However, just as Qin Yu's mind was wandering, the meteor tears in Qin Yu's chest once again emitted a stream of clear streams. Those clear streams instantly flowed throughout Qin Yu's body. Mysterious clear streams didn't know what kind of energy they were, though those torn open meridians were surprisingly formed again with ease, and the newly formed meridians were quite a bit wider than in the past. Qin Yu was shocked in his heart and froze as he watched this scene. It seems that the meteor tears are not as simple as Qin Yu thought. However, for the aura that was 10 times larger than in the past, or even more than 10 times larger, the newly formed meridians were still too narrow, and after a few moments, with the blockage getting worse as it ran too slowly, the meridians unexpectedly tore apart once again. This time, Qin Yu was not discouraged as he carefully looked forward to the mysterious clear stream of meteor tears. Sure enough, the meteor tears did not let Qin Yu disappointed. Another stream of clear flow from the meteor tears spread out easily, the clear flow over, the meridians to be able to clearly feel the speed of rapid recovery. A few moments of the meridians were formed again. This time, the meridians are even more broad than in the past. Tear meant, even if you had more heaven and earth spiritual Kai, the meridians could eventually be fully endured after going through the process of tearing and mending over and over again. Qin Yu was ultimately successful, yet the pain of that meridian being torn apart over and over again was even more horrifying than the pain of cultivating external energy. A strand of thick internal force surged into the dantian and then spread out from the limbs and bones. Qin Yu's whole body's muscles and sinews as if drying up the sand as constantly drawing internal force. The more the muscles and sinews absorbed the internal force, the more powerful the metamorphosis was. But the muscles and sinews absorbed less and less internal energy over time. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. The greater this training volume, the stronger the muscles and sinews, and the more internal force absorbed. The previous day, my training volume was more than 10 times that of the past, and now, even though I've only absorbed for 2 hours, the amount of internal force absorbed is almost 10 times that of the past, right? Qin Yu's face was covered in sweat. The pain of the torn meridians just now had caused Qin Yu's entire body to be drenched in sweat. The muscles and sinews have absorbed so much internal force, and now it feels. Qin Yu's legs violently kicked out, emitting wind-whistling sounds, and his fists kept striking out, piercing the air in front of his body. Now it feels like the whole body is full of power. Qin Yu's eyes glowed with excitement. After this day's training, he could completely and clearly feel how fast he had improved. 2 years is it needed. Qin Yu's mouth has a hint of a confident smile. How much time is needed to reach the Haoshan limit? Guessing is useless. One can only experience real training and speak with facts. Time passes. Qin Yu began to train crazily. The amount of training every day Qin Yu was completely reckless, completely shocking the tolerance limit of human nerves. Even if an innate expert came to see, he was probably scared to death by such a madman. Such training is simply murder. Wearing 300 pounds of weights, hands lifting hundreds of pounds of boulders, then run as fast as you can for an hour, and then throw away the rocks, wearing 300 pounds of weights, swim in the lake, swim hundreds of round trips, and then... These are completely beyond human imagination, simply incomprehensible. Is this what a human being can bear? However, Qin Yu was alive and kicking. His muscles were getting tougher and more supple day by day. His speed was getting faster day by day, and his eyes were getting more and more stern. Qin Yu has been wearing a 300-pound load to test his one-hand strength, and his one-hand strength has changed from 300 pounds to 400 pounds, 450 pounds, 500 pounds, 550 pounds, 600 pounds, and 700 pounds. But as he improves, it seems as if there is no upper limit to Qin Yu's one-hand strength. Is the limit of the Haoshan just 700 to 800 pounds in one hand? In short, Qin Yu's one-handed strength surpassed this so-called one-handed strength limit in just 1 year. Strength, speed, and even the whole body's resistance to blows are constantly challenging the theoretical limits of the subterranean dragon continent's external power. Qin Yu is still improving at a rapid pace without the slightest intention of slowing down. And yet Qin Yu could not feel a trace of innate aura, which indicated that Qin Yu was still an acquired expert. Qin Yu's Haoshan limit in the end, no one knows. In short, today's Qin Yu has been unable to use common sense to speculate. The miracle of the external energy together is being created by him. Donglan Mountain was more than 3,000 meters high. Of course, such a high mountain was lushly forested, and in the depths of the mountain forests, there were even wild beasts that haunted the area. At this moment, Donglan Mountain, an extremely remote jungle, there is a human figure extremely fast shuttle, as if the Black Panther as agile, as if the apes and monkeys as dexterous, and even in one go scampered up to more than 10 meters on the branches of the tree, and then from this branch of the tree easily scampered to the other branch of the tree. The strangest thing was that although the silhouette was extremely fast, it couldn't attract the slightest sound of wind. The silhouette, steeply like lightning from 10 meters high, swooped down. A fierce pang sound into the jungle depths of the small lake, like jade-clear and beautiful lake ripples. This small, anonymous lake is very early in the morning, and even can clearly see the pebbles in the bottom of the lake. How refreshing! Qin Yu violently emerged from the bottom of the water and flung his head around recklessly, splashing the water in all directions. Qin Yu get meteor tears has been a year and a half a year ago. Qin Yu's strength reached the point of that natural strength of the barbarian's dong. Speed is unparalleled. The general knife and gun is not able to hurt Qin Yu the slightest. Flexibility is not to say. Even without gloves, Qin Yu's fingers could easily grip the lapis lazuli, and the skin of his fingers still did not stiffen in the slightest. This was completely inconsistent with Zhao Yunxing's theory that a human's fingers could remain sensitive and become tough at the same time. By all accounts, Qin Yu had already reached the Zhao Yunxing realm, and even surpassed it, and should have also reached the so-called Haoshan limit. However, Qin Yu's body skills are still improving at an extremely amazing speed. Qin Yu himself feels that the progress is too terrifying, and he doesn't want to let the people of the mountain villa spread the word, so he directly enters the depths of the mountain forest to train. Training in the depths of the mountain forest, boulders can be found everywhere, and it is even more beneficial for the Dipper 7 Stars Moonlight Dance Stance training. After all, there is no road at all in the depths of the mountain forest. There are just all sorts of obstacles, and such a situation is even more beneficial for stance training. Just 1.5 years, one-handed strength has reached 1,000 kilograms, this if you say it. Qin Yu has a hint of a smile on his face. The power of holding up with one hand and the power of smashing out with one fist are two completely different concepts. Holding up with one hand is much more difficult. 1,000 pounds with one hand, a fist smashed out over 10,000 pounds, is definitely there. Such a horrifying power, it is estimated that Barbarian Dong, who is known to have the strongest external power, will be dumbfounded. In these half a year, these 300 pounds of weights have been worn almost all the time. I don't know to what extent my speed reaches when I take off these weights. Qin Yu thought secretly in his heart, if other people heard it, they would definitely not be able to believe it. Qin Yu just now in the jungle, that extremely fast shuttle. The speed of the general external energy experts are not as fast as. However, this was still the case when Qin Yu was wearing 300 pounds of weight. Peng. With a few noises, the Xuan iron arm guard, Xuan iron legguard, and black gold vest on Qin Yu's body had been taken off to the side. Haha, feel it. Qin Yu steeply as if an arrow off the string rushed to the sky, directly out of the water, and then the body in midair easily swayed, even. Still right is still, although only still for about 2 or 3 seconds. This was the marvel of Qin Yu's stance borrowing the wind. Shoo! Qin Yu's figure shook. His body swooped down and landed on the ground at great speed. Peng. A little bit under his feet, Qin Yu's entire body disappeared with a brush sound, and after that, he saw a burst of tremors in the surrounding trees, and a blurred voice shuttling through the mountains and forests in a lightning-like manner, landing. Qin Yu violently appeared beside the lake. His face was very excited, 300 pounds of weight bearing removed. The speed not only went up a level, it's really too fast, just. Qin Yu wrinkled his brow, just so fast. The resistance winds is really too terrifying. Even if my cultivation of the Dipper 7 Stars Moonlight Dance today, I am still unable to completely dissolve those resistance forces. The faster the speed, the greater the resistance of the wind, and Qin Yu had just reached an unprecedented speed. In the past, he was able to easily remain unaffected by the resistance. Yet with such a fast speed, he was unable to perfectly dissolve the resistance. It seems that I'm not strong enough. I still need to keep working hard. I'd like to see where my limits actually lie. Qin Yu's eyes burned with excited passion. Qin Yu continues to cultivate hard in the depths of the mountain forests of Donglan Mountain late at night. In the Chu dynasty's capital palace, Huiyang Palace. Huiyang Palace is Yu Gaifai's place. Tonight, Chu dynasty Emperor Zhang Guang is driving to Yu Gaifai's Huiyang Palace. After a rummage sale, Zhang Guang and Yu Gaif are both in deep sleep. The palace maids outside the door are also dozing off, but still trying to keep their eyes open. The sleeping Zhang Guang's body steeply trembled, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if the whole person was in a state of extreme panic and agitation. No, don't. Zhang Guang's mouth kept saying. His voice was so chaotic and low that it was impossible to hear exactly what he was saying. Yet Zhang Guang's entire body followed the tremor, and the Yu Gaifai on the side was also awakened. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you, Your Majesty? Noble consort, you couldn't help but panic when she saw Zhang Guang's face reddened. Go to hell, Zhang Guang, who had his eyes closed, violently let out a loud shout and swung his arms, smashing into noble consort Yu's body. Peng, noble consort Yu was smashed off the bed. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, looking at Zhang Guang incredulously. She is the most favored consort of the emperor. Zhang Guang also came to his senses at this moment, looking at the Yu noble consort who was seriously injured by himself. But his face was indifferent. Someone come, invite the imperial physician. After Zhang Guang finished speaking, he didn't care about noble consort Yu, putting on his clothes and walking directly past the severely injured noble consort Yu, without even taking a second glance. A few moments later, Zhang Guang appeared in the imperial study room, with an eagle-nosed man in black standing respectfully at the side. Yang Lai of the 3 counties in the eastern region is in charge, right? Zhang Guang's voice was cold. Yes, your majesty, the hawk-nosed man said respectfully. Zhang Guang stood up fiercely and stared at the man with the eagle-hooked nose. Integrate all the intelligence about Kinda and tell me, also, increase the monitoring force on the 3 counties in the eastern region. I don't believe that he just recruited 100 0 more soldiers. What kind of cards does that Kinda have in the end? It must be checked out. Yang Lai found out this much after so many years. It's really useless. From today onwards, the intelligence work of the 3 counties in the eastern region will completely let Zhenzu be in charge of it, and Yang Lai will be transferred back. Yes, the hawk-nosed man said as he knelt down on one knee. Go. Zhang Guang waved his sleeve, and the hawk-nosed man bowed before his figure flickered and just disappeared directly into the imperial study. Zhang Guang eyed the front, but his mind was thinking of something else. If I don't fully find out and investigate you, Kinda, I can't sleep at night and can't eat well. Zhang Guang, but he often had nightmares about being killed by Kinda. He was most worried that things were discovered by Kinda back then. He wanted to exterminate the Qin family, however. The Qin family has been sitting in the 3 counties of the eastern region for hundreds of years. Their roots are deep-rooted. It is simply not possible to exterminate them just because you want to. Now Zhang Guang's strategy is to find out about Kinda, and if Kinda really shows signs of rebellion, he will directly mobilize the whole country to destroy the Qin family. If Kinda is still unaware of what happened back then, and did not rebel against this matter, then forget about it. That idiot Yang Lai is of no use at all, however. Zhenzu will definitely be able to find out. Kinda, you'd better not have found out what happened back then. Be peaceful as your Zhendong king, if you really want to rebel then. Zhang Guang's eyes emitted a sternly cold aura. Next to the tiny lake, deep in the jungle of the East Arashiyama Mountains, 10 whole days, Qin Yu's back was leaning against a huge rock, a straw pole dangling from his mouth, and he looked at the lake in front of him with a helpless face. From the age of 8 to now Qin Yu 18 years old, the whole 10 years Qin Yu's body continues to metamorphosis progress, especially after getting the meteor tears. Qin Yu is soaring. However, some time ago, Qin Yu found that his progress began to slow down to the last 10 days. It is rare not a trace of progress. It seems that I have finally reached my Haoshan limit. Qin Yu suddenly laughed. Other people's Haoshan limb, it is 700 to 800 pounds in one hand. Now that I'm wearing 300 pounds of weight, I can still lift 1,400 pounds in one hand. If I take off my weight, I guess I'll be able to lift 1,500 pounds as well. Speed compared to strength. Qin Yu's speed is the strongest point by relying on the realized stance. The wind of resistance under extreme speed will also be dissolved. Qin Yu, if he moves up with all his strength, the whole person will be like a residual shadow, and those with weak feet can't even see Qin Yu's shadow. Strength, speed, sensitivity, physical strength. Qin Yu had all reached an inhuman level. In terms of body alone, it was an innate expert who was far inferior to him, of course. If some innate experts used innate true Kai in their body, it would be harder for Qin Yu to win. Possessing innate true Kai was an innate expert. No matter what, it was still an innate. Innate and Haoshan are fundamentally different. The limit of the Haoshan, after breaking through it, should be the innate realm. But what I cultivate is external strength. External strength wants to reach the innate. What exactly should I do? Qin Yu muttered under his breath and could not think of any way for a while. After all, no one had ever physically cultivated to the innate realm in the past. Steeply a high-pitched eagle chirp sounded, and then a sharp whistling sound of wind came in Qin Yu's direction as a huge black eagle descended from the sky and appeared beside him. Little Black, you're here. This time I went out unexpectedly for 3 whole days. I thought you kid forgot about me. Qin Yu touched the Black Eagle's crown, intimately said. The Black Eagle's crown can only be touched by Qin Yu. Other people simply can't touch it. The Black Eagle was even bigger than 2 years ago. Just standing were 2 meters high. Once the wings unfolded, Qin Yu could roll over when he lay down on the eagle's back. In the past, the golden yellow crown. At the moment, the golden yellow center, and a hint of red, as if a flame. Black Eagle looked at Qin Yu aggressively, and also fanned his wings eagerly. Qin Yu laughed at the sight. For so many years, Qin Yu and Black Eagle old together. Black Eagle's a look, Qin Yu completely able to understand the meaning of Black Eagle. All right, you didn't forget me. I misunderstood you, all right. Qin Yu laughed. Black Eagle's head nodded this time, and Qin Yu could not help but smile. Little Black, come. It's been a long time since I've done anything with you. Let's compare. Qin Yu said on his lips, but his body shape was instantly rushing towards the Black Eagle, probing his hand into a claw to ruthlessly grab the Black Eagle. The Black Eagle's big head shook. Seems to be very painful. Feather wings flap easily resisted Qin Yu's move. Qin Yu's eagle claw work touched the Black Eagle's wings, even issued the sound of steel collision. Qin Yu's finger power is stronger than what the Eagle Claw King. So the finger power, but cannot hurt the Black Eagle. This black feather of yours is comparable to a basalt iron. Qin Yu took a step back and couldn't help but feel helpless as he watched his powerful finger force merely leave a mark on the outermost feather. The Black Eagle's feathers, black and shiny, were extremely sharp. There was a thick layer of feathers on the wings, yet Qin Yu's finger power could not even grab a feather to crack it. So one could imagine the terror of this Black Eagle's defense. Black Hawk bobbed his head triumphantly, his wings flapping. Don't be complacent. It seems that one can only use the old trick. Qin Yu quickly stripped off his Chuan iron arm guard, Chuan iron leg guard, and black gold vest, and his entire body suddenly felt as light as if it was a chunk of hair. Black Eagle, defense is strong mess. Attack is even more appalling. That pair of eagle claws or even Chuan iron is easy to grab crack, absolutely comparable to a mortal grade divine weapon. Qin Yu's trample defense Chuan iron weapon are difficult, let alone the Black Eagle's claws. Haha, wait to be beaten by me. Qin Yu's entire body flickered at extreme speed. Yes, the only way he could do it with speed. The Black Eagle was fast in the sky, and prancing and dodging on land was not bad. But when compared to Lai Yong, a speed pervert, it was a little bit worse. Qin Yu also needed to take off all his weight in order to suppress the Black Eagle in terms of speed. Zhu. With a point of his foot, Qin Yu's entire body transformed into a residual shadow. As soon as his foot touched the surrounding trees or stones, Qin Yu changed direction extremely fast. His speed was so fast that it was as if he was attacking the Black Eagle from all sides in an instant. The Black Eagle also moved at breakneck speed with a flap of its wings, which swung to change direction. It was also easy as pie. The Black Eagle's body was completely designed for speed, and the resistance of the wind was completely minimized. A man and an eagle were then attacking each other at breakneck speed. Eat my powerful Vajra finger. Qin Yu's index finger was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the air and hard hitting on the Black Eagle's chest. The strongest finger force only broke a feather, while the Black Eagle's chest had a thick layer of feathers. The Black Eagle seemed to be very annoyed, and its speed unexpectedly surged again. In an instant, only a trail of residual shadows could be seen in the surroundings. While freaking out, Qin Yu shouted as his speed was also completely at its limit. Relying on the Dipper 7 Stars moonlight dance, Qin Yu alone was like a dancer under the moonlight, easily moving beside Black Eagle's body with extreme speed. His hands were still constantly attacking. Although the speed of the Black Eagle is fast, but each attack was found early by Qin Yu. Qin Yu's stance is based on sensing the wind. The Black Eagle attack together. The wind naturally move. Qin Yu also found, steep with a high pitched eagle cry, the Black Eagle finally became angry. Huo tilde tilde tilde, the black eagle's wings flapped madly at breakneck speeds. Suddenly the surrounding area seemed like a typhoon had risen. The surrounding trees were all being scraped and bent down. Click sounds rang out, and some branches broke off one after another. And the horrifying speed of the winds naturally affected Qin Yu's actions. Qin Yu smiled. That's all you have. Qin Yu's figure rushes towards the north at great speed. One person and one eagle, but often fight. Both are familiar with each other. What moves they have are clear. When he encountered this move of the black eagle, Qin Yu rushed towards a place, Stone Forest. Stone Forest, as the name suggests, is a place where boulders stand. However, that place Qin Yu and Black Eagle have fought several times. Generally, smaller stones have long since been fanned or destroyed. The rest are some thousands of kilograms, tens of thousands of kilograms of boulders. In the Stone Forest, Qin Yu easily shuttle in the Stone Forest. The Black Eagle is also like Black Lightning Chase. Single on the two people moving speed Black Eagle actually, and Qin Yu a lot of how much difference, but it is far less sensitive than Qin Yu. Qin Yu can easily change direction when moving. Originally is to the east of the extremely fast movement. He can instantly change to the west. Palm, palm, pum, pum, pum. Qin Yu hand sometimes into palm knife, sometimes into iron fist, sometimes fist finger attack, while the Black Eagle rely on the beak and wings to cooperate with the attack. The pair of sharp claws, but did not attack, after all. Sharp claws only fly up to be able to attack Qin Yu. Once it flies up, Qin Yu can only be passive, after all. Qin Yu cannot fly. It is no fun to fight. Peng, the Black Eagle's wings flapped. Qin Yu dodged, and that wing smashed on top of the boulder on the side. The hardness of the Black Eagle's wings was not something to be reckoned with, and the boulder was shattered. Qin Yu violently slapped his palm at the Black Eagle's neck. The Black Eagle's wings moved and swayed away, while Qin Yu's heavy palm violently slapped on the boulder. Of course, that boulder was shattered by Qin Yu's palm, but it was much more powerful than that iron sand palm expert, who was one of the 8 external experts, both in terms of power and the toughness of his hand. One man and one eagle fought like this, and the entire Stone Forest was unlucky, and where they passed, one boulder shattered like an explosion. Drink! Qin Yu let out a loud shout, violently rushed up to the sky, and then slapped down at the Black Eagle. The Black Eagle's back was currently leaning against a boulder. There was no way to escape. But the Black Eagle's wings easily move, will be out of thin air toward the side of the horizontal shift a few meters away. Qin Yu's heavy palm will be slapped on the Black Eagle behind the boulder. Above, boom, the boulder shattered, yet Qin Yu did not move. Little Black stopped first. Qin Yu felt wrong when he slapped his palm down, because he felt that this boulder strongly recoiled, although breaking other boulders also had recoil, but it was only average. But the recoil of this boulder was really too big. His palms were even tingling yet. Black Eagle heard Qin Yu's voice, and also came over to look in confusion. What is this? Qin Yu shocked, looking at the fire-red stone in front of him. No, can't be said to be a stone, but should be considered a crystal. Can a stone that can emit a fire-red light still be called a stone? Breaking 10-0 pounds of boulders, who thought there is a fire-red crystal inside. This crystal is also very large, almost half a person high. Qin Yu is a nearly perfect cylinder, to be precise. A stick, only this stick is much thicker than the general stick is much shorter. There is a thigh thick and thin. Qin Yu held this crystal stone with both hands as soon as he could, but he felt a burst of warmth. Oh, so heavy. Qin Yu was surprised to find out that this crystal stone was not generally heavy. Immediately both hands exerted force, and only with a fierce low cry did he lift this fire-red crystal stone. Qin Yu stared at once. Goodness, a small cylinder. There are actually almost 2,000 pounds. What on earth is this thing? Qin Yu frowned as he carefully looked at each and every part of the fiery red crystal between his hands. This crystal has a surprisingly large weight. It can also emit a fiery red glow, and the crystal itself is still warm. Qin Yu has also seen a lot of treasures in the hidden treasury in the royal mansion. and has also read many books in the Cloud Mist Villa, some of the treasures in this subterranean dragon continent. He still knows, however, for this fire red crystals. Kinyu is not even a little frown. Kinyu put down the fire red crystal stone with a bang as it landed on the ground. The weight was indeed appalling. First try how about the hardness. This crystal stone is so heavy, and that palm of mine went down. The boulder shattered. This crystal stone didn't break. It should be very hard. Kinyu reaches out his hand into a claw and performs the eagle claw technique, violently grabbing at the fire red crystal stone. The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the fire red crystal stone did not even have a mark. Hiss tilde tilde. Kinyu sucked in a mouthful of cold air, feeling the 5 fingers of the attack tingling. His own full force claw couldn't even leave a trace. One can imagine the hardness of this crystal. Kinyu frowned and thought about it, and snapped his head around and said, Zio-hai, come and try to see just how hard this crystal is. Zio-hai excitedly shook his head twice, and with a flap of his wings, he shot up into the sky before swooping down, those sharp claws fiercely grasping on top of the crystals. Again, there was the sound of gold and iron clanging, and the crystal stone did not even have a single mark. Little Black landed, blinking his eyes and glancing at Kinyu, looking bereft, as if he himself felt stifled by the failure of his sharp claws. Kinyu was dumbfounded for a while before his eyes glowed with excitement. Haha, earned. Zio-hai's eagle claw, but even the Chuan iron is like a paper break, easily grabbed and cracked. Degree of hardness is comparable to immortal weapons. Even his eagle claw can't be torn apart. This crystal is at least a precious weapon refining material, N. Then try with the fish gut sword. Shu, with a wave of his one hand, a black light flashed and fiercely cleaved on top of the fire red crystals. A clanging sound rang out, and Kinyu gripped the fishbowl sword in his hand and excitedly looked at the fiery red crystals in front of him. Such a huge top, grade ore, it's absolutely priceless. It might be able to be practiced to produce a superior immortal grade weapon. Fish gut sword, immortal lower grade weapon. The ore went through many complicated procedures before it was finally refined into a weapon. And the weapon was much harder than the original ore. For example, the meteorite that was refined into the fish gut sword was absolutely unable to withstand the chopping of the fish gut sword. This fire red crystal, even fish in test and sword, cannot even leave the slightest trace. Its hardness absolutely reached a shocking point. It was the ore of the middle immortal grade that was estimated to leave traces under the chopping of the fish gut sword. And what about this fire red crystal? An immortal grade superior, or, maybe, even higher. Kinyu's eyes glowed. A cultivating expert's pursuit of a top grade weapon was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. Kinyu certainly dreamed of obtaining an absolute divine weapon. Single crystal itself, then the fish gut sword hardened not know how much, if refined into a weapon, that. Little Blackie, let's go back to the mountain village. Kinyu took off his jacket to cover the fire, red crystals, and then hugged it. Such a precious treasure, Kinyu also knows that he can't make it known to everyone, although he doesn't care. But Kinyu is aware of the rules in the king's mansion. Even weapons such as the fish gut sword have to be kept a secret, not to mention the even more precious fire red crystals. Holding the 2,000 pounds of crystal, Kinyu immediately rushed towards the Cloud Mist Villa. Perhaps only someone as perverted as him could move this crystal. In the Cloud Mist Villa, Kinyu walked out of the underground chamber with a burst of ease. Holding 2,000 pounds and rushing back from the depths of the mountain forest is really a bit tiring. Kinyu moved his arms, but his face was smiling. Getting such a treasure, Kinyu's mood was certainly good. If father learns of this news, he must be very happy. Kinyu smiled and walked towards the place where Lion Yan lived. Suddenly the shaded side came 2 people, a youth slightly taller than Kinyu, and a soft green girl. The youth was strong, while the green girl had delicate features, and the most appealing thing was the soft temperament, Brother Yu. When the green Clothed young girl saw Qin Yu. Her eyes instantly lit up and she quickly ran over. Brother Yu, it's almost been days since you went out to cultivate this time, and you didn't even bother to take a look at me, the young girl muttered. Zhao Lu, when I am free, I will definitely accompany you more. Qin Yu lovingly touched Zhao Lu's head. This green girl is Zhao Lu, and next to the youth is also Tai Shan. Their siblings worshipped Lion Yan as a teacher. Zhao Lu do not like to fight and kill, just cultivate internal strength, usually. More than blowing the flute, the waste of the rod of jade flute is Qin Yu sent to her. Always saying free, but always not free, Brother Fei, can't you take a rest? Zhao Lu had a trace of dissatisfaction. Her brother Fei often said that he was free to accompany her, however. When did her brother Fei come free? Rest, Qin Yu was slightly stunned, from the time when he was an 8-year-old toddler to now at the age of 18. The time Qin Yu had really rested could be counted on one hand. What he had in his mind had always been to cultivate hard, to be able to help his father at an early date, to be able to become his father's right-hand man. Zhao Lu, don't fool around. Tai Shan reprimanded, and then Tai Shan looked at Qin Yu and laughed. Little Yu, you are going to look for teacher, right? Teacher, he is resting in the courtyard. All right, you'll go find Grandpa Lion first. Qin Yu snorted and headed towards Lion Yan's residence. Zhao Lu, on the other hand, was gazing at Qin Yu's back with a frown. Her nose slightly wrinkled. Brother Yu, he is always so busy. I don't know when he will be able to take a break. Zhao Lu had also been in Cloud Mist Villa for almost 5 years, and naturally knew how hard Qin Yu practiced. Zhao Lu, don't say that. Zhao Yu is different from us. Although he is the third son of the Zhendong king, he cultivates the most bitter external martial arts. I remember seeing him shoveling iron sand with his hands when I first came here. Tai Shan seemed to recall that he saw that scene. Shoveling iron sand, that was something that Qin Yu only started practicing when his finger strength reached an extremely high point. If he had used iron sand from the start, his fingers would have been absolutely finished. Tai Shan's eyes were full of marvel. Shoveling iron sand, the fingers are as painful as needles. 10 fingers are connected to the heart, the pain of which is simply not something you can think of. Zhao Lu. However, daily training, exercise finger strength is only one of his large number of extreme training, from early morning to sunset. Zhao Yu, his every training is to impact the human body limit. The body has been suffering from extreme challenges, and such training. He has started since he was 8 years old. Tai Shan looked at Qin Yu's background with nothing but admiration. Zhao Lu looked at Qin Yu's back, her eyes flashing with a colorful light. In her heart, Brother Yu was always cheerful and extremely kind to people, just like the sun that made people feel warm. It was this Brother Yu, the son of the king of Zhendong, who had been experiencing those extreme physical tortures since he was 8 years old. Although there are meteor tears, however, to play the effectiveness of meteor tears, but also to let Qin Yu to reach the training to the physiological limit. Finger exercise to the pain to break, squat training to the point of double leg, muscle cramps, pain in the head. Only to reach the physiological limit, meteor tears will play a magical effect. To get something, you have to give it. Qin Yu had also given much to reach such a realm. In Lion Yan's courtyard, Lion Yan was lying on a chaise longue, drinking tea and enjoying the tranquility. Grandpa Lion. As soon as Lion Yan heard that familiar voice, he smiled and narrowed his eyes, turned his head to look at Qin Yu and laughed. Little feather ah, very rare ah. Now also during the day you even trained back, seeing Qin Yu. Lion Yan's heart always can't contain his happiness. It's as if a grandfather is always involuntarily happy to see his grandson. Qin Yu walked in from the courtyard door with that fire-red crystal stone. What Qin Yu needed now was to find a refining expert, of course, to find a refining expert. The first thing Qin Yu thought of was to ask Lion Yan. Grandpa Lion, I've obtained an extremely precious ore. According to my estimation, it should be an immortal grade superior ore. Qin Yu's first words made Lion Yan stand up violently. Lion Yan's eyes are filled with shock, incredulously looking at Qin Yu. Only after a long time did he speak out, "Xiao Yu, this matter can't be joked about, immortal superior grade ah. It's an ore that innate experts can only dream of. The weapons that are refined are absolute divine soldiers. How can this kind of top-grade ore be so easy to obtain? For the people of the subterranean dragon continent, weapons were simply categorized into mortal grade and immortal grade, with immortal grade being categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the same was true for ores. Even the Zhendong King was so powerful, the collection in the hidden armory totaled dozens of pieces, most of which were of the lower level of immortal grade, while the latter portion was of middle level of immortal grade, and as for the upper level of immortal grade, there were only 2 pieces. Grandpa Lion, would I lie to you? I tested it by chopping it with my fishgut sword, and there wasn't even a single mark. What is it if it's not an immortal grade superior? Qin Yu immediately explained. Fishgut sword chopping, not even an imprint. Lion Yan understood in his heart, if even the fishgut sword can't leave an imprint, it's definitely an immortal superior grade ore. Little feather, what exactly does this ore look like? How big is it? Is it the size of a fist? The more precious the ore, the smaller it usually is. If it was the size of a fist, it would be enough to refine weapons like short swords and short knives. Qin Yu was astonished. The fiery red crystal he had obtained was nearly a meter tall, catching up with the thickness of his thigh. So the fiery red crystal was much bigger than a fist. Isn't it even the size of a fist? Then it can only be made into a dagger or something like that. But it's not bad. At least it's an immortal grade superior weapon. Lion Yan laughed, while Qin Yu, who was on the side, realized what Lion Yan meant at this moment and couldn't help but laugh. Wrong, Grandpa Lion, that ore I got is big. It's cylindrical in shape, a meter tall and thigh thick, much bigger than a fist. Qin Yu said as he compared his hand. Lion Yan's eyes glazed over at once, and his face began to flush. A column and a meter high. Lion Yan was not Qin Yu. He thought even more, such a large ore, and it was still immortal grade superior. For example, refining a battle sword, one could refine dozens of them, which would be dozens of immortal grade superior top-level divine warriors. Dozens of pieces. What a concept. Of course it's true. This still needs to be asked. Qin Yu feels helpless at Lion Yan's repeated inquiries, but he is unaware that this is because Lion Yan is unable to believe that it's true pie in the sky. It's hard for anyone to believe that it's truth for a while. Quickly, take me to take a look. Lion Yan immediately said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately nodded his head in agreement, and then rushed towards the underground chamber with Lion Yan in tow. In the underground chamber, Lion Yan's eyes were glowing as he looked at the fiery red crystal. The fire red crystal stone emits a misty faint red light, crystal clear very, even to see the grain inside the crystal stone. Lion Yan saw this crystal stone appearance. He knew that this crystal stone must be priceless treasure. Compared to it, pearl agate are to be eclipsed. Lion Yan waist a draw, a purple soft sword unexpectedly appeared. Lion Yan hand shaking, purple soft sword immediately straight, and then turned into a purple mango split on top of the fire, red crystal stone, sure enough. Lion Yan's eyes are stern, staring straight at the fiery red crystals in front of him. Even my purple core soft sword can't hurt the slightest bit. It's definitely an immortal grade superior. Lion Yan turned his head to look at Qin Yu, solemnly said, Xiao Yu, such a heavy treasure must be immediately sent to the king's residence. You want to refine what the divine weapon can ask for. Refining master Mr. Black to help you refining, so much crystal stone, you refining weapon armor and so on. There must be a surplus, the remaining left to your father on it. Can it? Qin Yu heard what Lion Yan said, and understood everything in his heart at once. Such precious ores, refined weapons, are definitely divine weapons. These divine weapons sent to the hands of the Father. The Father will be able to play its power in the war. Qin Yu does not care about money, spiritual treasures, and so on. It's fine, I only need 1/10 of this fire, red crystal stone, and that's enough, give the rest to father. Qin Yu smiled and said. Lion Yan's gaze was full of praise as he looked at Qin Yu, little Yu. You're so young, yet you're able to not be charmed by such a heavy treasure. Your heart is indeed far beyond the average person. For a person to be able to face such a heavy treasure without caring about it, then that person's state of mind cultivation is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. For a martial artist to make a breakthrough, they must have a state of mind that matches it. Qin Yu saw Lion Yan's gaze and said, Grandpa Lion, don't look at me like that. I'm going to be in a bad mood. Saying that, he even pretended to be shy, and Lion Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. A person's heart needs to be tempered when a person has experienced Qin Yu like this. Every time one breaks through the limit, it is a tempering of the heart, and Qin Yu has started from the moment he was a toddler at the age of 8. Qin Yu's mental toughness is far from being comparable to that of ordinary people. Lonely people are generally mavericks with a self-made style. Because a person is often alone, it is natural to think. Think about life, think about your own value, think a lot, and see through many things. Qin Yu is also the same, often alone since childhood, alone to see the stars, and then experience some things. Now the mind completely mature, Qin Yu completely understand how in the end they should be people, life in the world. The most important thing is that the affection, blood, is thicker than love feelings. As for the money, treasure, and so on, but is to ensure the basic life only, more and how. 10,000 taels of silver is enough for a lifetime, so what's the point of having 100 taels of silver? So he naturally no longer greedy. People have dreams, and so does Qin Yu. Affection comes first, then dreams come second. Life, without family, without dreams, life is a walk in the park. In the limit break, through time and time again, Qin Yu like on the kind of break, through limit after the feeling of boiling blood, he likes on the close battle, suddenly decided to life and death of passion. Qin Yu's dream is to let his life passion burn up, as if the meteor general burning, life, is the need for this kind of boiling blood. Grandpa Lion, you're still going to have someone deliver this fire, red crystal, to the royal residence. Qin Yu said with a smile. Right, I, Ma Shan, will arrange for someone. Lion Yan busily said, the matter is a big deal. Lion Yan can't be slack at all. Busy arranging people to go. Qin Yu glanced at the fire, red crystal stone, and said in his heart, I didn't expect this crystal stone to be so useful to father as well. It's also a gain. And then Qin Yu turned around with a smile and left the middle of the secret room. Zhendong Wang Fu, at this moment a courtyard, there are a lot of people gathered here. Zhendong Wang's 3 sons, Lion Yan, Ji Min Chief, and 3 bare shoulders with the upper body of big man and a black middle-aged man. Everyone is looking at the center of the fire red crystals. Mr. Black, is there a way to refine it? Lion Yan inquired to the middle-aged man in black. The black-robed middle-aged man is not answer, but in the fire-red crystal stone side, eyes wide open, carefully observed the fire, red crystal stone every place, very concentrated, next to Qin Yu and others to see so. Very consciously, one by one, do not disturb the refining master. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at it for a long time with extreme satisfaction on his face, looking back at Qin Yu in admiration. Originally, I thought that such a heavy treasure could only be found in the deepest and most dangerous floodworld. But your Third Highness has found such a heavy treasure in the ordinary Donglanshan mountain, which is really unbelievable to people. Just luck, Qin Yu said with a smile. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lion Yan and said, Senior Lion, since there is such a heavy treasure in the Eastland Mountain, have you searched around this crystal once again? Of course, searched for it. Lion Yan shook his head and sighed, however. This kind of heaven and earth treasure can be obtained by those who have the destiny. Little Feather unintentionally obtained this strange treasure. However, I sent hundreds of experts to turn over the entire stone forest, and the boulders were all broken up. and even the next little bit of ore was not found. Qin Feng, however, said, "We should be satisfied with this fire-red crystal alone. Little Feather got it because he has a destiny with this fire-red crystal. Well, go back and forcefully search for it, and there's no need to be discouraged if we can't search for it. Yes, I've never heard of such a large chunk of extremely high-quality ore before." The black, clothed middle-aged man stared at the fire-red crystal as if a cat had seen a fish. "Mr. High, do you have the certainty to refine this fire-red crystal?" Qin Yu inquired from the side. Everyone immediately stared at this refining master. Refining weapons was not that simple. There were good materials, and a good refining expert was also needed. This Mr. Black was invited by the Zhendong King Qinda at a great cost back then, and he has also passed 10 years in the royal residence. Mr. Black shook his head and the crowd froze. "Am not sure until I try." Mr. Black took off his black top as soon as he could, revealing his lean and strong upper body. Mr. Black unconsciously had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. A smile that only comes from extreme excitement. "I haven't gone all out in a long time." "Bring the blue flame water." Mr. Black gave an order. "Yes." A big man with a red stack on his upper body immediately flew back to the house, and in a moment he took out a crystal bottle, which was having blue water, and the strangest thing was that there was a layer of faint flame on the blue water surface. Mr. Black took the crystal vial, and steeply, his hands began to redden as a heat began to fill them. The 3 big men on the side, with bare stacks on their upper bodies, all had glowing eyes. "Master, he is finally going to make a move. It has been a long time since I have seen the teacher so increase solemnity. Master's burning sky skill has reached an extremely high realm. I wonder how powerful it is to strike." These 3 big men were talking about each other. These 3 were none other than Mr. Black's 3 personal disciples, and naturally, they were also the key cultivation objects of the Zhendong royal house. Qin Yu, Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, Lion Yan, and Ji Min also looked at this Mr. Black. Mr. Black opened the crystal bottle stopper, at the same time in the hands of the crystal bottle slightly pouring. Suddenly blue inflammation water drops down, directly on top of the fire-red crystals. At the same time, a burst of snorting sound, blue inflammation water is changing drastically. This fire-red crystal is really powerful. Even blue flame water can't leave the slightest mark. A Mr. Black disciple was astonished. A moment later, that blue flame water transformed into a film that completely covered a fire-red crystal. "HMPH, Mr. Black let out a cold snort. His eyes steeply flashed with essence. His hands immediately sent out 2 streams of blazing flames directly sprayed on the film on the surface of the fire-red crystal. That film was precisely the blue inflammatory water, but the fire-red crystal did not even change in the slightest. Senior brother, even Master's burning sky flame, coupled with blue flame water, couldn't leave even the slightest trace. How is that possible? A Mr. Black disciple was shocked. It's the immortal superior grade crystals can't be under Master's burning sky flame without anything happening at all. This. Another disciple was also puzzled. The excitement in Mr. Black's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and violently, his face suddenly became red and then iron blue, while the flame in his hand was smaller. But the temperature in the entire courtyard was steeply raised, so strong. Qin Yu was shocked in his heart. He completely felt the terror of this flame, and his heart gave him the feeling that he was by no means a match for the Mr. Black in front of him. He even felt that the air in the courtyard completely shook due to the high temperature. Qin Yu's guess was very correct. This Mr. Black was not only a master refiner, but also reached the peak of innate himself, belonging to one of the top experts under the Zhendong King's command. The flame produced by the special innate Trukai is much more powerful than even mortal fire. Ordinary immortal ores can only be melted by such a flame. Qin Yu sighed in admiration in his heart, but when he took a look at the fiery red crystal, Qin Yu was also dumbfounded. In this case, the fire, red crystal, did not change in the slightest. HMPH, Mr. Black's face steeply became dark. Boom. The sound of Mr. Black's whole body emerged with flames. The flames completely burned even his righteous father clean. But he was actually wearing a pair of pants woven by black and gold silk. Mr. Black, this sect, obviously knows that when you transport your power to the limit, your whole body will be on fire. So these black gold pants are passed down. Woven by black gold silk, this is a big deal, is Mr. Black's division elders have been saving for a long time to get so much black gold. Those pants seem to be made of the same material as my black gold vest, Qin Yu said in his heart. At the same time, the flames in Mr. Black's hands grew smaller and smaller while getting hotter and hotter. A wave of heat rolled across the entire courtyard, and everyone around couldn't help but retreat far away. With such a flame, even the body of an innate expert would be incinerated cleanly, with not even dregs left. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Such a flame could melt even immortal ores, let alone normal human bodies. The three Qin Yu brothers, Lion Yan, and those three senior brothers all stared at the fire-red crystal. They were looking forward to this crystal being melted. If they couldn't even melt it, then how could they refine it? Time passed minute by minute. Everyone's eyes were completely condensed on top of this fire-red crystal. Steep PFFD. A mouthful of blood spewed out of Mr. Black's mouth, his face turning steeply from dark black to pale white, and the flames in his entire body disappeared instantly. Master, a disciple behind him, immediately handed over his clothes. Mr. Black put on his clothes and looked at the fire-red crystal, but let out a long sigh, then turned his head to look at Qin Yu and the others behind him, and said, "Everyone, I don't have any more solutions for this fire-red crystal." Looking at this Mr. Black's generation of refining masters with such a pale face, the crowd also knew that he had tried his best. How is that possible? Didn't Mr. Black refine this immortal grade superior divine warrior for me several years ago? How come I can't even melt it now? Qin Feng inquired to Mr. Black as he held the battle sword at his waist when Qin Feng reached the innate realm. Qinda had refined a divine soldier from a piece of immortal grade superior ore to Qin Feng in order to reward him. Mr. Black looked at the battle sword and shook his head with a smile. Idiot, you still don't understand this. Of course, it's because this fire, red crystal, has surpassed the upper level of immortal grade. Qin Yu was startled and queried, and the ore the highest in the upper levels of immortal grade? In Qin Yu's mind, weapons were categorized into mortal grade and immortal grade. This immortal grade superior should be the highest by definition. How could it still be higher than this immortal grade superior? What do you guys know? Mr. Black's eyes radiated arrogance. He was definitely at the top of the pyramid when it came to the refining industry. The so-called weapons are categorized into mortal and immortal items. That is only for us mortals to say. Let me ask you, what are the weapons used by the upper immortals? HMPH, even if it's a battle sword of superior immortal grade, when faced with an upper immortal's flying sword, it's as if it's a piece of broken paper, easily pierced through. There was a hint of arrogance at the corner of Mr. Black's mouth. The hearts of those present were suddenly shaken. Right, those superior immortals, who soared to the 9 heavens, and could kill their enemies thousands of miles away. What level were their weapons? Qin Yu and the others had heard of them, but the flying swords could fly extremely far, killing people thousands of miles away, and they couldn't be blocked even by superior immortal weapons. Mortal and immortal products, we mortals set them only. Our horizons are just that big. The world of the upper immortals is simply beyond our imagination. And this fire, red crystal, if I'm right, it should be the material for refining the weapons of the upper immortals. Mr. Black stared at the fiery red crystal and said with great certainty. Qin Yu looked towards the fire, red crystal, which was still unharmed and emitting a faint red glow. What's the use of this fire, red crystal, if it can't even be melted? How can it be refined into a weapon? Qin Feng shook his head and said, including Lion Yan, Qin Yu, and the others. Each of them had a helpless look on their faces as they listened. Right, how can one refine a weapon when one can't even melt it? Qin Yu shook his head and laughed. Forget it, even Mr. Black can't melt it. There aren't many people in this world who can melt and refine it. Hey, Third Highness, why are you so discouraged? I am unable to melt it, but there is still a true refining master who can melt and refine it. Mr. Black said with a smile, hearing his words. All of them looked at him in confusion, including his 3 disciples. A true master smith, there's an even more powerful smithing expert than Mr. Black, Qin Zheng queried, and everyone present looked at Mr. Black in confusion. Mr. Black confidently smiled and said, This you don't know, tell you a secret. You can't spread it around. In fact, every upper immortal is not only an absolute invincible expert, the same. Every upper immortal is an absolute refiner master. Oh, everyone present knew that the upper immortals were invincible, and that it was easy to kill people with the upper immortals' flying swords. But they didn't know about the upper immortals' level of weapon smithing. Every upper immortal can use a flame that can be much more powerful than my true Kai flame. With that kind of flame, it's not easy to refine it into a weapon. In fact, if you use your brains, you'll know that all the upper immortals have flying swords. But where do they get their flying swords? Did they fall out naturally? They are still not refined. Mr. Black said mysteriously to the crowd. It dawned on the crowd. Yes, I'll immediately send someone to invite immortal Feng Yuzai. Lion Yan immediately said. Qin Yu, however, tilted his head and let out a whistling sound, and then looked at the crowd and said, Zio-High, the speed is extremely fast. Little Black and I will go and invite Uncle Wind. In a blink of an eye, a black light shoots directly down in the air. It is the Black Eagle. Qin Yu's figure flashes, and he goes up. And then the Black Eagle chirps and flies directly towards the outskirts of the countryside at breakneck speed. Subterranean dragon continent a variety of beasts. There are a lot of people are domesticated birds and beasts. But the general birds and beasts are only loyal to their own masters. Other people cannot ride, and also difficult to large-scale domestication. Usually, it is like Qin Yu, this kind of letter to invite people. Once the Great War started, most of these people with flying birds became enemy scouting personnel, or became high-altitude attack battle teams. The battles in the submerged dragon continent are varied, utilizing all kinds of birds and beasts to make the battles more exciting and unpredictable. Moreover, there were usually internal martial arts practiced in the army. For example, in the army under the Zhendong King's command, a junior soldier who had been in the army for a year was qualified to practice the lowest level of one of the 5 best of military martial arts. It was normal for a junior soldier to kill 7 or 8 civilians. The higher the military service, the higher the status, and the higher the level of the military martial 5 Jai could be practiced as well. Once a large army goes to war in the subterranean dragon continent, the soldiers recruited by the emergency recruitment cannot be compared to the regular army at all, at least in terms of quality. It is not known how much worse. A regular 200 legion could destroy a strong Khal's army of 1,000,000 ordinary people. Sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, Qin Yu looked down below, and in just a moment he had already exited Yanjing City. In terms of speed, it seems that I haven't heard of that kind of flying bird that can be compared to the Black Eagle. Qin Yu smiled and touched the Black Eagle's neck. The Black Eagle was incredibly fast, at least according to Qin Yu's knowledge. There was no bird of prey that could be compared to the Black Eagle in terms of speed. After all, eagles were already extremely fast, and Qin Yu's Black Eagle was an extremely special category, 2 or 3 times faster than the average eagle. The Black Eagle swooped down and flew directly towards a grass house. This grass hut was exactly where Feng Yuzai usually lived, surrounded by a bend of the lake. The surrounding area was very quiet. There was no human population. No one came to disturb him. At this moment, not far from the grass house next to the lake, there is an immortal crane flying above too. That is exactly the Wind Jade Sun's mount, and the Wind Jade Sun itself is standing outside the grass house at this moment, looking at the Kin Yu from the sky with his head held high, his face full of smiles. Uncle Wind, Kin Yu directly leapt down from above the Black Eagle and shouted excitedly, "Little Yu, what brings you to my place?" Feng Yuzai smiled. Feng Yuzai himself was older than even Lion Yan by an unknown amount, yet he and Qin treated each other as brothers. People like Feng Yuzai did not value age. Qin Yu was just about to speak when he suddenly realized that Feng Yu's gaze was actually completely gathered on the Black Eagle. "Uncle Wind, what's wrong? Do you know what little black is?" Qin Yu asked suspiciously. Wind Jade's eye stared at the Black Eagle, but the Black Eagle is not even look at Wind Jade's eye a glance. After a long time, Wind Jade's eye shook his head and said, "Strange. Look at its top crown. This seems to be the Golden Flame Eagle, the Emperor of the Eagle class. But the Golden Flame Eagle, not only the top is like golden flames, the feathers of the whole body are golden yellow, and there are flames burning, but this Black Eagle's body is pitch black, and its claws are also cold black." Feng Yuzai couldn't really see through it for a while. And the Golden Flame Eagle is extremely powerful. Even if it was just a few years old, the protective golden flame alone would be able to deal with a Jindan stage cultivator. But this Black Eagle is clearly, at most, just a match for an innate level mortal, much weaker than the Golden Flame Eagle. Feng Yuzai frowned, but his mouth was speaking. Qin Yu listened to what Feng Yuzai said, and also understood that Feng Yuzai could not tell which category of flying birds the Black Eagle actually belonged to. "Uncle Wind, what did you say about a Jindan stage cultivator? What is that? Listening to you, it seems like it's more powerful than an innate expert. It's the one who's more powerful than an innate expert and immortal." Qin Yu inquired doubtfully. Feng Yuzai's attention was then taken back from the Black Eagle, looking at Qin Yu's puzzled gaze, shook his head and smiled. "A Jindan stage cultivator. Your Uncle Feng, I am a Jindan stage cultivator." Uncle Wind, Qin Yu's brows deepened. In Qin Yu's mind, the innate experts were already extremely powerful, and the upper immortals above the innate experts were invincible existences, and now, listening to Feng Yuzai, he was only a Jindan stage cultivator. What did this mean? What is a cultivator? What is the Jindan stage? Feng Yuzai smiled and said, We'll talk about this matter later, right? What did you come to find me for? It can't be just to come and see Uncle Feng." Qin Yu then remembered his own business, threw aside what Jindan stage cultivator just now, and even said, "Uncle Wind, I got a piece of fire, red crystal, and that crystal is just too hard, even Mr. Black used his full power to leave not even the slightest mark on it, and Mr. Black said that." "What?" Feng Yuzai was violently shocked. Qin Yu was stunned by this astonishment of Feng Yuzai. In his mind, Feng Yuzai always smiled blandly. Waves were generally unperturbed. It seemed that nothing could shock him in general, but this superior immortal even stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes. That brat surnamed Black from the royal family can't leave the slightest trace either. Feng Yuzai was busy reconfirming. Qin Yu could only nod his head, not knowing what Feng Yuzai meant. Feng Yu's eyes instantly glowed. That Black kid, what burning sky skill has been practiced to an extremely high level, coupled with their sect's special blue flame water, even generally good ores, are able to melt easily. But now, there is not even the slightest trace of it on the fire, red crystals. What kind of precious ore is that fire, red crystal? Where is that fire, red crystal? Feng Yuzai stared at Qin Yu and said, "It's in the royal residence." Qin Yu replied immediately, "Good, well, leave now." Feng Yuzai also did not greet the immortal crane. A flying sword appeared steeply under his feet. The flying sword became bigger, grabbed Qin Yu and made him stand on it as well, and ignoring the Black Eagle, he just flew directly towards Yanjing City. "Uncle Feng, they want me to come." Qin Yu was busy saying he had asked Feng Yuzai to refine the fire red crystals. and he hadn't said anything about it yet. Feng Yuzai smiled and said, "Don't say it. I know why you have come. That kind of precious ore is simply not something you guys are able to refine, and only a cultivator's samad, he true flame, is able to refine it." Once Feng Yuzai said this, Qin Yu also understood, but in his heart he was wondering what the samad he true fire was. In just a few moments, Qin Yu's attention was completely shifted to the flying sword. As for the Black Eagle, Qin Yu was not worried. He knew that the Black Eagle could easily find him. No matter where Qin Yu went, the Black Eagle would be able to find Qin Yu. This might be the special senses that one person and one eagle had cultivated in each other over the past 11 years. This is a flying sword. Qin Yu stared at the huge flying sword and marveled in his heart. The flying sword had runic seal imprints on top of it, while emitting a stern aura, and Qin Yu was certain in his heart that if Feng Yuzai wanted to kill someone, the stern sword Kai on top of the flying sword alone would be enough to kill an innate level expert. Flying sword can be big or small, end is magical, the speed of the speed, but also then the Black Eagle is much faster. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them arrived in the royal mansion without Qin Yu having to say much. Feng Yuzai directly landed in that courtyard, where Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, Lion Yan, Mr. Hai, and the rest of the people in the courtyard saluted as soon as they saw Feng Yuzai and said, "Greetings to the Supreme Immortal." Feng Yu's gaze, however, was completely gathered on the fiery red crystal in front of him, the light in his eyes blazing hot. Amazing blazing iron in stone. Heavens. Feng Yuzai seemed to recall when he was still cultivating on the overseas immortal island, how excited the sect elders were when they obtained a piece of amazing blazing iron in stone in the middle of the deep sea, and the refined flying swords were bestowed to a Yuan Ying stage senior who had performed great feats. But that piece of amazing blazing iron in stone wasn't even a tenth of the size of the amazing blazing iron in stone in front of him. "Whose is this?" Feng Yuzai looked around at a few people and immediately asked. "This is something that Little Feather unintentionally obtained in the Eastland Mountain." Lion Yan immediately replied, and Feng Yuzai turned his head to look at Qin Yu, with nothing but disbelief in his heart. He had once searched for several years in the boundless flood, and had only found average ores that he had never thought that the subterranean dragon continent had such ores other than the flood. "Good, ill-refine this crystal, Little Feather. You are the owner of this crystal and have the right to dominate the crystal, then you come with me." Feng Yuzai flicked his one hand, a thick energy wrapped around the fire red crystal, and the 2,000 pounds of crystals just flew up. Yes, although the heart doubts, but Qin Yu still followed the past. Lao Baoten shoes, 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 Lao Baoten shoes. Feng Yuzai had specialized several secret rooms in the royal residence. Even Zhendong King Kindu was not allowed to enter without Feng Yu's permission. Feng Yuzai at the moment brought Qin Yu into the secret room that was specialized for refining spirit weapons. With a teacup in his hand, Qin De's gaze was looking out through the window. Zhu Yuan, then Shang Yuan Hong should have arrived as well. Qin De said slowly. Zhu Yuan, who stood behind Qin De and was in the darkness, nodded and said, according to the intelligence, "Zhenbei King Shang Yuan Hong is here. Tomorrow is the day of negotiation, and with this old fox Shang Yuan Hong's temperament, he definitely won't arrive until the last day." Zhu Yuan suddenly said, "Your Majesty, there are still 3 years before the big event starts. Why are you in such a hurry to meet with this Shang Yuan Hong?" Zhu Yuan was also clear that the people of the Zhenin King's Mu clan were very loyal, and were definitely on the side of the Imperial Xiang clan. Zhendong King Kindu had no hope at all of drawing in the Zhenin King, and only a wallflower like the Zhenbei King Shang Yuan family could possibly be drawn in. This time it is to bring in the Shang Yuan family. Qin put down his teacup, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Zhu Yuan, there's no way around it as far as I know nowadays. The leader of the Xiang family's intelligence organization 3 counties of the eastern region has changed and has become Zhenzhou. Zhenzhou, a pair of cold eyes immediately appeared in Zhu Yuan's mind. Yes, it's Zhenzhou. I know that past chief's level very well. He definitely couldn't find out the true strength of our army. However, this Zhenzhou is not the original incompetent person, according to my estimation. Half a year is enough time for him to discover the true number of our army in the 3 counties of Eastern region. Qin De's face was a bit gloomy. Zhu Yuan was also an extremely intelligent person, and instantly understood what Qin De meant. Your Highness, then Isin, to your bottom card in this negotiation, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but admire Qin De in his heart. Yes, that's right. All that was on Qin De's face was a smile. It'll depend on the reaction afterward. I have to make sure that this Shang Yuanhong is actually defecting to that side. Of course, our hopes can't be pinned on him either. Zhu Yuan nodded his head and said, as long as he can make Shang Yuanhong not help each other in 2 ways, it will be enough. Your Highness, I have another piece of good news here. Zhu Yuan's face was filled with smiles as he handed over a letter to Qin De. Oh. Qin De took the letter, and at first glance his eyes lit up, and then he laughed aloud. Ur has helped me a great favor, such a large piece of ore, and it's still of the superior grade of immortal. Grade? How many divine warriors can be refined with such a large piece of ore? This is really good news. The letter was written by Lion Yan, who also wrote to Qin Feng and Qin Zheng, who then rushed back to the royal residence. Qin De, on the other hand, did not go back because of important matters. Qin De didn't even know that the fiery red crystal was not an immortal grade superior ore at all, but the amazing blazing iron in stone, which was much more precious than immortal grade superior. Good, go back and make sure to reward Ur properly. Qin De was in a good mood. Zhu Yuan, you go and carefully prepare for tomorrow's events again. Not a single mistake. Yes, my subordinate will retire. Zhu Yuan arched his hand, and then he left the room. Qin De held the letter in his hand, and there was a hint of a loving, fatherly smile on his face. In the royal residence of the Zhendong King of Yanjing City. In Feng Yu, this special refining chamber. Chamber on the dome under the quadrilateral, implying the meaning of heaven and earth, in the center of the chamber above the ground, there is a gilded gossip, while the road light in the gossip. Between the flow, a surging breath naturally diffuse, sweeping the entire refining chamber in the gossip outside. There are 3 futons, at the moment the wind jade child sitting cross. Knee in the center of the futon, Qin Yu sat on one side. The futon, Qin Yu sat on the side, go. Feng Yuzai one hand pointed. Stone in the amazing killing iron will fly directly to the center of the gossip. Feng Yuzai withdrew his true energy. That stone in the amazing killing iron even suspended in the gossip above, as if that gilded gold. Colored gossip has a magical power to support the stone in the amazing killing iron general. Qin Yu was shocked to see this magical scene, and he became more and more curious about the world of the immortals. Flying swords, Jindan stage cultivators, Samadhi fire, and the magical gossip in front of you, all of this made Qin Yu curious as to what kind of world the world of the upper immortals was. A little feather, this amazing blazing iron in stone was discovered by you, so naturally it's also yours. I want a little bit of one of these amazing blazing iron in stone. The size of a fist will do. I wonder if that's possible. Feng Yuzai said with a bit of embarrassment. He was an upper immortal asking for a treasure with a junior. He was really ashamed. However, Feng Yuzai for this stone in the amazing blazing iron is extremely looking forward to it. Although his flying sword is not bad, but in terms of materials, simply cannot be compared to the stone in the amazing blazing iron. For the cultivator, pills, good crystals are a great attraction. Of course you can. Uncle Wind, feel free to take it. Qin Yu was not the child he was back then. He knew it clearly. This Wind Yuzi was an absolute expert on his father's side, and having even better flying swords was also a boost to Wind Yuzi's strength. Plus the amazing incandescent iron in the stone was such a big size, a little bit as a fist. He didn't care, of course, when I took this fist. sized amazing blazing iron in stone, I owe you a great favor. If you have any request, just say it. Uncle Wind will grant you everything. Feng Yuzai said in a hurry, as his Hall of Immortals had asked for someone else's treasure. He naturally had to give something back. Any request is fine. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Feng Yuzai smiled and nodded. Yes, whatever I can do. Then can you tell me about the worlds of the immortals? You've said something about cultivators. Something about samsara. I'm curious about it. Qin Yu busily said, just this request. Feng Yuzai was stunned. Qin Yu laughed. Yes, that's the request. In reality, what I want most in my heart is for my Danshin to become normal and be able to allow me to accumulate internal energy so that I can cultivate to become an innate expert, or even become an upper immortal. Feel free to choose between these two requests, Uncle Wind. Qin Yu hemmed and hawed. Feng Yuzai shook his head and smiled bitterly. I can't do anything about your Danshin. Well, I'll talk to you carefully about the world of cultivators. Feng Yuzai said after a little bit of organizing in his mind. In reality, the so-called upper immortals in the subterranean dragon continent aren't really immortals. They are just cultivators who seek to become immortals. Cultivator, Qin Yu wondered. Feng Yuzai said, yes, a mortal wants to become immortal, will experience countless tribulations. First of all, to reach the innate realm, when the innate adult will meet the 4-9 small heavenly tribulation. If the small heavenly tribulation success, will step into the ranks of the cultivator, become a Jindan stage cultivator. Your wind uncle, I am exactly Jindan stage cultivator. 4-9 minor heavenly tribulations. Qin Yu was completely ignorant of these terms. Feng Yuzai smiled and said, cultivation is against the heavens, of course. We must be subjected to heavenly tribulation. The 49 small heavenly tribulation compared to the 2 major heavenly tribulations after that is still easy. Cultivator realm is divided into Jindan stage, Yuan Ying stage, Cave Void stage, Empty Underworld stage, Ferrying stage, and Dasheng stage. Each realm is divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Only after going through endless tribulations. Only after reaching the grand completion stage will one ascend and eventually become an immortal. To be honest, I've only just stepped into the ranks of cultivators, yet I've been called an immortal in the subterranean dragon continent, so I'm really sweating. Qin Yu then realized that these experts who had been made upper immortals by the subterranean dragon continent were only Jindan stage cultivators, far from being immortals. Cultivator's path is full of tribulations. When one passes through the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulations and reaches the Jindan stage, one will live thousands of years more, and the Yuan Ying stage cultivator can live 5,000 years more. When reaching the late stage of the Yuan Ying stage, when reaching the critical point, will cause the 6-9 big heavenly robberies. Only through the 6-9 big heavenly robberies, only to be able to enter the stage of emptiness. At that time, the Yuan Ying stage can be merged with the soul, before the Yuan Ying can come out of the body, and that is immortality. Wind Jade's eyes emitted a brilliant light. Unfortunately, the 6-9 great heavenly tribulation is too terrifying, and the 6-9 great heavenly tribulation is not something that anyone can encounter. The Yuan Ying stage and the Cave Void stage. That is the most fundamental metamorphosis of the soul. Many experts reach the late Yuan Ying stage for thousands of years and end up only dying without being able to make a breakthrough to meet the 6-9 great heavenly tribulation. Feng Yuzai sighed. Qin Yu's heart was in shock. 1,000 years. The years of a cultivator are measured in thousands of years. And at the stage of cavernous emptiness, it is even more immortal. What kind of world is that? However, 4-9 small heavenly robberies and 6-9 big heavenly robberies, and the final stage of the 9-9 heavy robberies compared to, but simply cannot compare. The terror of the 9-9 heavy heist is not something I can imagine as a small Jindan stage cultivator. Which of the experts in the transitional heist period do not have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, but under the 9-9 heavy heist, not even 1 out of 10 will be able to pass through it alive. and even the souls will have to fly away from their souls and will never be able to be reincarnated. Feng Yu's eyes were filled with fear. In the rendering of the elders of the division, the 9 heavy heavens, that was a complete and absolute disaster. 1 out of 10, the soul is scattered. Qin Yu was completely shocked in his heart, and in his heart he completely understood at this moment what kind of existence a cultivator really was. That was a group of people who walked against the heavens, fighting against the heavens and the earth in order to pursue the limits of man. They were not afraid of anything. Heaven sends down a heavenly tribulation. The cultivators can only desperately resist it, and if they succeed, they will continue to move forward in the pursuit of the great Tao, and if they fail, their souls will be dispersed. Qin Yu completely understood in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. Jindan stage, Yuan Ying stage, Cave Void stage, Empty Underworld stage, Transition stage, and Dasheng stage. Each realm seems difficult to break through. If you want to step into the Jindan stage, you must endure a small heavenly tribulation, and to step into the Cave Void stage, you must endure a great heavenly tribulation. When one reached the ferrying stage, one would also have to endure the 9 heavy heavens. The 3 great heavenly robberies are stuck at 3 junctures, and on the path of cultivation, it is estimated that there are very few who can truly end up attaining immortality. When Jade Zai heard Qin Yu said, seems to be caused by the heart of the anger, sneered, more than few and far between, want to pass through the 9 heavy robbery into the immortal. All are very high talent, but also has a very high quality spiritual weapons to protect, but also need to have the spirit of the Dan, and so on. But how can the average person get the way to the best spiritual weapons? A large number of spiritual pills. I reached the Jindan stage when, within the sect, gave me a flying sword, but is the lower grade spiritual weapon only. If I didn't have a top grade spiritual weapon, it would be a complete dream for me to survive the great heavenly tribulation in the future, but not without a background. How could an insignificant disciple such as myself obtain a top grade spiritual weapon within the sect? As soon as Qin Yu heard this, he understood completely and said in his heart, "It seems that Uncle Wind was not taken seriously when he was originally cultivating on Immortal Island. Uncle Feng, what exactly is this spiritual artifact, spiritual pill, or whatever again?" Qin Yu asked after him. Feng Yuzai took a deep breath and calmed down, saying, "Little Yu, a cultivator's own cultivation is like a martial artist's own internal strength cultivation. And as for spiritual weapons, they are equivalent to weapons. Having a good spiritual weapon is of course a great increase in strength." This analogy was one that Qin Yu completely understood. Just like when Qin Yu was 13 years old, he and the horse thief leader Wu Tuan a battle. His strength is obviously not as good as Wu Tuan, but in the end, relying on the fish intestine sword, but it is pierced Wu Tuan, protective true Kai, directly killed Wu Tuan. This is the advantage of the weapon. Cultivators have many spirit weapons, mostly flying swords, but there are also other strange weapons. These are uniformly called spirit weapons. Spiritual weapons are categorized into 4 levels: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. As for spirit pills, it is the pills with various effects. When you are crossing the threshold, your own true energy consumption is the most serious, and it is the best to eat pills to replenish it. Spirit pills are likewise divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. Feng Yuzai said carefully. Qin Yu absorbed all of this in his mind and continued to sort it out. A cultivator's strength is divided into his own cultivation, as well as the effects of spiritual weapons and elixirs. 3 heavenly tribulations, the 6 realms from Jindan stage to Dasheng stage. Qin Yu remembers them clearly. True energy, is that the name of the cultivator's own power? Qin Yu inquired. Right, when a Jindan is formed, the energy in the body changes from innate true Kai to true Yuan power. Feng Yuzai said with a smile. And then Feng Yuzai sighed and said, "Zio Yu, The world of cultivators is not as good as you think. In the cultivation world, each other for the heaven and earth treasures may kill each other. There is for a good mineral, such as this stone in the amazing blazing iron, and even will cause the cultivators each other big war. Cultivators' war, especially the power high to whole virtual, empty meditation and other supermasters. That is the overturning of the river, destroying the sky and the earth. Heaven and earth spiritual treasures, spiritual pills, spiritual weapons, flying swords, and so on, could all cause cultivators to go crazy. Feng Yuzai smiled. Qin Yu's heart was turned upside down. He completely imagined the scene of that cultivator battle. A Jindan stage cultivator is so powerful. In the submerged dragon continent, in the absolute invincibility, those what Yuan Ying stage, whole virtual stage, and even the empty meditation stage, the fairy robbery stage, and so on, that battle up, and how horrible. Once a cultivator kills in anger, it is a landslide and a river, and mortals are killed and injured. Cultivators who fly with their hands on their swords are soaring through the 9 heavens and the end of the world, and mortals are simply unable to catch up. Anyway, cultivators and mortals have simply been 2 levels of people. No matter how to kill to be, mortals do not have the slightest resistance. Perhaps in the eyes of the cultivators, they view the people of the entire continent as if they were people viewing ants. It's a completely different world. The world of the cultivators pursues the endless heavenly Tao and seeks to cross the threshold to become immortal. Mortals, on the other hand, pursue power and kill each other. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. He fully understood what it meant to be a cultivator, and likewise Qin Yu's heart looked even wider. The upper immortals of the subterranean dragon continent. It was only a few of the most common Jindan stage cultivators on the overseas immortal islands, and in the world of cultivators, the Jindan stage was only the lowest level. In the world of cultivators, the Jindan stage is only the lowest level. However, these few Jindan stage cultivators in the subterranean dragon continent are honored as the supreme immortal, the absolute supreme existence. Qin Yu's heart suddenly stirred. Uncle Wind, it seems to me that cultivators are pursuing the limits of man and fighting with heaven and earth. However, for people to pursue their limits is the only way to step into the Jindan stage and then refine the Yuan Ying, as Uncle Feng said. Are there no other paths? Qin Yu said doubtfully. According to Qin Yu's own thought, since it is the pursuit of the human body limit, of course, each has its own method. Uncle Feng thought about it and shook his head with a smile. Little Yu, don't think nonsense. I don't even know who this first cultivator is. I don't know whether millions or tens of millions of hundreds of millions of years ago, it is estimated that there were cultivators. The different paths you mentioned there are, people or cultivate immortal, or cultivate demon. Flying birds and beasts mostly cultivate demons. People cultivate demons and immortals, although the paths are different, but all of them form Jindan and become Yuan Ying. Flying birds and beasts, on the other hand, it's into an inner elixir. As for demon cultivation, am not too sure. Must we end the Jindan and cultivate the Yuan Ying? Qin Yu muttered. Is this the way of the road to the same place? Ah, right. Feng Yuzai suddenly said. Little Yu, a long, long time ago, of course. I hadn't come out at that time. At that time, a very big thing used to happen on the subterranean dragon continent, the group Immortal War. It is estimated that the mysterious person of the group Immortal War was not the one who formed the Jindan to cultivate Yuan Ying. Episode 2 Tears of a Shooting Star, Chapter 17. 3 pairs of diagrams, group Immortal Battle. Qin Yu wondered. Feng Yu's eyes glowed and said, Yes. This is still something I heard from my sect seniors when I was cultivating on the overseas immortal island. That time, there were several loose immortals involved in the great battle, as well as dozens of empty underworld stage ferrying stage experts, and even the one who took the lead was still a Dasheng stage cultivator. Wait, what is a loose immortal? Qin Yu asked busily. Feng Yuzai shook his head and smiled. I forgot to mention even the loose immortals. When crossing the 9-9 heavy tribulation, some cultivators know that they can't succeed in crossing the tribulation, so they try to preserve their Yuan Ying soul. With their prosthetic body destroyed, they can only cultivate the loose immortal. You have to know that loose immortals are extremely strong, usually a bit stronger than experts at the stage of transition. Scattered immortals are so strong. A Desheng stage cultivator who has successfully crossed the threshold, several scattered immortals, and dozens of empty underworld stage transition stage experts. For what? Qin Yu pursued. Kill one person just to kill one person. Feng Yu's face became grave. To kill one person, so many experts, just to kill one person. Qin Yu couldn't imagine anymore. So many people were actually there to kill one person. Who was this person again? Qin Yu even thought of an immortal in his mind. Feng Yuzai nodded his head and said, yes, according to the legend among the cultivation world, that mysterious person was not cultivating Yuan Ying at all. It was still at the end. That mysterious person went mad and exploded a most blazing power, as if it was the sun, burning the sky and destroying the earth at that time, including the cultivator of the Desheng stage. So many experts, all were killed. Feng Yuzai was all agitated when he said this. Feather, do you know what's going on down there? Do you know? Feng Yu's entire body became agitated, staring at Qin Yu as he stroked his shoulder. Qin Yu was busy shaking his head. He couldn't imagine that there was such a powerful person who had killed even a great achievement stage expert, plus a loose immortal. Those cultivators with weak feats who hid in the old distance and didn't dare to approach were surprised to find out that the mysterious person had killed so many people, but he began to transcend the tribulation. It's the 9-9 heavy tribulation. Heavens, the mysterious person who killed a Desheng stage expert and killed so many loose, immortal ferrying stage experts, he actually hasn't crossed the tribulation yet. Feng Yu's entire body became agitated. He hasn't crossed the tribulation. Not crossing the tribulation itself is strong at this point. If the tribulation succeeds, then. Qin Yu was also shocked. A person who hadn't even crossed the threshold yet had killed a Desheng stage expert, as well as so many loose immortals and dozens of empty nether stage and transition stage experts. This was simply something that there was no way to imagine. If the same cultivation of Jindan and refining of Yuan Ying, how could the gap be so wide? Countless seniors are sure of one thing. This mysterious person is also a cultivator, but definitely not a devil cultivator, an immortal cultivator, or a demon cultivator. He belongs to a new type. That last burst of pure as if sun, like blazing power from his body alone, that is not at all something that a transitional succession stage expert can burst out of. Even if it's a Desheng stage, facing such a powerful force, it's still going to kill him. Feng Yuzai seemed to imagine that group of immortals battle back then in his mind. Qin Yu was likewise imagining it in his mind. After a long time, Feng Yuzai slowly calmed down and looked at Qin Yu and laughed. Little Yu, the story of this group of immortals battle has been circulating for a long time, and almost everyone on the overseas immortal islands knows about it. There are even many people in the subterranean dragon continent who know about it. Oh, many people in the subterranean dragon continent know. Qin Yu's heart fluttered. If it wasn't for the cultivator's complaint, how would the people of the subterranean dragon continent know about it? Feng Yuzai nodded and continued, don't be in a hurry. Back then, many seniors from the overseas immortal islands watched from afar and saw that mysterious expert cross the threshold with their own eyes. He got through. Qin Yu's heart instead became a little worried about this mysterious person. Feng Yuzai shook his head and said, he failed under the 9-9 heavy tribulation. That mysterious person's entire body was transformed into the sun. The mysterious person has been using his own cultivation to fight hard against it, instead of fighting against the heavenly tribulation, with other cultivators using spiritual weapons and the like. After a great battle with dozens of cultivators, this mysterious person didn't even have time to rest before the heavenly tribulation. When the 9th heavenly thunderbolt struck, the mysterious person didn't resist it. His prosthetic body shattered, and his power was greatly damaged. However, he didn't die immediately. He gathered the last of his energy and spoke his last words to the entire subterranean dragon continent, including the surrounding cultivators. Feng Yuzai seemed to be in the midst of reminiscing. Qin Yu did not dare to disturb Feng Yu's recollection, but he was curious in his heart. Vertical and horizontal infinity of the universe. Experience the universe diffraction. Drifting thousands of years through countless planets, nay, today the soul will be scattered. The sky does not help me, the change of the stars. The pride of the sun is not the end. Nay, nay. Ah, all people in this continent listen. Today I pass the Tongshan 3 charts. When someone gets 3 charts, sense its mystery, then subject to my kung fu inheritance. Haha, blessing and woe. Feng Yu's voice drifted as he finished the sentence. Qin Yu constantly thinking about the meaning of these words, what the universe, what the planet, but also what the change of the stars. Qin Yu cannot understand the meaning of the planet, but know the meaning of the last words of the mysterious man. Obviously that what through the sky, 3 diagrams contain the inheritance of entire mysterious man technique. But what is the meaning of that blessing and curse at the back? Could it be that getting this gong fu is also a curse? Before that mysterious person died, he used great energy to create 3 pairs of diagrams, the very same 3 diagrams of Tongshan. The 3 diagrams of Tongshan were scattered throughout the subterranean dragon continent, and for countless years, even those from the overseas immortal islands had once collected the 3 pairs of diagrams. For so many years, it is unknown how many people had once collected the 3 pairs of diagrams at the same time. Yet not a single person had comprehended the mysteries of the 3 pairs of diagrams and obtained the inheritance of that mysterious person. Feng Yuzai sighed. Collecting 3 pairs of diagrams was not a difficult task for cultivators. Yet no one could comprehend the mysteries of the 3 diagrams of Tong Tian. Back then, your ancestor Qin Shi Huang had also once obtained 3 pairs of diagrams at the same time, but unfortunately, he also failed to comprehend the mysteries. If he was able to comprehend it, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Feng Yuzai laughed. Qin Yu's heart, however, had an impulse that was a heartfelt yearning for the world of cultivators. Cultivators, or imperial swords up to the 9 heavens, or down to the endless deep sea, or explore the infinite flood, or fight with the flood demonic beasts. Usually absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, pursuing the ultimate human body, fighting with heaven and earth, killing with experts of the same level, putting life and death at risk. Such a life is only painful. Qin Yu sighed in his heart, hearing about the world of cultivators. Qin Yu was yearning for it deep in his heart. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Putting his heart back from this description of the cultivation world, Qin Yu understood that he was only a mortal. Even the innate realm is less than a mortal, even in the subterranean dragon continent, tens of billions of mortals. He, Qin Yu, is not considered to be the top of the pyramid. Need to get down to earth, that what Tongshan 3 diagrams ethereal vary. Qin Yu is now the biggest rely on meteor tears as well as their own efforts, by virtue of the magical tears of meteor, as well as their own efforts to cultivate the external skills to an unprecedented innate realm. Little Yu, what spirit weapon do you want? I'll help you refine it. Feng Yuzai asked Qin Yu. Cultivation world things are like an ethereal legend only. From this moment Qin Yu is still far, far away. He is only the submerged dragon continent Chu dynasty Zhendong King's son, a cultivation of the most arduous external power. Even the innate realm are less than the ordinary experts only. Spiritual weapon. Qin Yu was startled. Refined with amazing blazing iron in stone. Of course it's a spirit weapon. However, you don't have true essence power, so you can only utilize the sharpness of the spirit weapon itself. But you can't change the size of the spirit weapon, as well as some special attack. Anymore, Feng Yuzai shook his head, however. A spirit weapon can be integrated into the body, and its sharpness far exceeds that of your mortal weapons. With this spirit weapon, there is absolutely no problem protecting your body, and I hope it is best for you to refine a battle armor. Qin Yu smiled and said, "No need. You help me refine a short sword according to the size of the fish intestine sword, and also refine a pair of gloves to protect the knuckles of the fists and fingers. As for the rest, forget it. Leave a little more for my father. Just this much." Feng Yuzai was incredulous. Short swords, gloves, how many points of amazing blazing iron in stone did this use? After all, this was the amazing blazing iron in stone that Qin Yu had gotten. Enough external cultivation, if you rely too much on foreign objects. It's not good for your own cultivation either. Uncle Wind, I won't bother you anymore, I'll leave first. Qin Yu immediately bowed before turning to leave. Feng Yuzai saw Qin Yu's back before he came to his senses, and immediately said, refining a spirit weapon, "It takes a longer time, estimated 3 to 5 days. Only after Qin Yu left did Wind Jade Zai let out a sigh. This kid might only refine this much, just to keep some more amazing blazing iron in stone for his father. After exiting the secret room, Qin Yu looked up at the sky. At this moment, it was already dark, and the cold wind was gusting. Since I was a child, I haven't helped my father with anything. This time, I can also be considered to have helped my father for once." Qin Yu has a trace of a smile on his face, and then collects the smile, and there are still 3 to 5 days left. During this period of time, it is better to work out hard and in extremely large quantities to see if it is possible to make the external energy reach the innate realm. Qin Yu thought so in his heart, immediately let out a long whistle. A moment a black eagle swooped down. Qin Yu leaped up, then directly left the royal residence out of the Yanjing city. The Chu dynasty was the #1 country in the subterranean dragon continent, and the heads of the Qin and Shangyuan families of the 4 great families were in the middle of a small, quiet courtyard. Qinda sat at the stone table with a calm face, while Zhu Yuan also stood aside and waited quietly. "Ha, brother Qinda, long time no see." An old man with silver, white hair walked over with great strides. This old man even had golden earrings on his ears, and those eyes were even more grim, yet at this moment they were full of enthusiasm. Qinda got up, pointed to the side, and smiled. "Brother Shangyuan, please sit down." Shangyuan Hong, the king of Zhenbei of the Chu dynasty, controlled 2 counties in the northern region. There were only 4 people in the courtyard at the moment, Qinda and Zhu Yuan. The other 2 were Shangyuan Hong and his subordinate Zhuang Jun. While outside the compound, there were a large number of experts secretly on guard. "Brother Qinda, what are you looking for this old man me for this time?" Shangyuan Hong slightly straightened his silver hair before sitting down. It was obvious that this Shangyuan Hong was very concerned about his hair. His subordinate Zhuang Jun was standing behind him. Qinda smiled. "I want beat around the bush. You help me and we'll take over the Chu dynasty together." Shangyuan Hong was stunned. He also did not expect Qinda to be so dry. Although he had already guessed Qinda's intention to meet him secretly this time, Shangyuan Hong then laughed dryly. "Brother Qinda, you can't joke. This can be a head fall. I can pretend that I have never heard of this matter." Qinda slowly shook his head and said, "I'm asking you, to do or not to do?" Shangyuan Hong, however, did not answer, and was silent for a long time before raising his head and inquiring, "Even if we join forces, how much certainty do you have?" 80%, Qinda said blandly. Shangyuan Hong, however, laughed and said, "Brother Qinda, don't fool me. That Mu family has an army of 600,000, and the 4 counties in the western region have an army of 800,000, which adds up 4 million. My 2 northern regions, the county is only 400,000 in total, and yours is only 600,000, so how can it be 80%? I want to destroy the Zhang family, not just the surface 600,000 troops," Qinda said with a smile. Shang Yuanhong's eyes narrowed. Oh. It seems that brother Qindu also has quite a few troops in the dark. However, the Zhang family and the Mu family together can have one. 4 million, how many men do you have in the dark? Dare I say that there is 80% certainty, and as many men as you have in the dark, will you be able to escape the Zhang family intelligence detection? Shang Yuanhong was obviously very unconvinced. There are still 200,000 in the dark. Qinda smiled and said, that adds up to 800,000, and although my Li, whose army is only 50,000, its true attacking power is against 200,000 or 300,000 armies. Shang Yuanhong's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew how powerful the Martyr Tiger army was, and after doing some calculations in his mind, he laughed and said, indeed, if we are talking about the quality of the army alone, armies of the 3 counties in your eastern region are the strongest. If there really are 200 of them in the dark, there is still some hope. However, as far as I know, the mountain bandits of the Blackwater mountain range still need your 200 troops to deter them, right? Otherwise, if the Blackwater mountain range mountain band, its wreak havoc on the 3 counties of the eastern region, it would be a mess for your lair. Qindu is full of concern. This point need not worry, but some mountain bandits only, although the Blackwater mountain range is extremely vast, want to eliminate extremely difficult. But there is a point, that the mountain bandits in the Blackwater mountains are just mountain bandits. As long as negotiation gives some benefits, they will settle down. Qinda's eyes steeply lit up. In that case, my army is perfectly capable of attacking. You have to know that my 3 counties in the eastern region are right next to the floodplains, and the army often practices in the floodplains and attacks with the flood demonic beasts. It's by no means comparable to the kind of soldiers from the 4 counties in the western region that haven't had any battles in the past few decades or hundreds of years. Qindu was very confident. Shang Yuanhong, however, nodded her head in affirmation. Indeed, each of the 4 great families had their own armies, however, in terms of army combat power. It was definitely the armies of the 3 counties of the eastern domain that were the strongest, because the army base camps of the 3 counties of the eastern domain were located right at the border of the flood plains, and they often fought against the fierce beasts of the flood plains, and that could be all about seeing blood. The armies of the Zhang, Mu, and Shangyuan families, on the other hand, haven't had any wars for decades or centuries. Shang Yuanhong kept thinking in her mind, and after a moment looked up and said, then what's in it for me? And how can you guarantee that you won't destroy me when you destroy the Zhang family in the future? Qinda smiled faintly and said, it's very simple. The 4 counties in the western region immediately north of the ocean, 2 counties belong to you, plus your original 2 counties, a total of 4 counties. These 4 counties are leaning together and backed by the ocean. You have this 4 counties backed by the ocean, and also do not fear that I'll backtrack on my words later, right? How? The 4 counties right next to the ocean. Shang Yuanhong's eyes instantly lit up. Clearly his heart was moved. These 4 counties are close to each other. Once they all belong to him, Shang Yuanhong. Even if Qinda wants to destroy him in the future, it is difficult. After all, the back of the natural barrier to the sea, there are 4 counties in hand, at least self-preservation absolutely no problem. And after the war, the Qin family is not much power to deal with him again. Then what if the Han dynasty takes the opportunity to come and attack? Shang Yuanhong continued to ask. Qinda stood up and waved his hand. You can rest assured on this point. The Han dynasty definitely doesn't stand a chance. As for the Ming dynasty, I believe that the kind of weak dynasty that will only be attacked and doesn't dare to attack people doesn't need much, right? Shang Yuanhong was silent. After a long time, Shang Yuanhong nodded, I promise you. But the manned armies of the 2 counties in my northern region will definitely not be the vanguard. Okay, it's a deal. Qinda and Shang Yuanhong made a high 5 oath. Haha. Qinda and Shang Yuanhong looked at each other and laughed out loud, yet no one knew what was in the minds of these 2. Do you have to abide by a high 5 oath? In the subterranean dragon continent, There weren't many people who believed in high. 5 oaths. On the second day, in the middle of a manor house, Shang Yuanhong is sitting by the desk and writing hard, while Zhuang Jun is respectfully at the side. In a moment, Shang Yuanhong finished writing and carefully looked again, cannot help but be very satisfied. HMPH, that idiot Kinda, he even wanted to rebel and tried to drag me into the water. Isn't it good for me to be my peaceful Zhenbei king nowadays? Although the 4 counties are also very attractive, it's a pity. Shang Yuanhong looked at a piece of paper in front of the table and couldn't help but laugh. Zhuang Jun said from the side, "Your Majesty, this Qin family's conditions are quite good and sincere. Do you really not give them hope?" Shang Yuanhong turned her head to look at Zhuang Jun and smiled. "Zhuang Jun, we cannot lose. Do you know that's why we're betting on both sides? Whether the Qin family wins or the Xiang family wins, we are going to get the benefits." Zhuang Jun was confused. Shang Yuanhong, however, smiled. Zhuang Jun is his most loyal subordinate, but also the number 2 person in the 2 counties in the northern region. Zhuang Jun has saved his Shang Yuanhong's life twice. Shang Yuanhong certainly has a high regard for Zhuang Jun. "Zhuang Jun, I am sure of this matter. You don't need to worry, you go out." Shang Yuanhong said with a bland smile, "Subordinate will leave." Zhuang Jun immediately left the room. Shang Yuanhong's face turned steeply cold. "Send this letter to the emperor." Steeply, a black shadow flashed, and the letter on Shang Yuanhong's desk had disappeared. Shang Yuanhong squinted her eyes and looked out of the window, secretly saying in her heart, "Kinda, the relationship between my Shang Yuan family and the Xiang family is something you could never have imagined. Blame it on your bad luck, even if I don't help either. How can your family resist the Xiang family and the Mu family? And when the 3 counties in the eastern region are destroyed, maybe I can even get some benefits." Shang Yuanhong thought so beautifully, yet would the Qin family put their hopes on him? In the imperial study room of the imperial palace in the capital, haha, Xiang Guang couldn't help but laugh maniacally as he held the 2 letters. Yanzu really lived up to his reputation. 200 more hidden troops. So many troops alone is a large number of expenses. He can do if he does not want to rebel. Get so many more troops for what? Does he mind the money? Xiang Guang sneered. Yanzu was in charge of the intelligence scouting work in the 3 counties of the eastern region, and in just half a year, many things had come to light. Your Majesty, now that Kind is secretly recruited 200 more troops, but with the Blackwater Mountain thieves holding him back, he wouldn't dare to send out his entire army, otherwise the Blackwater Mountain thieves would have messed up his lair, and it's simply not enough to worry about. The hawk-nosed man said from the dark corner behind him. Xiang Guang put down the letter in his hand and said, "What do you know? Although the Blackwater Mountain thieves have a big tail, but the mountain thieves are after all just mountain thieves. As long as they are given some benefits, they won't make trouble. That Kinda can still take out 800 troops to wage war on me. Your Majesty is wise." The hawk-nosed man bowed. Yanzu has found out that there are some signs of preparation within the 3 counties of the eastern region, such as food and materials, plus the secret summoning of an additional 200 troops. And these 200 troops have been summoned for more than 5 years, and have long since become elite soldiers. All of this indicates that Kinder really wants to rebel. Xiang Guang's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. The hawk-nosed man didn't dare to make a sound. Very well, rebel is it. Instead, a hint of smugness appeared on Xiang Guang's face. Mark it down. Immediately send someone to negotiate with the Blackwater Mountain thieves, providing gold, silver, jewelry, or substances, and so on, so that the Blackwater Mountain thieves will mess up Kindes' lair when the Great War opens. The hawk-nosed man thought for a moment and said, "What if those mountain bandits have too big an appetite?" Idiot! Xiang Guang steeply turned to stare at the hawk-nosed man. At all costs, make sure you get them to agree, even to the point of promising to send you a county to them after victory. giving away a county. The man with the hawk, hooked nose was stunned, and then he understood. My subordinate understands. Even if it is given to them, we still have to see if they are blessed to enjoy it. After following Zhang Guang for so many years, he is very clear about Zhang Guang's nature. Zhang Guang nodded his head in satisfaction. Smart, when we disarm Kinda. A group of small Blackwater Mountain bandits is just a group of small Blackwater Mountain bandits when I give an order. They will still be in ashes. Now it's just a matter of having a request for them. Your Majesty is wise. My subordinate knows what to do. The hawk-nosed man answered. Zhang Guang read another letter and said, Uncle Shangyuan's letter also confirms everything that Zhenzu has probed. The eagle, hooked-nosed man's eyes dribbled around and suddenly said, Your Majesty, why don't we capture the thief first? We'll secretly send someone to assassinate that Kinda first. In this way, the group of dragons will be leaderless, and if we then send an army, we can surely destroy the Qin family easily. Stupid, Zhang Guang sneered. The hawk-nosed man's body trembled at once. If now I will send people to assassinate, not to say whether it can be successful or not, even if it can be successful, then the Qin family can also immediately change the head of the family. As far as I know, his 3 sons, in addition to the 3rd son, is not very good. The other 2 sons can be a dragon in the people, and by then, the Qin family will be mad to attack. The Qin family's 800 troops is not a matter of words, Zhang Guang sneered. Moreover, once we assassinate, then the Qin family can definitely guess that it was Shangyuan Hong who betrayed them. This will cost us more than it's worth. Do you understand? Zhang Guang stared at the hawk-nosed man and said, My subordinate is foolish. The hawk-nosed man was busy saying. A hint of smugness appeared on Zhang Guang's face. We don't assassinate now. Let the Qin family rebel, and also let the Shangyuan family help them. When the Qin family is without the slightest defense at the critical moment of the great battle, the Shangyuan family will steeply turn against them and give him a hard knife in the back. See if that Qin family is still not finished. The eagle, hooked-nosed man's eyes instantly lit up, and he busily said, Your Majesty is wise. At the critical moment of the great battle, a stab in the back, and then an attack by our iron cavalry, we can definitely destroy the Qin family easily. Zhang Guang was very satisfied with his ploy, nodded and blandly said, All right, you go and do your job now. Find ways to pull in the mountain thieves of the Blackwater Mountain Range, gold, silver, jewelry, beautiful women's substances, and so on, everything. Make sure they mess up the Qin family's life fundamentally during the Great War. As for the Qin family and Shangyuan family, well, pretend we don't know. My subordinate understands. My subordinate will leave. The hawk-nosed man bowed, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. A moment later, the hawk-nosed man appeared in the middle of a manor house, saying, You're back. A beautiful woman walked over. Father. A cute little boy also ran over, and the hawk-nosed man picked up his own son as soon as he could, and wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman and said, Madame, go back to your room, don't suffer from the cold here. The servants in the manor courtyard were all respectful one by one. Into the middle of the room, the beautiful woman quietly asked, Sang Gong, The emperor is not there to let you go to do things. When can you not do it? Always like this. I always feel unsettled. The man with the hawk-hooked nose lovingly embraced the beautiful woman into his arms and said, Madame, don't worry. I don't know the danger of doing this, but I know too many of the emperor's secrets, and there's absolutely no chance of getting rid of them. Don't worry, Zhang Guang, that bit of wisdom. Cope with him, your husband is still sure. The eagle, hooked-nosed man suddenly frowned, secretly thinking in his heart, Zhang Guang that nature. If he knew that Kinder really revolted, he probably would have sent someone to assassinate him. How come this time he even calmed down and pretended not to know, letting the Shangyuan family come to the end to make a backlash? As the leader of Zhang Guang's secret spies, the hawk-hooked-nose man could not really be that idiotic. In the imperial study, everything is just pretend, to let Zhang Guang assured him. Must let Zhang Guang perceive his weakness. but cannot really let the emperor perceive his weakness, so deliberately pretending some weakness is the best. The man with the hooked nose guessed right. There are indeed still people behind Zhang Guang. If Zhang Guang is really so wisdom, and you want commit the kind of things that idiots did back then. In the middle of the original manor house, Qin stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. With Zhang Guang's nature, I guess he will directly go after me. Qin smiled. For Zhang Guang, this person, Qin's heart is not very looked down upon, although Zhang Guang is not a fool, but in terms of strategy, it is far from being an expert. Zhu Yuan said from the side, Your Highness, once that Zhang Guang sends someone to assassinate. That doesn't tell us whether the Shangyuan family is unreliable or not. That Zhenzu might find out something. And Zhang Guang might also decide that we are going to rebel and send someone to assassinate your majesty because of what Zhenzu found out. Indeed, even if someone assassinated them, there was no way to show that the Shangyuan family had betrayed them. Do we need to figure out if the Shangyuan family betrayed us? Qin said with a smile. Zhu Yuan smiled back. Yeah, do they have to figure it out? The purpose of this negotiation was not to bring the Shangyuan family into the fold. It was just enough to put out some fog bombs to achieve the effect that they, the Qin family, were asking for. Zhu Yuan nodded his head and said, Indeed, we are here this time, but we are only releasing some misty mist elixir, regardless of whether or not the Shangyuan family has betrayed us. The end of his Shangyuan family has already been predetermined. We won't let his Shangyuan family have the chance to stab us in the back during the war. In any case, the Qin family was not allowed to make any mistakes, and would not give the Shangyuan family any chance at all. According to my estimation, that Zhang Guang is going to send some substances, and so on to the Blackwater Mountain bandits, right? Qin said with a smile. Zhu Yuan smiled back. Report, there is a secret letter coming from the side of the royal residence. A man walked into the courtyard and handed over a secret letter, which Zhu Yuan immediately took and then passed to Qin. What else is going on in the royal family? Qin opened the secret letter, and immediately his eyes lit up. Haha, the heavens have helped me. Yuer has made a great achievement this time. I have been very troubled by those two upper immortals of the Zhang family, and now with such a heavy treasure, I am sure of it. Haha, it's really great. Qin's excitement at the moment was simply beyond words. Is there any great joy? Zhu Yuan asked curiously from the sidelines. Qin immediately passed the secret letter to him to watch. Zhu Yuan also instantly rejoiced when he took a look at it, and immediately said, Congratulations to your majesty, congratulations to your majesty. Qin laughed and said, This time he has made such a great achievement. We must go back and reward him properly. Zhu Yuan, hurry up and send someone. Well, move back to the king's mansion right away. Yes. Zhu Yuan immediately bowed, while Qin couldn't help but smile again. How could he not expect his third son, Qin Yu, to give him such a big surprise? Originally thought it was just a superior grade of immortal ore, but now it seems to be a treasure capable of refining spiritual weapons. A spiritual weapon. On the side of Zhu Yuan completely understand the importance of this stone in the amazing blazing iron to Qin. The importance of this degree is not even less than 200 troops. How not to make Qin so excited like crazy at Zhendong Wang house within the carved fences, pavilions, buildings, end is magnificent. A guard holding a strong tiger scanning the surrounding area. The guards of the strictness of the visible, at the moment is late at night, in a building at the top of the pavilion, is sitting a person and an eagle, the guards, although they knew that is as if they did not see. 3 days of bitter cultivation, but the increase in one's own strength is small. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Since that Feng Yu Zai in the secret room began to refining, Qin Yu alone began to bitter cultivation. He knew that Feng Yu Zai refining need 3 or 5 days. So Qin Yu outside the bitter cultivation of 3 days will come back. These 3 days, Qin Yu completely pour their own limits, do not want to die cultivation, even if there are meteor tears to restore the body, but still did not make much progress. It was clear to him that he had truly reached his own Haoshan limit. Zio-Hai, for internal kung fu cultivation, there are various predecessor methods to draw on from the Haoshan to the innate. Yet what should I use to break through with this external kung fu? I don't have any senior methods to draw on. Qin Yu said to Zio-Hai, who was beside him, although he was inquiring to Zio-Hai, but why isn't Qin Yu asking himself? Zio-Hai's huge wings gently patted Qin Yu while staring at him. Qin Yu also felt Zio-Hai's comfort to himself. Qin Yu smiled. This Zio-Hai also seemed to know that he was in a low mood. Suddenly, Qin Yu was stunned. Draw on, right. Qin Yu's eyes steeply lit up, slammed his head, and said, Qin Yu, you're such an idiot. You can't draw on the external power seniors, but you can draw on the internal power cultivators. How internal power cultivation breaks through to reach the innate realm. Qin Yu's mind immediately resounded with the words that Lion Yan had said to him back. Then a Haoshan expert can become one as long as he has a method of cultivation. But to become an innate level expert is tough. To become an innate level expert, there are two requirements. One must reach the Haoshan Great Perfection realm. 2, one must have a sense of the heavenly Tao of nature. Qin Yu whispered to himself, Haoshan Great Consummation. I now external power cultivation is also counted as Haoshan consummation. As for the heavenly way to have a sense of, this is Xuan. What was meant by having an understanding of the heavenly Tao, Qin Yu did not know. This was simply unspeakable, if it could be taught. The innate experts in the entire subterranean dragon continent would not be so rare and precious. Qin Yu was constantly pondering in his mind, feeling the heavenly Tao, feeling nature well. He'll feel what this nature really is. Suddenly, Qin Yu closed his eyes, as if he had felt the sense of Kai in his body in the first place. His entire body and mind were completely in an empty state, but he had not absorbed the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth. Qin Yu was just in an empty state, feeling the flow of the natural Kai currents. Quietly, time passes minute by minute. Qin Yu is motionless. Body does not move. Heart does not move. Don't listen, don't hear, don't see. Qin Yu did not notice that slowly, when Qin Yu was completely as nothing, a heaven and earth aura consciously concentrated towards Qin Yu's body. To be precise, it was concentrated towards the meteor tears, and Qin Yu became the center of the vortex. It felt wonderful, as if lying in warm water, the surrounding aura of the heavens and earth. Qin Yu was surprisingly able to feel it, and that kind of affectionate feeling was so attaching, and at the time when Qin Yu forgot everything and was completely immersed in that wonderful warm feeling at the same time, the meteor tears unexpectedly emitted a warm energy, different from the past clear stream of energy, but a warm energy. This energy, as if a warm bend of running water, slowly flowed into Qin Yu's mind in the depths of the mind. There is like a disk of energy. That disk is around the road lightning meanders. That is the most fundamental human body, the soul. The soul gets stronger and stronger as a person exercises, and Qin Yu has been going through extreme training since he was a child, so his soul is much stronger than the average person. This energy was like flowing water for a moment to the depths of the mind. The soul, as if excited upon contact with this energy, constantly devoured it, and in just a moment, the disk became even more deeper in color and more substantial. Originally, the disk was just a little bit of nothingness, but now it already has a clear 7, colored light. Itself is also a little bit of substance, the 7, colored disk of lightning around the more powerful. Second brother, now that Zhang Guanggai has asked Zhenzu to be in charge of the intelligence scouting of the 3 counties in the eastern region, our actions are also a bit tough, that Zhenzu still has a specialized group of people under him, and they are much more powerful in their probing. Especially the further we go, the bigger our movements will be, wanting to avoid his detection, difficult. Big brother, don't be in a hurry. Father will definitely have a way to solve this matter this time when he goes out. But this fellow, Zhenzu, is indeed a bit tricky. He's as if a plaster is merely sticking to us. Qin Yu woke up abruptly. In the blink of an eye, The aura of heaven and earth is the same as it was in the past, and Qin Yu can't feel it clearly, while the meteor tears are back to their usual appearance, and the warmth of the energy has disappeared, but Qin Yu himself has changed a lot. Ears and eyes. This is a description of someone who hears clearly and sees far with his eyes. But as Qin Yu dozens of meters away from their own big brother and second brother's whispers, he heard clearly. The distant earthworm swimming sound are heard clearly, and the eye is to see clearly that earthworm section wriggling. In this case, can still use the ear and eyes to describe it. Big brother, second brother, they. Qin Yu for a moment but did not pay attention to this. His mind is full of his big brother, second brother words. Qin Yu was aware of his father's plan to destroy the Xiang family to seize the Chu dynasty's kingdom, and now it seemed that the Xiang family's scouting chief in charge of the 3 counties in the eastern region was a tricky character. Qin Yu's mind instantly thought of many things, the words of his elder brother and second brother Qin Yu all associated at once. Father's departure, the 4 great families' relationship with each other, that intelligence scouting chief, one by one, Qin Yu's mind was all completely enumerated down, clear as day. Me, Qin Yu was instantly appalled, in a split second just now. He had thought of so much. When did my head become so flexible? Qin Yu finally realized the huge change in himself. Looking around, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. What exactly happened just now? How did I change so much? Qin Yu only realized his amazing change at this moment. It took a long time for Qin Yu to calm down, glancing down at the meteor tear mark on his chest. Qin Yu shook his head and then jumped down from the roof of the pavilion in a single leap. Qin Yu's entire body flickered and shifted, transforming into 2 residual shadows, and his entire body had landed on the ground. The feeling of wind is also several times clearer than in the past. Qin Yu felt that his stance was also becoming more and more perfect. Moreover, it seems that body flexibility and so on are also much stronger than in the past. Outsiders probably couldn't tell, but Qin Yu knew how natural his movements were just now, how easily his body accomplished them, as if he was walking idly, and he felt as if he had undergone a fundamental change. Could it be that threshold from Haoshan limit to innate? I have already touched it, Qin Yu said in his heart. But he was not sure because he had not yet felt the birth of an innate, true Kai in his body. Steeply, Qin Yu's gaze was cast towards the courtyard in the distance. There was a secret room underneath that courtyard. It was the secret room where Feng Yuzai was refining his weapons, and just now Qin Yu had actually heard the sound of the door of that secret room opening. Has the spirit weapon been successfully refined? Qin Yu immediately walked towards the courtyard. Qin Yu had just walked into the courtyard. Feng Yuzai had also just walked out from the secret room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Qin Yu and couldn't help but be stunned before laughing. Little Yu, it's really coincidental that you've come out just after I've succeeded in refining it. When Qin Yu heard this, his heart burst with excitement. Spiritual weapon, this is a weapon only possessed by the upper immortals. Just as Qin Yu was getting excited, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng in the room next to him both immediately came out, seeing Feng Yuzai. These 2 were also instantly filled with excitement and said, Uncle Feng, has the weapon for Xiao Yu been successfully refined? Success, little Yu. These are the gloves you asked for to protect your fist and knuckles, as well as a short sword that imitates the style of a fish gut sword. Feng Yu's hand stretched out, and instantly a pair of boxing gloves, as well as a short sword, flew towards Qin Yu. Fist gloves for the dark red, even on the surface, has a light flame. The short sword is dark black. The flame is completely condensed in the interior, as if the flying sword like Sword Kai in the surface spitting. Thank you, Uncle Wind. Qin Yu forcefully held back his hard head over heels in excitement. He took the gloves and the short sword. Wind Jade Zai sighed and said, Little Yu limited to Uncle Wind's own cultivation. This Samadhi true flame level is not enough, so such a precious stone in the amazing blazing iron, only refining it into a medium-grade spiritual weapon. If it is a whole void stage expert to refine, refining into a top-grade spiritual weapon are all sure. Also, spirit weapons are different from ordinary mortal weapons. You only need to drop blood to take this spirit weapon into your body, and it appears in your hand completely at your will. Amazing blazing iron in stone is indeed a precious weapon refining crystal stone. Feng Yuzai himself is only in the middle stage of Jindan. The Samadhi True Flame is still at the weakest level. Naturally, it cannot fully utilize the efficacy of the amazing blazing iron in stone. It can only be refined into a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Enough, a mid-grade spirit weapon is enough for me. Qin Yu was aware of what a mid-grade spirit weapon represented in the cultivation world. It was in the past that Feng Yu's own flying sword was only a lower-grade spirit weapon. What excited Qin Yu the most was the fact that after dropping blood and recognizing the owner, he could take it into his body as he wished. "Little feather, why don't you refine a battle armor?" Qin Zheng said with a slight frown. Qin Feng also said, "There is such a large piece of amazing blazing iron in that stone. Even if it is refined into a battle armor, it is estimated that 1/3 of it would be enough. With a battle armor, most of the vitals on your body can be protected. Why did you refine a short sword and a glove that only protects the joints, and not the kind of glove that completely covers? These two, altogether, only amount to how many points of amazing blazing iron in stone?" Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, two brothers. The most important thing in their hearts is this third brother. Mother died early, and Qin Yu cannot cultivate. The two brothers naturally very concerned about Qin Yu. "Little feather, he is trying to use a little less of the amazing blazing iron in stone, and just save some more for his father." Feng Yuzai said from the side. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng's body shook, and they could not say anything at once. They just looked at Qin Yu. Their eyes were slightly red. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Big brother, second brother, no such thing. As you all know, this cultivation of external skills, once I have a battle armor to protect me, then my cultivation progress will naturally slow down. It's better not to have it, and having boxing gloves and a short sword is already enough." Self-deception. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng were both valiant figures. Naturally, they would not be deceived by such simple words from Qin Yu. That was a spiritual weapon battle armor. If you don't want the protection of the battle armor, you can just directly put it inside your body. If they encountered a danger that they couldn't avoid, then they would use the protective battle armor. Both Qin Feng and Qin Zheng were able to see through Qin Yu's heart. "Little feather, you, this is what you found, it belongs to you. No one will say anything about how many spirit weapons you want to refine. It's even Father King, he won't say anything." Qin Zheng stared at Qin Yu and said. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled, but was silent. "Spiritual weapons are really something," Qin Yu said with a smile and a fork in the conversation. At this moment, he had already dripped blood on the gloves and the short sword, respectively, and in just a split second, Qin Yu's heart moved, and the gloves and the short sword completely disappeared into his hands. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng's attention also shifted to spirit weapons for a moment. It's really powerful if during a battle there was originally no weapon in hand, and then a weapon appears out of thin air. You can definitely kill your opponent by surprise. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly judged where the benefits of a spiritual weapon lay. Qin Yu clearly felt in his heart that the boxing gloves and the short sword were in the boundless space of his dantian. Although the dantian is only a small part of the body, but the so-called Agravela world, the reason is the same, as if the pot of sun and moon, boxing gloves and short sword is just as if a little bit in a corner of the dantian just. Qin Yu's fists clenched violently, and gloves steeply appeared on both fists, dark red gloves that protected the knuckles of his fists. The best part of the fist to attack was the joints, and with the protection of the mid-grade spiritual artifact level gloves, Qin Yu's fists could engage in hard contact with some divine weapons, without worrying about being hurt by his hands anymore. What made Qin Yu feel most comfortable was that the gloves were as if they were skin, completely interfering with the flexible changes of the finger joints. Phew, a burst of black light flashed by. Qin Yu's hand was still empty, in the split second just now. Qin Yu's hand steeply appeared a black short sword, and then disappeared again. Since it was refined from amazing blazing iron in stone, then these gloves will be called amazing blazing gloves, and the short sword will be called amazing blazing sword. Qin Yu said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with excitement. A martial artist getting his favorite weapon. This was of course a great joy. Feng Yuzai laughed, little feather. That short sword was engraved into the forbidden system by me. So the light was completely astringent before it became dark black. All right, I'm going back to the secret room to continue refining. Feng Yuzai went back to the secret room, this time to refine a flying sword for himself. With the amazing blazing iron and stone, the original lower grade spirit weapon grade flying sword could naturally be discarded. Little Yu, Qin Feng, and Qin Zheng looked at Qin Yu. Big brother, second brother. Qin Yu looked at his own big brother, second brother gaze, cannot help but heart-bitter smile, immediately said, Little Black, we go back. In the air of the black eagle immediately swooped down, Qin Yu feet a little, jumped up, and then it fled like leaving the royal residence. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng looked at each other, but they were helpless. Our care for little feather is also too little. Qin Feng let out a long sigh, and Qindu was also speechless. They, who were the elder and second brother, as well as Qindu, who was the father, had been busy with their own affairs, but they never had much time to care for this third brother. If Qin Yu had not found such a big event as the amazing blazing iron in stone this time, it is estimated that Qin Feng and Qin Zheng would still be busy with their own affairs. 3 days later, when Jade Zai full of joy out of the gate, he finally refined into his own flying sword. This flying sword is a middle grade spiritual weapon, although the middle grade and lower grade is only one grade difference. The power is a difference of several times. There is a middle grade spiritual weapon. When Jade Zai also dare and Jindan late masters to fight on the battlefield, of course, provided that the late masters of the Jindan is a lower grade spiritual weapon. Brother Feng, congratulations, congratulations. Qinda arched his hand and said to Feng Yuzai. Qinda had just returned to the royal residence last night. The dark red flying sword hovered above Feng Yuzai's head, and then directly integrated into his body. Ha ha, your highness, this is thanks to little feather. With the amazing blazing iron in stone, I have this treasure. Feng Yuzai looked very happy. Qinda nodded back. Feng Yuzai continued, Your highness, haven't you always been troubled by the 2 great Shanxians in that camp of the Zhang family? These 2 old guys, one is in the middle stage of Jindan, and one in the late stage of Jindan, with this amazing blazing iron in stone. I am enough to deal with that guy would. As for the middle stage of Jindan, Wu Xing, let a few innate level experts surround him with medium-grade spiritual weapons. It will still work. Feng Yuzai said with a smile. Whether it was a Jindan stage expert or a Yuan Ying stage expert, once the tramp body was destroyed, the soul that was attached to the tramp body naturally flew away. Only by reaching the cave void stage, where the soul could attach to the Yuan Ying, could one have an unlimited lifespan. However, even for experts at the cave void stage, empty underworld stage, and fairy stage, once they were without their tramp bodies, they could only cultivate loose immortals. That's why prostitutes are very important to cultivators. Feng Yuzai said, Send some innate experts to use medium-grade spiritual weapons to sneak attack and siege the middle Jindan middle Wu Xing. Once destroy his prostrate body, it will be a big success. Cultivators of true energy to protect the body, ordinary weapons are unable to break the defense, but the middle-grade spiritual weapons can be. The importance of the amazing blazing iron and stone that Qin Yu had obtained was comparable to an army of 200 zeros, 00. Little Feather has indeed made a great achievement this time. My mind has been troubled by the other party's 2 great immortals, but now I have some certainty. Qinda marveled, and then he reacted and said, Where is Little Feather? Why hasn't Little Feather come yet? When Qinda just came back, he let someone find Qin Yu back. Little Feather he drove the Black Eagle once back to Cloud Mist Villa, and after that he didn't know where he ran away. That Black Eagle flew extremely high and was extremely fast. It was simply impossible to find Little Feather's traces. Lion Yan, who was on the side, immediately replied. Kinda nodded. We must reward Little Feather properly this time. Kinda suddenly looked at Feng Yu Zai, Brother Feng. How much amazing blazing iron is left in that stone? Is there still half of it? What Little Feather and I used combined is only 1 out of 5. Feng Yu Zai one hand movement, a real energy will fly directly to the location of the secret room, and then a secret room door ringing, stone in, the amazing blazing iron will float and fly out. Cultivator's magical ability can be seen. Right arrow, the first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and then y'all be able to get your hands on a new one, and then y'all be able to get your hands on a new one. The amazing blazing iron and stone looks to be slightly reduced in height, and nothing else has changed at all. What did Little Feather refine? Why did you use so little? Kinda was puzzled. According to what Kinda thought, this was the amazing blazing iron and stone that Little Feather had gotten on his own, and it was estimated to cost half of it, and it would be nice to be able to leave half of it to him. Yet the small amount that Qin Yu used was unbelievable to Kinda. Little Feather merely refines a short sword, and gloves that merely protect the knuckles of his fists and fingers only, and refuses to even refine protective battle armor. Qin Feng sighed. He is just trying to leave some more amazing blazing iron and stone for father. Qin Zheng, however, sighed and said, but Xiao Yu, he even said that he wants to train on his own, saying that it is difficult to make a breakthrough with the protection of the body armor. All the people present are elites, naturally understand that the middle-grade spiritual weapon level of body armor can be integrated into the body, and cultivating external skills throughout the ages is the strongest of external skills, and the body's defense catch up with the medium-grade spiritual weapon body armor. When external skills were practiced to the strongest, the body defense was not as good as a medium-grade spiritual weapon body protection battle armor. So why was Qin Yu still like this? The answer didn't even need to be said. Everything is just for the sake of Kinda, the father. Kinda heart cannot help but a wave of ups and downs, stone in the amazing blazing iron such a treasure. Their own son cannot care, only a little, will be a great part of the completely left to themselves, little Yu. Kinda couldn't say anything for a while. He still remembered that when he told Qin Yu the secret in the middle of the secret room, Qin Yu had once strongly demanded to him to join the army and fight as well. However, it was rejected by Kinda, who clearly remembered his son's lonely back when he left. Ever since he was a child, this son has just been constantly suffering, and actually suffered much more than both his oldest and second oldest brothers. I hate that the heavens are not fair, Yor. He can't become an innate expert even if he cultivates hard, and his external strength is at most extreme. According to Yunzing's prediction, today's Little Feather's external power cultivation is estimated to be only around the middle Haoshan stage. Qin decide in his heart. For an internal kung fu master, an outsider could judge his or her cultivation based on the internal strength. But the external power master is the cultivator to come. Also cannot judge each other muscle strength in the end, how strong. After all, the strength of muscle power, judgment is really difficult. Can only use one hand how many pounds to judge only. In Kinda's mind, his third son, Qin Yu, was nothing more than a child who practiced hard on his external skills, but eventually failed to achieve anything. When we find Yor, let him come to me. As for what exactly the amazing blazing iron and stone refines, we will discuss it at night. Kinda finished, directly turned around and left. At this moment, Kinda's mood is also a bit chaotic. Late at night, Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the back of the Black Eagle, which was flying between the clouds. Cold wind whistling, as if the knife cuts in the face of Qin Yu. Qin Yu is motionless, the entire body around the rich appalling substance like smoke. Like heaven and earth aura airflow, heaven and earth aura constantly in the whole body of Kinyu penetration. According to the ancestral dragon technique's mental method, the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth was transformed into internal force, which then penetrated into all parts of the body, Kinyu's entire body's muscle fibers, and even his cells were constantly metamorphosing, undergoing changes that could not be understood by the onlookers. This change, since from that day on the roof of the Zhendong King's royal residence after absorbing a warm current of meteor tears. Steeply, Kinyu's eyes snapped open, and two stern ons shot out, appalling. This feeling is just too wonderful. Kinyu's eyes glowed. This was an unprecedented feeling. He practiced external martial arts, and had always pursued such a feeling, however, he now felt it. The whole body is one, flexibility, strength, sensitivity, and so on, everything, it all blends into one. Everything is under control, in control. That was how Kinyu felt right now. The body is well exercised, the strength is strong, the bones are tough. But if it is not utilized well, it is also useless. Kinyu constantly training flexibility is to want to control any action more easily. However, after that inexplicable metamorphosis nowadays, Kinyu, the flexibility and toughness has already reached the most perfect point according to Kinyu himself. The body is like one, attacking a punch-out. The whole body power can be completely gathered in one point. The body control power reaches a temporary new point. Little black, go down. Kinyu suddenly smiled. The black eagle immediately swooped down gradually. Kinyu could see a huge city below. This city, Kinyu with another identity, had once purchased a house. Suddenly, Kinyu's whole body bone and armature muscles began to move slowly, and his face muscles also moved just a little bit. And in just a few moments, Kinyu changed from a stalwart and sunny youth with a height of 1 meter 8 to a cold man with a height of only 1 meter 75, easily shaped. Zio-hi, go play by yourself, but don't expose my identity. Oh tilde Kinyu smiled and jumped down just like that from hundreds of meters high in the sky. If it was in the past, Kinyu would normally not be able to jump so high, but he was now confident in his body. Close your eyes and enjoy the wind of extreme depravity. Steeply, Kinyu's body is like a floating leaf, general shaking and floating. The descent of the horror of the speed of the surprisingly steeply reduced. Kinyu's body shape and then shaking. Surprisingly, the speed of the speed and accelerated again, sometimes extremely fast and sometimes slow. Kinyu's landing, but not the slightest sound of the wind. Kinyu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, abruptly opened his eyes. Shoo! As if arrows, Kinyu straight shot to the ground, completely straight line. The error produced by the sharp whistling sound. At this moment, Kinyu did not show the body method. When the landing of the split second, Kinyu, but as if the civet cat as light as the landing, one hand slightly a support the ground. The simple unloading of the muscles of the feet, as well as the muscles of the hands, the pressure of the whole dive was surprisingly completely removed. Sure enough, I can control every muscle in my entire body to a fine degree. Kinyu looked at his palm with a joyful look on his face. If Zhao Yunxing was there, he would completely understand how powerful Kinyu's move was. This was also the limit of Zhao Yunxing's ideal, Chinese and foreign kung fu. It was a pity that Zhao Yunxing had not been able to reach this realm for decades. The simple muscles of the feet as well as the hands can offload such a dive, which is simply an extreme level of muscle control. The feeling of being an innate is just different. Kinyu smiled faintly. Suddenly, Kinyu frowned slightly. He clearly heard that a thief was running extremely fast from hundreds of meters away. Kinyu didn't want to meet with this person. Immediately, his body flashed and disappeared above the streets at night. The innate realm. Kinyu had left the royal residence that day and guessed that his steep change might be a step into the threshold of the innate. But he couldn't be sure himself. Later, he remembered one thing that an innate expert could do: innate fetal breath. Kinyu immediately rushed into the bottom of the lake to hold his breath, but he did not know that he actually just reached that threshold. That breath held Kinyu red in the face. In the end, Kinyu Completely rely on perseverance in the persistence. To the end of the bottom of the lake, Kin Yu, even in the head, are vertigo. He even did not know the southeast and west and north and west. In the state of ignorance and muddle-headedness. Finally, the whole body vibration, the entire body of each pore as if wide open, absorbing the heaven and earth aura. Kin Yu also finally stepped over the boundary. Kin Yu did not know that although he was strong in soul itself because of practicing extreme outer strength, and then also because of that inexplicable entry into the state of emptiness, so that miraculous tears of the meteor emitted a mysterious warm energy, and his soul absorbed that energy, and even underwent an extremely rapid metamorphosis. Kin Yu's soul is very powerful, even stronger than the average innate experts, according to reason. If it goes on like this, Kin Yu is able to enter the innate realm after a while. However, Kin Yu was too anxious, then forced himself to be at the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, he finally succeeded. In this way, Kin Yu became the first ever innate external power expert in the subterranean dragon continent. How much strength does an innate external power expert have? At least the people of the subterranean dragon continent did not know, including Kin Yu's father, Kinda, who even at this moment was still thinking in his mind that Kin Yu was just an ordinary external martial artist with a maximum of about 300 pounds in one hand because of Zhao Yunxing's judgment. The external expert is muscle power. Even a cultivator cannot determine how strong the other person's muscle power is, especially Kin Yu. His muscles absorbed the internal force and absorbed the magical clear stream of the meteor tears. The power is completely internalized from the appearance alone. It can only be said that Kin Yu is like a panther giving a sense of power. Kin Yu stood outside a mansion, and at the moment he was wearing a silver mask. Bang, 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 bang. Knocked on the door a few times. In a few moments there was a person who opened the door, saw Kin Yu with a silver mask, immediately stepped aside to allow Kin Yu to enter it. This mansion is exactly the first killer group Skynet in a more important branch office. So strong, 5 innate experts and many post-innate experts. As soon as Kin Yu entered, he sensed some of the experts in the mansion. Since his soul absorbed that mysterious power in the royal mansion, Kin Yu's perception was much stronger than in the past, and no one could escape Kin Yu's perception within a range of hundreds of meters unless the other party's perception exceeded his. Unbeknownst to Kin Yu, this magical perception was none other than the spiritual sense that only cultivators had. This is one of the several important branches of the Skynet that are open to the public. But from ancient times to the present day, over 1,000 years, no one knows where the headquarters of the Skynet is. At the moment, there are 5 innate experts in this important branch alone. Kin Yu can already imagine the strength of this Skynet. When Kin Yu was shocked in his heart for the strength of this heavenly net, he had already walked into the small courtyard dedicated to receiving tasks, and there was a beautiful and voluptuous woman right in the center of the small courtyard. Silver Killer, this is the list of missions. Which one do you want to take? This voluptuous woman's voice was nevertheless cold, placing a list of missions in front of Kin Yu, who immediately flipped through the list of missions. As a silver medal assassin, you can take on any gold medal mission, and once you succeed, you will be a gold medal assassin. Of course, the average silver medal assassin would not want to die. The gold medal missions were all missions that were recognized by Skynet as only being able to be accomplished by an innate expert. Today, Kin Yu directly flipped through the gold medal mission section. There weren't many gold medal missions, only 13, of which there were only 5 in the Chu dynasty, and only 1 in the 3 counties of the eastern region, Zhenzhou. Kin Yu's eyebrows lifted. Kin Yu instantly recalled the conversation he had undoubtedly heard between his elder brother and second brother that day, and it was clear that this Zhenzhou was precisely the scouting chief of the imperial family, Zhang family, in the 3 counties of the eastern region, and that on top of this mission, the introduction about Zhenzhou was very little. After reading the information about Zhenzhou, Kin Yu frowned slightly. This task is really difficult. According to reason, just reach the innate realm. First get a simple task, but after thinking For a moment, Qin Yu coldly said, "Gold medal 12th task." Upon hearing this, the voluptuous woman's eyes immediately lit up before she smiled and said, "Please wait for a moment, I'm sorry. The information regarding Jenx's trail is not with me." And almost as soon as the voluptuous woman's words fell, an old man steeply appeared, glanced at Qin Yu, and placed a letter in front of him. These are some of the places that Zhenzu will be in the last few days. Tesk. Challenge Gold Medal Mission. Unfortunately, this mission is a difficult one, and a gold medal killer has already died. Does it want to give up? That old man stared at Qin Yu and said. Qin Yu received the secret letter and coldly glanced at the old man before he directly turned around and left. The colorful woman took out a black book with 2 words on the surface of the book: Meteor. Late at night at 2:10 on November 8th, Killer Shooting Star receives the gold medal mission, Kill Zhenzu. A line of beautiful lowercase letters appeared on a brand new page. In a dark room in an old mansion, there is only one candle on top of the desk, and the dim light of the candle illuminates half of the face of the man who will be sitting in front of the desk. And with the flames of the candle wavering, the man's face also appears to be blurred. Only that pair of eyes, a pair of eyes that emitted a cold and chilling light, so let a person's attention tremble. At this moment, this pair of eyes is staring at the table. In his hand, he was writing with a pen. After a few moments, the pen was put aside. Steeply, the candle flame lit up, illuminating the man's clear face, handsome and pale. At a glance, although this man was already in his 40s or 50s, he still gave off a feeling of being handsome and sickly. But paired with those eyes, this man's entire aura changed. This person was none other than Zhenzu, the absolute genius of the intelligence department of the imperial family Xiang clan. A powerful figure that even the head of the intelligence department would feel trembling when he saw him, and also the figure that Xiang Guang appreciated the most. Zhenzu, and from the bosom took out a side of the type of jade. That jade emits a soft colored light. Seems to have some marks on the surface of the square jade. Zhenzu carefully looked at those marks, slightly shaking his head, and said, "Tongshan map, this is the first piece of Tongshan map, but unfortunately, I refer to half a year, but there is not the slightest result, or to the Emperor. The Emperor is estimated to be delayed by me. Cannot wait." Zhenzu brought an iron box from the side of the table, and at the same time put the secret letter as well as the square shaped jade into it, and then covered the iron box and used the key to lock the iron box. Bang, 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 bang. Steep Zhenzu continuously clicked on the iron box several times, the iron box a click sound. After that, the lock eye is disappeared, and when the Qin family stored the secret books of the iron box, a principle, if other people do not know the opening method, is simply useless. And at this moment outside the house, which was also the center of the courtyard of this ancient mansion, was standing a man with a silver mask. Qin Yu was closing his eyes. Tong Tian diagram. Qin Yu's heart stirred as his magical perception sensed everything in the house more than a dozen meters away clearly, including the location of the iron box parts that Zhenzu had clicked on several times, which Qin Yu had completely memorized in his mind. Qin Yu's soul was benefited by the meteor tears, and was as powerful as a cultivator's. The strength of his soul led to a magical perception, which is also known as a cultivator's spiritual sense, and as his soul gets stronger and stronger, his spiritual sense will cover an increasingly large area. Qin Yu walked and moved without a single wind sound at all, and at the moment he held his breath completely again. For a while, Zhenzu inside the house unexpectedly did not know that Qin Yu was outside. "Little brother, immediately send the iron box into the palace. It must be quick, and this key must be hidden. This is a map to the heavens, no carelessness," Zhenzu suddenly said. Has been in the dark corner of a man walked out. This man gives people the feeling, as if a teenager, however, Zhenzu is aware of. In front of the eyes of this teenage look of the man is already more than 40, follow him has been more than 20 years. 2 great generals under Zhenzu, Nalan Feng and Nalan Dan. Nalan's siblings strange, very strange, although they have been more than 40 years old, but still is the appearance of a teenage girl, according to the Nalan siblings' guess. It is estimated to be the year when Young ate a kind of spiritual fruit related to the Nalan siblings. Only listen to Zhenzu order. Even the Emperor's Zhangguang are not in the eyes. Brother, don't worry. I'll string this key together with my key. Nalan Feng took out a string of keys, and then threaded the key from that iron box into it. Nalan Feng suddenly took out another key from the key string, and seemed to place it solemnly on his chest. Little brother, you're still like this, Zhenzu said with a slight smile. Nalan Feng lifted his eyebrows and said, Big brother, is it better to be prepared, even if someone kills me? Surely they think it is the key in the chest, and they cannot imagine that the real key is in that keychain, and this keychain I still put on the henchman's body. Wind, you always make a fool of yourself. A cold voice rang out, and a cold woman also walked out from the dark corner of the room, her tongue licking the palm of her hand, which was Heart. Qin Yu, who was outside the house, jerked his body. His eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of sternness, as Qin Yu's spiritual sense clearly saw what was in the woman's hand. A very small heart should not be adult. Nalan Feng frowned slightly and said, Dan, can you change your habits? That is, if you eat a baby's heart, don't eat it in front of us, okay? I don't know how many years I've been talking to you, but it's not the least bit useful. Knowing that it's useless and still saying it, and saying it for so many years at a time, for more than 20 years, it seems like you haven't stopped. Wind, you're really boring. Nalandan said coldly, Friend, what is the reason for coming to my place in the middle of the night? Zhenzu suddenly said blandly. His voice was clear and spread throughout the entire mansion, yet strangely enough, none of the other servants throughout the mansion got up as if they had slept to death. Qin Yu smiled faintly just now, because his spiritual sense discovered the baby's heart in the woman's hand. His heart was shocked, his breath was messed up, and he was instantly discovered by Zhen. Zhu, what is it? Am the Skynet killer? You mean, what am I here for? Qin Yu said blandly. Qin Yu, he took on assassin missions, never assassinating in the dark, always killing his opponents in a radiant and honorable manner, and this time was no exception. Although Qin Yu realized that both that Nalan Feng and Nalan Dan were also innate experts. The door of the room opened steeply, a black light rushed up to the sky, and then landed in the center of the courtyard, a teenager dressed in black. At the same time, there is another black light rushed up, and then fell to the black-clothed teenager beside. It is a black-clothed girl. And then a handsome middle-aged man with a pale face dressed in white walked out slowly. The whole person appeared to be very sickly at first glance. However, when coupled with the pair of cold eyes, it was as chilling as a lone wolf, a silver assassin. Zhenzu frowned slightly at Qin Yu. Silver killer meteor, to be precise. Qin Yu said blandly. Qin Yu never cared to tell the other party his assassin's name, after all. Killing the other party was also to let the other party know who killed them, wasn't it? Meteor, the corner of Zhenx's mouth curled up slightly, daring to come and kill me, and not being detected by me for so long in the compound just now. You should be an innate expert. But it's strange, I can't even see through you. Zhenzu said with slight surprise. Qin Yu swept a glance at the Nalan siblings and then at Zhenzu and said, I'm also surprised. It's impressive for a small eastern region's 3 counties intelligence chief to be an innate expert. But he also has 2 innate experts under him. The entire Chu dynasty has only 100 innate experts, and you have 3 here. You talk a lot, Nalandan suddenly said. Slayers shouldn't talk a lot. Slayers aren't supposed to kill with honor, are they? Miss who likes to eat babies' hearts. Qin Yu laughed. Oh yeah. Your actual age should be more than what a young lady should be. Or perhaps you should be addressed as a damsel. Nalandan's face instantly changed. She hated it when people told her true age. Qin Yu glanced at the open door of the house. He knew that in that house on the desk, there is the iron box that contains the map of the heavens, of course. In order to get the map of the heavens, he, Qin Yu, must kill the 3 people in front of him. and these three people are also all innate masters. Nalandan glanced at Zhenzu, who nodded slightly. Killer meteors, huh? Unfortunately, the life of a meteor is always very short. Nalandan laughed coldly, and then his body moved. The entire person was like a cool wind, completely sweeping around Qin Yu, and for a time, there were actually several residual shadows around Qin Yu. This was the first time that Qin Yu had engaged in a life and death battle with an innate expert, while there were two innate experts watching the battle on the side. Nalandan was using her best stance to move around Qin Yu at great speed, wanting to make it impossible for Qin Yu to recognize where her figure was. But Qin Yu stood motionless, and underneath cold silver mask, no one could even see that there was a hint of a cold smile at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. Speed, Qin Yu body cultivation. The strongest is speed. When he was 13 years old, Qin Yu that year, a single hand but only 100 pounds, the speed has exceeded the general Haoshan limit masters. Now Qin Yu in one fell swoop to become an innate master. The whole body muscle cells have changed in the Haoshan limit. Qin Yu has been a single hand of 1,500 pounds, and now Qin Yu's strength, I am afraid that it is not less than 2,000 pounds. Nowadays, what level of speed has he reached? Moreover, in terms of control, muscles were certainly easier to control than innate true Kai. In terms of staying power, muscle power was also more durable than innate true Kai. I hate it when people call me damsel. Nalandan's cold and merciless voice pierced into Qin Yu's ears, and Nalandan's jade hands that picked babies' hearts were like blooming lotuses, transforming into countless phantoms that attacked towards Qin Yu. How powerful is the first expert from ancient times to the present who has cultivated his external skills to the innate realm? Qin Yu thought in his heart while smiling at the countless phantoms attacking. I'll take you as a test. Qin Yu blasted out with a full force punch, without the slightest reservation. Straight line. Swoosh tilde 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 with a sharp and extreme air whistling sound. Qin Yu's right fist carried a might as heavy as Tarzan, and directly attacked Nalandan. Hearing such a horrible sharp whistling, Nalan Wind as well as Zhenzu change of face. Nalandan was also caught off guard. The fist has come to the face. That fist wind stimulation of her face pinprick general pain cannot take into account how much both hands bloomed lotus steeply convergence. The body of the innate true Kai crazy lay out in the center of the hands, but simply not allow her to gather more innate true Kai. The fist has arrived. Boom. As if a sledgehammer smashed down hard, it hit Nalandan's palms right in the middle. Nalandan's figure flew back, but his face was ugly. More than 2,000 pounds of strength. Full force so a punch. This Nalandan was originally not good at strength, and she was only in the early innate stage. This punch made her arms numb with pain. Nalandan instantly didn't dare to continue attacking. This guy is a monster. The power is too strong, Nalandan said in a chilling voice. Zhenzu smiled faintly and said, with such power, it is estimated that he is an expert who practiced a class of mind that focuses on power in Mang Niu Jin, and reached the innate. If there was no Qin Yu in the world, Zhenx's guess could be considered right. After all, it was an innate expert who would find it extremely difficult to achieve such terrifying strength. Little brother, little sister, you two go together. Zhenx's command rang out. After Nalandan had gone through the flow of innate true Kai, his arms were no longer in severe pain. They were only vaguely a little uncomfortable. He could still continue the great battle. Nalandan and Nalanfeng looked at each other and steeply transformed into two residual shadows, attacking Qin Yu once again. Only at this moment both of them had weapons curved swords. The scimitar, in the shape of a half moon, glowed with an icy cold light. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, steeply both hands at the same time a grip, into an iron fist in both directions violently struck out, as if out of the water like a dragon, carrying the innate external power masters of the strongest power, and then ping, ping, two sounds. Qin Yu's double fist just smashed in the two machete blade surface. Bang tilde tilde tilde, both Nalandan and Nalanfeng were shaken. Dan, how come this guy is only a silver medalist killer? It's among the gold medalist killer. This guy is definitely considered an upstream character. Nalan Feng transmitted his voice at this moment. He also felt the terrifying power of his opponent's fist smashing. That violent collision made his chest tighten. Wind, speed, only speed. Nalandan's voice came. Nalandan and Nalan Feng were bitterly disappointed. Qin Yu's fist was too heavy. Being smashed by his fist was even worse than being smashed by a boulder. A boulder of 2,000 pounds smashed down. Well, at least the contact surface was still large. But Qin Yu's fist, it was over 2,000 pounds of force completely concentrated on the fist. Impact was much stronger. Qin Yu remained motionless, allowing the duo to move around him at breakneck speed. Pum, 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 pum. Qin Yu punched with ease, yet each punch was like a boulder hammer blast. Nalandan and Nalan Feng were going crazy. Just as they were about to get close enough to attack, they were blasted out with a punch. Keeping them at such extreme speeds was also extremely draining on their innate true Kai. Zhenzu, on the other hand, looked on indifferently. All that was in his pupils was the image of Qin Yu's attack, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I've just entered the innate realm, so by all accounts I'm considered a pre-innate, but I'm a pre-innate external power expert, and you guys are just pre-innate internal power experts. Qin Yu said in his heart, but they are too weak, forget it, just settle them. Qin Yu had been playing, after all. This was the first time he had competed with an innate internal expert. But Qin Yu is wrong, not the other side is weak. But he is the innate external energy master is too perverse. Other people cultivate external energy to reach the limit of the latter day, but the one handed 700 or 800 pounds is too much. But Qin Yu's innate limb, it is an appalling one, 500 pounds. When Qin Yu reached the innate realm, his strength would not be comparable to that of an ordinary pre-incarnate character. And Qin Yu's eyes steeply erupted with refined light. Not good. Zhenzu only realized that it was not good at this moment, however. It was already too late. Only to see Qin Yu's figure instantly transform into several residual shadows, and then the residual shadows united. Qin Yu was still standing in his original position, as if he had never moved, while Nalandan and Nalan Feng were motionless as if they were statues, steeply palm. Nalan Feng and Nalandan surprisingly fell to the ground in a very dry manner, because in the blink of an eye just now, Qin Yu, like lightning, used his fist and fingers to shatter the vitals of two's throats, and the two were already dead. Actually, my strongest is not strength, but speed. Qin Yu's indifferent voice resounded in the silent courtyard. Little brother, little sister. Zhenzu looked at the dead Nalandan and Nalan Feng, and slowly said in a low voice, which contained extreme hurt. And then Zhenzu raised his head and stared at Qin Yu. The cold light in his eyes caused Qin Yu to feel chills all over his body. At the same time, Zhenx's entire aura steeply overpowered. Nalandan and Nalan Feng followed Zhenzu for more than 20 years. These 20 years, Nalandan and Nalan Feng only listened to Zhenx's command. The three people are as close as brother and sister. As brothers, but just now, Qin Yu shot too fast. Until Zhenzu reacted, it was already too late. A low, hateful roar rang out. Buzz tilde, the air suddenly shook. Zhenx's hair band violently collapsed. Her long hair fluttered wildly, a horror of the extreme. The power, as if a volcano erupted from the body of Zhenzu, erupted. Berserk innate true Kai completely covered the surface of Zhenx's body. In the innate true Kai wrapped, Zhenx's entire person appeared to be blurred. Just that pair of icy cold and chilling eyes is chilling. Zhenzu, although he is not the head of the intelligence department of the Imperial Xiang family, but his status is not lower than the head in any way. Over the years, he has never let Xiang Guang down, and Xiang Guang has always been extremely trusting of this mysterious general. However, his strength, outsiders are completely unknown. Just how strong this sickly person was. Zhenx's eyes that seemed to be like vipers were staring at Qin Yu, and only said, "Suffer death." Buzz, the air shook with a rush, as if completely disorganized like ripples. and Jenx's figure disappeared abruptly, reappearing right in front of Qin Yu. Doom! Qin Yu was shocked to the extreme, at the same time extremely fast flying back. A berserk force completely attacked on his body. At once the mask on his face Pong's sound will be broken open. At the same time Qin Yu's body's jacket is also turned into broken sprinkled all over the sky. Qin Yu retreated far away, shocked to look at the Zhenzu in front of him. With just one move, only the black and gold undershirt remained on Qin Yu's upper body. Even his mask shattered. It's so fast, and the true Kai is horribly strong. With such a strong protective astral aura, he should be a late innate stage expert. Qin Yu was very certain in his heart. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng's strength combined, it is estimated that when facing Zhenzu, they would be killed in 1 or 2 moves. This Zhenzu is just too strong. Two advanced heavenly hierarchies couldn't even be compared to one late advanced heavenly hierarchy. Zhenzu stared at Qin Yu and grinned coldly. Speed is not bad, but unfortunately, your strongest speed is not as good as mine, and although your strength is good, the impact of my attack infused with innate true Kai is even stronger than your fist. Attack, speed, and defense, you are far inferior to me. You must die this time. Zhenzu announced her judgment. Is the speed merely good? Qin Yu suddenly smiled. Sorry, please wait a moment. Under Zhenx's astonished gaze, Qin Yu unhooked the Chuan iron arm guard and Chuan iron leg guard from his arms and legs. Bang. With a sound, Qin Yu threw the Chuan iron leg protectors and arm protectors on the ground. A thick sound of gold and iron crashing. The weight was imaginable. Yanzu was shocked. At this moment, he realized that Qin Yu's speed just now was so fast, and it was still the case that he was wearing the heavy basalt iron leg and arm guards. Once it was taken off, then how fast was Qin Yu's speed? Taking off 200 pounds of weight, the whole person is equal to half as light. Speed, if not twice as much as just now, at least 50% more. Almost can be compared to this guy. This black gold undershirt will not be taken off. Alleviating 200 pounds is enough. And the black gold undershirt defense is also extremely strong. Qin Yu secretly said in his heart, It seems that I need to reestimate you. Zhenx's pupils reflected Qin Yu's image, but in his mind, he was making precise calculations. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was staring intently at Zhenzu in front of him. Brush, brush. The two of them disappeared violently. At the same time, the sound of extremely fast whistling wind began to sound. To be precise, the sound of whistling wind was only one. Although Zhenx's movement was very fast and his stance was quite skillful, but the strong wind whistled with great resistance. Qin Yu's rapid flickering was silent. The two chased each other, because of the wind resistance, on the speed instead of Qin Yu, slightly wind so a little. Break, Qin Yu let out a fierce low cry, and his right leg gave a lightning straight kick, carrying 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of force, and kicked the side of Zhenx's left leg very dryly. However, Zhenx's body protection astral Kai shook, surprisingly resisting Qin Yu's heavy kick. PFFD. Poof, PFFD, PFFD. A sharp air-blasting sound sounded and Qin Yu's face changed. Concealed weapon. This was Qin Yu's first reaction, however. Qin Yu's spiritual sense clearly discovered the thing that made the air-blasting sound fingers. Zhenx's sharp claws. As if it was like an eagle's claw, the tips of all 5 fingers of Zhenx's left hand emitted a golden glow, piercing through the air as they attacked. Retreat! Qin Yu supported himself with one hand and flew backward. Shoo! 5 sharp whistling sound came. Qin Yu's spiritual sense clearly found that Zhenzu finger on the finger mango surprisingly detached from the finger. 5 golden finger mango surprisingly continued to shoot at extreme speed. Qin Yu's speed is fast, but then again fast is also cannot catch up with the finger mango. Qin Yu only had time for a vacillate. 2 of the 5 finger arrows landed in the air, and 3 more shot at Qin Yu's abdomen. The black gold undershirt is worthy of the body protection treasure. The finger Mang Peng shot in the black gold undershirt on the surprisingly did not shoot through the black gold undershirt. The strong impact of the finger mang is still through the black gold undershirt passed in, so that the body of Qin Yu a shock. The strength is good. It's worth me moving my weapon. This is an immortal grade superior weapon, Blood Soul Claw. The Blood Soul Claw is the sharp claw of a demonic beast in the flooded wasteland, perfected after dozens of processes. Zhenzu said blandly, and a huge red claw appeared on his right hand. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. That claw was precisely the claw of a demonic beast, not one that was made from ordinary steel and other ores. There is only one chance it must be grasped. Qin Yu said in his heart, "Haha, let you feel my strongest stance 10,000 claws through the heart." In a short split second, Zhenx's eyes fiercely became blood red, the same color as that Blood Soul Claw, while the tip of the Blood Soul Claw's claws gathered a finger mane. PFFD, 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 PFFD. As if sweeping bullets, Zhenzu didn't know what means he used. The surging innate true Kai in his body continuously formed golden finger-ons at the tips of the Blood Soul Claw claws, and then shot them out, continuously formed finger-ons, and then shot them out. In a matter of a split second, dozens of finger-ons were shot out. The strangest thing was that these finger-ons seemed to be under the control of Zhenzu. What kind of trick is this? Qin Yu couldn't understand it at all anymore. Whatever, it's too late. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. His body steeply dipped and ran in the other direction, and then gave a lurch and shot in the other direction at great speed. Qin Yu flickered extremely fast, but there was not the slightest sound of wind. Only more and more finger-ons attacked Qin Yu. These finger-ons could not shoot through the black gold undershirt, but Qin Yu's head could not withstand such finger-ons. Qin Yu could only flash and try to dodge, and if he could not dodge, he would use the black gold undershirt to withstand it. The last move, Qin Yu's eyes lit up abruptly. Qin Yu's entire body transformed into a stream of light and charged directly towards Zhenzu. Not using speed to escape, but coming to die instead. Zhenzu was so excited in his heart that he couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face. The Blood Soul Claw tore through the air and grabbed down at Qin Yu's head, and a light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, amazing blazing gloves. Qin Yu's hands flashed with light, and his gloves steeply protected his fists as Qin Yu's left hand reached out, brazenly coming to blows with the Blood Soul Claw. Looking for death, Zhenzu was disdainful in his heart. His Blood Soul Claw was a superior grade of immortal. What was he afraid of? Even the speed of the Blood Soul Claw had accelerated a bit. Zhenzu was abruptly startled. Qin Yu's left hand was actually frozen with the Blood Soul Claw on his right hand. It seemed that the glove on Qin Yu's left hand was extremely strange. Even the tearing power of the Blood Soul Claw, which was so strong, didn't fear the slightest bit. And at this moment, Qin Yu's right fist had already attacked. Palm. Zhenx's left hand also blocked Qin Yu's right fist with one hand, however. Qin Yu's right fist had amazing blazing gloves on it, so Zhenzu could only use his thick innate true Kai to resist it. "Kid, think that I can't kill you like this." The corner of Zhenx's mouth suddenly has a cold smile, is in a stalemate between the Blood Soul claw tip, and the left hand fingers once again appeared between the road of golden finger arrows. Such a close distance, finger arrows shooting, Qin Yu simply dodged not open. Zhenzu couldn't help but get excited as he seemed to see the scene of Qin Yu's head being shot off. A steep light shone in Qin Yu's eyes, medium-grade spiritual artifact, amazing blazing sword. Shu, ah. Zhenzu let out a scream. Qin Yu originally stalemate above the right hand steeply appeared a black short sword sharp, even a cut Zhenx's left palm, then cut towards Zhenx's throat, so close, it is too late to dodge. Zhenzu let out a loud cry. Endure the sharp pain of the palm was cut. Body protection, astral energy steeply fierce up. Die. A stern color flashed in Zhenx's eyes. Zhenzu knew that it was too late to dodge, and could only hope on his own protective astral Kai, while at the same time Zhenx's heart was ruthless. The golden finger-ons on the Blood Soul Claw got hotter and hotter. and at the same time shot out violently, wanting to shoot out Qin Yu's head. Such a sharp golden finger, Qin Yu's head naturally cannot resist. At the moment of life and death, Qin Yu's right hand resolutely cuts through the protective astral aura with the amazing incandescent iron ruthlessly, and then cuts into Zhenx's throat. In the same split second, Qin Yu's left hand with amazing incandescent fist gloves executed the attack with the strongest penetrating power fist and finger attack, directly attacking the center of the blood soul claw's palm, PFFD, blood sprayed flying. It was the blood that spewed out from Zhenx's slit throat, but also the blood that flowed out of the hole that had been shot through Qin Yu's left arm, as well as the blood that spewed out of Qin Yu's mouth. In the split second just now, Qin Yu relied on amazing blazing fist gloves fist and finger attack, which directly made the palm of Zhenzu within the blood soul claw tremble for a while. Naturally, the blood soul claw was affected, and the direction of that shooting finger mango changed violently, with 2 finger mangoes shooting on Qin Yu's left arm, and the other finger mangoes shooting on Qin Yu's chest. 2 holes appeared on his left arm quite simply, and blood flowed out. And although the chest was protected by the black and gold undershirt, this time the finger mains were too close and the impact was too strong, still causing Qin Yu to spray blood from his mouth and suffer internal injuries. So close. Qin Yu looked at Zhenzu, who had already been killed by slitting his throat, and breathed deeply, inhaling fresh air into his abdomen before exhaling a long breath. The timing of the amazing blazing sword was just right. If it was taken out at the beginning with Zhenx's mind, said he would definitely not let Qin Yu's short sword have the chance to harm him. The reason why Qin Yu was able to kill Zhenzu was still relying on the amazing blazing gloves that appeared consecutively at the end, as well as the amazing blazing sword, which caught Zhenzu off guard. Even so, Qin Yu was still almost finished. Little Black, Qin Yu suddenly saw the black eagle that appeared in front of him, who was staring at Qin Yu. Just now Qin Yu and Zhenzu close battle, so close, in a blink of an eye, the 2 will decide life and death. The black eagle simply too late to help, but the black eagle is not immortal, also saw the crisis of Qin Yu just now. It is for their own, did not help Qin Yu, and difficult. Little Black, fine. Hiss tilde Qin Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and took a look at the arm injuries. Internal injuries are okay, but 2 holes in the left arm. It is difficult to say whether such a serious injury can be recovered, and Qin Yu felt that it seems that the bones and tendons of the left arm have been seriously damaged. Qin Yu glanced at the dead trio, took the iron box containing the heavenly diagram as well as the key at breakneck speed, and after taking Zhenx's human head, he got onto the back of the black eagle, which, with a shock of its wings, rushed straight up into the sky and flew away from the city. A nameless canyon depths, there is an independent manor house in the Masters. Innate Masters will be more than 10, and outside the manor house is the bamboo stream. In the stream, a middle-aged man is sitting on a bamboo chair, quietly drinking tea and watching the scenery, who does not know what he was thinking. Suddenly a grey, clothed and a blue-clothed old man arrived behind this middle-aged man, and to one's horror, these 2 old men were both late innate experts. Reporting to the chief, Zhenzu is dead, the grey-clothed old man respectfully said. Oh, the tea, drinking middle-aged man's teacup in his hand gave a slight beat. Tell me the details truthfully. Reporting to the chief, the place where Zhenzu was killed at the same time, there are also the corpses of his 2 henchmen, Nalin Dan and Nalin Feng. Moreover, in the place where it happened, there are also the broken pieces of a silver mask. It should be the silver assassin Meteor who carried out the mission. The blue-clothed old man said, the silver slayer, Meteor. That middle-aged man put down his teacup and stood up. Oh no, now that Meteor should be considered a gold medal assassin. You guys immediately look into the information about this Meteor, killing a late innate stage as well as 2 early innate stage experts. Such a gold medal assassin was of interest even to the Skynet leader. Chief, but during this time, the killer Meteor did not pay the head to complete the character. Moreover, identifying the blood at the scene, in addition to the 3 people who died, there is also another person's blood. We are certain that that meteor should have been seriously injured. The old man in blue bowed and said, "Oh, but since he was able to leave the scene, it means he's not dead yet. Such a character would not die so easily." The middle-aged man said with a faint smile, and then the middle-aged man said blandly, "All right, get ready right away. I'm going back to Yanjing City." Yes, the 2 old men bowed in response. The middle-aged man murmured in a low voice, "Ewer has been out for such a long time. Why is there no news at all?" The middle-aged man turned around, his brows still locked, and this mysterious leader of Skynet, appalling, was none other than the Zhendong King Kinda. Episode 3, The 4-9 Heavenly Tribulations, Chapter 1. The first Tongshan diagram above waist, waist, waist. Peng, the inkstone was slammed hard on top of the ground, and completely shattered. Zhang Guang stared at the hawk-nosed man as if he wanted to devour a human beast, and angrily rebuked, "You're a waste of space. Zhenzu was even killed in the end. What's going on? You give me a detailed explanation, otherwise, you this secret agent chief will not have to do." Zhang Guang was completely infuriated and confused. The eagle, hooked-nosed man's heart trembled. The leader of the secret agents like him, who knew so many secrets of the emperor, once he did not do it. There was only one result to be disposed of. The eagle, hooked-nosed man's heart turned, and immediately then he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, according to what we have found out, it is precisely the task of killing Zhenzu that is amongst the gold medal tasks of Skynet. Although we don't know who took the mission, based on the scene, we can be sure of one thing. The one who killed Zhenzu was a silver medal assassin. Rubbish, Zhenx's strength is most clear to me. Silver medal killer. Bullshit, the 2 Nalan siblings under him can be easily solved. Nalan siblings are both innate experts, and the strength of Zhenx's strength is far more than that of Nalan siblings, such 3 people. You say that they were killed by a silver medal assassin. You say, will I believe it? Or rather, do you think that I am a fool?" Zhang Guang stared fiercely at the hawk-nosed man and said, The hawk-hooked-nosed man laughed bitterly in his heart, telling the truth instead of disbelieving it. "Your Majesty, Zhenx's strength is extremely strong. Even my subordinate is far less than that. His security work are his own single-handed arrangement. My subordinate also do not know. This time he was killed, there was a silver killer's mask at the scene. But my subordinate thought that the murderer was most likely a gold medal killer, wearing a silver mask to confuse Zhenzu, leading to Zhenx's lightheartedness, which led to his poisoning." The hawk-nosed man was busy saying. Zhang Guang pondered for a long time. The hawk-nosed man saw that Zhang Guang didn't seem to be very convinced, and with a turn in his mind, he added, "Your Majesty, there is another possibility. It is that Zhendong King Kinda suspected that Zhenzu was getting in his way, so he sent a supreme expert to kill Zhenzu. As for the crushed silver mask, it might be used by Zhendong King to confuse us." The eagle, hooked-nosed man secretly said in his heart, "Zhendong King, I'm sorry. I can only push it onto you at the critical moment." The eagle, hooked-nosed man's heart was clear. This Guang had always had suspicions about Kinda, and pushing everything onto Kinda could mostly succeed. Sure enough, yes, it must be that Kinda, he wants to rebel, but he is worried about being found out by Zhenzu, so he sent someone to kill him, but he is worried about being found out by me that it is his hand, so he makes a broken silver mask. Humph, this idiot. Why don't you make a broken golden mask? Wouldn't it be better for me to believe? Zhang Guang mumbled to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes, however. I am not so easily deceived. Kinda, you want to rebel, I am certain of it. This time you killed Zhenzu and broke one of my wings. Good, good. Zhang Guang was furious. Zhenzu is too important to him. For more than 20 years, Zhang Guang has been worried about who has dissenting views, who is unfaithful to him, and who is suspected of having important treasures, etc. He has always let Zhenzu go to check and do the work. These difficult things he let Zhenzu to check to do. Zhenzu always will not let him down. With Zhenzu, he Zhangguang completely can rest easy. Even with Qin Des means, Zhenzu could still find out many secrets of the Zhendong king. The importance of Zhenzu to Zhangguang can be imagined. However, Yanzu died. Although there are still many spies under the spy chief's command, but these spies are far less powerful than Zhenzu. Zhenzu is dead. Zhangguang is equal to the loss of a wing. How can he not be angry? How can he not gnash his teeth? And this revenge he remembered on Qin De. For so many years, often have nightmares, and then found out that Qin De is going to rebel. And now his most valued Zhenzu was also killed by this Qin De. Qin De, how can I be satisfied if I don't destroy your Qin family? Zhangguang crushed the teacup in his hand, anger blazing in his eyes. At this moment, Zhangguang made another decision in his mind. Let Yi Yan come to me. You go back first. The eagle, hooked-nosed man's heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, Zhangguang already will not be angry at him for this matter. Accompanied by the king, such as a tiger, in the emperor's body to do things every time to be careful of the extreme. Yes, my subordinate will retire. The hawk-nosed man bowed. Zhangguang, on the other hand, was in the imperial study, staring at the ink stone that had been shattered, not moving a muscle. Although his eyes were staring at the shattered inkstone, however, at this moment, Zhangguang was obviously thinking of something else, and a moment later, footsteps sounded outside. Yi Yan, come in. Zhangguang's voice rang out. The door opens and a long, evil young man walks in. This is none other than Yi Yan, the leader of the Bearing Dragon army. If those secret agents are just checking for information, this Bearing Dragon army is the secret army that secretly eliminates all the enemies that hinder the royal family, the Zhang family. Yi Yan, extremely evil, the face of a young man, in fact, to reach the innate realm have been more than 40 years. The main innate masters have 500 years of life. To reach the innate realm, people will slow down the speed of aging. Your Majesty. Yi Yan bowed slightly. Zhangguang thought again and clenched his teeth. Okay. Tell that Yusan, I promise. However, all the materials on that demonic beast saber-toothed tiger should be returned to me, especially the 16 sharp swords, absolutely not less on one. Yi Yan's eyebrows lifted, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise, that Yusan has already guaranteed that as long as he gets a piece of the heavenly diagram, he will send the entire corpse of the demonic beast saber-toothed tiger completely, and will definitely not take a single thing. That's good, Zhangguang smiled coldly. Forgive that Yusan wouldn't dare to play tricks with me. Yusan, known as the #1 tycoon in the subterranean dragon continent, with his lair in the Ming dynasty, Yusan Tycoon's business spread throughout the entire subterranean dragon continent, and his subterranean power was extremely large. Yusan Tycoon's batch of elite henchmen didn't know what means they threw off and killed a demonic beast. The demonic beast saber-toothed tiger, in the form of a huge tiger, has 16 long sword-like spikes on its back, all of which are extremely sharp and have a power comparable to that of an immortal superior-grade weapon. There is also the sharp claws of the saber-toothed tiger, can be transformed into weapons. Hunting a saber-toothed tiger. That's a living treasure. The power of the saber-toothed tiger might only be comparable to that of a superior immortal. Who knows what kind of tactics that Zhu San used? Your Majesty, Zhu San Fu Hao has an extremely large number of secret strongholds. The saber-toothed tigers that were hunted and killed in the floodplains this time are still in the secret strongholds of a city in the neighboring floodplains, and they can't be transported to the Ming dynasty in a dignified manner. So they can only divide them up in that city first, and send them back in batches later on. However, that city is precisely within the territory of the 3 counties of the Eastern Domain. Yi Yan bowed and said, Speaking of which, Zhangguang also knew that things were a bit troublesome. The boundless flood, in the extreme east of the continent, and the Chu dynasty is close to the boundless flood. The Chu dynasty's 3 counties in the eastern region are precisely the 3 counties neighboring the boundless flood, generally wanting to enter the boundless flood, all have to pass through the 3 counties in the eastern region. The 3 eastern counties were Kinda's territory. In the past, Kinda didn't dare to loot it in a dignified manner, but it's hard to say about today's Kinda. Yan, have your father, elder words, personally lead a team of experts to the 3 counties of the eastern domain to trade with them. Zhang Guang seriously ordered, and Yi Yan immediately said respectfully, "Yes, with your father, Lord Words, there will be no mistakes." Zhang Guang laughed steeply, haha. I am only the 2nd piece of Tong Tian diagram. If I don't collect all 3 pieces of Tong Tian diagram, I simply can't find out the mysterious Gong method of Pio Miao. Moreover, many genius characters and even cultivators in history had once obtained 3 pieces of Tong Tian diagram, and when they collected all 3, no one had ever sensed the mystery of it. It's useless for me to have only 1 piece, and it's worth it to use a piece of the useless Tong Tian diagram to exchange for a demonic beast. Yi Yan bowed and said that Jusan is merely addicted to collecting treasures. He just wants to collect a piece for fun. Good, Yi Yan. This time there must not be the slightest mistake to get the saber-toothed tiger. I am to get a lot of Xianshan superior weapons. Not only language elders, and then send a few innate experts over. Remember, there must not be the slightest mistake. Zhang Guang said again. If this saber-toothed tiger corpse was snatched by Kindu instead, he, Zhang Guang, would be doing a favor for others, not getting a good weapon himself, but giving Kindu a batch of good weapons. Instead, Zhang Guang would not allow such a thing to happen. Your Majesty rest assured, Father, his old man, will definitely not let your Majesty down. Yi Yan bowed and said. Zhang Guang's heart was relieved when he thought of Yi Yan's father, elder words. Episode 3, The 4-9 Heavenly Tribulations, Chapter 2. The first Tongshan diagram below in a remote township in the 3 counties of the eastern region in a single small courtyard. This is a small courtyard purchased by Qin Yu when Qin Yu became a silver assassin, earned a lot of silver, then in the 3 counties of the eastern region within the scope of a dozen sets of living place to buy for Qin Yu can usually live. Auntie Zhang, don't serve it to the hall. Directly place the meal on this stone table. I'll eat dinner in the courtyard today. Qin Yu said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Yu had already turned into his own appearance, while the Black Eagle had run off somewhere to forage for food. An older woman wearing a large white cotton jacket smiled as she brought the meal to the stone table next to Qin Yu. Little Yu, you eat here, I'll go back first. This is a woman is a nearby hotel people. Qin Yu live in this recuperation body. Usually directly call the hotel people send meals over. Qin Yu is also very free, after all, their own father Kinda, as well as his elder brother and 2 brothers are in the speak to rise up in preparation. He Qin Yu is simply cannot insert hands. Luckily, there is the mysterious clear stream of meteor tears. Otherwise, I don't know when this left arm of mine will recover. Qin Yu glanced at his left arm and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Qin Yu's arm had been shot through 2 holes by that Zhenx's dying finger main, and his injuries were serious. However, under the infiltration of the meteor tears, the injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed, and in just 3 days, Qin Yu's arm only had shallow scars on it, instead of the horrifying 2 holes in the past. Shortly after dinner, Black Hawk returned. Zayo hi, you kids still know to come back. Yesterday went out, stayed until now to come back. Really, is not to find a beautiful female eagle. See a female eagle, forget me, really a colorful eagle. Qin Yu took chopsticks and knocked the Black Eagle's head playfully said Road. When Black Hawk heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head in a disdainful manner. Apparently, Black Eagles simply looked down on the average female eagle. Hey, quite proud, I've been recuperating from my injuries for the past 3 days. I haven't taken a closer look at that Tong Tian diagram yet. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the inner room. Black Eagle blinked twice in curiosity, and also followed and ran into the inner room. Drink. Qin Yu probed his hand into a claw and grabbed onto a huge piece of masonry spread on the floor of the inner room. And with an easy wave of his hand, the masonry fell to the side. Under this huge masonry were 2 iron boxes, and Qin Yu took one of them. Tong Tian diagram, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it yet. Qin Yu hemmed and hawed. One hand continuously tapped in the iron box in several times, and with a click, a keyhole appeared in the iron box. Qin Yu lifted his eyebrows and smiled as he took out a key from his bosom, which was taken from that Nalan Feng. He had seen clearly when Nalan Feng had put the key in the first place, and as the key was inserted into it, it was easily turned. Ka-ching! Hearing the voice of anticipation, Qin Yu smiled and opened the iron box. Qin Yu then saw 2 things in the iron box. One was a secret letter, and the other was a square-shaped jade, which emitted a soft-colored light, which was clearly different from the normal jade, bizarre. Secret letter for Zhang Guang. Qin Yu took out the secret letter after tearing open the envelope. Looking at it, Qin Yu's face changed slightly. This secret letter is mainly 2 things. The first is the matter of the heavenly figure, and the second thing is to tell Qin to some rebel things, which tells very detailed, and even has the information of the 3 counties of the eastern region, some special forces. Qin Yu secretly let out a breath. Phew, it's really dangerous. This Genxis investigation can be really clear, many of which even I am unaware of. If that Zhang Guang knew about it, it would be really bad. Fortunately, I intercepted it. Qin Yu, however, did not know that this Zhenzu usually checks for a period of time before summarily writing a secret letter to explain the results of the recent checks. Qin Yu intercepted this secret letter about the eastern region of the 3 counties of some of the special army. Is Zhenzu came to the eastern region of the 3 counties of the biggest results. Some special armies will also play a special role in the war. A strange army should be taken by surprise. Once the enemy knows the existence of these armies and has prepared for them beforehand, they can't play the role of surprise. Unfortunately, Zhang Guang was unable to know this information. After all, Zhenzu was already dead and the letter had been intercepted. Even if he sent someone else to be the head of the secret agents in the 3 counties of the eastern region, it would still be difficult to find out. The guy before Zhenzu had been the leader for over 10 years and had not gotten any important information, and it was still hard to find a secret agent genius like Zhenzu. Buzz tilde with a grip of his right hand. A strong, forceful Kai surrounded his palm, and the letter turned into crumbs. The letter has been destroyed. Zhang Guang, old thief, will not want to know. Qin Yu heart secretly said, eyes cannot help but emerge a cold light. He but know, his mother is by Zhang Guang that old thief killed, kill mother's revenge. Qin Yu how not to hold a grudge with this Guang, bang bang. 2 crunching sounds woke up Qin Yu's attention. Qin Yu took a look and immediately became anxious. Little Blackie, don't mess around, your eagle's beak is sharp. Do you want to break this Tongshan diagram? Qin Yu said as he pushed Little Black away. Fortunately, it's not broken. Qin Yu looked at the Tongshan map. This Tongshan map square-type jade is still the same as just now without the slightest damage, which is why his heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu turned his head to look at Zhao-hai without any good reason, while Zhao-hai is fanning his wings twice, shaking his head, a very smug look. Tongshan 2-3 square, shaped jade, passed on are not sure how many years. This treasure is not ordinary jade, not so easy to break. Not wasting any more time with you, I'll go out and study this Tong Tian diagram. Qin Yu took the Tong Tian diagram and left the inner room and went to the courtyard. When Qin Yu was at night, he liked to bathe under the starlight the most. Late at night under the starry sky, it had a different flavor. It was just getting dark at the moment, but it didn't have the slightest effect on Qin Yu's viewing of the heavenly diagram. This is the first piece of the heavenly map. What's going on? There's nothing else besides some images. Qin Yu carefully observed for a long time, even to the point of using that spiritual sense to observe into the smallest detail. Yet there was nothing else in the entire square, shaped jade other than those images on the surface. On the top of the front of the square-shaped jade was the inscription Tongshan Tui, and the inscription was still the universal character of the subterranean dragon continent. Below the writing on the front of the square-shaped jade, there is a small picture. The picture is very small, a total of 36 pairs. Each pair of pictures is a person's action. Each action seems to be weird. At least Qin Yu thinks it is weird. Other than these 36 images, there is nothing else. What exactly is this Tong Tiantu? The first Tong Tiantu is merely 36 copies of the diagram, and the people in these 36 copies of the diagram don't have any internal energy running. Tracks. It's just 36 weird movements. Is it enough to learn these movements? Qin Yu was puzzled. Qin Yu knew that the 3 pieces of Tongshan diagrams had passed through countless hands over the years, yet no one had been able to find out the mysteries of this Tongshan diagram. And if it was as simple as just learning the image movements, it was estimated that he didn't know which year he would have been learned. Qin Yu racked his brain, trying to find ways to study, consumed the whole midnight until the moon rose. Qin Yu still did not think of any way. Whatever, let's try first to see if there are any benefits to learning this movement. Qin Yu stood up violently. Qin Yu's spiritual sense is awesome. The 36 sub-diagrams describing the various movements Qin Yu completely memorized clearly, immediately. Qin Yu followed those movements in order, began to learn up. Qin Yu's body flexibility is absolutely no words. But even so, Qin Yu still felt strange learning these strange movements. However, Qin Yu still hold down the temperament, one by one action to learn up. Qin Yu body flexibility is extremely good. These actions to learn up, although strange, but still extremely fast. With the action one by one unfolding, what's going on with the heaven and earth aura? Qin Yu was shocked to realize that as Qin Yu's figure changed, the heaven and earth spiritual Kai entered Qin Yu's body from his limbs and bones, and then it directly penetrated into the muscles and sinews. The speed of absorption was so fast that it far exceeded the absorption of internal energy in the first place. The internal force was dispersed from the Danshan, and the muscles grabbed and absorbed as much as they could, whereas at the moment it was the aura of heaven and earth that penetrated directly towards the body, not dispersing at all. What in the world is going on? Is the heavenly figure just this simple? Qin Yu didn't know, but he knew one thing: he liked the moves at least. The human body is a treasure trove of mysteries that many people cannot fully decipher, even after a lifetime of effort. Deep within the muscles of Qin Yu's body, the cells that constituted the most basic part of the body were already different from ordinary people. After so many years of constant extreme training, coupled with the absorption of internal energy as well as the absorption of the magical clear stream of the meteor tears, Qin Yu's body's tiny cells had undergone some magical changes. However, at this moment, as Qin Yu continued to learn those movements, the cells unexpectedly continued to absorb the heaven and earth aura and began to change once again. Each cell is like a bottomless pit. These heaven and earth spiritual Kai influx instantly was completely swallowed, although the heaven and earth spiritual Kai completely wrapped Qin Yu's whole body, even to the point of becoming a mist. But so much heaven and earth spiritual Kai is still far from enough to be absorbed by the body. If one cell absorbed that much, how many cells were there in Qin Yu's entire body, which also showed the infinite potential of human beings? These 36 pairs of mysterious images of the Tong Tian diagram really do have a magical power. Qin Yu pressed down the excitement in his heart and studied these 36 movements wholeheartedly, striving for perfection in every single movement, including the subtle movements of his fingers, all of which had to be exactly the same. Qin Yu realized that the more accurate the movements became, the speed of absorption of the heaven and earth aura increased greatly. 36 movements at the beginning of learning, Qin Yu felt very awkward. However, as he continues to learn, when the movements become more and more perfect, Qin Yu feels that these 36 movements are so comfortable to do, and all the muscles and tendons of the body have a comfortable feeling from the inside out. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do it on your own. The moon was slowly setting over the willow tops. The sky was gradually brightening, however. Qin Yu was still immersed in this set of movements, and his movements were becoming more and more natural, although the movements were peculiar. Qin Yu was no longer feeling awkward and weird when he performed them. Smooth and natural. Qin Yu finally felt this wonderful feeling. 36 movements were performed. Qin Yu reached the most basic, smooth, and natural point. At this moment, what shocked Qin Yu the most was that heaven and earth aura that wrapped around his whole body had changed. It was no longer the mist-like form of the past, but formed 36-arm, thick air currents that penetrated and merged from Qin Yu's entire body at a speed much faster than in the past. And by the time he reached the realm of 36-arm, thick air currents circling the body, time had already passed. 3 days and 3 nights. 3 whole days and 3 nights, such a long period of time. Qin Yu did not eat or drink, completely immersed in this set of movements, and it was only at this moment when he stopped that he felt the obviousness of the changes in his body, refreshed and not hungry at all. This feeling is really good. Tao of essence erupted from Qin Yu's eyes. At this moment, he was excited in his heart, no matter what mysteries this Tong Tian diagram has. But just these images on the surface have already brought me such a great change. This has already made me very satisfied. At this moment, even if he didn't want this first piece of the heavenly diagram, Qin Yu wouldn't care, because that 36 diagrams Qin Yu had already completely recorded in his mind. Of course, Qin Yu did not believe that the mystery of the Tong Tian diagram was that simple 36 pairs of diagrams. If one could succeed by learning these diagrams alone, then for countless years, someone must have realized the mystery long ago. Moreover, Qin Yu did not believe that by refining the body alone, he would be able to reach the level of that person in the legend back then. Little Black, Qin Yu shouted with a smile when he saw the black eagle, who was taking a nap in the courtyard. Zhao steeply opened his eyes, seeing Qin Yu finally stop training. He also excitedly flapped his wings. It was bored to death with Qin Yu's constant training in the past 3 days. After such a long time, it's time to turn in my mission. If I don't turn in my mission, Skyn, it is probably going to rule that I failed my mission. Qin Yu thought in his heart. At that moment, Qin Yu took the iron box containing Zhenx's human head, while sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, and left the town. The Black Hawk winds up at a surprisingly fast speed. I'm also a gold medal assassin now. After changing his form and bones, Qin Yu, wearing a golden mask, left a branch of Skynet with a large amount of silver bills in his arms. That Skynet's head knew that I'm a killer shooting star, and was so enthusiastic. That's something that's never happened before. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Just now he paid the task. That person in charge of Qin Yu is very enthusiastic. In the past, when Qin Yu paid the task, the person in charge is a cold face, formulaic service. This can't blame Qin Yu for sighing so much. Qin Yu did not know that the gold medal killer status is very high, and even the gold medal killer, which is also divided into upper and lower. Killing a pre-advanced stage is also a gold medal killer. Killing a mid-advanced stage is also a gold medal killer, and killing a late-advanced stage is also a gold medal killer. Of course, these 3 gold medal killers could not be considered the same. Qin Yu killed Zhenzu is a late innate master. Qin Yu now, even among the gold medal killers, belongs to the upper class. Such an elite figure, a small branch of the person in charge of the natural. Extremely enthusiastic, very much. Qin Yu had just left the branch, but the person in charge of the heavenly net branch immediately ordered, "Killer Meteor has just left, quickly check his identity." Although Skynet has a rule that it does not check the identity of any outside network member, however, the gold medal killer is an innate expert, and the Skynet leader personally ordered to check the identity of the killer Meteor. Skynet naturally had to check it. But their people had just tried to track it, but they found that, "My lord, there are no Slayer Meteor figures on East Street. My lord, There are no Slayer meteor figures on West Street. The person in charge was immediately puzzled. Strange, is that meteor still capable of flying? Why can't I find it? Indeed, Kinyu can fly. At the moment he is sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, flying in the 9 heavenly heights. On the ground above even a shadow cannot be seen. The Black Eagle is too high and too fast. Check the identity of Kinyu, but it is harder than heaven. High in the sky of the 9 heavens, Kinyu felt the strong wind blowing. Father has not allowed me to participate in his plan. Now I am already an innate expert. Kinyu's heart is thrilled at the moment. The thought of his father knowing that he is an innate expert. Kinyu is thrilled, and he, Kinyu, is also the submerged dragon continent's unprecedented first innate external expert. When Kinyu was small, he did not understand. He thought that his father did not come to see him, is not love him. He's so hard to cultivate. After growing up, Kinyu understood the truth. His father is fully committed to the plan to destroy the Zhang family. His elder brother and second brother are also involved in it. Kinyu very much want to help his father. However, his father refused him on the grounds that he had not yet reached the innate. Finally, Kinyu became an innate expert. Little Black flies straight to Yanjing City. Kinyu crushed the golden mask and got rid of all the items that could expose his killer identity. And then he performed the changing shape and bones to once again turn into Kinyu's original appearance. Kinyu was already a bit impatient in his heart. Zio-Hai seemed to know Kinyu's mood as well, and with a sharp high whistle, his wings shook. His speed increased once again, transforming into a black light that flew straight to Yanjing City. Episode 3, The 49 Heavenly Robberies Chapter 4. Thunderbolts from a clear sky medium at this moment. It was already late fall. The autumn wind rose, the dead leaves fell, but the calm white sand town welcomed some special people. In an ancient mansion, the first rich man of the subterranean dragon continent, Jusan's men and horses, and the expert team sent by the emperor of the Chu dynasty, Zhang Guang, the two parties gathered in this mansion, and both parties were cautious. But the strength of the two parties was not at all at a level, and Jusan, for some reason, had sent only one innate expert among the team, and it was only a pre-initiation one. The people Zhang Guang sent out, however, were all experts, and there were quite a few innate experts. My name is Yifeng. We have brought our things. Where are yours? A handsome and beautiful man with an evil smile on his face directly said. This Yifeng was none other than the younger brother of Yi Yan, the commander of the secret army Bearing Dragon Army, and the vice commander of the Bearing Dragon Army. The leader of Jusan's side was a fat old man, who smiled and said, Do you all still need to worry? We are just this many people, but we don't dare to cheat you. The corpse of the demonic beast saber-toothed tiger intact, carry it up. This fat old man bellowed. At once from the room there are 4 big men carrying a 5-meter long dark red tiger's body up. The 16 sharp spikes are on behalf of the identity of this tiger. Demonic beast saber-toothed tiger. A demonic beast is indeed a demonic beast. It's surprising that even the corpse hasn't rotted for such a long time. Yifeng said with a faint smile. The fat old man shook his head and said, Mr. the demonic beast is certainly a prodigal body, and it takes a long time for it to rot and stink. But we also sprinkled some land-dry powder on this saber-toothed tiger's corpse, which has ensured that the saber-toothed tiger's corpse did not decay in any way for such a long period of time. Tisk, land-dry powder. The world's #1 tycoon deserves to be the world's #1 tycoon. Yifeng tisked and sighed in admiration. All right, we have experienced the goods. You guys can take a look at our stuff as well. Yifeng waved his hand, and a person behind him immediately held out a jade box. When he opened the jade box, the square-shaped jade was emitting channels of 7-colored light. The fat old man's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing at the square-shaped jade. Dao Jingguang flashed, and in a flash, he raised his head and laughed. There is no need for a careful inspection. We believe in the credibility of the royal family. Good, happy cooperation, everyone, in the future. Our boss will also have a lot of business with the Xiang family royalty. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Come on, people, take that saber-toothed tiger corpse. Yi Feng gave an order, and 4 people immediately came out behind him. And as soon as they did, they lifted up that huge corpse, while the fat old man also took over the Tong Tian diagram. Both parties cooperated sincerely and pleasantly, and at this moment a burst of faint, almost invisible smoke drifted over, and at once a celebrity collapsed powerlessly, and the 4 big men carrying the saber-toothed tiger's body also instantly collapsed, and then it was bleeding from 7 holes and died on the spot. Not good, the smoke is poisonous. The fat old man's voice sounded at the same time. In just a moment, the fat old man's side all died of poisoning, except for the fat old man. On the other hand, on Yi Feng's side, a large number of men and women fell continuously, leaving only 8 people still standing. And these 8 people were the innate experts among the men and women who had come this time. An innate expert could hold his breath and perform innate fetal breath. The poisonous mist was naturally useless, and even if one inhaled a little bit, with the innate true Kai of an innate expert, one could still quickly carry out their work to force the poison. Kinde's people, Yi Feng's voice went ice cold. Kinde, the emperor's matter, how dare you intervene? Are you going to revolt? Yi Feng's voice was so loud that it spread directly towards the outside of the courtyard. This was the ground of the 3 counties in the eastern region, so besides Zhendong King Kinde, who else would know about this matter? Even if they knew, who else would have the guts to dare to intervene? Rebellion, Zhang Guang, that guy has Zhenx's help. I think he also knows the matter of the king. Although things have come to this point, but the house of cards still needs to be set up. We will not publicly exterminate your Zhang family for the time being, but as long as we kill all of you, Zhang Guang doesn't have enough evidence, right? An old voice rang out. Lion Yan took the lead, and a total of 3 people walked into the courtyard. Seeing that these 3 people are not afraid of the poisonous mist, it is obvious that they are all innate experts. However, only 3 people, while Yi Feng's side is 8 people. That fat old man is also an innate expert. But even Yi Feng had an ugly face. Zhendong King, our boss is. The fat old man was about to say something, but shoo, a cold light flashed, and the fat old man died with his eyes wide open. Behind Lion Yan, a black, clothed old man smiled coldly and killed an innate expert with a single move, and the fat old man was simply powerless to resist. There were a total of 3 people on Zhendong King Kinde's side, 2 late innate experts, and Lion Yan, a super expert who had reached the innate great circle. The innate great perfection was the pinnacle of the late innate stage. Reaching the innate great perfection was immediately followed by the 4 9 heavenly tribulations. The Zhendong King is indeed strong enough, but just 3 people are going to come and snatch it. It's too much to look down on us, Yi Feng said in a cold voice. Behind Yi Feng there were 7 more people. Only one of these 7 people was in the late innate stage. Most of the others were in the mid-innate stage as well as in the early innate stage, while Yi Feng himself was only in the mid-innate stage in terms of strength comparison. The 3 major masters that Kinde had sent out, especially Lion Yan, who was in the great innate stage, was simply unbeatable. Both of you, don't bullshit with them, just do it. Lion Yan blandly said, yes, Senior Lion. The 2 black, clothed old men bowed under Kinde's command. Lion Yan's status was extremely high. No matter what kind of experts they were, when they saw Lion Yan, they all addressed him as Senior Lion. This was not only because of Lion Yan's powerful strength, but also because of Lion Yan's old seniority. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Surround and attack. Exterminate the late innate ones first. At once, the 8 innate masters, including Yi Feng, rushed towards Lion Yan and killed the 3 of them, while Lion Yan smiled faintly and didn't move. The 2 black, clothed old men behind Lion Yan rushed side by side with a flash of their figures. Brush, Lion Yan's figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. The only late innate expert among Yi Feng's 8 people steeply felt bad, and in accordance with the fear in his heart, he slashed out directly towards the slanting rear, Pong. With a sound, Lion Yan's figure appeared in front of him and smiled faintly. The reaction is quite fast. Steeply, a brilliant blade aura bloomed. This late innate expert panicked and raised his sword to resist. However, through the body of the sword, a sharp innate sword Kai came through the body and directly attacked this late innate expert. Body and then peng, with a sound, the innate expert's body cracked open. With the only late innate expert dead, Lion Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. However, before Lion Yan closed his sword, Lion Yan's face changed. Immediately his figure flashed and dodged far away, but there was still a sharp whistling sound, and a bloodstain appeared on Lion Yan's face, and the melee stopped at once. The middle-aged man dressed in pink looked at Lion Yan with a smile. Whispering, "It's you," Lion Yan's eyes flashed with a stern aura, "Lord Father." When Yi Feng saw this pink, righteous, middle-aged man, he bowed and said. This middle-aged man was none other than the actual leader of the team this time, Elder Whisper, and the father of the commander of the Hegemony Dragon Army, Yi Yan. The previous leader of Hegemony Dragon Army, Yi Qingyi, was the name of this elder of language. Lion Yan, the scenery has not diminished. I was slightly slow to strike, and you killed a late innate expert. But, this time, Lion Yan, you won't be able to run away. Yi Qingyan smiled faintly, brilliant as a colorful peach blossom. A cold light flashed between those slender fingers. Lion Yan glanced at Yi Qingyi, an unprecedented light emanating from his eyes. If Qin Yu was there, he would definitely be surprised. Because Lion Yan was generally very calm, even in Cloud Mist Villa, he mostly sat quietly and was rarely excited, especially as excited as he was now. Whispering, "Do you still remember 160 years ago?" Lion Yan smiled. Yi Qingyan gave a slight contemplation before smiling. Lion Yan, "You still remember that battle 160 years ago? But back then you were too weak. You couldn't even protect your own daughter and wife. Luckily, in the end, the Zhendong King's men came and you saved your life. This time you won't be able to run away." Reaching the innate realm, one could live up to 500 years. This Yi Qingyi and Lion Yan were both people who had lived for hundreds of years, and both of them had also reached the innate Great Perfection realm. However, they have not been able to usher in the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Some people reach the innate Great Circle one day, ushered in the 49 heavenly robberies. Some people reach the innate Great Circle until old age, cannot wait for the 49 heavenly robberies. This is what depends on the realization and cannot be forced at all. Run, why run? After waiting for over 100 years, this is the day I've been waiting for. Lion Yan's eyes steeply flashed with a stern aura. You guys kill the others. I'll deal with Yi Qing, you. Yes, the two black-clothed old men immediately bowed. While Lion Yan was staring at Yi Qingyan, a skyrocketing stern aura pressed towards Yi Qingyan. The aura was overbearing and harsh, and the knife on Lion Yan's waist began to tremble. Yi Qingyi frowned slightly before stretching out her orchid fingers and smiling to meet Lion Yan. The two confronted each other, but one didn't grab the first shot. Innate great perfection, if one didn't have a genius treasure or a supreme divine skill. If one wanted to reach this realm, one would have passed at least 100 years. Unless there is a ancestral dragon technique, type of top-level feats, or getting some geniuses and treasures in the flood to reach it within a few decades. Ah, miserable screams rang out and the sounds of killing continued. The two black-clothed old men killed Yi Feng and the other 7. Limbs flew up and blood was scattered all over the ground. The two black-clothed old men also suffered some injuries, but they also killed one person and wasted one person under the siege of the 7 people. Yi Qing, you and Lion Yan, however, did not even look at those people. Clank. The war knife at Lion Yan's waist was abruptly sheathed. A stern blade aura suddenly bloomed, and in a flash, it had already arrived in front of Yi Qingyu, chopping through Yi Qingyu's body. Lion Yan grabbed the sword with his probing hand. His body shape was like electricity. Following the sword aura, he also killed towards Yi Qingyu. As the blade passed, the silhouettes dispersed. The blade just sliced through Yi Lightning's body, while Yi Lightning's figure was reduced to nothingness. Ah, a black, clothed old man let out a steep cry, only to see a tiny hole appear in the center of his eyebrow area. And then he was scraped alive into pieces by several people from Yi Feng. Yi King, Yu's figure appeared on the other side, into an orchid finger gently pinching an embroidery needle. Lion Yan, you should know that my speed is the fastest, right? How can you use a stance like that? Yi Kingian said with a slight flick of his sleeve. Abruptly his face changed as he realized that Lion Yan had already disappeared. Immediately Yi Kingian closed. His eyes. Yi Light language figure flash also steeply disappeared. At the same time, a burst of gold and iron intersection clanging sound resounded. At the same time, the two figures appeared in front of eyes of the crowd, but in a flash, the two figures disappeared again. Pom, 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 pom. Only a burst of exchanging sounds could be heard. The speed of the two of them had completely reached its limit. With the physiological function of human eyes, it was simply impossible to see any more. Ha 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 ha. Painful, painful. Lion Yan's ha-ha laugh sounded steeply, and his laugh was filled with dominance and bravado. Lion Yan, I didn't expect you to really have some skills. Yi Kingian's slightly feminine voice also sounded, blood flowers in the sky, but the two figures are extremely fast. Other people simply cannot see. Steeply the two figures appeared and stood, facing each other. A tiny hole appeared in Lion Yan's chest, and blood flowed out. And Yi Light language also did not have the dashing ease of the past. At this moment his hair is scattered. The abdomen even has an obvious knife wound. Blood is also cooing out. Ha-ha, Lion Yan steeply looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard. Flowers blossom and fall, spring and fall. How many years, I Lion Yan waited for this day. When Lai died in my arms, I have no interest in life. Life in the world, no feelings, I live and why. Money, power, I do not care. When Lai died, I live in the world, is to remember the past and is to kill you. But for so many years, you have been hiding in the depths of the old lair of the bully dragon army. This time, Lion Yan's gaze was completely fixed on Yi Lightning. It's the heavens helping me. I finally found you. Ha-ha, Yi Lightning. Come on, have a painful battle. A blinding golden light from the body of Lion Yan burst out, and then Lion Yan whole person as if a golden sun as blinding. The body's surface is a tough body protection astral kai, the aura of strong, far more than the original Zhenzu. Yi King, you frowned slightly as she sensed Lion Yan's domineering aura, as well as his unrelenting aura. You, old man, you are quite difficult to deal with. Yi Kingi said impatiently. Yi Kingi's body began to appear Dao silver and black light. Her hair also floated up. Each hair flashed with a sharp light. The embroidery needle in Yi Kingi's hand was inconspicuous. Boom, the sound of air explosions rang out steeply, and with Yi Lightning and Lion Yan as the center, the air within a 10-meter radius burst into flames. On the side of the only remaining black, clothed old man facing a siege of 4 people led by Yi Feng, when he killed one of them just now, he was already seriously injured. These 4 people are all in the middle stage of the innate, although he is in the late stage of the innate. After all, he was seriously injured. It is difficult for one person to kill 4 people. Steep a burst of explosions came. The entire courtyard ground was blown up. Dust flew up. The violent power made Yi Feng's 4 people and the black, clothed old man had to retreat to the side, temporarily stopping the fight as they all looked at the center of the courtyard. 10,000 arrows through the heart. Yi King, Yu's shrill voice rang out as her head full of silver hair turned into a sharp arrow, stabbing straight at Lion Yan in front of her. A trace of condescension appeared on Yi King, Yu's face. It would be impossible to attack every single silver hair to the point of breaking through Lion Yan's protective astral kai. His real killing move is the embroidery needle hidden in the silver hair. Palm! When Lion Yan's sword slashed down, Yi King, Yu's long hair curled around the sword, and Lion Yan could no longer slash down. At the same time, 10 million strands of hair were like arrows stabbing Lion Yan's whole body, and the 10 embroidered needles hidden in them were also attacking with horrifying Kai energy hidden in the strands of hair. Lion Yan found the embroidery needle, but he didn't hide because he didn't want to. When revenge was avenged, it would be a mind-numbing exhaustion for him to live. Ha ha ha. Lion Yan steeply lifted his head to the sky and laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. Ah, with a miserable scream, Yi King Yu's head flew up in the air, the wide eyes filled with disbelief, and his hair was chopped off. Yi King Yu's head rolled down to the ground, curling up in dust, and Yi Feng and the others who were watching the battle from the side were dumbfounded. 10 holes also appeared in Lion Yan's chest, and all 10 of those embroidery needles pierced into his body, but he smiled. At this moment, he had a dark red battle sword in his hand. This battle sword, which was none other than a mid-grade spiritual weapon refined from the amazing blazing iron in stone, was something that Lion Yan had been storing away in his body. At first, Lion Yan had only used the weapon from the past, and at the most critical moment, he had steeply taken out this mid-grade spiritual weapon, and with a single slash, he had severed the long silver hair and decapitated Yi Lightning's head. Yi King Yu's speed was extremely fast. If she had known earlier that Lion Yan had such a spirit weapon battle sword, she would have probably fled earlier. Sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, soaring above the 9 heavens, Qin Yu was unimpeded. What a strong aura. Zio-hai, stop. Qin Yu clearly felt that there is a strong and terrifying breath below. Although the distance from the high altitude to the ground is very far, but that breath is really too strong. The general innate experts are able to sense, and Qin Yu's senses are so sensitive, naturally feel. It's Grandpa Lion's aura. Qin Yu realized it when he carefully discerned it. Little Black, go down. Qin Yu couldn't care much and immediately said. The Black Eagle immediately swooped down, and in just a few moments, Qin Yu could see the tiny courtyard from high up in the sky. At this moment, Lion Yan was chopping off Yi Qingyi's head with a knife. Ha 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 ha. Lion Yan laughed up to the sky, but tears were flowing down his face. Qin Yu saw Lion Yan's chest one hole after another at a glance that was pierced by 10 embroidery needles. Qin Yu is proficient in the medical path, and instantly judged that this hole is right. The vitals of the human body, looking at that one hole after another, Qin Yu was as if he was struck by a thunderbolt from the clear sky, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Qin Yu's mind was completely blank. A feeling of suffocation made him feel dizzy after a few moments, but what seemed to be an extremely long period of time in Qin Yu's mind, Qin Yu was able to completely ease his mind. Grandpa Lion, Qin Yu's hoarse voice rang out violently, while Qin Yu directly jumped down from the Black Eagle's back and reached Lion Yan's side in a flash. Lion Yan looked up and saw Qin Yu jumping down. His face faintly had a trace of a kind smile. Little Yu, you even came, to be able to see you before I die. God treats me not too badly. Although he had suffered a serious injury to the point of death. But just by looking at Lion Yan's speech, he could not tell at all that he was seriously injured. Even Grandpa, Qin Yu did not know what to say. Looking at the horrible injuries, Qin Yu tears flowed down. Little Feather, don't cry. It's normal to be born old and die. You've even lived long enough for your grandfather. Dying now is not a big deal. Lion Yan wiped the tears on Qin Yu's face and persuaded him. Suddenly, Lion Yan's eyebrows slightly frowned, and the whole person suddenly sat down on the ground. Grandpa Lion, let's go. I'll take you to the doctor. Qin Yu said as he was about to carry Lion Yan onto the Black Eagle's back. Little Feather, don't toss. I know you are proficient in the medical path. Look at my injuries. Don't you know that I have reached my deathbed? Your Grandpa Lion is now heavily injured in his body, relying on the thick innate true Kai in his body to be able to speak a few more words with you. Lion Yan smiled. Qin Yu bites his lip in his heart, although he is unwilling to admit it. He can also see that what his Grandpa Lion said is indeed true. At this moment, Lion Yan was holding on with a mouthful of innate true Kai in his body. Yea, tilde, 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 father ah. You guys quickly give me on. First kill that black-clothed old man, then kill that old undead. Yifeng's resentful voice rang out. Yifeng could also see that Lion Yan was seriously injured to death and was simply defenseless. A trace of coldness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu, don't be impulsive, hurry up and go. All 4 of them are in the mid-assertion stage. That old man in black is under your father. Now he is also seriously injured and won't be able to hold out for long. Lion Yan was busy persuading Qin Yu, although Qin Yu had reached the innate realm, but Lion Yan couldn't see it at all. Subterranean dragon continent experts view each other's strength, are sensing the Kai in each other's body. When they reached the innate realm, the innate true Kai was inside their bodies, which was simple enough. However, Qin Yu was different from any innate expert. There was no innate true Kai in his body. He was strong in body, strong in power, and strong in speed. So even Lion Yan was unable to tell Qin Yu's strength. After all, the strength of one's muscles was difficult to determine accurately. Grandpa Lion, don't worry. I'm confident in solving them. Grandpa Lion, let me tell you a secret. I have already cultivated my external gong to the innate realm. The innate realm of external gong is completely different from the innate realm of internal gong, but the strength is much stronger. What Qin Yu was thinking in his mind at the moment was just to make Lion Yan a little happier. Lion Yan's eyes lit up. External energy reaches the innate realm. No one has been able to reach the innate in external energy from ancient times to the present day. Lion Yan saw Qin Yu's eyes and knew in his heart that Qin Yu had not deceived him. However, the person who will die, Lion Yan, is also comforted in his heart and quickly calms down. Ah! With a miserable scream, the black-clothed old man, who had been seriously injured long ago, was killed by the 4 great innate experts. Haha, old man, how dare you kill my father? I will kill you by 1,000 cuts. I'll make sure you don't have a good death. Yifeng stared at Lion Yan, but he was extremely hateful, and his entire handsome face was hideous. Lion Yan's face was white at the moment. Qin Yu's face changed. He knew that Lion Yan could not hold out any longer, and he was busy hugging Lion Yan. Shut up! Qin Yu violently waited for Yifeng with a cold drink. The cold light in his eyes was like a sharp knife stabbing at Yifeng. He didn't want to be disturbed even before he died. That Yifeng was dumbfounded by Qin Yu's that drank, especially that gaze, which made Yifeng froze for a while. Qin Yu looked at his Grandpa Lion. All he wanted at the moment was for Grandpa Lion to leave this world in peace. Lion Yan looked at the sky, but in his eyes were meters of fantasy, remembering the scene of the first time he met with his love in the golden phoenix pond. Dewflower's reflections, smoke and barren. Dipped in blue, the spirit of the swamp waves warm. The golden willow shakes the wind tree. Tai colorful boat dragon boat, remote shore. Thousands of rainbow bridges, and GC's teeth, leading straight to the water temple. Around the golden embankment, man yan fish and dragons play. Clusters of beautiful spring luoki, noisy sky silk pipe. Yan Beijing, Jinfeng pool, I people still. Voice gradually lowered. Lion Yan had a smile on his face when he died. Qin Yu is still young. He, without experiencing many things, he couldn't understand Lion Yan's heart. But he was able to feel that his Grandpa Lion died in a relaxed and calm manner, without a hint of sadness. Grandpa Lion, Qin Yu whispered in a trembling voice. From childhood to adulthood, the one who really accompanied Qin Yu for the longest time was Lion Yan. When he was in the royal residence, he was the one who brought up Lion Yan, and when he waited until he arrived at Cloud Mist Villa, he was also the one who brought up Lion Yan. It could be said that the time Lion Yan spent with him was much longer than even his father, Qin De. Kid done grieving, Yifeng sneered. Qin Yu is simply unbearable, this Yifeng a glance, and Yifeng is angry. Just now was Qin Yu so angry drink, even drank he froze. He is naturally shy and angry, but he is not a playboy, and at the moment his heart hates the most is Lion Yan. Because Lion Yan killed his father. Lord Father, child is unfilial, now child will avenge you. Yifeng knelt down at Yiking Yu's corpse, and then turned around and stood up, coldly ordering, "Do it. Kill that kid. That old guy dared to kill my father. I will definitely kill him by 1,000 cuts, and the corpse will be tortured to the extreme to avenge for my father. Sama, yes." The three mid-innate experts immediately bowed, in their eyes. Such a brat as Qin Yu was not even in their eyes. "What did you just say?" Qin Yu gently lowered Lion Yan's body and slowly stood up, his cold and stern gaze shooting straight at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Death by 1,000 cuts for that old thing. What's wrong?" A wicked smile appeared on Yi Feng's face before he stared at his three henchmen. "You three. Tell that brat what the consequences are for daring to meddle. 2 brothers, a little guy, it'll be fine on my own." A short man hemmed and hawed. Qin Yu, however, narrowed his eyes slightly as a cold light leaked out from them. "Kid, suffer death." Shorty's figure flashed the long knife in his hand, then cut towards Qin Yu. The speed was much faster than that Nalan's siblings, but unfortunately, today's Qin Yu had improved a lot more than the one who killed Zhen Zhu that day. A dark red glove violently appeared on both of Qin Yu's fists. A medium-grade spiritual weapon, amazing blazing fist gloves. Qin Yu's body shape, there are 3 residual shadow, at the same time, pong sound of iron and gold crunch. That immortal level sword was turned into a fragment, and shattered the sword's iron fist. It turned into a stream of light, straight to stab the dwarf's throat. Fist and finger penetration attack. The dwarf, who was still shocked at the shattering of his sword, didn't react at all. Qin Yu's fist, indexed 1,000 kilograms of power, was completely gathered at that point. Bang. With a sound, a hole appeared directly in the dwarf's throat. Boom. Shorty fell to the ground with a Y. Died thud, never to stand up again. Those Y. Died eyes as if they still couldn't believe it all. Yi Feng, as well as the other 2 middle innate experts, had their mouths wide open for a while but did not close them, just looking at Qin Yu in shock, and then at the fallen and already dead middle innate expert, recalling in their minds Qin Yu's astonishingly extreme speed just now, as well as the strength of directly shattering the immortal battle blade. "You 3, prepare to be buried for my grandpa lion." Qin Yu's entire body was rushing with power. Even the power in the depths of his cells began to boil. An external expert who had reached the innate realm. Just how strong was his strongest attack? Qin Yu's eyes were cold and exuded a murderous aura as he stared at the 3 people in front of him. Lion Yan's death had filled Qin Yu's heart with indignation and unwillingness, and now the 3 people in front of him had obviously become the object of Qin Yu's venting. Moreover, these 3 people were also on the same side as the one who had killed his own grandfather lion, Yi Qingyan. "Phew, just a little guy. Just now Shorty was careless. Don't let him scare you." Yi Feng shook his head violently, and then stared at Qin Yu as if he was a viper in death, slim, ugly. "The 3 of us will go together and directly kill this brat." When Yi Feng's 2 men heard Yi Feng's order, they also nodded their heads immediately. They were also surprised by the fact that Qin Yu had killed their partner in one move just now. Only if the 3 of them teamed up would they have enough courage. All 3 of Yi Feng stared at Qin Yu dead in the face as the innate true Kai in their entire body began to boil up. The 3 people's Kai are emitted, completely wrapped Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu is like a turtle in a jar. Pum, pum. Xuan iron arm guards as well as Xuan iron leg guards lifted a down, casually thrown aside. Smashed in the courtyard on top of the bluestone, issued a heavy rumble. Yi Feng 3 people immediately changed face just now. Qin Yu speed so fast, surprisingly, still with the speed of the weight. "Grandpa Lion, please wait, after Little Feather kills them, he will take you back," Qin Yu said quietly. Qin Yu's mind couldn't help but recall scenes from his childhood with Lion Yan as a young child. Qin Yu was beside Lion Yan all day long, asking for Lion Yan's help to tell him stories, and in midst of Lion Yan's stories, Qin Yu went to Dreamland time and time again. Once upon a time, there was a talented man who studied hard for 10 years. Every time he tells a story, Lion Yan always starts with "once upon a time there was a." Qin Yu closes his eyes, and is able to recall the scene where Lion Yan was telling a story in front of his bed until he fell asleep. The scene was so cozy, however, from now on, that kindly Grandpa Lion can no longer be seen. Can't be seen anymore. Qin Yu could not help but slightly moisturize his eyes. Phew, with a flash of his body, without the slightest sound of wind, Qin Yu had already disappeared. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, full force of a fist directly bombarded in the abdomen of the thin man. Qin Yu's single hand can now hold up over 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, and a fist hit out is over 10,000 pounds. The impact of the strong, horrible boom. Thin man abdomen violently shocked, but did not break. But the thin man is the eyes protruding, 7 orifices of blood. His internal organs are nearly 0 pounds of impact by a fist completely shattered. Under the impact force of nearly 0 pounds, the thin man's innate true Kai could not withstand it. One punch kills a mid-innate expert. However, Qin Yu's mind was simply uncontrollably recalling scene after scene. Those warmly, familiarly, scenes that Qin Yu would never be able to forget in his future lifetime. Grandpa Lion, open the door quickly. I am Zio Yu. I have something to say to you. Open the door quickly. Qin Yu shouted eagerly. A moment later, the lights in the room were on. Little Yu Grandpa just fell asleep not long before you woke him up. With the cordial voice, the door of the room opens. A kindly flower, armored old man appeared in front of Qin Yu with his coat on. That night, his own Grandpa Lion carefully recounted the difference between internal and external strength, the difference between the Haoshan masters, the innate masters, and also the upper immortals, and that night, in Grandpa Lion's kind words, a world of cultivation was revealed to Qin Yu. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, as if he was back in that nighttime hut with the kindly Grandpa Lion in it. Watch out, ugly man! Yi Feng let out a loud shout. A cold light in his hand shot directly to Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not even the slightest avoidance, a fist out, a sound of gold and iron, that embroidery needle into a crushed powder, and Qin Yu's body shape as if a gust of wind to the side of the ugly man. Go to hell. The ugly man slashed viciously at Qin Yu. The ugly man steeply let out a miserable scream. Qin Yu had just kicked a leg straight. The terrifying power blatantly kicked off the ugly man's knee, and then one hand into a claw directly grabbed the ugly man's spinal vitals. The finger force through the amazing, incandescent fist gloves directly acted on the spinal vitals. With a mournful scream, the ugly man fell to the ground in a heap, his entire body twitching continuously, and fresh blood seeped out of his mouth. Scenes in Qin Yu's mind kept flashing by, from childhood to adulthood. Scene after scene flashed by, those scenes with Lion Yan, and he couldn't help but make a smile appear on Qin Yu's face. A smile as if a child had met a loved one's elders, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yu raised his head and looked at Yi Feng with just such a smile. You're the only one left. Yi Feng saw that Qin Yu that smile from the heart, but felt a chill in his heart. Just a split second, 2 intermediate innate masters were so killed. Yi Feng, he was only intermediate innate, so Yi Feng's reaction was escape. Recalling quickly, the scene in Qin Yu's mind changed abruptly. He recalled the scene just now, the ghastly scene on the Black Eagle's back when he saw that Lion Yan had had 10 holes in his body. Qin Yu's face changed immediately. Qin Yu stared at Yi Feng in front of him. With a single movement of his body, Qin Yu transformed into a trail of residual shadows. Go to hell, stop chasing, go to hell. Yi Feng in fear screamed while shooting one embroidery needle after another at Qin Yu. Looking at the embroidery needle that shot towards him emitting an icy cold light, Qin Yu's eyes violently erupted with a piercing light. He seemed to have seen the scene of his own lion grandfather being stabbed by the embroidery needle, with so many holes all over his body. A hissing wild roar sounded, and Yi Feng immediately trembled. He clearly felt that the roar was approaching him at great speed. Even if he drummed up the innate true Kai in his body again, his speed was far inferior to the pursuing people behind him. Since he couldn't escape, Yi Feng let out a fierce scream. turned around abruptly and stabbed at Qin Yu with embroidery needles cupped in both hands. Pom, 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 needle crush, arm shattering, and with those wide, incredulous eyes. Continuous booms accompanied Yi Feng's miserable screams. Qin Yu's iron fist shattered the embroidery needle, shattered Yi Feng's arms, and finally Qin Yu's right fist slightly protruded into a fist, finger that directly attacked Yi Feng's brow area, with a strong, penetrating force that directly penetrated into the interior of the brain. Collecting his hands, Qin Yu turned towards Lion Yan without even glancing at Yi Feng. Boom! Yi Feng fell to the ground with a loud bang. A stream of blood slowly flowed out from his mouth and nose. He was already dead. In a short blink of an eye, the 4 major mid-innate experts were all killed by Qin Yu. Having cultivated the 36 copies of the first Tongtian II, Qin Yu's strength had increased quite a bit, however. Qin Yu's strength was at most comparable to Zhengx's, even with the addition of the middle-grade spiritual weapon. Whereas the other party was 4 mid-innate stages, it was logical that even winning would not be so easy. But Qin Yu is the best at group warfare. He is not at all afraid of the other side of the people, although the other side of the 4 people. But with Qin Yu's stance, every time the real fight, Qin Yu is only facing one person. Grandpa Lion, let's go home. Qin Yu walked to Lion Yan's side and said cordially, speaking in the same tone as usual when Qin Yu spoke to Lion Yan. Qin Yu still seemed to treat Lion Yan as a living person. At this moment outside the courtyard, footsteps sounded sharply with the sound of strong wind. A bleak, loathed old man with a team of people appeared in the courtyard. This bleak, loathed old man saw the scene in the courtyard. His face changed. Qin Yu as slightly raised his head to coldly look at the bleak, loathed old man. The bleak, loathed old man saw Qin Yu's face and instantly knelt down and said, "See the Third Highness, subordinate down late." Late, Qin Yu repeated in a low voice, but his heart was filled with anger. If it had been a little bit earlier, it was estimated that his own grandfather Lion wouldn't have died. Yet these people had come late. Moreover, Qin Yu had once seen this bleak, loathed old man beside his own father, and knew that he was one of his father's beloved. The things here you bring back to the royal residence. As for Grandpa Lion, I bring it back yourself. Qin Yu's voice was ice cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. Qin Yu put on his Chuan iron arm guards and Chuan iron leg guards while holding Lion Yan in his arms. With a long whistling sound from Qin Yu, the black eagle swooped down as a black light, and with a flash of Qin Yu's body, he got onto the eagle's back. Little Blackie, return to the royal residence, Qin Yu gently said. The black eagle seemed to sense the sadness in Qin Yu's heart, and instead of frolicking around as in the past, his wings shook as he rushed towards the Yanjing City royal mansion at the fastest speed possible. The bleak, loathed old man watched Qin Yu disappear into the skies and the black eagle, his brows frowning slightly before ordering his men, quickly, lift the saber-toothed tiger quickly, and immediately step up the speed to send it to the king's mansion. The bleak, loathed old man himself was the one who collected that second piece of the heavenly figure. Lion Yan is dead, but that Yi Qingyi is also dead. It's not too bad. However, the King He and Lion Yan have extremely deep feelings. The blue-clothed old man's brows were deeply locked. Obviously, he felt that things were a little bad. In the middle of the royal residence in Yanjing City, under an ancient tree, Qin De and Zhu Yuan sat opposite each other, playing Go quietly with each other. Your Majesty, you lost again. Zhu Yuan gently put down a white stone and said with a smile. Qin De looked at him for a long time, shook his head with a smile and said, Zhu Yuan, your chess skill is getting more and more exquisite. Even I can't beat you anymore. Zhu Yuan looked at Qin De and shook his head. It's not that Zhu Yuan's chess skills have improved, but that today, your Majesty's heart can't be still. Qin De sighed and said, indeed, today, I always feel my heart beating and my mind can't be still. I'm always worried about Uncle Lion this time, and by all accounts, with Uncle Lion's strength today, along with the 2 late innate experts, resolving this matter shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, Your Highness Senior Lion is extremely strong, and there aren't many on Zhang Guang's side who can injure Senior Lion. Zhu Yuan laughed. Suddenly, Qin De stood up and looked up into the air. The black eagle swooped down and flew towards where Qin De was at great speed. On top of the black eagle was none other than Qin Yu sitting on his knees. Qin De smiled at once. He had been waiting for Qin Yu to come back. Qin Yu had left him with so much amazing blazing iron and stone, which was a huge fortune for him. Of course he had to reward Qin Yu. However, Qin De's smile froze as he saw another person in Qin Yu's arms. Peng, Qin Yu leapt off the black eagle's back and landed on the ground. Holding Lion Yan in his arms, Qin Yu just stared at Qin De flatly without moving. Qin De looked at Lion Yan in Qin Yu's arms. His face suddenly turned white. He tried to control himself and walked over step by step. Lion Yan's pale face with a smile appeared in his eyes. Father, Grandpa Lion died. Qin Yu's calm voice contained extreme mourning. How could this be? Lion Bo, he carries a spirit weapon, ah. Qin De's eyes moistened for a moment, and a moment later, Qin De suddenly asked Qin Yu, I'm asking you, is there a person named Yi Qingyu on Zhang Guang's side? Qin Yu shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what the identities of those people are. Qin De saw the holes in Lion Yan's body and side. These are the wounds from the embroidery needles. The only one from Zhang Guang's side who can use embroidery needles and injure Lion Bo is you. Qingyi, Lion Bo, he is finally relieved. Qin De had experienced many things in his life. He could naturally tell what was on Lion Yan's mind. The person who killed Grandpa Lion has already been killed by Grandpa Lion with a single slash. Qin Yu said directly. He was on the back of the Black Eagle at the beginning was to feel that Lion Yan and the two of them battle aura in being attracted. He came down just in time to see the scene where Lion Yan killed the other party and then looked up to the sky and laughed. Qin De took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Uncle Lion, he is relieved. You don't have to be too sad. Instead, you should be happy for your Grandpa Lion Yu. Qin Yu but did not say a word. Just looked at Lion Yan in his arms a few moments later. There were underlings of the royal family took over Lion Yan's body. Qin Yu looked at Lion Yan's body, was carried away but for a long time, but did not say a word, and then faintly said, Father, I am not in a good mood. I will go back to rest first. Don't let anyone come to disturb me. Qin Yu turned around directly after he finished speaking and walked towards the solitary courtyard that he specifically belonged to. In the middle of a solitary courtyard, Qin Yu sat quietly on the stone bench, looking at the willow tree in front of him, the willow branches fluttering. Qin Yu seemed to see the scene of himself and Lion Yan frolicking here when he was a child. Phew. Qin Yu's body moved, and surprisingly, he began to dance in the courtyard, completely following the movements of the 36 diagrams on the first Tongshan diagram. Qin Yu didn't think much about it at all. He just kept doing those movements at extreme speed. 36 arm, thick heaven and earth auras intertwined with each other in a ring shape, as if an armor wrapped around Qin Yu, and then these auras penetrated into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's tears dripped silently. Qin Yu's speed is getting faster and faster. He is not practicing at all, but just venting. Naturally, his movements are getting faster and faster. The 36 movements are getting faster and faster. Finally, the whole person is transformed into a gust of wind flickering in the solitary courtyard. The heaven and earth aura was getting thicker and thicker. The faster Qin Yu's speed was, the thicker and thicker this heaven and earth aura became, and finally when Qin Yu transformed into a breeze, like floating, the 36 Kai pillars of heaven and earth aura unexpectedly produced a faint silver light, and when the Kai pillars containing the silver light were integrated into the body, entire muscles violently trembled and rested. A drilling and tearing pain came from the body. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. The muscles on his face trembled. His eyes welled up with tears, and without the slightest inhibition, he looked up to the sky and roared long. I don't know whether it was because of the pain of the tearing in the body or the pain in his heart, but Qin Yu just roared long. The sound was continuous and continuous until There was no more air in his body, and only then did it stop, and after that, Qin Yu continuously breathed in a rough voice. Yuer, Qin Des' voice sounded outside. Qin Yu took a deep breath once and tried to calm down. Father, let me be calm for a period of time. Don't let anyone disturb me during this time. Just give me this period of time, okay? There was silence outside the solitary courtyard for a long time, and then the sound of footsteps gradually left. Beside the stone table in the solitary courtyard, Qin Yu just sat there, not moving a muscle. Sitting like this is a whole day and night, Qin Yu or smile or sad. But at this moment Qin Yu is suddenly a slight smile. This smile as if the breeze blew away all the sadness and sorrow. Qin Yu slowly stood up and looked up at the sky. It's useless to grieve when the person is already dead. Grandpa Lion, you are watching from the sky. I will definitely not let you down, Qin Yu said calmly in his heart, and then a gurgling sound sounded. Qin Yu smiled. I didn't expect that after a day and night of not eating or drinking, my stomach is still quite hungry. Saying that, Qin Yu directly ordered his subordinates to send some food over. Qin was in the middle of the room, staring at the military map on the wall. Your Highness Xiao Yu, he just ordered his subordinates to send some food in. Looking at the tone and demeanor of Third Highness, he should have recovered almost. Zhu Yuan walked over to Qin and said with a smile, Oh. Qin unfolded his deeply locked brows, and a smile appeared on his face. Yuer, he has a tough heart. He won't be that useless and completely immersed in grief. Hearing this news, Qin also put down a stone in his heart. Well, now fire will not need to care more. Zhu Yuan, you come to see, here, if we send 0 strong tiger army in this. Qin immediately discussed with Zhu Yuan. Qin Yu was eating the sumptuous food, but he was thinking of other things in his mind. Father, he is going to become a great thing. I must participate. In the past, he refused me on the grounds that I was not an innate expert. Now I am already an innate expert, and it is also an unprecedented innate external expert, if I tell my father. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. For how many years Qin Yu had been working hard. What he was waiting for was his father's affirmation. An innate external energy expert. This was enough to shock as well as praise one's father, right? By the way, that day when I had just returned to the solitary courtyard, it seemed that when I was dancing the first piece of the Tong Tian Tu's 36 movements, when the speed reached extremely fast speed, the columns of heaven and earth's spiritual Kai surprisingly produced a silver light. And that silver light also produced intense pain. Qin Yu recalled that scene. Although Qin Yu at that time remembered this matter, he was so immersed in the pain of Lion Yan's death that he didn't think carefully about it. And it seems that when cultivating, the faster the speed, the thicker the heaven and earth aura absorbed. Try it again. Qin Yu had a decision in his heart at that moment, and finished his meal in 3 or 2 bites, and then with a throw of his chopsticks, his body transformed into a gust of fresh wind and flickered in the solitary courtyard. Speed. Qin Yu's speed of cultivating those movements increased in a straight line, and the 36 Kai pillars formed by the heaven and earth spiritual Kai intertwined with each other, forming an armor shape wrapping around Qin Yu. The speed incremented, and the degree of solidity of that column of Kai increased continuously. A little bit of silver light arose, very little, just the gas column with a few points of silver light on the stars. That's the speed. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Immediately control no longer increased the speed. He obviously felt those containing silver light of the heaven and earth aura into the body to let the muscles. And even the muscles are undergoing rapid changes. The cells torn open, however, once again repair. The intense pain derived from the deepest part of his body caused Qin Yu's face to turn pale. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not increase his speed again. Nowadays, the silver light is still very good. So a little bit of positional pain Qin Yu is still able to withstand. If the silver light is too much, the whole body is such a severe pain. Even Qin Yu is estimated to be in pain to death. The muscles of the entire body continue to absorb bits of silver light. Qin Yu realized that the silver light seemed to be an extremely refined energy, much more refined than the spiritual Kai of the heavens and earth. The speed of muscle quenching and metamorphosis was moving forward at a completely palpable speed, while the entire Kai pillar continued to replenish its energy and continued to be integrated into Qin Yu's body. Very good, sure enough, the diagram of heaven and earth is not that simple. How could it be possible to just absorb a little bit of heaven and earth aura? I just don't know what mysteries the second and third diagrams of heaven and earth have. Qin Yu thought in his heart, but his movements were slightly increased by a notch. At once, the floating flickering starlight on the air column increased, and the pain within Qin Yu's body intensified. Qin Yu frowned slightly, but a hint of a smile appeared on his face. With the passage of time, when 2 days later, those silver light almost flowed all over Qin Yu's body, and when the silver light flowed through the original place again, Qin Yu could not feel severe pain, but just a little bit of crispy numbness, and the muscles did not progress as fast as in the beginning. In just 2 days of work, Qin Yu's muscle strength had definitely increased by more than double. Speed up again. Qin Yu continued to exercise. After 2 whole days of constant movement, Qin Yu didn't feel hungry at all. Absorbing so much heaven and earth aura was enough to replenish the energy consumption. As Qin Yu's speed increased, the silver light in the pillar of Kai increased once again. The columns of heaven and earth aura Kai containing silver light penetrated into the muscles, moving rapidly from one muscle to another until they were eventually completely absorbed. The faster the speed, the more that particular silver light must be. What's going on? I'm increasing my speed now. How come there's less silver light instead? Qin Yu finally realized this problem. Today's speed had not reached Qin Yu's limit at all, noting that at this moment, Qin Yu was still carrying a load. All right, that's the speed. Qin Yu then stopped accelerating and followed this optimal speed. Keep doing those moves. Along with Qin Yu's movements, 36 columns of Kai containing silver light kept penetrating into Qin Yu's body. A burst of wonderful crispy numbness continued to arise, and the muscle power of the whole body was slowly rising. Just when Qin Yu was immersed in this wonderful feeling, little feather, it's been 3 whole days, why haven't you eaten at all? Zhu Yuan's voice sounded outside the solitary courtyard. Qin Yu heard, cannot help but be distracted. The movement is also naturally slowed down, but in the slow down of the split second, wrapped Qin Yu's whole body of the 36 columns of gas in silver light steeply flourished up. The density of surprisingly doubled as much. Uncle Zhu. Qin Yu had just said this one word when he realized that the crispness numbness in his body had increased greatly. And he had also discovered the amazing change just now. What's going on? Wasn't it at its best just now? How come the silver light increased so much in the blink of an eye when I slowed down? Qin Yu's eyes steeply lit up, as if it was a torch in the dark night. Qin Yu's heart suddenly burst with excitement. It seems that the movements in those 36 diagrams are not so simple. Little Yu. Zhu Yuan's voice sounded again. Qin Yu was busy saying, Uncle Zhu, I'm concentrating on my cultivation. Don't worry about it. I still have some food and water here myself, Uncle Zhu. I'm not coming out of this solitary courtyard, so don't let anyone disturb me. I want to concentrate on cultivation. That is, shutting down. For a retreat, a general expert would prepare some food and water in order to avoid being disturbed. However, he would start to concentrate on cultivation in a place where no one would disturb him. Closed. Zhu Yuan was slightly stunned, but Zhu Yuan was not an ordinary person, and with a smile, he said, Good, little feather. I will immediately order people to prepare some food and water for you again. So, you can cultivate here without fear. No one will come to disturb you. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he waited for his subordinates to bring food and water, and after that, he was going to be alone in seclusion, pondering over what mysteries were there in 36 diagrams of this Tongshan diagram. In the solitary courtyard to which Qin Yu belonged, there was absolutely no one to disturb him. and Qin Yu's entire person transformed into a phantom, constantly moving around in the solitary courtyard. No, the speed slowed down, density did not increase. But just now, Qin Yu browed deep lock. At the moment he used that 36 sub. Diagrams in the action slowed down, but wrapped the body surface of the 36 columns of gas. Even the silver light is gone. Qin Yu was very clear just now when he heard Zhu Yuan's words and started to slow down. The density of the silver light of that heavenly aura Kai pillar suddenly increased, and those silver lights were directly integrated into his body at that moment as if they were quicks. And, could it be? Qin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. At that moment, Qin Yu's movements were once again fast, and the 36 entwined air pillars once again gushed out dots of silver light, which were continuously integrated into Qin Yu's body. That speed is exactly what Qin Yu originally thought was the best speed, and the steep speed of Qin Yu slowed down. The wind rose, the aura of heaven and earth shook, and the density of silver light in the 36 columns of Kai surrounding Qin Yu's body suddenly increased. Qin Yu snapped his eyes. Those dense silver lights, as if they were dense silver sands, were integrated into his body. These silver light spots, one by one, were integrated into Qin Yu's whole body. Muscles, sinews, and meridians. An extreme crispy numbness spread out from his whole body. Cool, Qin Yu proclaimed in an uncontrollably high voice. That feeling was indeed unprecedented pain, which could be 10,000 times more soothing than a massage. However, in just a moment, the density of the silver points of light suddenly became lower, and it was even worse than the normal speed of that kind of movement at the beginning. What's going on? Qin Yu finally stopped, his heart completely puzzled. From today's point of view, it is useless to be fast all the time, and it is even worse for the speed to be slowed down all the time. And at first fast, in the 16th action steeply slowed down, but instead the effect is excellent. Qin Yu heart thought could. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Could it be that this movement is as fast and slow? The fast that should be fast, the slow that should be slow, cross each other, that is the most suitable. As soon as Qin Yu thought of this, he immediately began to test it out. First of all, following that constant speed movement, steeply speeding up or slowing down at a certain action, as a way to determine whether a certain action was suitable for fast or slow. However, as Qin Yu studied more and more, he also felt troubled. For example, in the 16th movement, it is right to slow down, but it is also necessary to slow down to a certain extent. To what extent? And fast, how fast? And the movements are not rigid, but need to mediate with each other. The transition between the two movements, the third with the right hand below the side, while the fourth with the right hand above the side. The trajectory of the transitions alone is also something that needs to be scrutinized, and the effect is different for different trajectories. In short, relying solely on these 36 pairs of arcane diagrams, it is really, after all, difficult to summarize the perfect gong method. Study after study, Qin Yu completely meditate and experience, with the passage of time, when a whole month later, Qin Yu only finally almost summarized the true cultivation method of this gong method. A brand new Tong Tian 2 gong method appeared. 1 month later, only Qin Yu's figure could be seen floating like a soft wind in the middle of the solitary courtyard. When it's fast, it gives the impression of being slow, but when it was slow, the whole person produced a trail of residual shadows. Weird as hell. The most strange is, Qin Yu body surface even appeared a silver armor. No, not silver armor, but 36 pure silver gas columns intertwined with each other in the Qin Yu body surface. Into the armor pattern, the 36 silver gas columns constantly into the Qin Yu body, while also absorbing the outside world to be supplemented by the spiritual gas. Painful. Qin Yu came to a violent stop. His entire body bulged, and the 36 silver-colored air pillars disappeared. The density of those silver-colored light dots had changed from stars at the beginning to the entire column of Kai, now consisting entirely of silver-colored light dots, over the course of a month. Qin Yu's body had undergone a rapid change, His strength as well as his speed had increased by several times as much. Qin Yu's eyes were slightly closed. The 36 pairs of diagrams formed a perfect set of movements, which were interpreted in Qin Yu's mind, move by move, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This first set of the Tong Tian diagrams was finally worked out by Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes opened abruptly, emitting a piercing light. I wonder what mysteries are in the second Tong Tian diagram and the third Tong Tian diagram.